Samantha. Hold still, Samantha, my mother huffs. I sit in a chair in my closet as she does my hair. I am so excited as I have just turned 18 and I get to go to the mating ball at the castle. I am just so happy, Mom. Mom tugs on my hair. I know, honey, she sighs. But I need to finish your hair. No daughter of mine is going to ball looking like a schlub. I roll my eyes as she continues fixing my long red hair. I am wearing a gorgeous green gown that we picked out together. It goes with my green eyes that my father says will attract all the males. My father, John Wheeler, is the alpha of Crimson Crest Pack, and my mother is his Luna. I have had a good life and have wanted nothing except for my fated mate. My wolf Arya has been restless in the week since my birthday. Hold still, Mom grunts, almost burning me with the curling iron. Samantha, Natalie, my father calls into my room. We are in here, John, Mom responds. My father steps into my closet wearing one of his best suits. He and Mom are escorting me to the palace for the ball. I can't believe my little girl is going to the royal mating ball, he shakes his head. I am so excited, Daddy. I clap my hands. Well, I can't say I am. Dad frowns. John, Mom hisses. What, Nat? I am her father, and I am not quite ready to give up my baby girl, Dad smiles. I will be fine, Daddy, I grin. My father shakes his head. Marcus found his mate, I mention my older brother, and she is lovely. She is, Mom nods. And Charlene's father was just as apprehensive about his daughter leaving her home pack too, Dad sighs. Just know that I love you, Samantha. I love you too, Daddy, I say. All done, Mom declares and stands up. She is wearing a lighter green gown, highlighting her red hair and green eyes. I inherited her hair and eyes, while my father has brown hair and hazel eyes like my brother. I stand up and look myself over. My mother curled my hair, and it goes halfway down my back. Thank you, Mom. Are you two ready? Dad asks. Hugo and Deanna are waiting downstairs with Lydia. I grin when he mentions my best friend. Lydia is the daughter of the beta, and she is going too. Oh, I hope Lydia has luck at the ball too. We are ready, John, Mom says. The Omegas already took our bags down. Shaitu. Dad ushers us out of my room. Marcus is in the hall with his pregnant mate, Charlene. My brother smiles at me. Look at my baby sister. You look almost like a grown-up. I nudge him hard and he pretends to be in pain. I am a grown-up, Mark. He reaches out to ruffle my hair. Marcus John Wheeler, if you mess up her hair, I will spank you. Our mother barks. Marcus holds his hand up. Sorry, Ma. He directs his hazel eyes at me. I hope you find your mate tonight, Sam, and he better be good to her or I will hurt him. I wrap my arms around my brother. I love you too, Marcus. I smile at Charlene. Good luck, Sam. I hope you get as lucky as I did. Charlene looks at my brother lovingly. Marcus smiles at her and kisses her cheek. I hope you will be able to meet your nephew. Marcus places his hand on Charlene's belly. I wouldn't miss it for the world, I grin. Come on, Dad huffs. Bye. I wave at Marcus and Charlene as I am ushered down the hall. Sam! My best friend Lydia squeals excitedly. She is wearing a yellow dress that looks divine on her. She has her short brown hair nicely styled. You look beautiful. Come on, girls, Dad says, nudging us towards the limo. Lydia's father, Hugo, looks at my father. Are you ready for this, John? Not at all, Hugo, Dad responds. We all get into the limo, and I sit by Lydia while our parents chat. So, who do you think will be your mate? Lydia asks. I don't know, I shake my head. Prince Beau, perhaps? She smirks. You know Beau and I are just friends, I shrug. Like you haven't had a crush on him for years, Lydia giggles. Everyone has a crush on Beau, I laugh. It's not Beau, my wolf Arya speaks up. I say nothing as I settle in for the ride. The royal pack is only an hour away, but it feels like forever with the nervous butterflies in my stomach. As soon as we arrive, I have difficulty keeping Arya from leaping out of my head. Calm that wolf, sweetie, my father says as I exit the limo. How did I know? Dad grins. I am your father. I roll my eyes as we enter the palace. It is done so beautifully with all the flowers and banners. Hello, your majesty, Dad greets King Michael Peters. Good to see you again, John, the king responds. His son Beau is beside him, and I feel slight disappointment that he isn't my mate. Hi, Sam, he waves, and I sense his own disappointment. I guess we aren't mates. I guess not, I sigh. Still friends? He smiles. Always, I pat his shoulder. Come on, Sam. My mother beckons me away as we step to the entrance of the ballroom. I go in ahead of my parents and feel so many eyes on me. My excitement has turned into mild terror as I am announced. Samantha Arlene Wheeler, daughter of John Wheeler, Alpha of Crimson Crest Pack. I take my bow as my father and mother flank me. I sniff the air, and all I smell is the roasted chicken dinner. I sigh as they lead me into the ballroom. Nothing, Dad asks. I shake my head. You will find him, Mom tries to comfort me. Lydia Cheyenne Carson, daughter of Hugo Carson, Beta of Crimson Crest Pack. My best friend is introduced. I see Lydia sniffing the air, and her eyes turn black as a handsome man approaches her. I sigh as they embrace each other. Whoa, Lydia's mate is Jerome Slater, Dad says. I walk a few feet away and sit at a table. My best friend looks elated with her mate. A waiter comes by with glasses of cider, and I take two, wishing they were alcohol, and drink them down. Sam, Lydia walks up with the handsome man on her arm. This is my mate. I'm happy for you, I say, trying to stave off my bitterness. Jerome, this is my best friend Samantha. Lydia introduces me. Your father is John Wheeler? Jerome asks. He is a big male with short black hair and brown eyes with dark tan skin. He is, I nod. Cool, Jerome grins. Jerome is from the Scarlet Meadow Pack, Lydia smiles. That's great, I say through gritted teeth. Sam, Lydia looks at me. Are you jealous? No, I mumble. Lydia folds her arms and glares at me. You are, she yells. You are jealous. No, I'm not, I argue while Jerome watches us with a raised eyebrow. Chris, you can't stand that I found my mate first, Lydia laughs. It's not my fault. I'm not mad, Lydia, I growl. Neither am I, she shouts back. Girls, my mother walks over to us with Lydia's mother. Is everything all right? Sam is being a baby because I found my mate before her, Lydia glares. Should I be worried? Jerome speaks up. They are always like this, Mom says. Lydia and Sam argue like sisters, Deanna laughs. The scent of bourbon hits me like a truck. It reminds me of all the times Lydia and I broke into my father's liquor cabinet. I turn as a deep growl rumbles through the room. An alpha that breeds fear into others, not even the king, comes close to his strength and stands at the other end of the ballroom, staring me down. He is large and intimidating, with his black hair and black eyes, wearing a black suit. The man marches straight towards me, causing everyone in the room to move out of his path. With a dominant growl, he wraps his strong arm around me as Arya declares, Mate, in my head. I believe you are my mate, he says in a Russian accent. Oh my God, I hear my mother squeak. I believe you are, I say while trembling in his presence. What is your name, beautiful? He asks. Samantha Wheeler. I manage to get out. Samantha, I hope you fix that tremble, because I cannot have a weak Luna, he hisses. I nod. My daughter is quite strong, my father chimes in. Alpha Wheeler, my mate turns to him. This is your daughter? Yes, sir. My father holds his hand out. My mate looks me in the eyes and grasps my chin with strong hands. He leans in, and his scent is intoxicating as he kisses my lips. The sparks from our growing bond make me lean into him. Samantha's mate is Dmitry Volkov, I hear Lydia say. Alpha Dmitry Volkov of Shadow Woods, my father confirms. Trigger warning, shell assault. Samantha. Dmitry places his hand on my neck and looks me in the eye. May I speak with you outside? He whispers. I nod and glance toward my parents, who look hopeful. Excuse me, Alpha Wheeler, while I speak with my mate. Dmitry takes my hand and leads me towards the outside doors. We pass Beau on the way, and he has a look of fear on his freckled face. I wave to him, and he waves back. Dmitry growls lowly and pulls hard on my arm. I don't let him know that it hurts. As we get outside, his dark eyes only get darker as he shoves me hard against the stone wall. This time, I let out a pained yelp. He tightly grasps my throat, and I feel pain and fear instead of pleasure. From this point on, you do not speak to any other males besides your father, he hisses in a deep tone. You are mine, Samantha. He leans in, and I expect him to kiss me, but he begins to lick and nibble my neck. I give in to the fear as the pain is replaced by pleasure. A small moan escapes my lips as he nibbles harder. He releases his hold on my neck, and I close my eyes as his nibbles turn to kisses. Here, he whispers right before he bites into my neck. My eyes widen when I realize he is marking me right here and now. Wait. I whine and struggle to get away. Dmitry's hands press me to the wall as his teeth dig deeper. All at once, I am flooded by new senses and new voices. There is supposed to be pleasure instead of the burning pain, but I do my best not to cry. There, now everyone knows who you belong to. He growls as he pulls his teeth from my neck. There is mild relief as he licks the wounds clean. He releases me and hands me a handkerchief. Clean yourself up before returning to the ballroom, he orders, and remember, no speaking with any males. But Prince Beau, no males. He roars and raises his hand like he is going to slap me. Tears well up in my eyes as I nod. What did I just say? He grasps my chin, causing pain. No speaking with any males, I mutter. Except for your father. You may speak with him. Dmitry almost smiles and walks away. I look at the silk handkerchief with his initials embroidered into it. I saunter inside and find a bathroom. My neck is red and bloody from his cursed mark. Sam? Lydia says as the stall door opens. Oh my God, she points at my neck. He marked you already? I nod slowly as I wipe the wounds clean. My heart pounds against my chest as my wolf remains silent. Why isn't she saying anything? Are you okay? Lydia takes my hand and leans to look at my wound. God, are they supposed to look like that? I have nothing to say and shrug. He forced it, didn't he? She exclaims. We need to tell your dad, she says and tries to leave the bathroom. I grab her arm. No, Lydia, don't, I yell. Please, I can handle Dmitry. Samantha, Lydia huffs. Look what he did. It's fine, I say, looking in the mirror to fix my hair. Lydia, Deanna steps into the bathroom. Oh, there you are, she says to her daughter, and then sees me. Samantha? Hi, Dia, I wave. Are you okay? Deanna gasps, and I catch her looking at my neck. She covers her mouth. Samantha? It's fine, I say and turn away from her. Why are you all in here? My mother says. So, Samantha? She nudges me, and I turn to her, and she gasps too. He marked you? She yells. Mom, it's fine, I say and put my hand over the mark. He's my mate. But she trails off as her eyes glaze over. Oh dear, your mate is looking for you. I shudder as Arya whimpers in my head. This is the first noise she has made since declaring Dmitry mate. We walk out of the bathroom, and the scent of bourbon is heavy in the air as I find Dmitry yelling at my father. His dark eyes lock onto me as he marches over to me. Where have you been? He asks while sniffing me. I didn't talk to any males, I declare. Just them, I point at my mother and the others. He purses his lips as he looks at my parents. I was worried about her, he states. Dmitry wraps his arm around my waist and pulls me to his body. He dips his nose to the crook of my shoulder. Do not do that again, he growls. What? I counter. Do not go anywhere without informing me, he hisses. You told me to clean myself up, I argue. I went and cleaned myself up, I say, holding his handkerchief. He yanks the cloth from me and grasps my arm. Come with me, he growls. I gulp as I am whisked out of the ballroom. Prince Beau is just outside with a few others. Samantha? He calls to me. I look toward my friend but say nothing as Dmitry drags me down the hall. Alpha Volkov, Beau calls out. A low growl rumbles from my mate as he stops. Yes, Prince Beau. I am concerned about Miss Wheeler. Beau steps toward us. She is fine. He almost spats. She is my mate. I see. Beau looks at me as Dmitry tightens the hold on my hand. Do not speak to him, Dmitry orders in my head. I smile at Beau, but say nothing. Excuse me, Your Highness, Dmitry says with a fake smile and quick bow. He grasps my hand and pulls me hard. He says nothing until we enter a guest room. It has a large king-size bed in the middle, and I gulp when I see Dmitry taking off his clothes. Take off your clothes. I shake my head. What? Another growl rolls out of him as he wraps his hand around my throat again. Take off your clothes, he shouts, but I am interrupted by a hard slap across my face. Tears well up as I look at my newly found mate with horror. You do not talk back, he snarls. You do what I say. I am your alpha now. He roughly shoves me towards the bed. I'm not ready, I say. You are old enough for a mate, so you are ready to mate, he says while sliding his pants down. He touches himself as I stare. Tell me, Samantha, are you not excited? I shake my head. No. You are just a little girl, he clasps my chin and kisses me. I will make you a woman. Now, remove your clothes or I will rip them off. I sniffle as I slowly take off my dress under his stern gaze. I hug my body as I shiver. Arya is still quiet as Dmitry wraps his arm around me and kisses me again. My skin tingles from our bond as he walks me backward to the bed. I sit down and come face to face with his manhood. It's big, huh? He asks with a smirk, and I nod. Want to touch it? I shake my head. Touch it, he growls. I touch it, and he almost purrs. I have had other women touch it, but never my mate, he says, and I shudder to picture how many women he has been with. Now stroke it. I do as he says, running my hand up and down the warm, smooth skin. He lightly thrusts his hip, and I use both hands to pleasure him. Kiss it, he purrs. I look up at him, and he digs his nails into my scalp. Kiss it, he growls. I place my lips on his duck and offer a tiny lick. Dmitry purrs again as my wolf seems to wake up. She makes a lustful noise as I kiss and lick Dmitry's guck. Dmitry growls and thrusts while I kiss and lick him. Oh, darling, he hums, you have great hands. He pauses and yanks my hair, forcing me to look up at him. I am your first? I nod. Yes. You are a virgin, he glares at me. I sense his wolf trying to take control as he stares at me. Yes, I am a virgin, I confirm. Dmitry lets go of my hair. Good, I would have had to kill you if not, he growls. Continue. He orders as I gulp. I start pleasuring him again until he is grunting loudly. He suddenly stops and pulls me to my feet. His eyes are pure black with lust. Lie down, he orders while shoving me backward. I do as he says and lie on the bed. He crawls over the top of me while looking at my body. You are very beautiful, he hums. Mama will approve of you. He begins kissing me and licking my new mark. I cry out as it is still painful. You will give me a strong heir, he states, a strapping boy like me. I stare up at him as he suddenly rips off my panties. I scream out from the pain. He wraps his arms around me as he continues to thrust roughly into me. It will only hurt the first time, he says, as he pulls out and repositions my legs. They rest on his shoulder as he thrusts into me again. I love a virgin, he purrs. Tears fall down my cheeks as I try not to cry. My first time was supposed to be special, but it hurts. It hurts more than I could have imagined. He thrusts harder and deeper despite my pained cries. He flips me onto my belly and thrusts from behind. The pain never subsides as he goes hard and rough. I grasp the sheets and bury my face in the pillow. Aria, I call to my wolf, but she just whimpers in response. Dmitry turns me over onto my back again before thrusting hard into me. Fedor says you are fertile, he says between thrusts. You shall become the mother of my heir. He thrusts again. It is a great honor. I look up at him through tears. What is my name? He purrs. Dmitry, I say with a quivering lip. Say it like you mean it, he orders. Dmitry, I say a little louder. He growls louder and thrusts again as I feel his hot seed empty into me. With a final grunt, he collapses on top of me. His dark eyes lighten slightly as he lightly kisses me. Tomorrow, you say goodbye to your parents. Then we leave, he says, and rolls off me. You will be a fine Luna, but only if you give me an heir. Samantha. Wake up, Samantha. Dmitry's harsh tone startles me awake. I open my eyes, and he is hovering over me, already fully dressed. My entire body is in pain from last night. What? I mutter. Get your lazy ass up and dressed, he barks. We leave in half an hour. I slowly rise and try not to let out how much my lower body hurts. Aria whimpers in my head. Since when did you become so whiny? I thought you wanted your mate too. Not like this, she responds. I stumble into the small bathroom and examine the mark on my neck. It's stark red with a vicious wolf peering out. I sigh as I relieve myself and clean myself up. I notice my bag sitting by the bed. I pull out a pair of sweatpants to wear. No, Dmitry growls. He snatches the pants from me and rips them in half. No Luna of mine will dress like trash. But find something better, he snarls. But I try to protest, but he grabs my chin roughly and gets in my face. Find something better, he says in a deeper, darker tone. I stiffen and nod. Yes, sir. A crooked smile works its way onto his face as he lets me go. That's a girl. He slaps my ass, and I cry out. Oh, you will get used to it. I try not to cry as I dig through my bags. I only brought a few things with me. Will I be able to retrieve my things from home? No, Dmitry barks. You will have new things. I sigh as I dig out the only other pair of pants I have and put them on, along with a flowery blouse. Dmitry watches me the entire time. Is this all right? No, but it's all you have, so it will have to do, he responds. I brush my red hair and put on some light makeup. You are done, right? Dmitry asks, and I nod. Let's go then. He grabs my hand and pulls me out of the room. My stuff, I protest. I said no, old stuff. You are to forget your past, as I am your only future, he explains. I fight the tears welling up as we leave the room. Call your parents so you can say goodbye, he says. Will I be able to call them when we get to Shadowwoods? I ask. We'll see, he responds. I want to meet my nephew, too, I say. My brother's mate is due to give birth any. Shut up, he barks with a raised hand. I am the only one you need to focus on now. I sigh and look at the ground. Mom, Dad, I mind link my parents. Dmitry and I are leaving. Now? My father responds. Yes, I reply. We'll be right down, he says. Shad, we get outside and a black limo awaits us as another large male approaches Dmitry. She's pretty, Dmitry. He smiles at me and Dmitry growls fiercely. You have your own mate, Jared, Dmitry huffs. He turns to me. This is my beta, Jared Beck. I glance at Dmitry. You may speak with him, he permits me. I am Samantha, I say to Jared in a robotic tone. I heard Samantha Wheeler, Jared nods. I hope you will like it at Shadow Woods. I can't get over how friendly and warm Jared seems compared to Dmitry. Sam, my mother calls out, and I turn to her and fly into her arms. I let out my tears as she held me tight. What's wrong, baby? She whispers. I don't want to go. I mind link her. I feel a hand on my back and know it's my father. Daddy, I cry. What did he do to you? Dad asks as he looks at my neck. Alpha Volkov, may I speak with you? No, Dmitry snarls. We have to get home now. You better not have hurt my daughter, Dad growls. She is not hurt. She just became a woman, Dmitry says. I release my mother and throw my arms around my father. I sob into his chest for a moment. Samantha, Dad touches my back. You can reject Dmitry if you wish. I look at Dmitry and he has a smile on his face. There is a huge part of me who wants to reject him. I take a deep breath and release my father. I, Samantha Arlene. Dmitry grabs me and puts his hand over my mouth. If you reject me, I will destroy your father's pack. He says while dragging me towards his limo, it's time to go. Bye, I wave to my parents. I see Lydia coming toward us with her parents and new mate. Wait, I have to say goodbye to... I am interrupted when Dmitry tosses me into the limo and slams the door. I look out the window at my best friend. I love you, Lydia, I mind link her. Sam, she calls. The limo speeds away, and I can only watch my family and best friend disappear. More tears fall as I huddle against the door. Stop crying, Dmitry growls. My Luna must be strong. I sniffle and look out the window. The ride is long, and I fall asleep. Wake up, Samantha, Dmitry roughly shakes me. We are here. I open my eyes and look out the window. We are in front of a grand mansion that looks like an old Southern-style plantation house, only bigger. I slide out of the limo, and Dmitry takes my arm. He is almost gentle as he walks me towards the people waiting for us. We stopped before two older people. One looks exactly like Dmitry, so I assume that is his father. Samantha Wheeler, the older man, greets me. I am Kostya Volkov, he says in a thicker Russian accent. Dmitry's father and former alpha of Shadow Woods. I smile at him. You may speak to my father, Dmitry says. Hello, Kostya, I say. Kostya smiles warmly. Welcome to our pack. I am glad my son's mate comes from two strong alpha lines. I just smile. Thank you. The woman with blonde hair beside Kostya holds her hand out to me. I am Tatiana Volkov, Dmitry's mother, she smiles warmly. Dmitry told me you were beautiful, but I didn't realize you would be this beautiful. She takes my hand. Isn't she beautiful, Kostya? Her accent is lighter than her mate's. That red hair, Tatiana ran her hand through it. Mama, Dmitry mutters and pulls me back. We move down the line to a beautiful blonde woman who looks livingly at Dmitry. This is my sister, Irina Volkov. A small smile appears on Irina's face as she looks at Dmitry. I think I prefer Cassandra. Cassandra is not my mate, Dmitry barks. I say nothing as I am pulled along. Beta Jared is standing with a group. You remember my beta, Jared, Dmitry says. Jared holds his hand out, and I shake it. This is my mate, Kara. He gestures to a smiling brown-haired woman. And our son, Lawson, he points to a young pup. Then you have my parents, Darnell and Allison. Then my sister, Cassandra. Cassandra gives me a cold, hard stare. She has brown hair and brown eyes. You? She glances at Dmitry. Dmitry. She tries to throw her arms around him. No, Dmitry barks. Cassandra glares at me but says nothing as Dmitry pulls me to another group. I look back at her and get a cold chill, sensing she will be trouble. And finally, my Gamma Curtis Walsh, Dmitry nods at a blonde-haired man. Hello, Samantha. Curtis nods at me and holds a woman's hand. This is my mate Lisa and our pups Troy and Hannah. Nice to meet you all, I say. Mama, Dmitry calls to his mother. Take Samantha to my room and help her dress for tonight's ceremony. Ceremony, I ask. Yes, you will become my Luna tonight, he smiles. Like a fool, I melt into his brief moment of warmth. So soon, I say. I don't waste time. Dmitry leans to kiss my cheek. Do not disappoint me, he whispers coldly in my ear. Samantha. Tatiana grabs my shoulder and pulls me away from Dmitry. He watches as I walk away with his mother and sister. My heart hurts as I had anticipated finding my mate, but not like this. After Dmitry forcibly marked me, Arya has been silent. I felt so alone as I marched beside my mate's mother. She anxiously eyes me. Do you not like my son? I sigh while pondering what to say to her. Irina walks up to my other side and gives me a side-eyed smirk that reminds me of her brother. What's not to like? Dmitry is handsome and rich. Isn't that what every woman wants? Irina, Tatiana barks. Samantha? She asks with her accent voice. I stutter, still trying to find an answer. He isn't what I was expecting. She points to my mark. He is a dominant man, just like his father. Kostya expects me to be obedient and submissive. I am treated well as long as I behave. I eye her. So you think it's all right for a man to abuse his mate? It is not abuse, she responds sharply. We have our place and our duties. I sigh as we reach a grand set of elevators. They are over the top, just like the rest of the house. The door slides open and I step inside. My mind is in turmoil. For years I dreamt of finding a good man like my father. My parents were equals and stood side by side to lead our pack. I never once saw my father raise his hand to my mother in anger. Their marks were beautiful symbols of their love and bond. I don't know what to think now. A huge part of me is looking for an escape. Tatiana eyes me. You are used to being allowed to do as you wish? I did have normal teenager restrictions, I respond. My father is the alpha of my pack, so I had to represent that. I never got into trouble except a couple of times. You slept with other men? Irina blurts out. No, I shake my head. I waited, I sigh. Waited for. I trail off as tears prick my eyes. I shake my head so they don't see me cry. Are you crying? Irina laughs. I look at the ground as we walk through another gaudy hallway of tapestries and statues. What do you think of your new home? Tatiana asks. I look around. It's nice, I mutter. Nice, Irina scoffs. Oh my God, Mom. Calm down, Tatiana says to her daughter, though I realize you need time to get used to things here. But make no mistake, you belong to my son now. Do not think you can ever leave unless he allows it. I clamp my mouth shut and just walk. We enter Dmitry's room. I wish I could lean into my mate's scent, but I hate it. I must hold back the anger and jealousy I feel inside. Lydia met the man of her dreams. Why couldn't I? I wonder what I did wrong. Tatiana pulls me inside a large, over-the-top closet. There are 3 stories of clothes and things. There are so many clothes, it is unbelievable. We had a lot of things sent here for you to try. Hope you like them, Tatiana says with a grin as she goes up a flight of stairs to a rack of dresses. Come, she beckons me. I go up the stairs and stand beside her while Irina watches from the ground floor. When can I get my things from home? This is your home, Tatiana snorts. No, I mean my old home, I clarify. Oh, I don't think that will be happening. You need to forget that place, she says. Once you are mated and Luna of this pack, you will only belong to this family. I can't just forget my family, I whine. My parents, my brother? I huff. I am supposed to just forget about them. Yes, Tatiana states like it's no big deal. I forgot mine. You can forget yours. This time, the tears fall. But I love them. I wanted to meet my nephew, who is due to be born in a week. I trail off. Tatiana says nothing and turns her attention to the dresses. I got over my family too, she mutters. Once you become mother to my son's heir, it will improve. She touches my belly, and I believe that will be soon, no? She smiles. I shrug. I suppose. Good, she cackles and pulls out a couple of dresses. I believe these may work for you. She hands them to me. Try them on. I take the dresses and look around. I start to walk away. Here, Tatiana barks. Try them on in front of me. I hesitate. I am a woman. You are a woman, she points out. I sigh and slowly take off my clothes. Tatiana gasps when she sees my bruised body. What happened to you? I give her a look, but she doesn't seem to understand. Your son. She blushes. Oh, my boy was happy to have his mate finally. You will be all right. I say nothing as I try on the first dress. It is light green with a silvery shimmer. I like it, but it is tight. Tatiana makes a noise and tries to help me zip it up. You are bigger than we thought, she huffs. I try not to say anything about that remark. Do you like to eat? She chuckles. She is a little chubby. Irina says from downstairs. I take a deep breath and try to ignore their remarks. I train every day and eat normally. Well, you need more training and less food, Tatiana grumbles. Take off the dress and try the next one. Her tone is laced with anger. I quickly take off the dress and set it back on the hanger before picking up another one. This one is a dark green with golden trim. Dark green and gold are the pack colors, Tatiana informs me. The dress is less tight, but it is still hard to breathe in it. My breasts are almost spilling out. I grunt as Tatiana pinches my skin as she zips it up. Backing away, she narrows her eyes as she looks at me. Turn. She moves her finger, and I do as she says. A little better. Try the next. I try on 3 more dresses before finding one that fits. It is tight, but I can at least breathe and move. It is a light silver dress with a purple trim. Not ideal, but it will work, Tatiana says with an air of disappointment. I'm sorry, I mutter. Not your fault, but you will exercise and eat better, no? She looks me in the eyes. I suppose, I respond. Not suppose, will. She slaps my stomach hard. My son expects only the best. I try not to let the tears fall again. I will. After finding the right dress, Tatiana sits me in front of a vanity while 2 women do my hair and makeup. I watch as they transform me into someone I don't recognize. My skin is bronzed while thick eyeshadow and mascara are applied. My hair is braided and piled into a high bun. You are ready, Tatiana grins. I glance out the windows, and it is still light out. I wonder when the ceremony will start. They usually happen after dark when the moon is at her fullest. Tatiana has me wait by the elevators while wearing tight, pointy heels. I struggle to stand without pain. You don't like the shoes? Irina walks up wearing a tight red dress with silver heels. They are Louboutin. I don't normally wear heels, I complain as I lift one leg. I figured, Irina snorts. You don't seem to know anything about a place like this. What kind of poor pack did you come from? I glare at her. My pack isn't poor. Right. She laughs. So, you look like that despite having money for better? I roll my eyes and say nothing. Heels click on the ground, and Tatiana walks toward us. Her eyes dart to my raised leg. What is wrong? My feet hurt, I reply. I am not used to heels. Well, get used to them, she mumbles and shoves me toward the elevator. We don't dress like paupers here, dear. I say nothing and step into the elevator with her. My heart is racing as the machine moves to the ground floor. I wish I could escape this place, but I know that is impossible. The door opens and the hall is decorated with flowers and banners. The pack emblem is 2 fierce wolves tearing each other apart. I stand and stare at it for a moment. Do you like it? Dmitry's voice makes me jump. I nod in response. You mustn't be afraid of me, he says while running his finger down my cheek. Unless you anger me. Do you wish to anger me? He asks in a dangerous tone. I shake my head. No, I do not. He smiles and holds his arm out to me. Dmitry pulls me down the hall towards a crowd of people. Mama tells me you are too fat for most of the clothes we got you. I gulp at his words. I'm not fat. He stops and grips my chin. No, you aren't fat. You are borderline obese. He laughs and lets me go. We will fix that. You will only eat what I say you can eat tonight. And tomorrow you will begin training at 5 a.m. sharp, he explains. Then after that you will return here, and Mama will teach you to be a proper Luna. I keep my mouth shut as he speaks. I hate every moment I am here. I hate him. I hate this pack. Arya whimpers in my head but says nothing. Let's go greet your new pack, he smirks. Then later, I have an heir to conceive. He laughs and pulls me outside. Samantha. Dmitry leads me out of the pack house toward the limo. I stay quiet as we get in and ride for 5 minutes to wherever we are going. You are quiet, Dmitry speaks up. You are allowed to talk. I didn't know if I was allowed, I blurt out bitterly. I am your mate, he hisses. Mama says you aren't happy here. I flick my eyes to look at his. They are so dark and seemingly soulless. What did I do to deserve him? I had so many dreams and ideas of who my mate would be. And I am not your dream, he asks with mild amusement. No, I confess. I will be everything you want me to be, Samantha. His tone turns sickeningly charming. And for a moment I am lured in by it. But you must do as I say and be the Luna I require. I want to see my parents and brother, I mention. That is the past. This is your life now, he grumbles. But they are my family, I sigh. That is all I want. He stares hard at me for a long moment. Be a good little girl, and I may allow you to call them and write letters, maybe even video call. A glimmer of hope flickers in my sad heart. Really? Yes, he smiles. The limo stops and the driver opens the door. I feel dread creeping in as I step out. We enter a large open arena where hundreds of people are waiting. A large stage at the bottom is decorated with the pack emblems and colors. Large, huh? Dmitry smirks and I nod. I take his arm and we walk down the aisle. I catch glimpses of the people, many of whom appear unhappy. They look downtrodden and worn out. I wonder what sort of alpha he is. The ranked pack members take up the front rows. I get an icy stare from the beta's sister, Cassandra. I know she had wanted Dmitry, but I was here now. Beta Jared and Gamma Curtis are on the stage, flanking an altar with an older man standing in the middle. Dmitry's parents are also standing on the stage. They all smile at me as I approach. I feel something less than genuine about their smiles, though. Dmitry steps to a podium and raises his hands. Good evening, Shadow Woods. It is my pleasure as your alpha for you all to view the welcoming of our new Luna, he announces, and they applaud. He turns to the man in the middle. Begin the ceremony, Elder. The Elder looks at me and smiles warmly. Hello, Samantha. I am Elder Ronald Hoover. I knew your grandfather, Willis. I smile back but say nothing as I am shoved to the table. Elder Hoover takes my hand. Do you, Samantha Arlene Wheeler, agree to uphold the laws and rules of our kingdom as the Luna of Shadow Woods? I want to say no. I want to run. I want to escape. I glance at Dmitry, and he is giving me eyes of steel. I gulp and nod. Yes, I agree. Elder Hoover licks his lips. Do you, Samantha Arlene Wheeler, agree to uphold the laws and rules of Shadow Woods Pack as it's sworn, Luna? I nod without hesitation. Yes, I agree. Do you, Samantha Arlene Wheeler, swear to be a strong and devoted Luna to your alpha? Swear to produce an heir to take over in years to come? Do you swear? Elder Hoover asks. I swear, I mutter. Then, by the power invested to me by our goddess Selene and the royal alpha king Michael Peters, I declare you Samantha Arlene Volkov, Luna of Shadow Woods, he says and slices my hand. I yelp from the pain as he squeezes the wound. Blood seeps out and Beta Jared holds a golden chalice for the blood. Dmitry slices his hand and clasps mine. A cold breeze weaves through the arena, and 100 voices speak in my head. I feel their emotions and their hopes. Arya comes forward for the first time in days. Together, she helps me block the voice until only mine is present. Where have you been? I asked her, but she had no answer. The Alpha and Luna of Shadow Woods, Elder Hoover declares. Dmitry holds my hand up, and the pack cheers loudly. We step towards the podium. Speak to your pack. My blood runs cold. What do I say? Just tell them who you are, Dmitry says with a tight smile. I take a deep breath and look out at the pack. Eyes of desperation look back at me. So many seem like they were forced to be here. It's when I notice armed warriors standing at the entrances. I have never seen armed warriors. Not even the king's warriors are armed. Speak and do not disappoint me. Dmitry's cold voice slithers in my head. Good evening, Shadow Woods. I am your new Luna, Samantha Weh. I pause. I am Samantha Volkov. I come from Crimson Crest, where my father is the Alpha. I am pleased to be here and pray I can help you all live a good and prosperous life. I glance at Dmitry and his expression hasn't changed. End it, he whispers. So in conclusion, like I said, I am happy to be here, I say, and they applaud. I then notice the signs above the stage telling them to clap. I sigh as Dmitry pulls me from the podium, and we walk off the stage with his parents and the ranked members behind us. He nods and bows to the pack members, and I do the same. I eye the members and hope I can do something for them. We get back into the limo and drive around the pack. A lot of the houses look run down and in need of repair. The streets are full of potholes and disrepair. We return to the pack house, and Dmitry leads me to a large ballroom. It rivals the size of the one at the Royal Palace. What did you think of the pack? Dmitry asks. I look at him for a moment, wondering what to say. It's lovely, I state. You are lying, he hisses. It looks like some things need to be fixed, I mention, like the houses and the roads. If the Omegas want their houses repaired, they must pay for it, he snorts. I feed them and provide jobs. They can't have everything. I press my lips together so as not to say anything else. We walk around the ballroom, and it's decorated much like the arena, with banners and flowers. There is a long buffet of delicious-smelling food. My stomach rumbles, and Dmitry laughs. "Fat girl is hungry, huh?" He laughs. I look at the ground in embarrassment. "Don't worry, we will fix that." He grins. We sit down at a table above the others. His parents and sister sit on either side of us. Tatiana and Irina sit beside me. "I will bring you a plate of food," Tatiana tells me. "Dmitry does not want you to overeat." And Omega pours us some wine, and I chug it down. "Easy on the wine," Irina mutters. I say nothing as the Omega pours me another glass. I watch the activity around us while waiting for food. Tatiana returns, and all that is on the plate is some sparse veggies and a sickly-looking piece of chicken. "Eat up, piggy. That is all you get tonight." Tatiana laughs and walks back to the buffet. I watch as Dmitry returns with a plate piled high with food. I nibble at my meager portion while everyone else around me pigs out. I finish my food, and my stomach rumbles for more. I try not to let it affect me as I stare into space. After dinner, we get up, and Dmitry tells me to mingle. I walk around, tempted to steal food, but he keeps a close eye on me. "What's wrong, piggy?" Irina walks up with Cassandra. "Do you want more food?" "She is really fat," Cassandra laughs. "Look at those rolls." She touches my side, and I smack her hand. "Don't touch me," I growl. Cassandra lets out a wail, and Dmitry rushes over. "What happened?" he asks. "She hit me," Cassandra says through fake tears. "She touched me," I mutter. "She just touched your fat rolls," Irina laughs. Dmitry grabs me and pulls me away from his sister and Cassandra. "Why were you hitting Cassandra?" "She touched me, and I didn't like it," I say. He turns to look toward Cassandra. "I will talk with her." He growls and walks away. I sigh and walk around the ballroom, craving more food. Beta Jared's mate, Kara, walks up to me. "How are you doing?" she asks. I look at her momentarily, and her face seems friendly enough. "I am doing okay." "Liar," she snorts. I saw what happened with Cassandra. I shudder. "I don't like her. She is Jared's sister, but I despise her," Kara huffs. I manage to smile at her words. "Don't mind her. She is just a jealous cow," Kara smirks. Dmitry walks up to me, and Kara bows. He takes my hand and leads me to the dance floor. I don't want to dance as my feet ache from the shoes, but he insists. "We need to teach you to dance," he mentions. "So much work." I say nothing as I power through hunger and pain. I see Cassandra standing at the back of the room, glaring daggers at me. Hours later, Dmitry takes me up to his room. I am desperate to get out of the shoes, but I know what is coming. I am still sore from last night. My loins ache as I don't want shocks right now. "Can we wait?" I ask as Dmitry shuts the door. His eyes narrow. "Wait?" "Yes, I just want to rest," I mutter. He laughs deeply. I have an heir to conceive. He grumbles and shoves me toward the bed. "Take off your clothes and get on the bed," he orders. I sigh and do as he says. I then lie as he has his painful way with me. I try not to cry as he thrusts roughly into me while biting my mark. I pray that things will get better soon. I pray and ask the goddess what I did wrong. But like my wolf, she is silent. Dmitry finishes, flops off me, and falls asleep, leaving me a sobbing mess staring at the ceiling. Samantha. I shiver as I sit in a cold exam room in the Pack Hospital. I have been the Luna of Shadowwoods for 3 months now. However, I have very little power. I don't even get to decide what to wear every day. Every minute of my day is scheduled and dictated to me. From the time I wake up, I must do as I am told. Every day, I curse the goddess for sticking me with Dmitry Volkov and his vile family. I hate him. I hate his family. Well, Dr. Butchu walks in with a disappointed look. Looks like another negative pregnancy test. He hands me the paperwork. Alpha is not going to be happy. I cringe as I know how angry Dmitry is going to be. For every negative pregnancy test, I get beaten. It's my fault that no heir is coming. Should I tell him? The doctor asks, and I shake my head. I'll get beaten either way, I mutter and slide off the table. Luna, the doctor tries to be sympathetic but stops. I walk out of the room and out of the Pack Hospital. I feel a sharp pain in my head and let down my guard. Where are you? Dmitry growls. You were supposed to meet my mother 5 minutes ago. I'm on my way back to the Pack House, I reply. From the hospital, he asks. Yes, I respond. Arya is quiet as usual. She hasn't been much help since I landed in this hellhole. The only noises she makes are pathetic whines. Some wolf, I say as she whimpers. I approach the house and see Tatiana outside with Irina waiting for me. Where have you been? She yells. I was at the hospital for my appointment. I respond. Really? Tiana folds her arms. You better be pregnant, she growls. I sigh and say nothing. Well, I guess we know what that means, she grins evilly. No, dinner for you, just an apple. My stomach rumbles. I am only allowed small amounts of bland food. I have lost 2 clothing sizes, but that is not enough for them. I train hard every day until I collapse. But still, it's not enough for them. I do everything Tatiana says, but it's never enough. We walk into the house, and Dmitry waits for me with his arms folded. I look up at his angry face. Negative again? He growls and snatches the papers from my hand. You are supposed to give me an heir. You are from a strong line. Why are you not pregnant? He grabs my hand. I have to punish her, Mother, he states. I say nothing as I am dragged down the hallway past his office and into my personal torture chamber. Strip, he orders me. Dmitry, I am slapped when I try to protest. I said strip, he bellows. The walls of the tiny, barren room shake from the force of his voice. I do as I am told and get naked. Dmitry shoves me over to the hard wooden bed and bends me over. I cringe as he runs his sweaty hands over my body. You are so beautiful, he muses. You are almost perfect. He says, but you won't give me an heir, he growls. I listen as he unzips his pants. I want to cry out. Spread them, he orders me. I do as he says. He slams into me dry, and I have to bite my lip to keep from crying out. Dmitry wraps his hands in my hair and pulls hard as he thrusts into me. You will give me an heir, you useless. He slobbers on my ear. I close my eyes as he rapes me raw. I want to cry. I want to die. I hate him, I whisper to myself. Dmitry grunts loudly as he empties his seed into me. He pulls out and shoves me down. Stay there until I say you can leave. He spits on my cheek. I listen to him put his clothes back on before leaving the room. I sit naked on the bed, waiting for my cue to leave. I lean against the wall and close my eyes. Why do you hate me, moon goddess? I cry. Why? She is silent, just like Arya, as I wait. Sometime later, Tatiana appears in the doorway. She tosses clothes at me. Get dressed and meet me in the study, she says. I sigh and quickly put on the clothes she gave me. I shuffle down the hall and almost run into Cassandra. Watch where you are going, Luna, she laughs mockingly. I see you failed Dmitry once again. I say nothing as I stare at the floor. Samantha, Dmitry shouts. I turn to him. Tatiana told me. He slaps me hard. I know what Mama asked you. Get going. He gives Cassandra a look before walking away. I continue to the study to find Tatiana behind the grand desk waiting for me. Ah, take a seat, she gestures. Today we are planning a party. What kind of party? I wonder. It's the end of summer party, she smiles. You are going to help me plan it. I almost smile at that, but I know I will have no say and that Tatiana's word is final. She slides some samples in front of me. Now, what flowers should we order? I look at the samples as my stomach growls. I want something to eat, but I must wait for my meager dinner. Your stomach is loud, Tatiana muses. If you were pregnant, we would let you eat more, she smiles. Why aren't you getting pregnant? Are there fertility problems in your family that we don't know of? I shrug. I don't think so. We should look into it, she points to the pictures. Which one? I pick up a sample with bright, colorful flowers. I like this one. It is lovely, but those are spring flowers. She slams it on the table. Have I taught you nothing? End of summer means fall, stupid girl, she shakes her head. Sorry, I just like the colors, I mutter sadly. Tatiana says nothing and sorts through more samples. Now, these tablecloths. She slides material swatches towards me. Which one do you like? I look through them. I remember doing this sort of thing with my mother. She let me help her plan events and I loved it. I miss her. I try not to cry as I think about her. Why are there tears? Tatiana demands. I miss my mother, I state. She would probably be disappointed that you are not giving your mate an heir, she snorts. I try not to let that affect me. I pick a swatch and set it on the table. I like this one. Of course, you picked the cheapest one, she shakes her head. Is there any hope for you? I spend another hour or so helping Tatiana as she berates me. I am finally allowed to have some time to myself, so I wander to the library. The only place I have found solace in this pack. The Omegas all show me respect as I shuffle in. Hey, Samantha, Kara greets me. She is the only friend I have here. Are you hungry? She whispers as I sit down. I salivate at the sandwich sitting on the table. It's just a simple turkey and cheese. Yes. I nod and grab the sandwich and bite into it. I'll keep watch. Kara smiles and stands. I devour the sandwich so quickly that I barely taste it. I nearly choke the last piece down as I hear Dmitry's voice in the hallway. He's with Jared, Kara says while brushing away the crumbs. I brush my clothes and pick up a book to pretend to be reading. The scent of bourbon makes me shudder as Dmitry steps into the library with his beta, Jared. Hey, sweetheart. Jared greets Kara. I keep staring at my book, not even knowing what it is. Are you not going to greet me? Dmitry demands. Sorry, dear, I was really into this chapter, I state and close the book. You were really into woodworking? He eyes the book. Yeah, I mutter. He sniffs the air. I smell turkey. I had a turkey sandwich. Kara grins. Dmitry flicks his cold eyes to me. You didn't eat the sandwich, did you? I shake my head. No, dear. He grasps my chin and leans in. His nostrils flare as he inhales. You better not stray off the plan. I can't have a chubby Luna. I know, I say. He lets me go. Good. Let's go, Beta. He says to Jared and walks out of the library. I sigh with relief and sit back down. I hate that man, I whisper out loud. Kara says nothing as she sits beside me and slides a pack of Oreos towards me. We remain in the library until she has to pick up her pups from school. I walk around the pack house and wind up on the alpha floor. I have to do some calisthenics as part of my schedule, so I approach Dmitry's room. Arya whimpers, and I feel a sharp pain in my chest. As I near the bedroom, I hear moaning. I open the door to find Dmitry naked in bed with Cassandra. I let out a gasp, and they stop. What are you doing? Dmitry growls as Cassandra smirks. I was coming to do my exercises, I state. Out! Do your exercises elsewhere, he orders me. What is this? I gesture to Cassandra. I am the alpha. I may f*** whomever I want. Now get out. You may not sleep here tonight, he grins. I tear up as I turn to leave the bedroom. This is my life, I think to myself as I listen to my mate having sex with another woman. The pain is almost too much as I go to the living room to exercise. This is my life now. I repeat as I cry through my calisthenics. This is my life. Samantha. My body aches as I sit on the cold exam table. I am waiting for yet another negative pregnancy test so I can be raped and beaten once again. It's been 3 long years since I became the Luna of Shadowwoods. 3 years of abuse and isolation. I have forgotten the person I was before I came here. I have only spoken to my family twice in the 3 years, and each time Dmitry had to listen in, so I couldn't tell them the truth. Dr. Dale's shoe saunters in, looking at a paper, and I sigh. He is silent for a moment. Just tell me it's negative so I can get back to work, I mutter and hold my hand out. Despite everything, Dmitry does allow me to work with the pack members. I am allowed to do food drives and ensure everyone is fed and cared for. The pack responds to me, and I have grown fond of them. The doctor chews on his cheek. We ran the test 3 times. He hands me the paperwork. I narrow my eyes at him as I look at the papers. I see the word positive on it. Positive? I look at him and he nods. Come on, Dale, I snort. Test me again. We can do that, Luna. But I believe it's accurate, Dr. Shu grins. Congratulations. I sigh as I stare at the paper. I am finally pregnant. After 3 long years of torture, I am pregnant. I can only hope I will have peace now. Let me tell Dmitry, all right? Dr. Shu nods. Yes, Luna. And tell anyone else who knows to keep quiet, please. I smile. Yes, ma'am. He keeps smiling. I hope you give us a strong heir. Me too, I sigh as I slide off the table. I fold the papers and pocket them before leaving the room. I walk outside to my car. I'm going to the Omega Village to check on everyone. I need to make sure the work orders on their houses are being fulfilled. Soft rock plays as I drive. My mind is in a million places as I think about the pup growing in my belly. I hate that he is going to grow up with such a horrible father. I know he will grow to be just like Dmitry. I have accepted that the goddess hates me, and that's why I got Dmitry. I am mostly alone, save for a few friends like Kara. My wolf doesn't even talk anymore. She, too, believes she is being punished. I park on the street in front of the local grocery store, and several people walk up to me. Good morning, Luna. An elderly woman named Ursula greets me. She is sort of the unofficial mayor of the Omega Village. Ursula, I nod. How is it going? Oh, the roofers have started on the Smith house, she replies. That's good to hear, I say as I walk into an empty storefront we use for meetings. Hello, everyone. I greet the others. I hope you are all having a good morning, I say as I sit on a chair facing the small crowd. Ursula hands me a cup of coffee, and I hesitate to drink it. What's wrong? Ursula asks. It's your favorite. Nothing is wrong, I smile, take a small sip, and set the mug down. I look out at the Omegas. So, who is first? I ask and pull out my trusty notebook. A man steps toward me wearing battered coveralls. I have seen him in the village, but he has yet to speak to me. Luna? He bows. I am Carl Best. I do landscaping around the territory for the ranked members, he explains. My mate and I have 5 pups. Wow, I laugh. We only have a 2-bedroom house and another pup on the way. He continues, I would like to know if there are any larger houses available. I will have to look into it, Carl, I say as I write down his name. Fill out this form. Ursula slides a paper towards him. We will get back to you as soon as we can. Carl takes the paper, and another man steps forward. Luna, he grins. I spend about 2 hours caring for pack members and hearing their concerns. I feel good about making sure they are all taken care of with the limited budget that Dmitry allows. As I gather my paperwork, I feel the familiar pain of Dmitry Cassandra or another woman. It's a daily occurrence. I take a few deep breaths as I stumble out of the building. Are you okay, Luna? Ursula asks me. I'll be fine, I say as I load my car. Thank you. I smile at her and start the car. I have a hard time driving and have to stop until the pain is over. I hope it doesn't affect the pup. Come on, Dmitry, I groan. The pain finally stops, and I continue back to the pack house. I walk into my small office, which used to be a broom closet. It has a desk with a ratty old chair, a computer, and a filing cabinet. There are some little trinkets I have used to decorate it. I sit on the chair and pull out the paper Dr. Shu gave me. I wonder how to tell Dmitry that I am finally pregnant. A rough knock on the door makes me jump, and Dmitry pokes his head in. I see you are back from kissing the poor, he snorts. I feign a smile as I look up at his face. He is no longer handsome to me. It's like staring at the devil. You don't have to pretend to smile, he grumbles. I know you hate me. I look at the desk. Did you need something? A low growl shakes the wall. You are beneath me. He steps toward me and touches my cheek. Stand. I take a breath and do as he says. I look into his cold, dark eyes. He touches my cheek. I need you to come outside. Why? I blurt out, and he growls again. Sorry, I hang my head. Dmitry steps out of the office and I follow him. I get a strange feeling as Arya makes a rare sound. What's going on? I ask my sullen wolf. She says nothing. We get outside and everyone is there. Dmitry's parents and sister are standing beside a podium while Cassandra looks at me with her ugly grin. She is wearing a fancy gown. Stand here, Dmitry points. I do as he says and look around. Tatiana and Irina are giving me grins that send shivers down my spine. Elder Ronald Hoover steps out of a town car I just now notice. He looks sullen as he approaches Dmitry and his father. Let's get started. Kostya looks at me. Kara is standing beside Jared with tears in her eyes. I want to talk to her, but I know Dmitry will listen to our conversation. Dmitry steps towards the podium. Samantha Volkov. He looks at me. You are my Luna, fated mate. You have become a decent Luna. The pack seems to love you, but you have failed me in the most important aspect. He nods at Cassandra, who steps towards him. He clasps her hand. You have failed to produce an heir. The future of a pack depends on the Luna to provide a strong heir for her alpha. My heart drops as he speaks. I must fight tears. From this day forth, you will be stripped of your title and banished from Shadowwoods, he says with near elation in his tone. I should have named Cassandra Beck Luna a long time ago. Cassandra coos, Oh, Dmitry, she slides her hand down his cheek. Elder Hoover, please perform the ceremony, Dmitry nods. Elder Hoover looks at me. I am sorry, Samantha, he whispers as he grabs my hand. With a quick movement, he slices into my palm and squeezes out blood that drops to the ground. I, Ronald Hoover, Elder of the Werewolf Kingdom, declare that you, Samantha Volkov, are no longer the Luna of Shadowwood's pack, he says, and I feel a great pain spread through my body. I drop to my knees and look up at Dmitry. He stands over me with a dark smile, with his hand in Cassandra's. I, Dmitry Alexander Volkov, reject you, Samantha Arlene Volkov, as my mate and Luna. You are hereby banished from Shadowwood's pack, he says so easily. The pack bond severs, and I cry out in pain as Cassandra laughs along with Irina and Tatiana. I remain on the ground for a minute. I, Dmitry Alexander Volkov, choose Cassandra Elaine Beck to be my Luna, Dmitry says. He looks at me. Get off the ground. You have 15 minutes to pack and leave this land. Kara walks over and helps me to my feet. I want to cry, but I refuse to give them the satisfaction. I'll help you pack, she says. I say nothing as we head into the pack house. Oh, Samantha. Tatiana stops in front of me. I think you should know that I had hope for you. She pats my shoulder. But in the end, Cassandra is the right choice. I say nothing and walk away from her. Oh, and by the way, Cassandra is pregnant, Tatiana says with a cold laugh. I keep walking and not looking back. Not even when I listen to Elder Hoover swear Cassandra in as Luna. I hurry to my little office and grab the paper off the desk. I rip it to shreds and drop it into the trash can. What was that? Kara asks. I say nothing as I pick up a few trinkets I want. I need a ride home. I pray that my family will let me return to Crimson Crest. You are pregnant, aren't you? She guesses. I shrug. Does it matter? You are carrying the heir, Kara says. No, Cassandra is. I touch my belly. This is my child and only mine. I leave the office. You can tell Dmitry or not. I don't care. Luna, a female Omega, runs up to me. Please don't leave, she pleads. I am not your Luna, I mutter and walk away from her. Other Omegas and pack members are gathered in the hall. They all look at me through their tears. Some plead with me not to leave. I say nothing as I make my way up to the Alpha floor. I go into the bedroom and pack a few things. I don't have much here. A car is waiting in the front as I get outside. A few Omegas are waiting for me, including Ursula. You can't leave, she sniffles. I have been banished, I state. I will miss you, Kara says. I will miss you too. I say and toss my bag into the car's trunk, but at least I'll get to see my family again. I hug Kara before getting into the car. Crimson Crest, I say to the driver. Omegas are gathered in the street as we drive out of Shadow Woods. I feel bad for leaving them, but I am glad to be free. There is still pain from the rejection, but I do not feel sad. Arya even sounds happy as we cross the border. We got this, Arya, I tell her. We will raise this pup ourselves. We can do it, Sam, she says in a tone I haven't heard her use in years. Are you back? I ask her. I am back, she says happily. I settle in for the long ride and cry when the terrain becomes familiar. We pull up to the familiar gates and a guard steps out. James, I say as he pokes his head into the driver's window. Samantha, he says, what are you doing here? I have come home, I say with tears. Go on in, he points and steps back. It takes another 10 minutes to reach the house. Tears are streaming down my face as the car stops. I pay the driver and get out. My parents are waiting for me, along with Marcus, Charlene, and 2 young pups. Samantha, my mother holds her arms out to me. What happened? I'm home, Mom. I'm home. I fall into her arms and sob. Samantha. Samantha, my mother breathes out. My goddess, what happened? I pull back to look her in the eyes. I missed you so much, I blubber. Samantha, my father puts his hand on my back, and I fall into his arms. Daddy, I cry. Sam? I hear Marcus's voice, and I sob louder. It has been a year since I have heard any of their voices and 3 since I have touched them. Honey, let's go inside, my father insists. I let go of him to look at my brother. He seems to have grown in the last 3 years. His mate, Charlene, stands beside him with a little boy in front of her and a girl on her hip. Is that Finley? I point to the little boy. It is, Charlene responds with a smile. I step towards my nephew, who leans into his mother. I finally get to meet you, I cry. I sniffle and look at the little girl. She seems little more than a year old. This is Arabella, Charlene seems to know what I am asking. They are beautiful, I cry. Sam? Marcus puts his arm around me. Let's go inside and find out what is going on. I lean in to my big brother. It's so nice seeing him again. I missed you, Mark, I mutter. He squeezes me and kisses the top of my head. I missed you too, little sis. As we walk through the pack house, more tears fall as my lifetime of good memories flow back to me. I never thought I would see it again. We enter my father's office, which still smells of leather and cigars. I run over and flop on the old leather couches my grandfather bought long before I was born. Samantha, Mom taps my butt. I sit up and lean into the cushions. Mom hands me a bottle of water and some tissues while everyone sits around the couch. I notice Marcus goes behind the desk. Wait, Marcus, are you Alpha now? I look between him and Dad. Marcus gives me a slight smile. Yes. I missed you becoming alpha? I nearly shout and start sobbing. He wouldn't let me see any of you, that son of a I scream. Samantha, Mom pats my thigh. Please calm down, sweetie. I lean against her and she embraces me. I sob into her chest while she strokes my back. I'm sorry, Mom. I wipe my tears from my cheeks and blow my nose. I am so sorry. Honey, talk to us. Mom touches my cheek. I open the water bottle and take a long swig. Dmitry, I choke up saying his name. Despite hating him, the rejection still hurts. Dmitry rejected me and banished me from Shadowwoods. What? Mom gasps. He rejected you? Dad growls. It's okay, I sigh. I hate that asshole, I grumble angrily. I hate him so much. What happened? Mom pleads. We never heard from you. Dmitry always said you were busy or unavailable, Dad counters. He told me that you all were in the past, I say sadly. I needed to forget you and only serve him, I say with a bitter taste in my mouth. I swear the goddess hates me. Why would you say that? Mom says. She cursed me with Dmitry Volkov, I say with anger. I don't understand what I did wrong. You did nothing wrong, Sam, Marcus says from the desk. The goddess pairs us with whom she feels we belong to, he says. She felt I belonged with an abusive monster. I stand and yell. All he did was starve, beat, and I pause. He raped me the first night we met. My mother gasps while my father growls with an intensity I never heard before. I knew it, Dad yells. I knew that sick son of a hurt you. I will kill him. Calm down, John, Mom grabs his arm. I will not calm down, Natalie. Dad pulls away from her. Dmitry Volkov hurt our daughter. Tears well up in my mother's eyes. I know, she mutters. Can King Bo do anything about it? Marcus asks. I let out a dry laugh. Bo is king now? Yeah, Marcus says with a chuckle. Does he have a mate? I wonder. Yes, she is lovely, Mom adds. Who is it? I ask. Her name is Stephanie. She is from a small pack up north or something. Marcus shrugs. Can we get back to the problem at hand? Dad demands. Dmitry raped and beat you? I nod as my mood drops again. I was also starved because they felt I was too fat. I thought you looked too thin, Mom snorts. You were never fat. He needed an heir and I trail off. He rejected you because you couldn't get pregnant? Mom asks. I nod. Yeah, but I hesitate to say anything else. But I am pregnant now. Mom's eyes get big. Samantha. Does Dmitry know? Dad asks. I shake my head. No, he rejected and banished me before I could tell him. I sigh. Screw him. This is my baby. I wrap my arms around my belly. Samantha, this is a problem. Dad pinches the bridge of his nose. No, it's not, John, Mom argues. Dmitry rejected and banished her, so he rejected the pup. It's still his child, Natalie, Dad grumbles. I am not giving up my pup, Dad, I protest. I suffered so much. I know, sweetheart, but unfortunately Dmitry Volkov still has a right to his child, Dad states. I sit back and cover my face with my hand. Honey, you need rest. Mom touches my hand. Why don't you go up to your room? I look at her from between my fingers. Really? We haven't changed anything, Mom smiles, and I start crying. Mom, I fall into her arms again. Oh, my sweet girl, she strokes my back. Are you hungry? I look at her and nod vigorously. Gods, you have no idea. I'll have the kitchen send up some food. She smiles and strokes my hair. We rise from the couch, and I lean on my mother. We'll call King Bo and discuss the matter, Dad tells me. I would like to go to that pack of his and destroy it. Don't, I say. The pack doesn't deserve it. They are good people. I frown as the pack members were the only good in that hellhole. Dad smiles and touches my shoulder. Sounds like you were a good Luna. I manage a small smile as Mom helps me out of the office. On the way out, we run into Sean and Gavin. Sam, Sean grins at me. I heard you were back. He looks me up and down. You look different. 3 years of hell will do that, I mutter. Sean frowns. What? It's a long story, I sigh. Oh, well, I'm glad you are back. Lydia sure misses the hell out of you, he says. My heart leaps at hearing my best friend's name. Oh, gods, Lydia, I say as fresh tears fall. Sean looks at my mother. I'm sorry. It's okay, hun. Mom pats his arm. I smile at Gavin. It's good to see you, Sam, Gavin smiles. I can't wait for you to meet my mate. You can all catch up later, Mom says. Samantha needs her rest. Bye, Sam. Sean waves as we walk away. I take it they are Beta and Gamma? Of course, Mom mutters. I shake my head. I missed so much. It's okay, sweetie, she assures me. You are here now. You are always welcome here. This is your home forever or until you meet your second chance mate. that, I blurt out. I never want another mate for as long as I live. Samantha Arlene Wheeler, Mom admonishes me. A second chance mate isn't something to take lightly. I don't want another mate, Mom, I growl. One was enough. I don't care if I'm alone. I throw my hands up and rush towards the stairs. Samantha, Mom trots behind me. Sweetie? No, Mom, I cross my arms. If I find someone on my own, then so be it. But no way will I let the so-called goddess try to pair me with anyone. Screw mates. Mom stays quiet as we go up to the alpha floor. I walk into my old room and fall to my knees. The smell of my old vanilla candles hit me with a million memories. The tears start fresh as I stand and look around. I am having a hard time taking it all in. The reality hasn't hit me yet that I am home. I fall onto my bed. It still has the same linens from the day I left. I find my old teddy bear that my grandmother had given me and bury my face in it. The scents take me back to happier times. I roll onto my back and touch my belly. We are home, little one, and we are never leaving. Samantha. I have been home for a week now. I am slowly getting back to the person I was before I became Dmitry Volkov's mate. The wounds have healed, but the scars, and not just the physical ones, will always remain. Every night, I have nightmares about Dmitry coming to find me once he realizes I am carrying his son. It's early in the pregnancy, but Arya has confirmed I am having a boy. I wake up with a jolt from my latest nightmare because someone is knocking on my door. I slide out of bed and shuffle towards it. I opened it to Charlene. She makes a face as she looks me up and down. Still in bed? She laughs. Yeah, I say and glance at my clock. Shh, it's almost noon. I laugh. I guess I haven't slept well in years. Charlene gives me a small smile. I shouldn't have woken you, but Marcus needs to talk to you. He tried mind-linking, but you weren't responding. I had been reaccepted into the pack so I could mind-link, but I developed a habit of keeping my inner wall up. I liked having my thoughts to myself again. Sorry, I forgot to lower my walls. It's all right, my sister-in-law nods. Just don't take too long. You know how your brother gets. I laugh. Yeah, tell him I'll be down in 5. Charlene nodded, and I closed the door. I walk over to my bed and flop down. I want to keep sleeping. Between pregnancy and getting over trauma, I am exhausted. Everyone has been walking on eggshells when they ask about my time at Shadowwoods. I finally get up and wander into my closet to throw on a pair of my old jeans and a t-shirt. I comb my unruly hair and head out. You look good, Arya says. She has become more vocal in the last week. She told me that Dmitry's wolf, Fedor, had ordered her to be silent and obedient, so that's what she did. He's gone from our lives, I remind her. Maybe not permanently, Arya sighs. We may be far away, but eventually Fedor will sense he has a son. I try not to let that damper my mood. I get downstairs and see a familiar sight walking into the pack house. Lydia? I shout as I see my best friend for the first time in 3 years. We have spoken on the phone almost every day since I got home. Samantha, she screams. Lydia is standing beside her mate, holding a pup on her hip. She passes the pup to her mate before running towards me with tears running down her cheeks. Samantha, she cries as she crashes into me. We nearly fall to the floor as we embrace. My own tears fall as I hug her. Mommy? I hear a little boy's voice. I look past Lydia to see her mate, Jerome, holding a baby girl while a little boy clings to him. Hi, Jerome, I greet him while still holding Lydia. Hello, Samantha. Jerome flashes a brilliant smile at me. Daddy, who is that? The little boy asks him. That is Mommy's best friend, Dean, Jerome answers. I let out a laugh. Of course, you named your son Dean. Lydia pulls back and narrows her eyes at me as she reaches for the boy. Are you making fun of his name? No, of course not, I laugh. It's just, I look at Jerome, the whole supernatural thing. Jerome laughs loudly, scaring the little girl in his arms. Oh, I am well aware of the supernatural thing, Samantha. Does she still have his posters on the wall? I ask. Samantha, Lydia whines and takes her crying daughter into her arms. I was just giving you a hard time, I say, looking at her daughter. She has your eyes, Lydia. Lydia manages to smile. This is Quinn. I smile at the baby. She's gorgeous, I say and touch my belly. I can't wait for your son to be born. Our kids will grow up together, Lydia says. Samantha, I hear my brother's voice boom down the hall. I turn to see him approaching us. Sean and Gavin are a few feet behind, and then there is someone else. Bo! I squeal and run over to hug him. I hardly notice the woman beside him as he embraces me. "Hey, Sam," Beau greets me. I pull back and look him up and down. He is wearing a fine suit with his medals and sash across it. "Sorry," I shake my head. "I forgot you are the king now." "I am still your friend, Samantha," Beau smiles. He gestures to the pregnant blonde-haired woman beside him. "This is Stephanie, my queen." My eyes widen as I look at her. I am so sorry for hugging him like that. Stephanie smiles at me. "It's fine. Beau told me all about how close you two were." She leans forward. "He even told me about your crush." I laugh. "It was a mutual crush." Beau holds his hands up as Stephanie laughs. "It's fine, really." She holds her hand out to me and clasps it. "You are a lot prettier than I expected." "Are you kidding?" I laugh. "You are gorgeous." "Damn, Beau," I slap his arm. "You got yourself a hottie." "Sam?" Marcus speaks up. "It's okay, Marcus," Beau laughs. I look at Stephanie's belly. "Congratulations on your future prince." Stephanie smooths her belly. "It's a girl." "Really?" I look at Beau. "I couldn't be happier," Beau grins at his mate. Marcus clears his throat. "Right, we are here to discuss your situation with Alpha Volkov," Beau says in a serious tone. My excitement turns sour and I shudder. "You mean my former mate?" I spat with bitterness. "Hey, Sam." Lydia taps my shoulder. "I'll see you later, all right? I have to go find my mother." "She is with Natalie and Rita by the pool," Sean tells her. "Let's go to the meeting room," Marcus suggests. I sigh and look at Lydia. "I'll see you later," I say with a hug. I touch her daughter's toes and wave. Marcus turns, and we all follow him to the meeting room. My father is in there with Lydia and Sean's father, Hugo. "Hi, sweetie," Dad greets me. "Have a seat," he gestures. I huff and sit down. I grab the water pitcher sitting in the middle and pour myself some water. I gulp it down as everyone else sits down. "Sam," Marcus grumbles. I look up at my brother. He is sitting next to Beau. "As I mentioned before, Alpha Wheeler spoke to me about what happened between you and Alpha Volkov," he explains, and I shudder. "I need to hear your side, Samantha." Instinctively, I touch my belly. Already, I am hopelessly obsessed with my unborn son. He is my everything, and I will fight tooth and nail not to give him up. I take another long sip of water before looking at Beau. "What is there to say that hasn't already been said? The abuse started from day one. He marked me without consent and then raped me. He took me away from my family. I was starved because I was deemed too fat. I was beaten and raped again every time I tested negative on a pregnancy test," I say as the bitterness in my heart grows. "It is apparent to me that the moon goddess hates me. Everyone else got mates they love, but I was punished." "Sam?" Dad speaks up. "Don't speak about our goddess like that. She has a reason for everything she does." "What reason did she have to give me a mate that raped me?" I yell at him. Everyone else is silent. My father presses his lips together. "Someday." "Someday, Dad," I spat. "I am done with mates. I'm going to raise my child on my own." I declare and look at Beau. "If you try to make me give him back to Dmitry, I will run." "I am not going to do that, Samantha," Beau responds. "But Dmitry Volkov does have a right." "He has no right," I yell and slam my hands on the table. "He rejected me." "Sit down, Samantha," Dad says through gritted teeth. Beau rubs his forehead. "Look, I will speak with the council on what to do. I believe, due to your account of abuse, that we cannot force you to give the child back." "He has another child on the way," I mention. "Okay," Beau leans back in the chair. "Does he know about the one you are carrying?" "I don't know. I didn't tell him anything, but the doctor who performed the test may have," I explain. "Okay, that's all I needed to know," Beau concludes and rises to his feet. "That's it?" I scoff. "Well, I must talk to the council. At the most, Alpha Volkov will be sanctioned and his pack may be booted from the kingdom," Beau explains. "What about the abuse?" I cry. Beau presses his lips together. "I would like to string the son of a upside down and beat him senseless with a silver-laced whip. But unfortunately, I still have laws to follow, Sam, and the laws haven't quite caught up with the humans where we punish mate abuse." "I intend to change that," Stephanie chimes in. "For now, don't worry about Alpha Volkov taking your child. I will advocate for him to be banned from coming anywhere near this pack," Beau explains. "How about we don't even tell him?" I speak. "Pretend you heard nothing about it." Beau sighs, "I shouldn't do that." "For God's sake, Beau, you are the king," I yell. "Samantha," Dad barks at me. Beau holds his hand up and looks at his mate. They exchange a silent conversation. He turns to me. What child? I can't help but smile at Stephanie. I sense that she and I will be good friends. I will just play as I was unaware until after we sanction Shadowwoods, Beau explains. I walk around the table and hug my friend. Thank you. Don't mention it. Beau touches my back. He pulls back and looks me in the eyes. Seriously, don't mention it. I nod in acknowledgement. Beau adjusts his suit. I must go now. There are other meetings I have to attend to. Being king is fun, isn't it, buddy? I smirk. We walk out of the meeting room and toward the door. Stephanie walks beside me. So, you are having a boy? She points to my still flat belly, and I nod. I hope our pups will be friends like you and Beau. She touches her round belly. I hope so too, I say. After Beau and Stephanie left, I wandered through the pack house. I find Lydia with our mothers outside in the garden gazebo. How did it go? Lydia asks me. Great, I say as I sit beside her. A week later, I learned that the council had sanctioned Shadowwoods, and they were no longer members of the kingdom. I feel a cold sense of satisfaction. I also know that Dmitry will be out for vengeance once he learns I am carrying his son. For now, I will do my best to live my life. I move out of the main house and find a nice cabin close to the small town outside the pack. I get a job in a diner run by a pack member and work to build my life and prepare for my son's birth. Samantha. Push, Samantha, Dr. Elsa Cruz says. I can't, I shout as the pain of pushing is becoming too much for me. You can do this, baby, my mother says. She is right beside me, holding my hand while Lydia is on my other side. Mom, I whine. I can't. You can do anything, Samantha, Mom encourages me. Just one more push, and he will be here, Dr. Cruz says. It's been 6 months since I was banished from Shadowwoods. 6 months of freedom and getting my life back together. I have been working at a diner on the highway just outside the territory. I live in a tiny 2-bedroom cabin that will be just right for the baby and me. Mom has said she can babysit while I work. My boss, Deb, has also offered to babysit when I work, so it's all working out for me. I still have nightmares of my 3 years of hell, but that is the only negative. Push, Dr. Cruz shouts. Oh my gods, I scream as I bear down. Mom and Lydia are holding my legs as I push. I can't, I cry. You can't wait to meet this little boy, Mom strokes my forehead. I push and scream until finally my son comes into the world. Dr. Cruz sets him on the towel on my stomach. He screams as I look him over. Oh, Samantha, Mom coos. He's beautiful. I hold him tight. He is mine. Hi, I manage to say to the screaming infant. Let me take a look at this guy, Dr. Cruz says and gently picks him up. A low growl falls out of me as she walks away. My mother and Lydia both laugh. I felt the same way when the doctors took either one of my pups to clean them up, Lydia pats my arm. He's mine, I snarl. Mom strokes my arm. Yes, sweetheart. The doctor returned minutes later with my son in a blue bundle. She gently places him in my arms, and every ounce of love I feel for him pours out of me. I stare into his deep blue eyes. Hello, Cade, I say as I take in his scent. Cade, Mom repeats. Cade Elliott Wheeler, I announce. You named him after my dad, Mom smiles. Grampy was the best, I say, remembering my grandfather. We'll give you two a few minutes before I let in the rest of the family, Mom says, kissing my forehead. She touches Cade's cheek and smiles before exiting the room with Lydia. I spend a few minutes just staring at my son. You are so beautiful, I say to him. I'm sorry that you don't have a dad. Well, you have a dad, but he is awful and will never meet you. You do have a grandfather who will adore you, an uncle who said he would be like a dad to you, and lots of cousins to grow up with. It won't be easy, my son, but we will make it, I say to him. Cade makes a faint coo before closing his eyes. Sleep, I kiss his forehead. Minutes later, my mother came in with my father and other family members. Hi, sweetie. Dad greets me with a bouquet of pink and blue tulips, which he sets on the bed. Want to meet your new grandson? I say to him. Dad takes Cade into his arms and looks at him with a huge smile. Oh, Sam, he grins. Look at this little one, Nat, he says to Mom. Mom leans over my father and touches the baby. He is quite the handsome guy. Charlene looked at me and set a blue teddy bear on my lap. You did good, Sam. I can't wait till he can play with his cousins. I can't wait for that either, I remark. Cade is passed around my family, each one imprinting their love on him. I pray he will never have to meet Dmitry. The last thing he needs is that kind of hatred and negativity in his life. Everyone stays for an hour before a nurse shoos them out. I am left alone with Cade in a little crib beside my bed. I place a hand on him as I fall asleep. "Welcome to the world," I whisper. Dmitry, it has been a rough 6 months. My pack was kicked out of the kingdom, and it has been hell trying to rebuild what we lost in revenue. Some packs have continued doing business with us, but most severed their alliances when they heard why we were sanctioned. I tried to appeal, but King Bo insisted that abusing my mate was a serious offense. I don't believe I abused her. She was my mate. I was allowed to do with her as I pleased. I slapped her when she didn't do as she was supposed to. It had been vital for her to give me an heir. That is what a mate's duty is to their alpha. "Dmitry," Mama mind links me. "Cassandra is in labor," she states. "So I have work to do," I snort. "Tell me when the child has arrived." "Okay," she mutters and cuts the link. I get back to work, and it seems like hours before I finally hear something. I rise from the desk and stumble out of the office. I rush to the hospital to meet my son. My family and Cassandra's family are gathered in the waiting room. "It's about time you got here," Darnell mutters. I narrowed my eyes at him. I had work to do. "Are you ready to meet your pup?" Mama asks in a strange tone. "Where is he?" I demand. Mama leads me down a hall to the nursery, and I see a lone crib in the room with an infant wrapped in a pink blanket. "Where is my son?" I growl. Mama points out, "That is your daughter, Dmitry." Rage fills me. "What do you mean, daughter?" I yell. "Cassandra had a girl," she responds. "No!" I roar. I stomp down the hall to Cassandra's room. She is lying in a bed talking to her mother, Allison. "Where is my son?" I bellow. Cassandra jumps and looks at me. "I am so sorry," she starts to say, but I slap her hard across the face. "How dare you fail me, you—" I scream. "Dmitry," Allison grabs me, but I shove her away, and she falls to the ground. I grab Cassandra's throat. "You were supposed to give me an heir." She sobs, "She can the heir." I slap her again. "No female will be alpha of my pack." I scream and storm out of the room. I stop and look at the tiny pup. My parents walk up to me. "Calm down, son." Papa touches my back. "A daughter is not the end of the world." "How would you feel?" I look at him. "I would be angry, too," he nods. "What now?" I growl. "You try again," he shrugs. I let out another growl as I glare at the creature. "Kill her." I order the nurse and stomp down the hall and out of the hospital. I get outside and let loose an angry howl. Fedor makes a noise in my head. He has been mostly quiet since I rejected Samantha. "What?" I snarl at him. "We have a son," he confesses. "Excuse me?" I mutter. "Did you not see that whelp?" "I did, but that is not what I am talking about," Fedor explains. "We have a son." The wheels turn in my head as I figure out what he is talking about. Then it hits me. "Samantha?" "She was pregnant the day you rejected her," he confides. "Why didn't you tell me?" I demand. "I was angry that you rejected my mate," Fedor snarls. "But you wanted her gone too," I groan. "No wolf truly wants their mate gone," he says. "But if you want our son, pay her a visit." "Yes," I pound my fist in my hand. "I will get my son," I say, and make my way into the pack house. Jared is waiting for me when I get to the office. I need a car and some warriors ready in 5 minutes. But I'm going on a trip. Jared narrows his eyes at me. "Where?" "Crimson Crest. I am getting my son and bringing him home." "Samantha." Cade coos as I nurse him. He is exactly 1 week old today and growing fast. I am sitting in the living room of my little cabin with my mom and Charlene. Charlene bounces her daughter on her knee while my nephew plays on the floor. "He has such bright blue eyes," Mom mentions. "I hope he keeps them," I sigh, knowing he will most likely get his father's dark, soulless eyes. Mom pats my arm as we sit and watch TV. She has moved into the house to help me care for Cade. Dad and Marcus come over as well. I am happy to have my family here. "I hope you find a second chance, mate," Mom says, and I scoff loud enough to make Cade tear up. "Mom," I look at my son. "I'm sorry, sweetie." "Why are you getting mad? Having a mate is inevitable," she states. "Yeah, and look where that got me," I grumble. "I will wear the scars of having a mate for the rest of my life. I don't want another mate, Mom. I can raise Cade on my own." "I know, dear," Mom sighs. "You know your father, and I will always be here for you. But you can't be alone. No one wants to be alone forever, Samantha." Cade finishes nursing and starts to whimper. I let Mom take him to burp. I stand up and wander into the kitchen for a bottle of juice. You know your mom is right. Charlene's voice makes me jump. She is standing behind me with Arabella on her hip. I take a long swig of the juice and look at her. Not everyone got the fairy tale you did with Marcus. I had a nightmare. I never want to go through that again. You may get the fairy tale, Sam, my sister-in-law mentions, and it couldn't have been that bad. I look at the bottle in my hand. I miss the pack I was helping, or so I thought. You do get attached, she nods. I may not have been born in this pack, but I feel like I have been here my whole life. You are a good Luna, I smile at her. And I'm sure you will be a good Luna again someday, Charlene counters. I rolled my eyes and wandered into the living room, just as a loud knock on the door scared all three pups. Mom and Charlene did their best to hush them as I opened the door. 2 guards that I have known my whole life are outside. What's up, guys? The guards both bow as James steps forward. We are sorry to disturb you all, but Alpha Marcus has ordered us to bring you all to the pack house. Why? I ask. Alpha didn't say why. He just said it was for your safety. James explains. I look at Charlene and she appears to be mind-linking Marcus. Marcus just says there is a problem at the border, Charlene shrugs as she gathers Finley and Arabella. I sigh and take Cade from my mom. We follow James and the other guard, Bert, out to their truck. Arya becomes restless as we drive to the pack house. I get a bad feeling as we are ushered into the house. Dad is waiting for us in the foyer. What's going on, John? Mom asks. He looks at her and then at me. There is a problem at the gate. It's Dmitry, isn't it? I demand. Dad presses his lips together. Dad? I whine. Yes, it is. He is at the gate demanding your son, Dad confesses. Dmitry is not getting Cade, I yell, making my son cry again. We aren't going to let him, Sam, Dad says. We better warriors and the king on our side. Don't worry, Marcus will handle it. I fume for a second as I try to comfort Cade, but he keeps crying. Samantha, calm down, Mom huffs and tries to take Cade from me, but I growl. He's not going to stop crying while you are fuming. Just let me have him and calm down. I reluctantly let her have Cade. I pace. Dmitry is not getting him, I cry. He's not going to get him. Dad pulls me into his arms. I lean into him and sob into his chest. Dad? It will be okay, honey. Cade is not going anywhere, he assures me. Why did the goddess curse me, I cry. Why does she hate me? I whine. Samantha, Mom hisses, don't talk like that. It's true, Mom. It's like, why did I get mated to Dmitry if she doesn't hate me? Everyone else got someone wonderful, and I trail off and sob into my father's chest a little longer. Dmitry is getting quite combative, Dad sighs. I am going to try and help. I'm coming too, I demand as he lets me go. No, Samantha. Stay here. Dad grasps my shoulder. Dad, I growl. Stay here, Samantha, he repeats with more authority. I start to argue, but he and Mom both give me the look. I look at the ground as he walks away from us. I stand staring at the door for a moment, listening to Cade coo in my mother's arms. My instinct and Wolf are telling me to follow Dad to the border and shut Dmitry up myself, but I also know I need to trust Marcus and our father to keep Dmitry from getting Cade. Beau had told us that Dmitry has no right to Cade since he rejected me. Still, I pace. Mom and Charlene try to get me to calm down, but I end up going outside. Don't go to the border, Mom yells after me. I stand outside as my heart thrums against my chest. Arya paces in my head, whining and whimpering. She hates that Fedor is nearby. He had kept her in a mental cage for 3 years. He is not getting our pup, she says repeatedly. Finally, when I thought I would go nuts, I saw Marcus returning with Dad and the others. Marcus walks straight up to me, wearing his serious brother face. He's not gone, is he? I speak. No, he's gone. Marcus responds, but he threatened us with war in the works. He won't beat us, Dad adds. I don't want a war to break out, I mutter. There won't be a war, Marcus says. Beau has said he'll send his troops in a heartbeat if we need them, and Dmitry Volkov is not strong enough to beat us. Don't underestimate him, Marcus, I say. He has his ways. He doesn't have many allies anymore, Sam, Marcus touches my shoulder. You are safe for now, Dad says. But I think you and Cade should move back into the pack house. I shake my head. No, Dad, I like my cabin. I know you do, sweetheart, but it's too close to the border, Dad explains. We want you to stay safe. It will be fine, Daddy, I say and turn to walk back into the house. Mom is still holding Cade, and I take him from her. I'm going home now. What? Mom complains. You can't go back to the cabin. I'll be fine, Mom. I huff and head for the door. Samantha, Dad grabs my arm. Please stay here for the night. Dad, I mutter. Please for me? Dad pleads with me. I look between him and Mom. It will give me time to reinforce the border near your cabin, Marcus adds. I'm your brother, and I just want you safe, Sam. I love you, and I love Cade. I don't want anything to happen to you two. I can't help but melt at my brother's words. He and I have always been like best friends. Damn it, Marcus, you are making me cry, I say as my eyes well up with tears. Good, so you will stay for the night? He grins. Yes, I huff. Good, Marcus nods. Vasef, I just need a few things from the cabin, I say. I'll have James and Bert drive you there, Marcus responds. I'll watch Cade. Mom reaches for him again. Her face lights up as I place my son in her arms. Who is my sweet Katie Poo? James and Bert are waiting for you outside, Marcus points out. I nod and walk out of the house. I hop into the truck. Is everything okay, Sam? James turns to look at me. We heard that your ex-mate was causing trouble at the gate. Everything is fine, James, I sigh. I didn't get to see him, but my brother says he is a scary-looking dude, James states. He is scary, James, I sigh. He is a bad man. He did awful things to me. I sort of get that, James frowns. I remember how you looked that day. You returned. Did I look awful? I say with a dry chuckle. No, of course not, James counters. I just mean you looked like you had gone through hell. I say nothing and look out the window until we arrive at the cabin. I get out, and Arya is instantly on guard. I sniff the air, and the lingering scent of bourbon causes me to freeze. I hear a growl and see that James and Bert are on alert, too. We have to take you back to the pack house. James tries to herd me back to the truck. No, I shake my head and push past him. I need to get some things. Samantha, James grabs my hand. I mind-linked Alpha Marcus and Beta Sean. Bert says, reaching for my other hand. I have to grab my stuff, I say. Just wait outside. I shake free from their grip and stomp toward my house. There is a blue gift box sitting in front of the door. I hesitate to pick it up, but something tells me to. Sam, James runs onto the porch. What's that? I pick up the box and open it. Arya howls at the thick scent of bourbon in the box. Inside, a blue teddy bear is holding a card. I drop the box and bear as I read the note. This isn't over, Samantha. I will have my son, my heir. I will also have you back, my mate. Dmitry. I take a deep breath, crumple the note, and toss it away. He will never get my son. He will have to kill me before he takes Cade. I declare. Holden. 5 years later. The alarm sounds, waking me from a restless slumber. My head throbs as I sit up. I had too much to drink last night again after I kept dreaming about the light gray she-wolf. She has plagued my dreams for a few months. Hyde has become insistent that she is our ever-elusive fated mate. At 32 years old, I have given up hope of having a mate. Everyone around me has a mate, even my little sister Melinda, who has a mate and 4 pups. She's out there, our mate. Hyde speaks up. I ignore him and roll out of bed to start my day. I have a busy schedule ahead, not to mention I have to go to the royal territory for the annual mating ball. King Beau finally talked me into going again. I have avoided it for the last 10 years. I quickly shower and put on my favorite suit, dark blue with a stark white shirt. I look at myself in the mirror and comb my messy brown hair, which my father always insists I cut to look more like him. Once I am done, I go down to the dining hall. My sister greets me with her brood of pups. She is mated to my best friend and beta, Eddie. Good morning, Holden, she grins while juggling her youngest on her hip. Uncle Holden, my eldest nephew Levi, grins at me. I ruffle his light brown hair. What's up, buddy? Are you coming to my spelling bee today? He asks, flashing his hopeful blue eyes at me. I sigh. I don't think so, I answer, and his face falls. I am so sorry, Levi, but I have a busy day. Daddy can't come either, he says with a shaky lip. I feel bad for upsetting him, and I look at my sister. I'm sorry, Mindy. You did say you would go, she says to me. I sigh and walk ahead of them towards the dining hall. Inside, there isn't assigned seating. The ranked members don't sit above the rest of the pack, and everyone, including Omegas, is allowed to eat. I sit at my usual spot next to my parents. Melinda sits at another table with her best friend Lila, who is my Gamma's mate. Hey! Eddie slaps my back on his way to sit with my sister and their brood. I nod at him. What's wrong? Mom asks. I promised Levi that I would go to his spelling bee today, but I will be too busy today, I sigh. He'll be fine, Dad grunts. My father, Winston, has always been the militant, tough love type. He needs to man up and get over it. Pop? He's 9, I argue. Dad grunts again while my mother touches my hand. Levi needs to understand how busy you and his father are running the pack, she smiles. Thanks, Mom, I hate breaking his heart, I sigh. You are going to be such a good father someday. She grins. I roll my eyes. I will never be a father, Mom. The goddess hates. That's why I have no mate. Oh, Holden, Mom huffs. The goddess doesn't hate you, Pop glances at me. Sometimes you must wait. I waited for your mother, he flashes her a rare smile. I say nothing, stand and wander over to the breakfast buffet. Pack members greet me, and I smile at them. How are you this morning, Daisy? I greet the kitchen manager. Oh, Alpha Holden, she smiles. I am doing so well. How is your foot? I ask. She has just had surgery a month ago, and I see she is moving around. You are taking it easy, right? I healed, she laughs. You always check up on me. That's my job, I state. She piles some eggs onto a plate. Here, you are a growing boy, she jokes, handing the plate to me. I take it and smile again. Daisy is the same age as my mother, so she is like an auntie to me. Holden, my Gamma Clint greets me with his youngest son Seth clinging to his leg. I want waffles, Daddy, Seth demands. I will get you waffles, Seth, Clint huffs. What's up, Clint? I ask. Not much. He shakes his head and picks up a plate. Are you looking forward to the ball? I roll my eyes as we move down the line. I pile some bacon and potatoes onto my plate. No, I hate formal events, I mutter. Ah, but you look so darned handsome in your penguin suit, Clint grins. I shake my head and wander over to the coffee bar. I get some black coffee and head back to my table. My friend Everett, the top warrior of the pack, is talking to my father. His son Simon is eating a waffle as I sit down. I smile at the pup. Good morning, Simon. Simon waves but says nothing. Where is Jan this morning? I ask. His mate Jan is the head doctor at the hospital. Oh, Jan had an early surgery, Everett responds. Right, Mrs. Burr's leg surgery, I nod. You always remember things like that, Everett laughs. I couldn't remember all of that. That's why I'm the alpha, I smirk. I quickly ate my breakfast and rose to put my plate away. I pass Clint and Eddie, who appear to be having too much fun. Okay, guys, let's get going, I say. I glance at Levi, who is giving me sad eyes. Good luck at your spelling bee, Eddie says to his son. Levi sighs and nods. I am sorry, Uncle Holden, and I can't be there, Eddie explains. Levi shrugs. Eddie sighs and stands up. He kisses Melinda on the cheek. Where's my kiss? Clint laughs as he kisses his mate. I walk away as all the lovey-dovey stuff makes Hyde whine. Stop crying, I mutter. I want my mate, Hyde whimpers. We don't have a mate, I shake my head. What's with the head shaking? Eddie asks as he and Clint catch up to me. I was just arguing with my wolf, I reply. About your mate? Clint joins in. I don't want to talk about it, I grumble and walk ahead of them. Let's just focus on work. Right, Clint says and exchanges a look with Eddie. Stop mind-linking each other about my lack of a love life, I growl. They both shrug. We weren't, Eddie starts to say, but I snarl and he presses his lips together. We enter my office. I didn't change much in it after I took over the Eagle Creek pack from my father. It has dark masculine wood and leather furniture. I sit behind the desk that my great-grandfather bought. So, what is on today's agenda? Clint asks as he and Eddie sit in front of the desk. First, I must respond to Alpha Dmitry Volkov, I sigh. Are we really going to form an alliance with him? Eddie sputters. I mean, he was kicked out of the kingdom. Yes, but we aren't barred from doing business with him, I point out. I hear he is an asshole, Clint adds. Asshole or not, it may be good for our pack, I explain. I have to disagree, Holden. Eddie sits forward. It can damage our reputation. King Bo likes you, and aligning with an enemy of the kingdom could be a bad look. I pinch the bridge of my nose. I understand, but I have to do what is best for the pack. Well, don't rush into anything, Eddie shrugs. I glare at my beta and stare at the phone sitting on the desk. Alpha Volkov's offer was almost too good to be true. I am inclined to listen to Eddie. He has always had a good head about those things. I will think about it. That's all I ask, Eddie snorts. The phone rings before I can dial it. Alpha Vaughn, I answer. Alpha Vaughn, a Russian-accented voice hisses back. It is Alpha Volkov. Thank you for calling me back. I try to remain polite. Have you considered my offer? He gets to the point. Hyde becomes restless in my head, and I must try to ignore him. Do not make a deal with this man, my wolf growls. I shake my head. I am still considering it, Alpha. I need you to consider now. Me? The other Alpha says with a low growl. I have others waiting for you to make a decision. I have to consider many factors, Alpha, I point out. Are you afraid of your king? He asks in a mocking tone. King Bo is a pussy. I gulp, trying not to respond to his goading. I respect the king. He is not worthy of respect. He kicked my pack out of his precious kingdom because he didn't like how I treated my mate, he snorts. She was my mate. I shudder and wonder about that. I understand, I say. Give me another day or so to consider the offer, Alpha Volkov. You have 2 days. Otherwise, I will go with another Alpha with balls. He growls and hangs up the phone. I let out a long breath before diving into the rest of the workday. Hours later, I am in my room getting ready for the ball. I stare at myself in the mirror. It is a penguin suit, I grumbled as I fixed my bow tie. Holden, Mom knocks on the door and enters. Mom, I mumble, look at how handsome you are, she says while fixing my bow tie. I just know you will find your mate tonight. I say nothing as she fusses. Holden, she lightly taps my cheek. Honey? She pulls my face down to look her in the eyes. Don't give up. She is out there waiting for you. I give her a faint smile. I have to get going. I turn and exit my room with her on my heels. I ignore her sigh and head towards the elevator. The limo awaits me downstairs, in front of our modest pack house. The driver, Parker, smiles as I approach. I smile back. How was your trip? I ask. It was phenomenal, Alpha, Parker responds. Lily was so happy. I bet. I pat his shoulder and slide into the vehicle. A few minutes later, Eddie and Melinda join me in the limo. I pull out my phone and scroll while ignoring my sister, grinning at me. What, Mindy? Are you ready? She giggles. I roll my eyes. For what? To meet her. She covers her mouth. I am not meeting anyone tonight, I say, staring at my phone. Don't give up, Holdy, she says. You sound like Mom, I huff. She says nothing else and chats with Eddie while I play with my phone. She's not wrong, Hyde says, but I ignore him. We make it to the palace and my wolf starts acting up. Maybe tonight is the night. I get out of the limo and walk ahead of Eddie and Mindy. I look around at all the other alphas dragging their daughters into the palace. I sniff the air and nothing rouses my wolf's attention. Another false alarm, I grumble. We get inside and I break off from Eddie and Melinda. I wander around and look at the decorations. I grab a glass of wine from a waiter and sip. The faintest hint of mint in the air makes Hyde whimper. I follow the scent. It gets stronger when I walk onto the balcony. I snort as all I see is a couple of alphas talking to King Bo. They all turn to me, and I just grin like an I turn to leave, but Hyde growls. Don't go yet. I smell her, he insists. There are no hers over there, I growl back. Alpha Vaughn, King Bo says, walking over, looking distinctive in his gold crown and sash. I am so thrilled you finally made it. I fake a smile as I bow to him. I am thrilled to be here, Your Majesty. Are you? King Bo laughs. The scent of mint gets stronger as the other alphas approach me. I recognize one, but I am unfamiliar with the other. Alpha Vaughn, the stranger extends my hand. I have heard so much about you. Really? I scoff, then notice the scent is coming from him. Hyde is making noises, but luckily he didn't declare this man my mate. He has been around our mate, Hyde says with a growl. I am Alpha Marcus Wheeler of Crimson Crest, he states while holding his hand out. Holden. Alpha Holden Vaughn of Eagle Creek Pack. I introduce myself to Alpha Wheeler. The mint scent seems to have faded slightly, but it's still enough to hold Hyde's attention. He touched our mate, he keeps snarling. Knock it off, I snarl back. Holden, the elder Alpha standing beside the king, acknowledges me. Kermit, I nod. Alpha Kermit Tyson of Black Woods is a good friend and ally of Eagle Creek. How is the old man? Kermit asks of my father. Oh, the same old pop, I laugh. Sounds like Winston, he chuckles. So, I was discussing a new opportunity with Alpha Wheeler. I turn my attention back to the younger Alpha. He is grinning like a fool at me. I narrow my eyes but say nothing. I need to know why he smells like my mate, but I don't know how to approach it. Do you use a mint-scented cologne? I blurt out. Alpha Wheeler laughs. What? No, he shakes his head. I nod and step back from him. I just smell mint. Dude, I hope you don't think I am your mate, Alpha Marcus laughs. For one, I don't swing that way. Not that I have a problem with anyone who does, but I also already have a mate. I don't think you are my mate, I grumble. I don't even think my mate exists. That's why I stopped coming to this ball. I glance at Kingbo. Excuse me, gentlemen, I say and bow to the king before walking away. I wander to the bar and order some strong drinks. I find a table in some corner and sit. I stare out the huge windows as I drink my sorrows away. A lovely young woman saunters towards me. She looks to be barely 18 as she flutters her eyes at me. Hello, she says in a soft voice. May I sit with you? I shrugged and gestured to the other chair. Sure. I'm Charity Collins, she squeals. My daddy is Alpha of Terrace Hills. George Collins, I ask, and she nods. I know him, I say, trying not to make a face. I am not the least bit fond of him. I am looking for my mate, she grins. I am not your mate, I mutter and sip my drink. Charity shrugs. I know, but I was hoping. I am not going to sleep with you, Charity, I interrupt her. Save yourself for your mate. I down the rest of my drink and rise from the table. Charity springs to her feet and tries to paw me. Please, just sit with me. I shake my head. No, I grunt and walk away. Alpha Vaughn, Alpha Wheeler calls and walks over to me. The mint scent coming from his riles hide up again. My wolf growls in my head, and it's hard to hear anything else. Shut up, I growl at him. I can't hear myself think. I look at Alpha Wheeler. Can I help you with something? I ask him. I wanted to talk to you about something, he states. I am working on an alliance and deal with Alpha Tyson, and he recommended that I speak with you about joining. Did he now? I ask. He said he has a mate, I say to myself, so why would he smell like mine? Maybe he has a sister or something like that, Hyde suggests. Do you have a sister? I blurt out. Alpha Wheeler snorts. Yeah, don't we all? I nod. Yes, I have one too. I bet his sister is our mate, Hyde says. Let's talk about this alliance, I say to him. Can I call you Marcus? Sure, as long as I can call you Holden, he grins. Great. I clap him on the back. I glance to my side to see Charity standing a few feet away with a hopeful look. Excuse me, I tell her. I know a place we can go to talk, Marcus offers. We walk away, leaving Charity behind. Was she a lover? He asks with a laugh. I let out a low growl. No. Oh, a wannabe? He wrinkles his nose and I nod. I get those every time I come to this ball. Poor things are so desperate for attention. Marcus leads me out of the ballroom and down the hall to an empty sitting room. So, you haven't met your mate yet? I shake my head. No. Man, that sucks. I don't know how I would function without my Charlene. Marcus babbles. Let's just talk about the alliance, Alpha, I say as we sit in vintage leather seats. They are terribly uncomfortable. Alpha Tyson and I are making a deal to trade commodities. My pack has a shipping company and he has a goods company, Marcus explains. Kermit tells me that you have a few different goods companies. My pack can ensure efficient shipping and everything else related to logistics. I nod as he speaks. I am interested as my companies have encountered problems with our shipping partners. I have had some issues with my shippers, I admit. A lot of late deliveries and missing product. It's making things difficult, as you can imagine. We hold our drivers to the highest standards, Marcus explains. They need at least 5 years of driving experience to apply. My father implemented that, and I had no reason to rescind it. That's a good rule. I swear some of my shippers hire their drivers straight out of school. I laugh. So I think we should talk more about this, Marcus suggests. Your pack isn't that far from mine. It isn't, I agree. Though how I have never met you or your father is a mystery. You never come to the mating balls, he points out. I used to, I shake my head, back when I was a hopeful pup looking for his mate, but then it never happened, so I stopped coming. That's too bad, Marcus frowns. You seem like a nice guy. You should have a mate. I am on the verge of just picking one, but my wolf won't allow it, I say. I know how that can be, he chuckles. They are meddlesome creatures. I nod as a fresh wave of the mint scent sends my wolf into a frenzy. He is growling and fighting to get free. I must use a lot of mental strength to keep him contained. Hide, calm down, I yell at the wolf. How about we meet? At your pack, I interrupt him. That would be great. I was going to say that, Marcus sputters. Do you read minds, Holden? He jokes. I guess we just have the same thoughts, I respond. You know what they say about great minds, Marcus laughs. Yeah, I nod. Hyde quiets down as I speak with Marcus. So, should I say the day after tomorrow? You come to Crimson Crest and we'll figure this alliance out? He suggests. That sounds great, I reply. Say around 10 a.m.? Great. Marcus holds out his hand and I shake it. We both rise as Kermit walks into the room. Alpha Tyson, would you like to join us at my pack to help us write a new alliance between Crimson Crest and Eagle Creek? Marcus asks. I would be delighted. Kermit grins. Great, I nod. We talked some more before I went to my room. I lie in bed and stare at the ceiling with my thoughts racing. Hyde has been a pacing, whining mess. I wish he would shut up. He believes we will meet our mate soon, but I don't believe him. We will find her, he declares. I fall asleep and dream about my lovely little she-wolf. 2 days later, I sit with Eddie and 2 of my best warriors in the SUV. My knee shakes as Hyde has been restless thinking about our mate. Dude, I have never seen you so nervous to go to another pack before, Eddie jokes. It's just a pack. They are no threat to us. That's not why I am nervous, Ed, I mutter. He lifts an eyebrow. Oh, I see, he smirks. I roll my eyes. Hey, don't roll your eyes. I am happy for you. He pats my hand. We approach a large iron gate with the Crimson Crest emblem on it. 2 guards step forward to greet us. Alpha Holden Vaughn, here to see Alpha Marcus Wheeler, Everett tells the guard. Go on in, the guard replies and opens the gate. Crimson Crest looks similar to my pack in size and cleanliness. The pack members we pass appear to be well cared for and content. I am glad, as I refuse to work with any Alpha who mistreats his pack. We arrive at the front door and I see Alpha Marcus waiting for me along with another man. I don't smell anything as I walk towards Marcus. Welcome to Crimson Crest, Alpha Vaughn, Marcus nods. It's lovely. I mention and nod to Eddie. This is my beta Edward, or Eddie as he likes to be called. Marcus extends a hand to Eddie. Welcome, this is my beta, Sean. He nods. Pleasure to meet you. Beta Sean shakes our hands. We are still waiting for Alpha Tyson to arrive, but we can go inside and get settled. My Luna has set up a meeting room for us, Marcus says. He leads me into the house and the scent of mint hits me hard. Hyde starts to howl and pace in my head. She's here, he says repeatedly. She's here. I tense up, trying to keep my wolf calm. I look around and see 2 women talking down the hall. They both turn to us. One goes straight for Marcus, and the other looks at me wide-eyed. Holden, this is my lovely mate and Luna, Charlene, Marcus says, but my attention is on the beautiful redhead before me. And that is my younger sister, Samantha. I look at Samantha, and Hyde yells what I have been waiting to hear for 14 years. Mate! Mate, I blurt out, and Samantha's expression changes from shock to anger. No, she grumbles and turns to walk away. Samantha. I open my eyes before the alarm goes off. The image of a majestic black wolf lingers in my mind as Arya hums happily. She has been acting up for a week or so. She keeps musing about finding our second chance mate, but I ignore her. I will never accept another mate for as long as I live. I will not go through hell again. You won't live through hell, Arya whimpers. I push her to the back of my mind and roll out of bed. I wander down the hall past my son's room. I peek in at my 5-year-old. He is sleeping soundly with his stuffed rhino, Billy. I then go down to the kitchen and start the coffee pot. I must go to work early to cover a shift. I pour the coffee and sip it black. Yeah, I smack my lips. I go back to my room to shower and get ready. Arya is humming happily, but I don't listen to her. He is coming. Shut up, I mutter to her. She had been on my side after being rejected by Dmitry, but lately, she is acting like she did all those years ago when I was a hopeful 18-year-old. I stare at myself in the mirror. The physical scars have faded, but the mental ones still linger. I have nightmares and wake up screaming. Dmitry tried several times to take Katie, but thankfully he never succeeded. Marcus hired a witch to reinforce the border around my cabin, making it hard for anyone who wasn't a pack member to get in. He and my parents keep insisting I move back to the pack house, but I want my independence. We haven't seen Dmitry in 3 years. I wonder if he gave up or if he is plotting something. I don't let it bring me down. I do my best to work hard to raise my son. A few weeks ago, I started going to the community college. I don't know what I want to be yet, but I am taking a few classes. Part of me wants to be a school guidance counselor. I finish my coffee and carry my cup out of my room. I knock on Cade's door. Cade, sweetie, I call him, and he barely stirs. Cade, it's time to get up. I have to take you to Grandpa and Grandma's house. He stirs and opens his little eyes, which thankfully resemble Dad and Marcus's. I am sleepy, Mommy. I know, honey. You can go back to sleep. I speak. After getting Cade and his stuff ready, we pile into my silver Jetta. Cade sits in his seat with his little eyes drooping. I put on one of his favorite CDs as I drove to my parents' house on the other side of the territory. By the time I arrive, Cade is out cold in the back seat. Dad meets me at the passenger door and smiles. Little guy is exhausted, he says. Sorry, it's so early, Dad, I sigh. It's okay, Sam. You know your mother and I are always happy to watch Cade, he grins and opens the door. Hey, buddy, he gently shakes Cade away. Grandpa, Cade mumbles sleepily. Dad unbuckles and picks him up. We are going to have a fun day, Cade. Thanks, Dad. I kiss his cheek. Bye, Cade. You be good. I kiss my son and then rush back to my car, as I don't want to be late for work. Deb's diner is just outside the pack border. It's inside a truck stop right on the highway. My boss, Deb, is like an auntie to me. I walk in, and she is sitting at the counter sipping coffee. Morning, Deb, I say to her. She is an older woman with graying hair. She is not a werewolf, but she is aware of us. Morning, Sam, she responds. I put on my apron and clock in to start my morning tasks. Hours later, the diner is full of hungry truckers and travelers. One of our regulars is extra flirty with me. Sam, more coffee, please. He holds us his mug. I'll be right there, Ray, I say as I take another order to a table. I quickly return to pour more coffee for Ray. You are looking extra cute this morning? He grins. Did you do something to your hair? I shake my head. Nope, it's the same as always, I joke. He touches my arm. We could be good together. I look at him. He is good-looking for a human, but he would probably keel over if he knew what I really am. I'm sure we could, Ray, I say and move on to another customer. A few hours later, I am finally able to take a break. I step into the alley behind the restaurant and light up a cigarette. Can I get a light? Chewy, the cook's voice, makes me jump. I nod and hand him my lighter. I didn't mean to startle you. He jokes as he lights his smoke. I take a long drag from my cigarette. Sfahan, I need to be more aware of my surroundings. Chewy snorts. Yeah, you don't want a rogue like me sneaking up on you. I shrug. Chewy is a good friend, even though he is a rogue. You wouldn't hurt me. No, of course not. He laughs. I'm not dumb. I'm not that strong, I laugh. Sure you are, Chewy squeezes my arm, but you aren't the one I would watch out for. Your alpha brother and father would tear me apart, and I have pups to feed. We sit and smoke for a few minutes before heading back inside. I stand by the register to count out my cash and receipts. My phone rings, and I see it's my sister-in-law calling. Sighing, I pick it up and say, What's up, Char? Oh, nothing, she says casually. Just checking up on you. Charlene, I drawl. What? I can hear her shrugging. I think you should come by the pack house after work. Charlene, I hiss. Just to hang out, she says. Arya seems excited about that, but I know Charlene and everyone else in my family have an ulterior motive. They want me to meet this new ally of the pack. For 5 years, they have been trying to get me to go to the mating ball or set me up with other alphas. I keep declining, but no one seems to get it. Arya was on my side for a while, but lately she sounds like my family. I have things to do, Charlene, I lie. Like what? My sister-in-law presses. I have to clean my rugs, I blurt out, and she laughs hysterically. Goddess, I love you, Samantha. Please just come by the pack house, she begs. No, I grumble. Do I have to use my lunatone on you? She asks. You know that doesn't work on me, I remind her. Sam, she whines. Deb is staring at me as I talk. I don't want to go, I whisper to my boss. Going doesn't mean you have to stay, Deb shrugs. Please, Sam? Charlene is still pleading. Fine, I mutter. I'll be right there. I collect my tips and purse before saying goodbye to Deb and Shui. I then enter my car and blast heavy metal as I drive to the pack house. Charlene and my mother are waiting for me when I arrive. Where is Cade? I wonder. Your father took him fishing, Mom grins. Arya starts getting excited. She whines and paces. Stupid wolf, I grumble. Oh, Mom smiles. Don't owe me, Mom, I say. Come on. Charlene beckons us inside. I follow them inside, and Mom excuses herself. I stand beside Charlene, wondering what I am doing here. Oh, Alpha Vaughn has arrived, Charlene smiles at me. Arya seems to howl at the sound of that name. Shut up, I curse at her. So? I just thought you should be here to meet a new ally, she shrugs. I roll my eyes at her. I'm leaving, Char. I throw my hands up as the scent of firewood hits me. It has hints of cedar, pine, and something sweeter. Arya goes nuts as the smell gets stronger. I hear Marcus talking to someone and turn as he approaches with a gorgeous man beside him. No, I say to myself as Arya becomes more excited. Please, no. I look at the male with wide eyes as Charlene embraces Marcus. He is looking right at me with the most gorgeous blue eyes I have ever seen. Holden, this is my lovely mate and Luna, Charlene, Marcus says, then gestures to me. And that is my younger sister, Samantha. Holden, his name sounds like heaven as Arya utters the dreaded word. Mate, mate, Holden states, and my mood instantly changes. I glare at him. No, I utter and turn to walk away. Samantha, Holden grabs my arm. Where are you going? No, I yell and wrench my arm away from him. Leave me the f*** alone, I say and move fast away from him. Arya howls with desperation. Go back. Samantha, Marcus and Charlene both yell. I told you, I am not doing this again. I yell and run out of the pack house with tears running down my cheeks. Samantha, Arya howls as I run through the woods. Go back, she pleads, trying to take control. No, I argue. We vowed never to have another mate. Why are you breaking your promise? It's different this time, she pleads. Go back. I push her to the back of my mind as I slow my pace. I realize my mate hasn't come after me, so I stop running. I make my way out of the woods and walk along the road towards my cabin. A red truck slows down and a window lowers. Hey, Sam. James? The guard greets me. What are you doing out here? Oh, just walking, I mutter. Anywhere in particular, he laughs. Just home, I reply. Want a ride? He smiles softly. I take a deep breath. Sure, I say. I hop into the truck and lean against the window. What's wrong? You seem distressed, James says. It's a long story, I mutter. Does it have anything to do with that visiting alpha? James inquires. I shudder, but say nothing. Oh, he chuckles. It's not funny, I mumble. Does the goddess hates and feels the need to keep punishing me? How is she punishing you? He asks in a more serious tone. I don't want another mate, but here I am, I blurt out. Why does she keep doing this to me? The visiting alpha is your mate? He asks with a grin. That's... I interrupt him with a glare. Horrible. I am not going through that again. James pulls up in front of my house. I know you went through hell with your first mate, but now you have a second chance. Someone who will treat you right. I scoff. The whole mate thing is a joke, James. I would do anything just to have one mate, he frowns. I just want to be left alone and raise my son, I sigh. Thanks, I say to James and slide out of the truck. He lingers as I walk up to the door and waits for me to wave before taking off. My phone starts ringing as I enter the cabin. I still have my work uniform on as I dig through my pocket. I see it's Deb calling. Hello? Samantha, she breathes out, sounding desperate. I am in a huge bind. Mary and Ella both called out. I need someone to cover until 9. If you come in, I will pay you an extra $100. I want to sit and rest, but I also want to forget about my stupid mate. I'll be there, Deb. Just give me some time to shower and grab a bite to eat. Thank you, Samantha, Deb gushes. I hang up the phone and wander to my bedroom. I sent a message to Charlene telling her that I was working late. I know she and Marcus will watch Cade without question, as I have been willing to watch their pups when I can. He's not stupid, Arya speaks up. Hyde says he is a good man. Who? I mumble. Hyde, she states with glee. I don't care, I sigh. I am not accepting him. Samantha, Arya whines. Just forget about him, Arya. It's not happening, I grumble. But I can't, she cries. After showering and grabbing a hot pocket, I head to work. I had left my car at the pack house and didn't dare go back to get it, so I walked to work. My phone keeps ringing. I see that it is my parents and Marcus. I put it on silent and walk through the woods to the diner. Deb is waiting by the front door when I arrive. Did you walk? She laughs. It's a long story, I mutter. Sorry, it took so long. Thankfully, it's not busy yet, she snorts. I nod and enter the diner. Ralph, the night cook, is chatting with Deb's daughter Phoebe. Oh, good, I can leave, Phoebe exclaims, taking off her apron. Mom wanted me to stay, but I have plans tonight, she grins. Party? I snort. Of course, Phoebe nods. I say nothing as I clock in and put on my apron. I spend a minute preparing for another shift before greeting my first customer. I work for an hour or so as Arya whines about my mate. I try to put him out of my mind. "Hey, kiddo," Ray greets me as he bellies up to the lunch bar. "Here again?" "Yep," I laugh. "People called out, and I am covering as I have nothing else to do. Are you on another reset?" "Sure am." Ray nods as I pour him a cup of coffee. "Anything to eat?" I ask. "Just the usual," he replies. I walk over to the register to put in Ray's order. The bells on the door ring, and I look up to see Marcus entering. I let out an irritated sigh as my brother smiled at me. "What?" "Oh, you know what, Samantha?" he responds. I walk away from the counter toward a customer. I pull out my notepad and ask, "What can I get you to eat?" The customer is a middle-aged man whom I assume to be a trucker. He smiles at me and points, "Is this man bothering you?" Marcus is standing a few feet away from me. "Samantha," he says, using my full name, so I know he is in serious alpha mode. "I need you to come back to the house." "I'm working, Marcus." I look at the customer. "Ignore him." The customer eyes Marcus. "I can take him, sweetheart." I try not to laugh. "Your order?" "Right, I want a steak, rare with a baked potato and the corn," he says. I write down his order and collect his menu. I walk behind the counter, and Marcus sits a few stools down from Ray. He looks out of place, wearing one of his finest suits with his hair slicked back. "Samantha, I need you to come home," he says in a deeper tone. "That tone doesn't work on me, Marcus," I drawl. "Order up," Ralph calls. "Samantha," Marcus says as I keep ignoring him. I pick up the order to take to a table. "Samantha," Marcus keeps calling me as I ignore him. "You can't ignore me." I stop and glare at him. "I am not going home, Marcus." "Alpha Vaughn refuses to negotiate unless you at least talk to him," he explains. Ray glances at him with a strange look. "I don't want him, Marcus," I say. Marcus sighs. "Samantha." "I am not going through that again, Marcus," I say with a raised voice. "I told you that." "Samantha," Marcus huffs. "You have to face him." "I don't need another asshole alpha to fuck up my life again," I yell. Deb walked over to us and said, "What is going on? Why are you cussing at your brother, Samantha?" "It's a family matter," Marcus replies. "I need Samantha to come home now." "I'm busy, Marcus," I yell. "Samantha, it's for the good of the pa." He glances at Ray. "Family. This deal with Holden's family will benefit us all, and he won't negotiate unless you talk to him." "I can't do it, Marcus," I say as tears well up. Ray and the other customer approach. "Sir, you are bothering her." Marcus glares at Ray and the other man. "This is between my sister and I." Ray grabs my brother's shoulder, "But she said no, you need to leave her alone." Marcus stands and towers over Ray and the other man. He glares at them momentarily, and they both yelp and rush away. He turns to me and says, "Sam," in a softer tone, "just talk to him." "No," I cry. "I can't go through it again. I don't want another alpha. I hate alphas." "You hate me?" he chuckles. "You hate Dad or Beau?" he continues. "All I am asking you is to talk to your mate." "Marcus," I plead, "don't make me do this. Holden Vaughn is a good man. He isn't like Dmitry. I wouldn't be trying to form an alliance if he wasn't. And even if he does try to hurt you, I will rip his throat out," Marcus says with a growl. I look into his brown eyes and sense his wolf, Troy, trying to assure me. "I can cover," Deb mutters. "Deb," I plead. "It's all right, Sam. Your brother needs you," she sighs. "Sam," Marcus touches my arm. "Give him a chance." I close my eyes as tears run down my cheeks. Fine. Minutes later, I sit in Marcus's SUV with my arms folded. My foot taps against the floor and my brother glances at me. "It's gonna be okay, sis." He touches my arm. "Cade seemed to like him." "He met my son?" I ask. "Yes," Marcus nods. "He came in with Dad after you ran." "Great," I mutter. "He probably thinks I am slut or something." "No, he doesn't think that," Marcus counters. "He just wants to talk to you." "Right," I mumble, tapping my foot on the floorboard. The house comes into view, and my urge to run grows. I don't want to face this, mate. I just want to go back to work. Marcus touches my arm. "It's going to be okay, Sam. I will be there along with Mom and Dad." I say nothing as he parks the car. I hesitate to get out of the vehicle. Marcus opens the door. "Come on," he pleads. "You can do this. You are strong. Don't forget that." I groan at his big brotherisms and slide out of the car. He puts an arm around me and holds tight. My heart beats fast as we enter the house, and the scent of firewood excites Arya. She paces and whines as I shuffle my feet. We walk down the hall, and I see him standing in the middle with arms crossed, looking angry. "Samantha," Holden growls, and I lose it. No, no. Please, no. I plead with Marcus as I struggle to get away from him. I can't. Please, no. I drop to my knees and sob. Please, I can't do this again. Holden. It broke my heart to see Samantha break down. She was on her knees, bawling her eyes out. Please, I can't do this again, she says. A new anger rises in me as I now want to kill the man who did this to her. A growl comes from me, and it only seems to set my mate off more as she struggles to get away from me. Marcus has a firm hold on her, but she is just screaming. Samantha, I say in a calmer voice. Alpha, you need to step outside and calm down. John steps in front of me. I'm not angry, I tell him. Please, John looks me in the eyes. I watch Samantha's mother and another female come over to comfort her. She falls into her mother's arms and continues to sob. I take a deep breath and head outside with John at my side. I sit on a bench overlooking the woods. I want to kill whoever did that to her, I say with another growl. John sits beside me and lights a cigarette. You and me both, Holden. We will find this Alpha and tear him to pieces, Hyde vows. John takes a few drags from his cigarette and offers it to me. Natalie and Dea will get Samantha calmed down. I take a deep breath as I stare out at the woods. After so long of waiting for my mate, I get a broken woman who won't even look at me because of what another man did to her. John takes one last drag of the cigarette and drops it on the ground to stamp out. He slaps his thigh and stands. Natalie and Dea got her calm. Let's go inside. I stand up and follow him inside. Try not to show any anger, John mutters. It seems to trigger her, especially from males. I sigh as we walk down the hallway. Marcus is standing outside speaking with Alpha Tyson. I am very sorry about the delay, Kermit, Marcus explains. It's all good, Kermit says with a wry smile. Good luck. Good luck. I say nothing and step into the room filled with her minty scent. Samantha is sitting on a chair, hugging her knees to her chest, with her eyes looking down. Her mother is sitting beside her. I sit across from her. Hello, Samantha, I mutter. Her tear-stained green eyes eventually travel up to look at me. She sniffles but says nothing to me. How are you doing this evening? It feels awkward to be making small talk. I had imagined meeting my mate to go much differently. She shrugs, wipes her nose, and returns to staring at the floor. Samantha, sweetie, you have to talk to him, Natalie whispers. My mate shudders and looks at me again. My evening was going okay, she says in a low monotone voice. Was, I ask casually. Never mind, she mutters. We sit silently for a minute, and it drives me nuts. We haven't been properly introduced. I am Holden Vaughn, Alpha of Eagle Creek Pack. Samantha, she responds without looking at me. I let out an irritated sigh. I wish you would look at me. She trembles as she looks at me, and it breaks my heart. It's okay, sweetie. Natalie touches her arm. He won't hurt you. Samantha buries her face. Samantha, your mother is right. I reach forward and try to touch a finger, but she pulls back. I will never hurt you. She raised her head. You are an alpha. Correct, I say with a smile. You are bound to hurt me, she replies. That's what you all do. You don't honestly believe that, do you? I huff. Has your brother or father ever hurt you? I counter, and she looks away from me. I would never lay a hand on my mate. He sounds like a good man, Samantha, Natalie whispers. Mom, she whines. I met your son. I mention Cade, and it's her turn to growl. I hold my hands up. I would never hurt your son, either. I thought he was an adorable and bright little boy. Samantha eyes me. His name is Cade. He is the son of another alpha. Can you live with that? She sounds angry as she speaks. I can, I respond. Samantha kicks her feet to the ground, and I notice she is wearing a uniform. Her red hair is pulled into a messy ponytail, and her face has no makeup. I can't help but smile. Why are you smiling? She mumbles. I just think you're beautiful, I grin. Oh, she shrugs. You will like it at Eagle Creek, I tell her. She narrows her eyes at me, and I sense more anger, making Hyde whimper. Right, I have to go live with you now. Well, yeah, you are going to be my Luna, I state with pride. She shakes her head as fresh tears fall. Let me guess, you need an heir? She says bitterly. Doesn't every alpha? I counter. Samantha rises from her seat. I'm not interested. But I'm not interested. She heads for the door and turns. We talked. Now you can negotiate your alliance with my brother. Samantha, I say as she stomps out the door. Please. I grab for her and she screams. I hold my hand up. Please. She shakes her head. Just reject me and move on, she mutters. I don't want another fuckmate, she says, and stomps away from me. Hyde howls sadly in my head. Arya doesn't feel the same way as Samantha. Arya? I question. Her wolf? Yes, Hyde confirms. I'm sorry, Holden. Marcus walks up to me. I take a deep breath. Part of me wants to give up on her. I won't force her if she isn't willing to be with me. Don't give up, Hyde whines. She doesn't want us, Hyde, I grumble. She needs us, he pleads. We can talk about the alliance, I say. Marcus gulps and nods. Right this way, he gestures to the room I had just come from. Kermit is sitting at one end with his beta, Charlie. He grins as I enter. Samantha's mint scent lingers in the room, making Hyde whine like a puppy. I sit in the chair she was sitting in. I take another deep breath as Eddie sits beside me. Hey, how are you? He asks. I don't know, I mutter. Marcus and his beta are the last to enter the room, and we get to work. I try my best to put Samantha out of my mind, but Hyde and her scent are making it hard. I know I can't give up on her. I have to bring out the strong Luna I know she is. I see it in her eyes. I want to help her get past the trauma. And I will even raise her son as my own. He will know me as Daddy, not Stepdad. I grin at my thoughts. Holden, Kermit's voice interrupts them. Are you with us? I blink my eyes and shake my head. Sorry. You were thinking about her, weren't you? Kermit laughs. I'm sorry, gentlemen, I stand. She works at Deb's diner. Marcus smiles. It's right outside of the pack. I can show it to you. No, I shake my head. I'll find it on my own if that is all right. It's fine. Take all the time you need. Marcus nods. Yeah, I'm good, Kermit laughs. I had to chase my mate too, buddy. I nod and leave the room. I see Marcus's mate with several pups, including Cade, down the hall. The little boy plays with the others, but stops when he sees me. My heart swells for him, and it's like the goddess paired me with him and not just Samantha. I suddenly feel very protective and paternal toward him. Cade looks up and smiles as I approach him. Hello, Cade. I say to him, Are you my new daddy? He asks. Yes, I respond and kneel. Touching his shoulder, I say, I promise to be a good daddy to you. I am going to go talk to your mommy now. Cade nods and turns to the other pups. I have a daddy too, he announces. I rise and nod at Marcus. I will be right back. His wolf's name is Otto, Hyde speaks up. Otto, I repeat with a chuckle. I walk out of the house to find my vehicle parked in front. I get in, and instinct seems to take me to the diner where my mate is. I sit outside for a few minutes, watching her. How she interacts with people is mesmerizing, and I know she is everything I have ever wanted. Taking a deep breath, I check myself out in the rearview mirror before getting out of the SUV. I enter the diner, and an older woman walks up to me with a name tag that says Deb. Samantha seems occupied at the moment and doesn't see me. Table for one? Deb asks. I nod. Please. I can smell that she is human, as are most of the other people in the diner. Deb stops at a booth by the window. Is this good? Yes. I grin and sit down. Thanks, I say, even though it's tight. A minty scent fills the air, and I look up to see Samantha in front of me. She sighs loudly at me. No, she mutters and tries to walk away. I grab her hand and she squeals, Samantha, please, I'm not leaving here until you talk to me. Samantha. He grabs my hand and I let out a shriek. Samantha, please, I am not leaving here until you talk to me. Let go of me, I scream and pull my hand away, ignoring the tingles. I just want to be left alone, I say and try to walk away. Holden stands and blocks my path. Samantha, you can't keep doing this. Don't tell me what to do. I yell and walk around him. Hey, Chewie appears with a hot spatula in his hand. Is this Alpha? He looks Holden up and down. Bothering you. He puts himself between Holden and me. Holden growls and steps towards Chewie. Stand aside, rogue. Chewie shoves the spatula in Holden's face. Leave my friend alone. She doesn't want to talk to you. Holden takes another step toward Chewie and towers over him by a few inches. What are you going to do about it, rogue? He grabs Chewie's collar. Time out. Deb steps in. Take your werewolf bullshit outside. She grabs the spatula from Chewie. Go on, she waves her hands. He was just leaving. I glare at Holden. Please, Samantha, talk to me, Holden pleads. Samantha, for God's sake, go talk to the man, Deb grumbles. I have a business to run. I huff loudly and barge into the kitchen with Chewie and Holden behind me. Ralph and the other kitchen staff stare at us. We walk into the alley, and I dig through my apron for my pack of cigarettes. I pull one out, put it to my lips, and search for my lighter. Here. Chewie holds up a light. Thanks, I say. I take a long drag of the cigarette as Holden stands with his muscular arms folded. I stare him up and down. What do you want from me? You are my mate, he says softly. I want you. I roll my eyes at him. You just want a broodmare. Holden shifts and looks at the ground. That is not what I want. I have waited 14 years for my mate, and I finally met you. I just want a chance. I snort. 14 years? What's wrong with you? Holden frowned. I'd like to think nothing, but clearly the goddess is punishing me for something. My heart sinks just a little as I feel the same way. I take another drag of my cigarette. Samantha, please. Holden tries to touch me again, but I jump away. I won't hurt you. That's what they all say, I mutter as I stare him down. Look, you don't want me. I am broken beyond repair. I just want to be left alone to raise my son and live my life. You can't possibly be happy, Holden mentions. We aren't meant to be alone. We need our mates. My wolf is going nuts and slowly going feral. I shrug. And that's my problem. I drop the cigarette butt and stamp it out. I have to get back to work, Hayden, I say, brushing past him to return to the restaurant. Samantha, he grabs me again. The tingles make me yelp. Stop touching me. I growl and pull my arm away from him. I stomp towards the door with Chewie behind me. Your son called me Daddy, he blurts out. I stop fast and Chewie runs into the back of me. Excuse me? I turn to Holden. He called me Daddy, Holden repeats. He knows. Knows what? I cross my arms. You and I aren't the only ones the goddess put together. I know I'm meant to be Cade's father, he states, and my blood boils. Cade is mine, I shout. You have nothing to do with him. I am fine on my own. Samantha, Holden pleads. Go away, Holden. What don't you get? I yell. Reject me and leave me and Cade alone. I can't do that, he sighs. Hyde won't let me, and I don't want to. I want to help you. I am not some sort of project, I growl. Are you almost done out here? Ralph sticks his head out of the door. We are getting swamped. You can go and Chewie, I say to my friend. I don't want to leave you alone with this asshole, he mutters while glaring at Holden. I'll be fine, I say. Are you sure? Chewie touches my arm, and I don't scream. I think I can take him. Holden growls the longer Chewie touches my arm. Oh, you don't like me touching your mate, huh, Alpha? Chewie laughs and lets me go. If you need me, he trails off. Right, I smile and pat his shoulder. Chewie walks inside, and I look away from Holden. I am fine. I don't need help. I work hard and pay my bills. I don't need some alpha. I sneer as I say the word, to save me. I'm going to school and everything. That's wonderful, Holden smiles, and I have to try hard not to be drawn to it. His scent and eyes are making it hard to hate him. Arya is singing in my head, and I am doing everything possible to repress her. I don't want to be taken by this man's charms. I don't need him. I don't want him. Yes, you do, Arya whispers. I won't stop you from going to school, Holden says. What are you going to school for? I hesitate to answer. I want to be a therapist. I know what it's like to be f***ed up, so I want to help others, I explain and dig for another cigarette. Holden presses his lips together. That's wonderful. I won't mind if you want to continue school. I'll pay for as many classes and degrees as you want. I also don't think you are f***ed up. You are a strong and intelligent woman. Here, you are working hard to care for your son. You are doing it without relying on your family too much. They help, I mention. Yes, I understand. He steps towards me and tries to touch me again. I step back, and he throws his hands up. Sorry, it's instinct to want to touch you, he sighs. All I am asking for is a chance for me to show you that love is real. I look away from his stupid, handsome face. I can't do this again, Holden. I tried the Luna thing, I say as tears well up. I bet you were a good Luna, he wipes a tear from my cheek. I relish the tingles and look into his blue eyes for a split second. His smile seems kind and genuine. My heart beats hard against my chest, and then reality sets in, and I pull away from him. Arya whimpers, and so does he. I shake my head. Samantha, he pleads with me. No, I turn to walk away from him. Sam, Chewie sticks his head out the door. Deb needs you. I'll be right there, Chewie, I say. I turn one more time to Holden, but say nothing as I leave him standing in the alley. Arya is in my head, howling and trying to get me to go back outside. Hey, kiddo, Ray greets me as I enter the dining room. Hours after my long shift, I stumble into my house. Mom is sleeping on the couch with the TV on, and she jolts awake when I trip on one of Cade's toys. "Samantha," she gasps. "Hi, Mom. Thank you again for watching him," I say. "Oh, it's no problem, honey," she smiles at me. I sit beside her on the couch. My head has been a mess since I walked away from Holden. Arya has become desperate for me to accept him, but I want nothing to do with him. "How did it go with Alpha Holden?" Mom nudges me. "Mom," I drawl. "Samantha, sweetie," she touches my arm. "You deserve to be happy." "I am happy, Mom," I say to her. "Honey, Holden is a good man and a good alpha. He will treat you right. He isn't Dmitry. And your son is already calling him Daddy," she explains. "Mom," I mutter, "I just don't want to be broken again." "We won't let that happen again," Mom brushes sweaty hair off my forehead. "Your father and Marcus have already vowed to kill him should he hurt you or Cade." She stands up. "Your father is on his way to pick me up." I nod and look at the TV. The Golden Girls is on. I chuckle at a Sophia quip. I stand up and help my mother gather her things. "Cade is fast asleep," she explains. "I read him that Grumpy Monkey book 5 times. He loves that book," I chuckle. Mom looks out the window and I see Dad's sedan in the driveway. "There's my ride. I would stay, but your father and I have plans," she waggles her eyebrows. "Gross," I cringe. She kisses my cheek. "Good night, sweetie." "Good night, Mom. Tell Dad I said good night." "I will." She touches my arm and then hurries outside. I stand on the porch and wave at my father. I then go to check on Cade. He is hugging his rhino and looking completely peaceful. I touch his cheek and he stirs but stays asleep. "Hyde has already accepted him and Otto," Arya speaks up. I lean down to kiss Cade's forehead before leaving the room. I strip off my uniform, take a quick shower, and then flop into bed. Completely exhausted, it didn't take long for me to fall asleep. To my chagrin, I dream about Holden and my son. They are playing on a slide. Cade is giggling and calling Holden Daddy. They look happy together. I wake up the next morning, and Arya is in my head, pleading for me to give Holden a chance. I take a deep breath and throw the covers off. I get dressed, then wake Cade and get him ready. We listen to Paw Patrol songs as I drive to the pack house. Cade is in the back seat, playing with a toy truck and looking at me. "Mommy, I miss Daddy." I press my lips together. We get to the pack house, and a couple of vehicles are parked in front. I park to the side and help Cade out. The scent of firewood is all around when I see Holden walking with Marcus. They stop and look at me. Cade runs up to Holden and hugs his leg. "Daddy!" I curse the moon goddess as I approach them. Holden ruffles Cade's hair. "Hey, buddy." My son giggles. "Are we going somewhere today?" Holden looks at me. "I don't know, are we?" I fold my arms and glance at my brother, who has his eyebrows up. "Look at them, Sam," Marcus mind-links me. I watch as Holden picks up my giggling son. I hate that he is attached to this man who is nothing but a stranger. I whisper. Holden sets Cade down and looks at me. Cade clings to his leg. I curse. "Why?" I look up. "You know why," Arya whispers. "I have to go now, Cade." Holden hugs my son. "I want to go," Cade cries. It breaks my heart to hear my child in distress. In that instant, I must make a choice. "You have to stay here, Cade," Holden sighs. "Mommy, I'll go," I blurt out. "Excuse me," Holden tilts his head. "I'll go to Eagle Creek," I mutter. Holden grins and tries to wrap his arms around me, but I back away. "Just don't touch me," I hold my hands up. He sighs and throws his hands up. "Just give me a few days to pack and get things in order," I say. "I'll drive you to Eagle Creek, Sam," Marcus says. "Wonderful," Holden grins. "I'll see you in a few days." Holden. "Today is the day," Hyde says as soon as I open my eyes. I don't say anything as I roll onto my back and stare at the ceiling. "Aren't you excited?" "Our mates and pup are coming home," he says, and I sense his tail wagging like a puppy. I sigh as I don't really know how to feel. Samantha is coming here after I begged her. She is reluctant to accept a new mate, and I feel I am forcing her. I want to be excited. Everyone else around me is. My mother has been fixing up my bedroom with flowers and other things women are supposed to like. It's been 3 days since I left Crimson Crest to come home. Hyde has been nearly unbearable for 3 days in his desperation and excitement to have his mate nearby. Samantha's wolf, Arya, is excited too. Unfortunately, Samantha shows little excitement. I have called her a few times since I got home, and she has little to say, so she hands the phone over to Cade. My alarm goes off, and I quickly turn it off. With a little groan, I roll out of bed and stumble into my morning routine. I pick out one of my best suits. Hyde insisted that I look my best to welcome Samantha to her new home. "Looking hot, Holden," Hyde snorts. I smirk and smooth my hair. "I do look hot, huh?" I say as I exit the room. "Today is the day," Melinda greets me. She has her youngest pup, Shane, on her hip, while her twin girls and Levi are running around talking all at once. "Today is the day," I counter. "You don't sound so excited," my sister frowns. "Uncle Holden," Levi tugs on my jacket. "Mommy says your mate is coming." He grins up at me. "Mommy is right, Levi." I ruffle his hair as we wander towards the dining hall. My parents are waiting outside the door as we walk up. "Where is Eddie?" I ask my sister. She explains he said there was a breach on the border, and he went with Clint to check it out. "Why wasn't I informed?" I growl. "I don't know," Melinda mutters. Corey, she calls after her daughters. "I have to go catch my kids," she says, passing Shane to our mother before running off. "Eddie, Clint," I mind link my beta and gamma. I got no answer at first and got frustrated. "Edward Flannery," I bellow with my alpha tone. "What?" My beta answers a moment later. "I'm starving, Holden," Dad scoffs. "Then go eat, Dad." I grumble and walk away. "Holden," Clint speaks up. "Where are you two?" I demand. "Almost back to the house," Eddie replies. "What is going on?" I say, "and why wasn't I informed of a breach?" I ask. "Nothing happened," Eddie speaks up. "We were just checking something out," Clint counters. "Again, why wasn't I informed?" I growl. "It wasn't anything to worry about, Holden," Eddie says. "We just got back to the house. We'll be there in a second," Clint adds. I sigh and fold my arms while waiting for them. Moments later, my beta and gamma walk up wearing shorts and tank tops. "What happened?" Eddie pats my shoulder. "It's all good, bro." "Edward," I hiss. "That's twice, dude," he laughs. "Everett called Ed early to say a rogue was wandering the south border. I went out there, and there were 3 rogues," Clint explains. I give him a stern look as he speaks. Clint gulps. "Well, the rogues weren't doing anything, but I went to assist Everett anyway. When I arrived, the rogues were becoming hostile, and 2 more showed up, so I called Eddie. I flick my eyes to my beta, and then—" "We took care of the rogues," Eddie sputters. "Why didn't you tell me?" I repeat. "We didn't think we had to. We are perfectly capable of neutralizing threats, Holden." Eddie argues. "It wasn't serious." "Did you make sure there were no more rogues?" I grunt. "Do you think we are incapable idiots?" Eddie steps toward me in a challenge posture. That riles Hyde, who growls. "Of course I don't," I say. "We swept the area, Holden." Clint pulls Eddie back. "I called in Tyler and Patrick." I nod as Tyler and Patrick are the pack's 2 best trackers. "They found nothing else to be concerned with," Clint explains. "Did you kill the rogues?" I ask. "All but one," Eddie confirms. I take a deep breath. "And you are sure there is nothing else?" "We are sure," Eddie nods. "We didn't want you getting angry with your mate arriving today," Clint grins. I roll my eyes at him. It makes me angry when stuff like that happens in my pack, and I don't know about it. "Sorry," Eddie shrugs. "Can we go eat now?" I nod and linger as they enter the dining hall. I need to know who the rogues are trying to breach the border. I will have to interview the captive one later. I hated to do it today of all days, but I need to know if there are more threats. "Holden," my mother's voice jolts me from my thoughts. She's grinning at me as she touches my suit. "Look at you dressed so handsomely." I touch her arm. "Thanks. Why aren't you eating with Dad?" She shrugs. "I just wanted to know how my son is doing." She continues to fuss with my clothes. "Are you nervous?" "No," I mutter a lie. "You may be a big, strong alpha, but I am still your mother," she smirks. "I know when you are lying." I look at the floor. Yes, I am nervous. Samantha wasn't exactly enthusiastic about coming. I had told my parents and sister all about my mate. "You just have to turn on the Vaughn charm and show her that you will never hurt her or her son. Show her that having a mate isn't a curse." She brushes her hand through my hair. "I just want her to accept me, and not because she feels obligated," I sigh. "It will happen, Holden. The goddess paired you two for a reason." She grins. "Are you two coming?" Dad pokes his head out the door. "Coming," I respond. After breakfast, I head to my office. I must take care of a couple of things before Samantha and Kate arrive. Hyde is jumping around in my head like a puppy, and I have to try harder to concentrate. The phone is ringing off the hook as I enter the room. I pick it up. Alpha Vaughn? Alpha Vaughn. Dmitry Volkov's voice hisses on the other end. Your time is up to make a decision about our deal? He gets right to the point. I am so sorry about the delay, I mutter. I was busy at another pack. What is your decision? He asks with a near growl. Think wisely about it. I have thought wisely, I reply. I agree to the terms, Alpha Volkov. Hyde makes a strange whimper in my head. What? I huff. My wolf says nothing but just whimpers. I need you to meet me here at Shadow Woods in 2 days, Alpha Volkov states. That way, we can finish the deal and sign papers. He explains, you know the legal stuff. I understand, I respond. Arrive by 9 a.m. or don't come at all. You are permitted to bring a few warriors and you beta or gamma, he explains. Yes, Alpha, I reply. I must go now, he states and hangs up without another word. Hyde is still in my head, making the whimper sound. What is your problem? I ask. I don't feel right about this deal, he mumbles. Why? It's a good deal, I snort. I just don't like it, he sighs. Whatever. As I say, pushing him to the back of my mind, I turn my attention to the computer and work for another hour. Alpha, the gate guard mind links me. Alpha Wheeler has arrived. Send him right to the front, Henry, I instruct the guard. Hyde crawls out of his imaginary den with his tail wagging. She's here, he yips and jumps around. Calm down, I sigh. Eddie meets me in the hallway as I step out. So, he nudges me. Yep, I nod. He and Clint follow me to the entrance. My parents and Melinda are waiting as well. Where are the pups? I ask my sister. She scoffs. Levi and the girls are at school and Shane is in pup care. Oh, I was hoping they could meet Cade, I say. They'll meet later, Mom steps in. She straightens my jacket and smiles up at me. It will be okay, son. My father has little to say, as usual, and pats my shoulder. 2 SUVs and a van pull up to the curb just as we exit the pack house. Hyde is a frantic mess in my head, and it takes a lot for me to maintain a smile. The cars stop, and the Omegas step forward to open the doors. Alpha Marcus and his father are the first to step out of the car. I can see her sitting in the back seat, shaking her head. After a long moment of anticipation, the door opens, and I catch a strong whiff of mint. Then I see her. She is wearing a lacy white floral dress with her hair nicely braided and dark sunglasses. Cade slides out of the SUV and spots me. Daddy, he shouts and runs right over to me. I immediately scoop him up. Hey, buddy, I say and hug him. Samantha saunters toward me while leaning on her mother. Welcome to Eagle Creek Pack, Luna, I say to Samantha. She looks at me through those sunglasses with no emotion on her face. For a few moments, she says nothing. Then her mother, Natalie, nudges her back. Say something to him, Natalie whispers. Samantha takes off her sunglasses and looks me right in the eyes. I, Samantha Arlene Wheeler, reject you, Holden Vaughn, as my mate. Holden. I give Samantha an incredulous look as Hyde howls. She smirked and put her sunglasses back on. Samantha, her mother barks. I do not accept your rejection, I say without emotion. I set Cade down. Why don't you stay with your grandparents? I looked at Samantha. I need to talk to your mother. Cade frowns. Here, Cade. Natalie gently grasps his shoulder. I turn to Samantha. I need to talk to you. I say. She shrugs, and I gently try to steer her into the house. She pulls away from me, and I throw my hands up. I let her down one of the service hallways. What was that? I thought you were giving me a chance, I retort. I was trying something, she says, while looking at her nails. You thought it would work? I snort. A girl can hope, she mutters quietly. I grasp her shoulders, and she screams. I let go. I want to help you, Samantha. I don't need any help, she spats. Especially from some good-for-nothing man, she sneered. I sigh, turn away from her, and pinch the bridge of my nose. I can't do this, I say to myself. Every inch of my being wants to give up. You can't give up, Hyde speaks up. I turn back to Samantha. It's obvious to anyone who talks to you that you need help, Samantha. This bitter attitude is only going to result in you being alone. So what? Maybe I like being alone, she snorts. You can't possibly mean that. I reach for her, and she tenses but doesn't avoid my hand. I lightly touch her cheek, and Hyde howls from the contact. We are meant to be with our fated mates. Yeah, no matter what they do to you, she says in a sad, defeated tone. My heart breaks for her. I know her bitterness comes from trauma, but I also know there is a strong, resilient woman under all of it, and I want to bring out of her. I stroke her cheek, and she leans into it. I take off her sunglasses. Look at me, I say. She hesitates and then shows me those brilliant green eyes of hers. For a moment, I see something other than pain and sadness in them. I move my hand down her cheek to her neck, and she tenses. What are you doing? I ask as she starts to tremble. Just get it over with, she says quietly, closing her eyes. Get what over with? I ask. Marking me, she nearly whispers. Just get it over with. You want me to mark you? I ask. Even Hyde is confused. As much as he wants to claim her, he won't, unless she genuinely wants it. No, but aren't you supposed to? She flicks her eyes up for a brief second. Only if we both want it, I say, and pull my hand back. She sniffles. Oh, I'm used to being marked without any say. I won't do that to you, Samantha. I am not him, I state. Holden, my mother walks up with everyone else. Is everything okay? Samantha moves towards her parents. Natalie is holding Cade's hand. I grin at the pup. Hey, Cade, are you ready to see your new room? I ask with exuberance. He nods. We spent 2 days painting and getting it ready, my mom tells Cade and Samantha. I also got your and Holden's room ready. I put a woman's touch in it. Samantha looks at her with indifference. My and Holden's room? She says with shock. Well, yeah, Mom huffs. You are mates. You are supposed to share rooms. Samantha frowns, I guess. Why don't we show you around? I suggest heading down the hallway. Our pack house is about the same size as the one in Crimson Crest. Good morning, Alpha. One of the Omegas greets me. Hello, Allie. I smile at her. How is your mother doing? Oh, she is great, Allie says, lightly touching my hand. She was so happy with the flowers you sent. That's wonderful, I respond. I have to get back to work, she states. Okay, have a good day, I say as Allie hops away. I look at Samantha and her parents. Allie's mother, Sharon, just had surgery. Is she one of your lovers? Samantha scoffs. No, I mutter. But you know her name, Samantha mutters. She's a member of my pack, I say, leading them down the hall. I notice Natalie nudging Samantha again. This is our library, I indicate a large room. It's open to every member of the pack. Oh, this is nice, Natalie says. We've been meaning to fix up ours, she tells my mother. We kept moving, and I took them into the dining hall. This, of course, is the dining room. Again, it is open to every pack member. I gesture to the buffet table. We generally eat buffet style, and there is no assigned seating. It's just lovely, Natalie mutters. Out of the dining room, we go down the hall to the recreation room. It has several pool tables, a few old arcade games, and a large TV. We call this the fun room, I laugh. I take them around the pack house and outside to the garden and pool area. We do our best to ensure that every member of this pack has everything they need. No one will ever want for anything. We do that at our pack too, Marcus says. A happy pack is a strong pack. Exactly, I nod. Daisy saunters towards us. She smiles at Samantha. Is this her? It is, I confirm. Daisy holds her hand out. I am Daisy K. I am the kitchen leader or chef, she chuckles. I am so honored to meet our new Luna. Samantha flashes a genuine smile at Daisy. I am Samantha. Such a pretty name for a pretty woman, Daisy grins. She then looks at me and says, Lunch is ready. Thank you, Daisy. I nod. Daisy bows and then walks away. Are you hungry? I ask Samantha. I guess, she shrugs. I look at Cade. Are you hungry? He nods happily. I want pizza. Really? I laugh. Well, just your luck, we have pizza. Cade squeals and claps his hands. I pick him up and we go to the dining room. There is happy chatter as we walk in. It stops and everyone looks at me. Good afternoon, everyone, I greet them. As some of you may have heard, I met my mate. I step back and indicate to Samantha, who just stands there. This is Samantha Wheeler and her son, Cade. The pack claps. She's lovely, I hear someone shout. Anyways, we will have a formal welcome party in a few days, I announce. Have a good lunch, everyone. Holden, Everett said as he approached with Clint. I hate to interrupt, but we need you in the cells. Samantha, I just want to go home. I want to be in my little cabin with my son. It pained me to quit working at Deb's. She cried so much, and I just wanted to say fuck it and not come. Everyone around me is so happy that I found my second chance mate. They keep saying how I shouldn't give it up. Even my son wants this man. I want nothing to do with him, but the goddess is manipulating me toward him. Samantha, Holden's voice pulls me from my thoughts. I look past his face. I have to take care of something. I shrug and say nothing. I'll be back later. He reaches out to touch me, but I back away. He sighs heavily and pulls his hand back. Why does he keep touching me? I grumble to myself. He wants to feel the bond, Arya whimpers. He needs to stop. There is no bond, I mutter. Bye, Daddy, Cade says, making me angry. I bite my tongue. He turns to me and says, I want pizza. I nod. Let's get you pizza. The buffet is over there. Holden's mother points out. I look past her at the younger woman glaring at me. I assume she is a scorned lover and ignore her. Come on, Cade, I say, taking his hand and leading him to the buffet. My mother is right next to me. What? What made you think rejecting him would work? She asks. Lydia told me to do it, I smile. My best friend seemed to be the only person on my side. She suggested rejecting Holden, but of course, it didn't work. Males in our world rule no matter how nice they act. Hello, Luna. Daisy, the chef, greets me as I stand at the buffet. Alpha Holden told me that your son likes pizza, so we made a few, she gestures. Thank you, I nod to her. There is no use in me being hostile to the ordinary pack members. It's not their fault they are here, just like me. I pick up a plate. What kind of pizza do you want? I ask Cade. We have bacon and pepperoni. There is a veggie. Daisy explains as my son hops up and down. There is just cheese or pepperoni. Bacon, my son answers. I dish him a couple of slices and put a little breadstick on the plate. I get him some juice to drink and look around. The pack is all sitting together. I see my father with Holden's father and Marcus. My mother talks to Holden's mother while the other woman still stares at me. Sighing, I wander to an empty table and set Cade's food down. I sit absent-mindedly, watching him eat. Are you going to eat, Mommy? He asks in between bites. We went through a lot of trouble for you. The angry woman sits down. I'm sorry, I mutter. I'm not hungry. Figures, she mutters. What is your problem? I grunt. You, she sneers. I hate the way you are treating my brother. Oh, I sigh. I hate that I had to uproot my life and come here because the stupid goddess cursed me with him. Cursed? The woman growls. Holden is a good man, she scoffs. He deserves a good woman to serve at his side. Then he should find one and let me go home, I mutter. You ungrateful she hisses. Melinda, her mother wanders over with mine. I'm sorry, Mom, Melinda says as she stands. She shakes her head. Holden finally finds his mate and he gets her, she says, jabbing her finger at me. I didn't ask to be mated to anyone, I huff. Samantha, my mother chastises me. Why don't we all calm down? Holden's mother asks. Looking at me, she says, I have been told that you went through a hard time with your first mate. Hard time? I nearly yell. I went through 3 years of torture. Tears well up in my eyes and I walk away. Samantha, my mom touches my shoulder. You can't get past what happened to you if you keep living there. This is your chance to move on. I was doing fine, Mom, I cry. I just want to live in my little cabin, raise Cade, and work for Deb. The goddess has other plans for you, dear, she tries to touch my cheek. The goddess, I spat and stomp away from her. Samantha, she calls to me. I find my way outside and lean against the wall. I slide to the floor and bury my face. Why? I sob. The goddess sees you as more than a waitress, Arya says. I don't want more. I was happy, I sob. Were you? She asks. Samantha, Holden's mother speaks. I ignore her and keep my face buried. Samantha, she says again and touches my shoulder. Please talk to me. I groan and look up at her. She is a pretty woman with blue eyes like Holden's. She extends a hand to me, and I take it and let her pull me to my feet. She then leads me over to a bench, and we sit down. I understand you went through hell, she starts. I understand you have PTSD and all kinds of trauma. We want to help you. Holden will do everything he can to help you. He is a good man. He will never hurt you. She says. I look off into space as she speaks. And if he ever hits you, I will beat the out of him, she says with a chuckle. I press my lips together. I need you to give him a chance. He will make you the happiest woman in the world and help you raise your son. It's rare for an alpha male to accept another man's child as his own, but Holden will never see Cade as a stepchild, she continues. I just sit and wait for her to stop speaking. Are you listening to me? She demands. I shrug. She sighs. We are trying. What can we do to make you happy? I stood and looked at her. Let me go home, I said, walking a few feet away. This is your home, she stands and approaches me. The goddess. I scoff loudly. I hate the goddess. Don't say that. Trisha, my mom calls. She appears and gives me a look. I'm just talking to your daughter, Natalie, Tricia says. Any luck? My mom asks. I face away from them and stare. Samantha, Mom touches my back. Let's go back inside. Have you eaten? Tricia asks. I shake my head. I am not hungry. You didn't eat breakfast, Mom mentions. Uprooting my life has that effect, I mutter. We wander back into the dining hall, and Cade is sitting on Marcus's lap next to Dad. Mommy, my son calls and leaps off his uncle's lap. Are you ready to see your room? Tricia asks. Cade, right? My son nods. That is a cool name, she says, glancing at me. What led you to name him that? I shrugged. I wanted something strong. We'll wait here, Marcus announces and points to Dad. We are talking with Winston. Dad speaks up. He gives me a look. You have to try, honey. This is a good pack. I roll my eyes and turn away from him. Come on, Samantha. Tricia smiles at me. I take Cade's hand and follow her out of the dining room. Mom and Melinda walk with us. Good morning, Luna, Tricia. A lovely woman greets her. Hello, Janice. Tricia smiles. Janice looked at me with gray eyes and said, Is this Alpha Holden's mate? She smiled at me. This is, Tricia gives me a look. I look at Janice, who appears to be in her 30s. She has curly blonde hair and brown eyes. Hello, I say to her. This is Samantha, Tricia tells Janice. Hi, Luna, Samantha. Janice holds her hand out. I am one of the trainers. Janice is one of our best warriors, Tricia points out. I am so glad that Holden finally found his mate, Janice grins. And you are so pretty. So, are you, I mention. I feel something akin to jealousy as Janice talks. She is beautiful, and I wonder if she and Holden ever had socks. Are you and Holden friends? Just friends, Janice shrugs. We all grew up together, right, Mindy? Right, Melinda nods. Anyway, I have to meet Helen, she says, looking at me. My mate, a woman, she winks and walks away. We continue down the hall and Mom nudges me. Were you jealous? She whispers. No, Mom, I scoff. I hear her and Tricia giggle but pretend to ignore it. More pack members greet us as we make our way to the elevators. I try my best to be cordial. I have nothing against them. We finally get to the top floor, and it's laid out a lot like Crimson Crest's pack house. This way. Tricia bounces down the hall. Winston and I still live down that way, she points out. But there are 4 rooms down here, she smiles. Room for more pups. I cringe and look at the ground. There is no way. Arya whines but stays quiet. Tricia stops at one set of doors. Are you ready, Cade? Cade bounces. Yes! Tricia opened the door, and we entered a large room with a race car bed. There are lots of toys, including some from home. My son runs around squealing. This is mine? He asks. His room in my cabin was much smaller. It's all yours, Cade. Tricia claps. This is beautiful, Tricia. Mom looks around. What do you think, Samantha? It's nice, I say quietly. Tricia frowned slightly but kept her attention on Cade. You could at least say thank you, Melinda grumbles. Yeah, I ignore her and look around the room. Want to see your room? Tricia says with a smile. I get a room? I ask. Well, you have to share with Holden. She grins. I let out a long sigh. Great. Come on, she said, touching my hand. I gave it a woman's touch. Then she led me across the hallway and into another room. Holden's scent fills the room, and I ignore how it makes my heart beat faster. Arya howls with happiness. I do everything I can not to let it affect me. Look around, Tricia encourages me. There are flowers throughout the redwood room. The bed, which has a floral bedspread, is in the center. I see some of my boxes stacked up against the wall. I had the Omegas hang some of your things up, Tricia says as she leads me into the large closet. We just want you to feel right at home. I gulp down what I want to say. What do you think, Samantha? My mother nudges me. It's all right, I shrug. Tricia frowns. You'll get used to it. She wipes a tear from her face. Excuse me, she says and walks out of the room. Mom, Melinda goes after her. You are being rude, Samantha. Your father and I didn't raise you to act like this. This is a lovely room. The least you could do is thank Tricia for decorating it for you. My mother lectures me. I didn't ask anyone to do this. I grunt. I didn't ask for any of this. This is going to be your home, Samantha, Mom counters. This is not my home, I shout. This is just another prison imposed on me by another man, I hiss. The scent of firewood becomes stronger, and I see Holden standing in the doorway with a bouquet of flowers, looking devastated. Holden. I stand in the doorway of my room, staring at my mate. Her words stung like 100 wasps. I look at the bouquet of freshly picked flowers that Lorenzo, the head landscaper, wanted to give his new Luna. I guess you don't want these, I say, dropping the flowers on the floor and walking out of the room. I lean against the wall with my eyes closed. I'm trying, I say. Hyde says nothing, but I can sense his own anger. He wants nothing more than to connect with Samantha, but she won't let him in. Arya, her wolf, welcomes me, but Hyde can't get the same courtesy from Samantha. A wolf desires to connect with not only his canine counterpart, but also the human. I see my mother down the hall with Melinda. I head towards them, and my mother is crying. I tried, Holden, she sniffles. I tried my best to make her feel at home. I wrap an arm around her shoulder and kiss the top of her head. It's okay, Mama. You did your best. She is so ungrateful. Melinda grumbles. She just stares and sneers. I sigh. She went through hell, Mindy. That shouldn't be an excuse, my sister says. Trisha, Natalie steps toward us. Melinda, she nods at my sister. I am sorry about Samantha. John and I didn't raise her to act like that. It's okay, Mom blubbers. No, it's not, Natalie sighs. I know deep down my sweet daughter is still there, but it's like she is stuck and can't get past what happened to her. Has she tried therapy? My sister huffs. She told John and me that she was seeing someone in the city, Natalie responds. We thought she was doing well, so we didn't press for details. Daddy? Cade comes running up to me with a toy truck in his little hands. Look at my new truck. I scoop him into my arms. He looks at me with those big brown eyes of his. That's a cool truck, I tell him. I got more. He struggles out of my arms, and I set him down. Come on. He grabs my hand and pulls me down the hall. We entered his new room, and I smiled. My mother had done an excellent job of getting it set up. It has a neat car set up in one corner with one of those rugs with a little city depicted on it. Cade runs over and sets his truck down. Play with me? He looks up at me. I plop down beside him without hesitation, despite wearing my best suit. Cade hands me a little police car, and I roll it around the rug while he makes a story for each one. This is Harry the dump truck, he says while rolling the toy along the cartoon street. He and his wife Betty, he holds up a red Corvette, have to go grocery shopping. I chuckle at his story and hold up a police car. And who is this, Cade? That is Charlie, he says without looking up. I set Charlie, the police car, down. Charlie is going to the grocery shopping, too. The sweet smell of mint gently enters my senses, and I look up to see Samantha standing in the doorway. She is looking mainly at Cade. Play with us, Mommy, Cade says, holding up the Corvette to her. Samantha hesitates and just stares. I won't bite, I offer, and continue to roll Charlie, the police car, around the rug. Mommy, Cade pleads. Samantha sighs, walks over, and sits on the other side of Cade. Who is this? She asks in a soft tone. Betty, Cade responds and rolls his car around. Vroom, Samantha says, and Cade giggles. Where is Betty going? To the store with Harry, Cade responds. Duh. I repeat the boy's words, and Samantha glares at me. I shrug and pick up another car. It's a sedan of some kind. What is this car's name? I ask Cade. I don't know, Cade frowns slightly. That's a new one. How about Norman, I suggest. Cade grins. Norman is the mayor. I laugh and roll Norman, the green sedan, around the little city. Cade keeps telling his little stories. You are a very creative little boy, Cade. I roll my cars near Samantha's little Corvette. Hello, Betty, I say in a deep voice. Samantha just looks at me. Don't you have anything to say, Betty? I say in my deep voice. You have to make a voice, Mommy, Cade tells her. Samantha takes a deep breath. Hello, Norman, she responds in a high-pitched voice like Minnie Mouse. How are you doing today, I ask. Fine, she responds and rolls the little car toward mine. Our hands graze each other and she pulls her back like mine pricked her. What is wrong, Betty? I ask as Norman. Samantha stares at me for a moment and gets up. She brushes herself off. I see a stray tear move down her cheek. I want to wipe it off, but she turns away from us. Hyde whimpers. She is trying so hard not to get close. I noticed, I mutter. Mommy, Cade calls to her. He grabs her hand. Aren't you going to play? He asks in a sad tone. Samantha turns and only looks at him. She opens her mouth to say something but is interrupted by a knock on the door. Samantha? Her mother steps in. We are going to take off now. Now? Samantha sputters. We have to get home, honey, Natalie replies. It's a long drive. Can't you and Dad stay a little longer? She pleads. No, Natalie shakes her head. Mom, Samantha coos in a tone that sounds like that of a teenager. Natalie grasps her shoulder. Honey, you can do this. I know the strong woman I raised is in there somewhere, and I believe Holden is the one to bring her back. Samantha glances at me and rolls her eyes. Samantha, Natalie grasps her chin. It will be okay. That's what you told me the last time, Samantha mutters. Natalie frowns. My mother enters the room. Cade, did you thank Tricia for your new room and toys? Natalie asks. Cade runs over to them and looks at Mom. Thank you for my new room and toys. He grins at her and my mom beams. You are so welcome, Cade. She touches the top of his head. Cade wraps his little arms around my mother's waist and I watch her tear up. Aren't you sweet? She pats his arm. Come on, Cade. Let's go say goodbye to your grandparents and uncle, I say and hold my hand out. The little boy peels away from my mom and runs over to me. Come on, Mommy. He holds his other hand out to Samantha. Samantha stares at the little hand being offered by her son. With another long sigh, she takes it. We all leave the room and head for the elevators. Do you like animals, Cade? I ask. I am an animal, he laughs and makes a little howl. Yes, you are, I laugh. But do you like other animals? He loves rhinos, Samantha blurts out. Right, he still has Billy, doesn't he? Her mother laughs. Billy, Cade squeals and hops. Billy the silly rhino. My father is waiting in the hallway with John and Marcus when we emerge from the elevator. John walks over with a grin. Grandpa, I got a new room, Cade announces. Really? John says with a grin. It's lovely, John, Natalie adds. Tricia did a great job on it. I'm sorry we have to leave so suddenly, Marcus tells Samantha, but I have something important to take care of at home. It's fine, Samantha responds. Are you sure? Marcus glances at me. Whatever, Marcus, Samantha shrugs. Thank you for coming, Alpha. I hold my hand out to Marcus. It was a pleasure, Alpha. Marcus shakes my hand. Thank you for having us. You are all welcome here, anytime, I say. Same goes for your family at Crimson Crest, Marcus grins. We walk out to their waiting vehicles. You be good, Cade, Natalie hugs my son. This is a nice place to live. I know you and your mommy will be happy here. Samantha scoffs and rolls her eyes. Quit rolling your eyes, Samantha. Natalie drawls and hugs her daughter. Samantha pats her mother's back quickly before moving on to her father and brother. It will be okay, Sam, Marcus smiles at her. Holden is a good man. Samantha doesn't respond and watches her family get into their cars. She sniffles as they drive away. Holden, Eddie jogs up to me. What's up? I turn to my beta. You have a very important phone call, he says. I nod. Okay. I reach my hand over and almost touch Samantha, but pull back. Samantha, I say softly. She turns to look at me with tears in her eyes. I want to comfort her, but I know she won't let me. I have to take care of something. You and Cade are free to do whatever you like. She nods. Okay. I pat the top of Cade's head. There is a playground at the park, I suggest and wink at Samantha. Holden, Eddie breathes out. Sorry, I say and smile awkwardly at Samantha. I am glad you are here, Samantha, I say and walk away. How is it going? Eddie asks. Melinda does not like her. He laughs. I don't respond and hurry to the office. I sit down in my chair and pick up the phone. Alpha Vaughn. Alpha Vaughn, the thick accent of Alpha Volkov hisses. I do not like being kept waiting. Samantha. You are staring, Arya points out as I watch Holden walk away. No, I'm not, I mutter and look at the ground. You were looking at his butt, she snickers. I mean, I understand. I wasn't looking at his butt, I huff. He has a cute butt, she giggles. Mommy, Cade interrupts my conversation with Arya. I want to go to the playground. I shake my head and look at my son. Huh? Daddy said there is a playground at the park, Cade says. Right, I sigh. I hate that Cade has become so close to Holden so fast. My son is going to become too attached for us to leave. Why would we leave? Arya asks. Mommy, Cade squeals and tugs on my shirt. Cade, I push his hands away. I want to go to the park, he whines. The park is down that way about a block, Tricia points. I had forgotten she was standing nearby. I felt a little bad about how I acted earlier. I hated to admit that Cade's room looked cute and the bedroom was gorgeous. Or, thank you, I mutter and grab Cade's hand. You are safe here, Tricia sighs. I have some things to do, she says before walking away. Come on, I say to my son and walk the way Tricia pointed to. We walk for a bit down a well-maintained street. There are houses lined up that all appear to be in good condition with nice cars and lawns. A few people outside wave to me and I wave back. A man with short black hair walks up and bows. "Luna?" he asks with a huge grin. "I suppose," I respond. "You are more beautiful than my mate described." He holds a hand out. "I am Lorenzo Morales." He introduces himself. I gave Alpha Holden the flowers. I try to remember the bouquet that Holden dropped on the ground. I remember a variety of colors, but not the flowers themselves. "I hoped you liked it." Lorenzo gives me a hopeful smile. "They were lovely, Lorenzo." I smile back. "Very beautiful." "Do you have a favorite flower?" he asks. "I will find it and plant it for you, anything." "I don't really have a favorite," I sigh. "Maybe daisies, just plain little daisies." "I will find you daisies, Luna," Lorenzo states proudly. "You don't have to go through all that trouble, Lorenzo," I say, and he frowns. "I mean, if you really want to." He grins again. "Thank you." "Mommy?" Cade whines. "I want to go to the playground." "Don't yell at me, Cade," I bark. "The playground is right down there," Lorenzo points. "Thank you," I say as he bows and walks away. "That was a nice man," Cade mentions. "It was," I agree. Cade and I eventually make it to the park. The park is lovely, with many trees and a large pond in the middle with ducks and other birds around it. There is a large modern playground with lots of pups on it. Cade jumps excitedly up and down, tugging my hand. "Mommy!" he squeals. "Be careful, okay," I say to him before releasing his hand. He runs a few feet away, then to me. "I will be careful, Mommy," he states, and resumes running. I stand and watch him climb onto a platform and immediately greet another boy who appears to be his age. I sigh and find a bench to sit on to watch. "You must be Samantha." A blonde-haired woman approaches me. I look up at her. She holds a paper coffee cup in her hand while shielding her eyes with the other. She almost hands me the latte before switching to the other hand. "I am Lila, Gamma Clint's mate." "I'm Samantha," I say while shaking her hand. Layla sits beside me. "Is that your little boy? Melinda told me you have a little boy." I nod. "Yes, that's Cade. The little boy he is talking to is my youngest, Seth," she states. "Cool," I mutter. "How do you like it here?" Lila asks in between sips. "Yum," she holds up her cup. "You really should try the coffee shop. It's the best." I eye her, but don't answer. I am a little concerned that Melinda was talking about me. I already got a sense that Holden's sister didn't like me. "Maybe because you are treating her brother like dirt," Arya grunts. I ignore my wolf. "So what pack did you come from?" "I'm sure Clint mentioned it, but..." Layla giggles while touching the top of her head. "Crimson Crest?" I respond. "Oh, right," she laughs. "That's a good pack, right?" I have never been there, but I heard it's good. "It's a good pack," I nod. "I came from Emerald Valley," she says. "My father was the beta for years. Of course, my brother is now. You know how it works." Layla continues blathering. I try to keep up, but she speaks so fast. "Layla," another woman walks over with a toddler on her hip. "Who is your friend?" She has reddish hair and brown eyes. The toddler whimpers to get down. "Oh, Luca." She sets the pup down and he runs towards the playground. "This is our new Luna." Layla gestures to me. "Really?" the woman exclaims. "Oh my goodness," she holds out her hand. "I am Kimberly," she says. "My mate is one of the top warriors in the pack. I am just a stay-at-home mom." "I am Samantha," I say with a small smile. "You aren't just a stay-at-home mom," Layla pats Kimberly's arm. "She bakes the best cakes." Layla grins. "Oh, they aren't that great." Kimberly sputters while waving her hands. "She made a dinosaur cake for my older son's birthday. It looks so realistic that the kids were afraid of it," Layla tells me. "Cool," I nod. "What does your son like?" Kimberly asks. "Rhinos," I chuckle. "Rhinos," Layla laughs. "That's so cute." I feel comfortable talking to these two women. They seem so friendly and open. A few more women join us. "Ladies, this is Samantha," Layla points out. "Alpha Holden's mate?" another one asks. "Yeah, I saw her at lunch," a short woman states. "She is so pretty," the first one says. "I am Sarah," she introduces herself. In a few minutes, I am introduced to about a dozen people who seem eager to talk to me. I feel a little overwhelmed, but am also enjoying myself. "Your little boy seems so friendly," Sarah points out. I see Cade playing with a little girl. "Ah, I see the little Alpha is taking a liking to my little Corey," Sarah says. Nearly an hour passed and I met so many pack members. They all seem so drawn to me. They know you are their Luna, Arya points out. I don't want to disappoint them, I sigh. You won't, Arya huffs. You are a good Luna. The women all stop talking and look to the other side of the playground. The scent of firewood gives away why. Holden approaches the group, and I have to keep from staring. He is wearing dark sunglasses that only seem to enhance his looks. Alpha Holden, your mate is lovely, I hear a woman say. She is going to be a great Luna, Sarah tells him. I shudder as he gets nearer, and I look at the ground. She is going to be a great Luna, isn't she? Holden repeats. Huh, Samantha? I don't want to look at him, but I sense everyone waiting for me to look at him. I take a deep breath before turning to him. He has slid the sunglasses down his nose and is flashing a smile. He's so cute, a woman in the crowd says. The pack is already drawn to you, Holden mentions. It takes a true Luna to achieve that. The crowd coos, and I feel more pressure to say something. Yeah, is all I manage to get out. Kiss him, someone shouts, and my heart thrums against my chest. Kiss, a few others join in, and I am mortified. Holden picks up on my terror. It's all right, ladies, says to a collective, Ah! He glances at me. Daddy, Cade shouts from the playground. Holden wanders over to my son. I watch as he picks Cade up. My son is all giggles as he kicks his legs. Holden sets Cade down and runs all over the playground in his nice suit with Cade and the other pups. He even lets them push him to the ground where they climb on him. Holden's laughter echoes through the playground. I always knew he would be a good father, Sarah says. He has really taken to your boy. Yeah, I mutter and look away as the women all coo. I walk away from the crowd with tears pricking at my eyes. It's all right, Arya speaks up. Let go and enjoy it, she pleads. No, I sniffle. I can't. He is just using Cade to get to me. He genuinely loves Cade, Arya replies. He isn't using him. The tears fall down my cheeks as I sit on a bench away from the others. They all focus on Cade and Holden, so I silently sob. It's so hard to forget what happened. I am waiting for the ball to drop. I am waiting for Holden to lay his hands on me and cause me pain. It's bound to happen. Samantha? Holden's voice pulls me from my thoughts. Why are you crying? He is standing before me with genuine concern written on his face. I rise from the bench without words and move towards the playground. I have to get out of here. I feel the eyes on me as I look for Cade. He is playing with Seth and Corey. Cade, sweetie, it's time to go. Cade looks up. But, Mommy? No buts, I grumble. Let's go. Tears well up in Cade's eyes and his lower lip sticks out. Mommy, he cries. Don't cry. We'll be back tomorrow, I promise. I hold my hand out to him. I have to go now, he says to his new friends and plods sadly toward me. I take his hand and we walk away from the playground. I hate hearing him sob. It will be okay, honey. Cade rubs his eyes and sniffles. I'm hungry, Mommy. Let me take you to Burger Shack. Holden appears in front of us with a big grin. Yeah, I want a burger, Cade squeals, and I huff while trying not to glare at Holden. I tried not to let Samantha's glare affect me. I just kept my attention on Cade, who was jumping for joy. You like hamburgers, Cade? I ask. I love burgers, he squeals. More than pizza? I laugh. No, he shakes his head. Come on, I pick him up and place him on my shoulders. Hang on, I say as Cade laughs. I start walking and glance back. Samantha is trudging silently behind me with a sour look on her face. It wouldn't kill you to smile, I tell her. She says nothing and looks away from me. Something upset her when I was playing with the pups on the playground. I wish she would open up to me. I want nothing more than to make this work, but she isn't letting me in. She's coming around, Hyde says. Is she? I counter. Has she let you in? I ask, and my wolf whimpers. We approach my car, and I set Cade down to open the back door for him. He slides right in. Put your seatbelt on, I instruct him. I then open the passenger door for Samantha, and she gets in without a word. I let out a sigh and ran to the driver's side. What kind of music do you like? I ask Samantha. Death metal, she responds. Is Lincoln Park all right? I ask, and she shrugs. The ride to the restaurant is silent as Samantha looks out the window while Cade babbles in the back seat. I glance over at her and sigh. We pull up in front of Burger Shack, a pack-owned restaurant. It has an eclectic theme with good burgers. Whoa, Cade says as I let him out of the car. I take his hand. Cool place, huh? I speak. Cade nods. Look, Mommy, he points at an alligator statue with a sombrero on its head. It's a funny gator. It's cute, Cade, Samantha finally speaks. We get inside and the place is bustling. A hostess greets us with a huge smile. Hello, Alpha Holden, she bows. Good evening, Fiona, I greet her. How is your family? They are great, she grins. 3? She asks. Yes. I try to put my arm around Samantha, but she moves out of reach. You must be Luna, Samantha. Fiona smiles at Samantha and then looks at Cade. And Cade, right? Cade nods happily. This way, Fiona leads us through the busy restaurant, and I wave at my pack members. I greet a few of them on the way to our table. Fiona seats us at a booth in the back. Jessica will be your server tonight, Fiona says. Can I get you all something to drink? Samantha? I look at my mate sitting opposite me, with Cade beside her. Water is fine, Samantha answers. We have yummy drinks, Fiona suggests. I just want water, my mate mutters. Okay, Fiona gives me a look. And for you, she asks Cade in a sweeter tone. He'll have chocolate milk, Samantha responds. Okay, Fiona grins and looks at me. I'll have a whiskey sour, I mention, looking at the menu. Okay, Jessica will be right over with your drinks, Fiona says and walks away. We sit in silence for a moment. Samantha doesn't bother looking at the menu and just stares into space. Cade happily colors the kids' menu while muttering about the alligator statues. His name is Bobby, and he lives in a cave with his little gators, he says. What would you like to eat, Cade? I ask the happy pup. A burger, he responds. They have sliders, I point out to Samantha. They are perfectly kid-sized. Mindy's kids love them. Samantha nods and sighs. Are you going to look at the menu? I ask. I'm not hungry, she mutters. I know you are, I sigh. You didn't eat at lunch, and your mother said you didn't eat breakfast. You must be starving, Samantha. She rolls her eyes. I wouldn't want to get too fat for you. What? I snort. You aren't fat. A waitress walks up to the table and sets our drinks down. Good evening, Alpha Holden, she grins at me. I see you brought your new family over. I did, I grin happily, despite Samantha not engaging. Jessica, this is your new Luna, Samantha, and her son Cade. Well, he is my son now too, right, Cade? Right, Daddy, Cade grins. Lovely, Jessica says. So, what are you all having tonight? Cade, do you want the sliders with some yummy fries? I ask my son. Cade nods happily. Samantha, I ask. I'll just have a cheeseburger, she says quietly. And fries? Jessica asks. No, just a cheeseburger, Samantha responds. Okay, Jessica looks at me. For you, Alpha? Bacon cheeseburger with onion rings, I hand her the menu. Gotcha, Jessica smirks. I'll get those right in, she says, walking away. We again sit in silence, and I take a sip of my drink and set it down. Are you not going to talk at all? I lean towards Samantha and watch her nostrils flare. She stares to breathe heavily and looks around the restaurant. Where is he? She mutters, and I sense her tension. Where is who? I ask with concern. He is here to take Cade, she says as tears well up in her eyes. He's going to take Cade. Mommy, Cade touches her. No, Samantha screams loud enough to elicit stares. She bolts out of her seat and runs out of the restaurant, leaving me flabbergasted. Alpha, Jessica walks over to us. Is everything all right? Can you keep an eye on Cade? I say to her, rising from the booth. Daddy, Cade looks up at me. I am going to look for Mommy. Stay there, Cade, I tell him. I sniff the air and pick up Samantha's scent. I run out of the restaurant and look around outside. Her scent seemed to be everywhere, and Hyde took over to find the trail. I hear sobbing in the woods and find Samantha sitting on a stump, bawling her eyes out. Samantha? Get away from me. She scrambles off the stump to get away from me. She stumbles and crawls on the ground. Samantha. I grab her, and she screams. No, no, she cries, and my heart breaks for her. Her eyes are a solid black, and something tells me she isn't seeing me but something else. Please don't hit me. I am sorry. Honey, it's me, I say as I try to hold on to her. It's me, Holden, I plead with her, but she keeps screaming. Alpha, 2 of my warriors run up. Back off, guys, I order them as Samantha is now just sobbing in my arms. Do you need help? A warrior asks. No, I'm fine, I say as Samantha slides out of my arms to the ground. She sits in a heap and hyperventilates. Do you want us to get a medic? The warrior asks. Fine, I nod. I kneel in front of Samantha and touch her forehead. Samantha, please look at me. No, she sniffles. Just let me go home. This is your home, I say. This is not my home, she shakes her head. I sigh and sit beside her on the cold ground. I wish I knew what to say or do to help her. Are you in therapy? I ask. I was, she mutters. I will get you back into therapy, I say. I just want to help you. I will never hurt you. She hugs her knees to her body and rocks herself. He's going to find me. Who? I ask. Who hurt you this bad? I ask her. I try to touch her, but she moves away. It doesn't matter, she sniffles. He will find me and take Cade. I won't let anyone take Cade, I state. Samantha keeps sobbing, and I sit beside her, feeling utterly helpless. She won't let me comfort her. Mommy, Cade runs up to us with Fiona and Jessica behind him. Samantha looks up and lets him fall into her arms. She hugs her son tight and rocks him. It's okay, Mommy, Cade tries to console her. Alpha, 2 medics approach us. We were told to come here, one of them says. Thank you, I nod and stand up. Samantha, I touch her arm. There are medics here. Do you want to go to the hospital? No, she whispers. I want to go home. Are you sure? I ask. She nods her head. Sorry, guys, thank you for coming, I tell them. No problem, Alpha. The medics bow and walk away. I'm sorry, Alpha. Jessica walks up to me. He bolted away from me. She points at Cade. It's all right, Jessica, I tell her. Can you box up our food, please? Yes, she nods and gives Samantha a lingering look before walking away with Fiona. Samantha, we can go home, I say gently. She looks up at me with tear-stained eyes. Home? Well, the pack house, I sigh. Oh, we can eat there in Cade's room, okay? I tell her. Fine, she whispers and sets Cade down to stand up. Cade just quietly watches his mother. I'm sorry, Mommy, he mutters. You didn't do anything, baby, Samantha says and looks at me. I'm sorry. I reach out to touch her but stop. It's fine. We are still learning about each other. We walked back to the restaurant. Samantha gets into the car with Cade while I retrieve our food. Thanks, I say and hand Jessica and Fiona large tips. The ride back to the pack house is silent once again. My mind is in turmoil trying to think what set Samantha off like that. We get back to the house and head upstairs. Samantha puts on Kung Fu Panda for us to watch while we eat. I can't help but look at her as she eats. Her eyes are focused on the TV. I like this movie, I say. It's my favorite, Cade declares. I want to be a rhino guard. I laugh at that. After the movie, Cade runs to his cars and invites Samantha and me. We all played together for about an hour. Cade is the bridge between us as Samantha almost forgets her bitterness for a little while. Our hands brush together and she doesn't flinch. Finally, I help her get Cade cleaned up and tucked into bed. The little boy hands me a book. Read. He orders me. It's his favorite book, Samantha offers. The Grumpy Monkey, I laugh. After reading the book 3 times, Cade finally settles down to sleep. Samantha kisses his little forehead and follows me across the hall. Do I really have to share a room with you? She asks while staring at the bed. You are my mate, I say to her. Fine, she says and starts taking off her clothes. My eyes bulge from my head as I try not to stare at her body. Hide pants like a horny dog, and I look away. What are you doing? I ask. Samantha lies on the bed with her eyes closed. Just get it over with. Samantha, I mutter. Get what over with? Do what you have to do with me, she says. I smell her fear as she lies there, trembling. I'm not going to do anything to you. She opens an eye. You are an alpha, and I am your mate. You are supposed to use my body, whether I want it or not. I stare at her for a moment. No, I am not like that. I would never do anything to a woman without her permission. Really? Samantha looks at me. You aren't going to rape me? No, I nearly yell. Oh, she almost seems disappointed. Do you want to have shocks with me? I ask with a slight smirk. No. She wrinkles her nose. I hate sex. I grab my pillow from the bed. I'll sleep on the couch, I mutter, toss the pillow on the couch, and then find an extra blanket. Samantha stares in confusion at me. I kick off my shoes and take off my pants and shirt. I try not to smile when I catch her staring at me. I lie down on the couch. Good night. I must leave early so you won't see me. She sniffles. Okay. She sighs and lies down. You are free to do whatever, though I asked my mom to take you to the school to get Cade registered, I tell her. Fine, she responds. She is silent for a moment, then sits up. He smelled like whiskey. She wipes her hand down her face. That's why I freaked out. I stare at her momentarily. I'm sorry, Samantha. Good night, she says quietly. I lie down and stare at the ceiling, listening to her breathing as I fall asleep. Samantha. I wake up feeling completely rested for the first time in 8 years. I take a deep breath as I open my eyes, and his woodsy scent comforts me in ways I never knew possible. The realization hits me. and I scramble off the bed. No, I mutter. I am not getting attached, I say as I run to the bathroom. I look around the large bathroom, which reminds me of Dmitry with the dark wood and masculine features. My hygiene products are in the shower, so I step in and turn the water on as hot as possible. I hiss at the pain, but I am not going to allow this bond to take over me. You can't keep denying him, Arya speaks up. Shut up, I mutter to her as I feel his wolf trying to contact me. And tell that other wolf to leave me alone. Arya whines, You will only hurt yourself in the end, Samantha. Holden is a good man. He's an alpha, I remind her. So is your brother and father, she points out, and I huff. I push her to the back of my mind and focus on my molten shower. I pick up my loofah and scrub my body until my skin is raw. I am not going to let this bond control me, I chant repeatedly. I emerge sometime later, dry off, and throw on a pair of sweatpants and an old t-shirt. On my way out, I notice the flowers Holden dropped on the ground are in a vase with a note in front of them. Good morning, beautiful. I scoff and roll my eyes. I apologize for not being with you this morning. I must go to another pack to finalize an alliance and business deal. You are free to do as you wish. I will see you later tonight around dinner time. Love your mate, Holden. I crumple the note and drop it on the floor, but take a whiff of the flowers. I remind myself to thank Lorenzo for them as they are quite lovely. I open the door and go across the hall to check on Cade. My son is still sleeping when I enter the room. He looks happy and content with Billy the Rhino under his arm. I stare at him for a moment before sitting on the edge of the bed. He stirs and opens his eyes. Good morning, baby, I say and touch his cheek. Hi, Mommy, he mutters. How did you sleep? I ask. I slept good, he smiles and sits up. I laugh as his hair is in a mess and I touzle it. Look at you, he giggles. There is a knock on the door and Trisha pokes her head in. Good morning, Samantha. She greets me with a wry smile. Good morning, I respond. You sound almost chipper this morning. Trisha steps into the room. I shrug. I guess I slept well. She smirks. Sleeping beside your mate will have that effect on you. I snort. It didn't with the first one. Trisha frowns and sighs. Anyways, breakfast is ready whenever you two decide to come down. Thanks, I mutter. Also, Holden asked me to take you to the school to register Cade, she says. Okay, I nod. Trisha stands awkwardly for a moment before leaving the room. I'm hungry, Mommy, Cade mutters sleepily. Should we get you dressed and see what is for breakfast? I ask, and he nods vigorously. I want waffles, he says as he slides out of the bed. I help him get washed up and dressed. He looks adorable in his khaki pants and rock-steady t-shirt. I hold his hand as we make our way to the dining hall. Pack members greet us as we pass by. I smile at each one. Good morning, Samantha, Layla said as she approached me with her 2 pups. This is Devin, she points to the oldest one, and you remember Seth. Devin appears to be a few years older than Cade, but smiles at him. I'm Cade, my son grins at Devin. Are you new here? Devin asks. Cade nods. Devin, this is Samantha, your new Luna, Layla explains. Devin bows. Luna, he grins. You can just call me Samantha, I smile at the pup. Mommy, Cade whines, I'm hungry. I laugh. I better get him fed. I know what you mean, Layla laughs. We all walk into the dining hall together. The buffet is bustling with pack members who all stop to look when I enter. I feel awkward standing there as they all stare. Go back to your meals, everyone, Layla speaks up. The pack members all go back to their activities, and I breathe a sigh of relief. Thanks. No problem. I know what it's like to be the newest ranked pack member, Layla says. When I first came here, I felt like an outsider, too. I had a hard time speaking in front of everyone, even though I am a beta's daughter. I guess I am still getting used to things, I reply. I heard you were a Luna before, Layla inquires. Or that's what Mindy said. I press my lips together. Yeah, my alpha was an abusive piece of shot, I say and glance down at Cade. Cade returns the look but says nothing while tugging me towards the buffet. Oh, Layla looks at Cade. I see. Well, you don't have to worry about that with Holden. I let out a snort. Right. You disagree? Has he done anything abusive towards you? Layla asks. No, I look at the ground. I just wasn't ready for another mate. I had everything figured out, and now my life has been disrupted. A few pack members overhear us and look in my direction. I brush it off and turn my attention to the buffet. I pick up a couple of plates as Cade jumps up and down. "Mommy! Mommy!" he shouts. "Settle down, Cade," I say as I look for waffles. The Omega K walks up to us. "Good morning, Luna." She flashes a brilliant smile. "How are you and Cade this morning?" "We are good," I say. "I want waffles," Cade shouts. "Cade, don't shout," I tell him. My son frowns. "Sorry." "We can make him some waffles," Kay says. "Yes!" Cade shouts. "Cade," I drawl. My son takes a deep breath. "Can I please have waffles?" "Yes, you may have waffles, little Alpha." Kay pats the top of his head. "I hope it's no trouble," I tell her. "It's never trouble." Kay grins. "I'll bring them out when they are ready." "Okay," I say. I get Cade and me some other items to eat, and we sit at a table with Layla and her pups. A few minutes later, her mate, Gamma Clint, shows up. "Good morning, Samantha," he greets me. "Good morning," I respond. Kay walks out with a big platter of waffles and sets them in front of my wide-eyed son. "There you go," she coos. "That's a lot of waffles," Cade squeals. "Thank you, Kay," I say to her. "Wow," Devin says and reaches for the platter. "Those are mine," Cade yells. "Cade, you can share your waffles," I admonish him. "But Mommy," he whines. "You can have a waffle, Devin," I tell the other pup. Cade pouts and folds his arms. "You can share, or you won't get any waffles," I say. His lower lip quivers as tears well in his eyes. I put a couple of waffles on his plate, then butter and pour syrup over them. Cade sits and stares at his food while trying not to cry. "Aren't you going to eat?" I say to my son. He sniffles and stares at his waffles. "You don't want them to go to waste, do you?" I speak. He huffs and starts to eat. "The rest of you can have waffles," I tell Lila and Clint. "Thanks." Clint takes a waffle and sets it on Seth's plate. Cade whines but says nothing. "Thank you for the waffles, Cade," Devin says. Cade offers him a small smile. "You are welcome." I chat with Lila while we eat. After we finish eating, I rise to take our plates and Melinda approaches me with her brood. "Hi," I say to her. "My mother asked me to take you to the school," she grumbles. "Don't sound so excited," I joke. "Mom is busy, so she can't come," Melinda states. "Don't trouble yourself, Melinda. I'll find my way there," I say. "You don't like letting people help you," Melinda scoffs. "Not if they are going to make a big deal out of it," I counter. Melinda sneers at me. "If you weren't my brother's mate, I would beat the shit out of you. My family is bending over backward to welcome you, but you don't appreciate anything." "I appreciated the waffles that Kay made for Cade," I mention. Melinda rolls her eyes. "Hurry up, I have to get the kids to school." "Fine," I respond and turn to Cade, who is talking to Melinda's pups. I can't help but smile as my son seems eager to make friends wherever he goes. "Come on," Melinda says to her brood. I follow her out of the dining room and to the front of the pack house where a van awaits us. I silently help Melinda get the pups in the van and sit in the front. We ride to the school in silence. As we pull up, I admire how clean it is. The school at Shadow Woods was falling apart. Dmitry had refused to fix it up. He thought it was a waste of money. A tall, slim woman with curly black hair approaches us and bows. "You must be Luna Samantha," she holds her hand out. "I am Principal Laura Richardson. Welcome to Eagle Creek Elementary." "Holden." I wake up with a sore back and shoulders. The couch wasn't comfortable to sleep on, so I tossed and turned all night. My alarm goes off, and I sit up. Samantha is sleeping sprawled out on the bed. I sigh as I wish I could lie beside her. "She'll get there," Hyde mutters. "Right," I say and start my morning routine. I do some quick exercises, then shower. I relish the hot water on my achy body. "I am so not sleeping on the couch tonight," I mumble. I wear a blue suit and fix my hair until it is just right. I look at Samantha for a moment. Every inch of me wants to kiss her goodbye, but I settle for writing her a note. I set the note in front of the vase before leaving. I go across the hall to check on Cade. He is sleeping happily with his stuffed rhino. I touch his cheek and then leave the room. "I can't wait till we have another one," Hyde says. I let out a loud snort. "You heard Samantha. She hates sex." "It will happen. Give it time," Hyde says. I don't respond to him and continue down the hall. "Good morning, son." My father greets me. He appears dressed for his morning run. Despite his age, he still runs miles around the pack every morning. "Good morning, Pop," I reply. "Where are you heading off to this early?" he asks. "I'm going to finalize the alliance with Shadow Woods," I tell him as we enter the elevator. He frowns. I don't know why you think that is a good idea. You know they were sanctioned and kicked out of the kingdom, right? Yes, Dad, I sigh. Do you know why? He continues. Dad, I mutter. I believe the deal that Alpha Volkov is offering is good. Dad shakes his head. I hope you are right, Holden. I would hate for this pact to be sanctioned. That's not going to happen, I say. I need you to trust me. I trust you, Dad sighs. It's Alpha Volkov I don't trust. I dealt with his father, Kostya, a few times, and he always rubbed me the wrong way. It will be okay, Dad, I assure him. Eddie walks up to us while yawning. Morning, he mutters. Edward, Dad nods at him. I have to get to my run, son, he mentions. Good luck. Buyer, I wave as he jogs away from me. I look at Eddie. Are you ready? No, he mutters, but someone has to go with you. I head to my office to grab a few things, and Clint is waiting for me. Morning, Clint, I greet my gamma. The cars and warriors are waiting for you out front, he announces. Good. How are things otherwise this morning, I ask. All good, nothing to report, he responds. I pick up my briefcase and the papers I had prepared. We'll be back later this afternoon, probably closer to dinner, I tell Clint. Unless Alpha Volkov murders us, Eddie snorts. Ed, I hiss. What? Eddie shrugs. It's a damn good possibility, Holden. I roll my eyes. We have to get going. Fine, Eddie snarks. We stop by the kitchen to get a quick bite of breakfast. Kay grins as she hands me a travel mug full of coffee. Just how you like it, Alpha, she says, patting my cheek. I lean down to kiss her forehead. Thanks, Kay. She giggles. You are such a sweetheart. I try. I smirk. Everyone is ready to go, Holden, Everett informs me. Good, I say. Load up and let's get going, I say, and get into the lead SUV. Eddie slides in beside me as Everett enters the front seat with another warrior. 6 more warriors are in the following SUV. Everett puts on a rock station, and we get underway. It's going to take a few hours to get to Shadow Woods. So I heard about Samantha's meltdown at Burger Shack last night, Eddie mentions. I give him a side-eyed glare. Where did you hear about that? Well, Melinda told me first, and then my mother brought it up, he explains. It's all over the pack, Holden. I slide my hand down my face. I wish it weren't. The new Luna of our pack had a major meltdown in front of dozens of members, and you expect it not to be the hot topic. Eddie, I mutter. I know, buddy, Eddie sighs, but people are talking. They aren't sure about Samantha. She went through a traumatic experience, Ed, I tell him. I realize that. How will that affect her ability to be a good Luna, though? He explains. She won't even accept you. I cringe at the truth of his words. I know. Did you guys sleep in the same room? He wonders, and I nod. Same bed? No, I shake my head. I slept on the couch. See? Eddie sighs. I know you waited almost 2 decades for her, but... No buts, Ed, I growl. Samantha is my mate. I am not going to give up on her. She will come around. You don't sound so sure, Holden. I am just looking out for you, Eddie taps my arm. But the pack needs to have confidence in their leaders, too. I press my lips together. Mom suggested we get her into therapy. Like yesterday, scoffs. Eddie scoffs. Did Melinda say that? I glance at him. Melinda said a lot of things about her. He chuckles, and I glare at him. What? I wish Samantha would see me as me and not the monster who abused her, I say. Cade already holds so much love for me, and I love him. I would hate to give up on his mother and lose them both. I know, buddy, Eddie sighs. I hope everything works out in the end. I nod, and we settle into the ride. I play on my phone for a bit before staring at the passing scenery. Holden, Everett shakes me awake. I jolt awake and stare at the warrior. We are approaching the gate, he nods. Oh, okay, thanks, I mutter. The large, ornate gate looms over us as we approach a guard mansion. A uniformed guard walks up to the car. Do you have an appointment? He asks in a dull tone. I roll the window down. Alpha Holden Vaughn of Eagle Creek here to meet with Alpha Volkov, I announce. Right, the guard nods. And those are your warriors? Yes, your Alpha said I could bring a few, I reply. Good, he sighs. Stay straight on this road, and it will take you right to the pack house. Alpha Volkov will be waiting. Thank you, I smile as the gate rises. I look around as we drive through the pack. Some houses look like well-maintained mansions, while others are falling apart. Solemn pack members watch us from the streets. Some appear to be malnourished and injured. Damn, do they not maintain anything here? Eddie points to a building I assume to be a school. It is a strange contrast between some of the residences here, I mention. Dude, it looks like he is starving half of his pack, Eddie points out. I press my lips together. Part of me is wondering what the hell I am getting myself into by aligning with this pack. The pack house is just ahead, and to say it's extravagant is an understatement. It stands 4 stories tall and looks like a Southern-style house but is bigger and more ornate. The cars stop, and I gulp when I see the alpha waiting for me. He is a large, muscular man wearing a dark suit. "Alpha Vaughn," he says in his Russian accent as we approach. I hold my hand out to him as I look into his very familiar eyes. "Alpha Volkov," I say as we shake hands. "This is my beta, Edward Flannery. Call me Dmitry," he mentions and inhales. "Your scent," he mutters. "There is something about your scent." "I'm just wearing aftershave," I mention. "Right," he nods and pulls his hand back. "Shall we get started?" He gestures to the house. "Samantha." I shake the principal's hand and smile. "Thank you. I am Samantha Wheeler, and this is Cade." Principal Richardson glances down at Cade. "Welcome to our school, Cade. We are very excited to have you." "Thank you, miss," Cade responds. "We can take your son to the kindergarten class, and then you can sign the paperwork," Principal Richardson explains. I nod and let her lead us into the building. Melinda walks a few feet behind with her brood. Cade chats with her son and twin daughters. "Mrs. Bryson is really nice," one of the girls says. Here, Principal Richardson stops a brightly decorated door. Several other mothers are inside chatting while the pups are happily playing. "Mommy," Cade bounces up and down while pointing at some cars. "Go on," I smile and let him go. "Hello, Luna." Sarah from the park greets me. "It's so nice to see you here at our school." I grin at her. A few others I met in the park swarm me, and I do my best to be cordial to them. I have no reason to be hostile to regular pack members. A young woman with dark brown hair wearing a simple denim dress claps her hands. "Okay, children gather on the rug," she declares, and the pups all respond, including Cade, who sits with Melinda's twins. The teacher smiles and looks toward me. "Children, we have a very special guest today." Internally, I am screaming. I don't want people to get attached to me as I don't intend on staying. This isn't my home. "This is your home," Arya says, but I brush her aside. The pups all turn to me, and my son looks so proud that I hate to diminish that. "This is Samantha Wheeler, Alpha Holden's mate, and our new Luna." I put on a smile and wave at the kids. "Hello, Luna Samantha," the pups say in unison. "That's my mommy," Cade speaks up. "Why don't you stand and introduce yourself, Cade?" The teacher tells him. My son stands up and joins the teacher. "My name is Cade. Mommy and I just moved here to be with my new daddy. I love him so much." I look away as tears well up in my eyes. "I always wanted my own daddy," he continues, "and it's like a dagger in my heart. But now I have one, and I hope we stay here forever." I look at the ground, trying to hide my tears. "Very good, Cade," the teachers say. "I am Miss Breeson, and we are all happy to have you in our class. You may sit down." I feel eyes on me and look up. "Would you care to address the class, Luna?" Ms. Bryson asks. I sigh and look at the pups and moms all looking at me. "I hope you all have a good day of learning," I say robotically. "Thank you," the teacher responds in a strange tone. "We will start the day now. Moms are free to go. Sarah, you are staying?" she asks. "Yes," Sarah responds. I look at Cade. "I'll see you later, all right?" "Okay, Mommy," he smiles and turns to one of Melinda's twins. I make haste and rush out of the classroom. My heart is beating like crazy as the entire universe is against me, trying to force me to accept Holden. Even my son is against me. I lean against the wall and breathe heavily. "Accept him," Arya chants. "Shut up," I shout in my head at her. She whimpers and backs off. "It will be better for us." "Luna," Principal Richardson touches my shoulder, and I yelp. "I am sorry, but are you all right?" I nod. "I was just a little overwhelmed," I mutter. Melinda stands a few feet behind her with her youngest pup glaring at me. I turn my focus on the principal. "Okay, let's go to my office and we can sign the paperwork," she tells me. "Are you coming, Beta Melinda?" "No, I have to take Shane to preschool," she mentions and gives me another look. "You can call for a ride," she grumbles and walks away. "This way," Principal Richardson gestures. I silently follow her while looking around. The school, though older, appears to be well maintained. Each classroom has everything it needs. The floors are intact with no holes in walls or ceilings. "Do you like the school so far?" the principal asks. "It's lovely." I admit freely. I came from a pack where the alpha cared little for the school. What pack did you come from? She asks in mild horror. I was born in Crimson Crest, I mention. But that's not the one I am talking about. I shudder. Though I was glad to escape Dmitry, I still miss the pack. They were the only thing that got me through the 3 years of torture. You were at another pack? The principal asks. Yes, Holden is my second chance, I pause before saying mate. Oh, I see. She nods. That would explain Cade. We enter the administration office and are greeted by the secretaries. Hello, Luna. Another lovely woman approaches me. I am Vice Principal Iris Smith. I shake her hand and greet the others before following the principal into her office. It overlooks the schoolyard, and I smile at the state-of-the-art playground. That looks like a great playground. I point. Oh yes, we just had it installed this year. Principal Richardson grins. And Holden gave you the money? I ask. Of course. We never want for anything. She nods while pulling out a stack of papers. Colleen. She presses a button on her phone. Do you have the other papers? Yes, a woman responds. I stare at the playground. The school at Shadowwoods barely had books, and I had to fight with Dmitry to get him to supply them with pencils. He thought they should figure it out on their own. I shudder. Are you okay? The principal asks. I nod. She slides the papers across the desk. Just the standard paperwork, you know. Another woman walks in and hands a few things to the principal. Hello, Luna, she greets me. I smile at her. We are so glad to see that Alpha Holden finally found his mate, the woman says. We grew up together, and like everyone else, I had a little crush on him. Colleen, the principal chides her. What? Colleen shrugs with a laugh. You did too, Laura. Arya growls in my head. Sorry, Luna, the principal says. For what? I ask. For talking about our crushes on your mate? Wah, she replies. He's not my mate, I mutter to myself. It's fine. I can accept that he had a past before me. True, Colleen says. I have my mate now, and I love him. I grin as I fill out the papers while Colleen and Laura chat. I bet she can't either, Laura giggles. I can't what? I ask. Oh, you weren't listening, Colleen laughs. No, I shake my head. We were just talking about pups, Colleen explains. I have 3, and Laura has 2. How many do you want? I gulp and press my lips together. I haven't thought about it. I am good with 1. Oh, they both gasp. I finish the papers and push them toward the principal. She is quiet as she goes over them. Do you want a tour of the rest of the school? I shake my head. No, I just need a ride back to the pack house. Okay, school lets out at 2, she mutters and picks up her phone. I'll call for a ride for you. Thanks, I'll wait outside. I leave the office. We didn't offend you, did we? Colleen asks. No, I say and continue out of the office. I wander back to the front, and a car is waiting for me. Good morning, Luna. A man in a uniform greets me. You can just call me Samantha, I mutter. Oh, okay, I am Morris, he introduces himself. Where am I taking you? Just take me back to the pack house, I say. Okay. He nods and we get on our way. What do you think about the school? It's great, I respond. That's good to hear. My son attends the 4th grade, he says. My son seemed content, I mention. That's good. Holden really loves him, he mentions. I mean Alpha Holden. I shrug. I don't mind if you call him Holden. You two must be friends. Yeah, we are, Morris smirks. Holden is friends with all of the warriors. How do you like it here overall? It's good, I mutter. I know I speak for a lot of pack members, but we are glad you are here. He glances at me. Holden has waited a long time for you. I shudder and look out the window. Are you glad to be here? Morris asks. I press my lips together. I don't know yet. Oh, Morris frowns. We stop in front of the pack house. Thank you for the ride, I say and quickly exit the car. My head is pounding as I wander. I just want to go home, but everything is working against me. This is your home, Samantha, Arya says. I ignore her and wander around the pack house until I find myself in the recreation room. Several pack members are inside, playing different games. They all stop to look at me, but I say nothing as I head over to an open pool table and pick up a cue, Holden. We follow Dmitry toward the house, and he stops and turns to me. His dark eyes flicker between yellow and jet black. Your warriors may stay in the library. I had my servants put out snacks for them. I turn to Everett and the others. You heard, Dmitry? A thin woman ambles up to us with fear laced in her soft brown eyes. She is wearing just a simple dress that barely covers her body. Take these men to the library, the Alpha orders. The woman looks at my warriors, and her eyes widen. She makes a noise as one of the warriors rushes forward to hug her. Mine, he growls. The woman trembles as Dmitry growls. Jason? I address him. What are you doing? This woman is my mate, Alpha, Jason responds. I see. I look at the other Alpha, who has a crooked smile. I shake my head as his eyes have returned to normal. The resemblance to someone I know is uncanny, but I can't point who. I suppose we have another deal to make, Dmitry smirks. Oh. Right. I look at the warriors. You guys go on to the library. The young woman is smiling at Jason, who seems happy too. Dmitry grunts and starts walking toward the house again. We silently follow into the extravagant house. An older man and woman greet Dmitry. Behind them are 3 young girls and a thin, pregnant woman. Alpha Vaughn, these are my parents, Kostya and Tatiana, he introduces the couple. And my current mate, Vanya, and my 3 daughters, Galina, Katya, and Misha. Current mate, I say in my head. It's nice to meet the son of Winston Vaughn, Kostya says in a thicker accent than Dmitry. Welcome to our pack, Alpha. Thank you, sir. I bow my head at him. Excuse us. We have business to attend to, Dmitry says, and we move down the hall. I glance back at the pregnant woman. She seems to be pleading for help as I walk away. I wonder how many mates he has had. Do you have a mate? Dmitry interrupts my thoughts. Yes, I smile, thinking about Samantha even though she probably isn't thinking about me. I had my fated mate, but she failed me, he murmurs. Is yours fated? Failed him? I wonder. She is, I nod. And it is going well? He asks. I press my lips together. I am not comfortable enough to say anything about Samantha yet. It is going, I say with a dry chuckle. I see. Not obedient, right? He huffs. Females these days aren't obedient like they should be. They no longer respond to slaps with fear. I gulp as he speaks. They think they are equals, he snorts. Equals to us? He slaps his chest. We are men, alphas, leaders, he thunders while pumping his fist. They are not our equals. Do you agree? Well, I see, he barks. We enter a large meeting room. It's nearly twice the size of the one at home, with a large table made of marble. It must have cost a fortune. It cost $100,000. Dmitry's voice cuts through my thoughts. He pats the table. It is pure moonstone marble, the best in the world. He grins and gestures to the chairs. Eddie and I take our seats. I glance at my beta, who has been silent the whole time. What? I whisper to him as Dmitry talks to another man who just shuffled in. Does this place not give you the creeps? Eddie mumbles quietly. It's fine, I say, trying to brush off my concerns. Seeing the state of the pack and its members has made me seriously reconsider aligning with this man. You think? Hyde growls. Alpha Vaughn, Dmitry gestures to the man beside him. This is my beta, Jared Beck. I nod at Jared. Is this all the paperwork, Jared? Dmitry grumbles. Yes, Jared nods. Dmitry mutters as he looks through it, then shoves it across the table. The terms are as we discussed. May I read it? I ask. Of course, he grins. I pick up the papers and lean back so Eddie can see them. I look them over, and everything appears to be as we agreed. His companies will supply some of mine, and we will share the profits. His company will also handle the logistics. I know Marcus Wheeler will be upset, but Dmitry is offering a better deal. Is it all as you expected? Dmitry speaks up. I look at Eddie, who nods. It's all here, Dmitry, I mutter, and he rolls a fancy pen towards me. That is a $1,000 pen, he grins. It was supposedly used by Elvis or something. I pick up the heavy pen made of ivory and let out a low whistle. $1,000 for a pen, I say as I quickly sign the paperwork. I slide it back to Dmitry along with the pen. You can keep the pen, he smirks. Really? I say in shock. I have more like that, he laughs. He nods at his beta, who produces a cigar box. Do you like a good cigar? He asks. I nod as Jared presents the box to me. I grab one, and Jared offers the box to Eddie. No thanks, Eddie shakes his head. My mate would be upset. Dmitry laughs. You mate would be upset. He shakes his head and places a cigar on his taut lips. I light my cigar, and soon the room is filled with their sweet aroma. This is a good cigar. Of course, it's a San Miguel from Cuba. The finest cigars one can buy, Dmitry snorts. So, Edward, you are a man who allows his mate to control your life. Eddie tenses. No, we make decisions as a team. Dmitry laughs and lets out a large cloud of smoke. You are not much of a man. Women need to be under our control, not the other way around. How many mates have you had? Eddie challenges the other alpha, and I give him a look. What? He said the pregnant one is his current mate. I take a deep breath as Dmitry is glaring at Eddie. I have had 4 disobedient bitches. The first one, though, he smiles, a fiery redhead that made me feel things I didn't know I could, but I had to reject her when she failed to give me an heir. My mind reels as I wonder if this is Samantha's former mate, but I refrain from asking. The next 3 all gave me useless daughters, he grumbles. So what did you do to them? I ask hesitantly. He runs a finger across his throat with an evil grin. Though my father reminded me that daughters aren't completely useless, they can always be used as bargaining chips, so I keep them around. I make a small gulp and feel I am ready to leave. Hyde is in my head, making sounds of disgust. So do you have sons, Holden? Dmitry asks. I have 1, I mention Cade. And I have 2, Eddie smirks smugly. Dmitry nods. Would you gentlemen stay for lunch? Tell him no, Eddie begs in my head. Yes, we will stay, I blurt out, and Eddie groans. Excellent, Dmitry rises. We shall retire to the lounge for brandy until lunch is ready. Eddie and I follow suit. I puff my cigar and follow Dmitry out of the meeting room. We follow down the hall to a nicely decorated lounge. It's like a hunting lodge with trophy animal heads all over the wall, including that of a wolf. You have a wolf head? Eddie scoffs. It was an enemy of my father's, Dmitry responds. Father said I will have your head on my wall and... Dmitry laughs heartily. A man standing at the bar looks at us with sorrow and fear. Dmitry slaps the bar. Wake up, he laughs at the Omega. 4 brandy, he orders. The bartender gives me a look as he prepares the drinks. He has sunken cheeks and a forlorn look. I can hear his stomach growling from across the room. I wonder when he last ate. The drinks are placed on the bar, and we each grab one and sit down on one of the fancy old couches. That couch belonged to one of my Russian ancestors. We come from an old royal line. Father believes we are related to Vlad the Impaler, Dmitry explains. Bet you didn't know he was a wolf? I didn't, I admit. Dmitry laughs as he takes a sip of his drink. We sit and chat for half an hour until an Omega announces lunch is served. How I should have expected the dining room to be extravagant like the rest of the house, but it blew away my expectations. We are seated at a long table as Omegas dressed in tuxedos present our lunch on silver platters. I stare at the roasted squab on my plate, something I had once at the palace. It seems quite indulgent. Have you not had a squab? Dmitry asks. No, I have, I mutter. I dig into the food and relish its taste. It's expertly prepared. My compliments to your chef. Chef? Dmitry scoffs. I have no chef, just a servant that is good at cooking, he corrects me. I try not to cringe outwardly, as it seems he has no respect for the contributions of his Omegas. He calls them servants, Hyde speaks up. Right, I reply. Lunch goes quickly and we prepare to leave. Jason walks up with his newly found mate. I had nearly forgotten about it. He looks at Dmitry and bows. Alpha Volkov, I request that you allow Morgan to come home with me. She is my mate. Dmitry looks at me and then at Jason. She is a lowly servant. Wouldn't you rather have a different woman? Jason shakes his head. I do not care that she is an Omega. Dmitry looks at me. I don't like losing a servant. Would you trade me one? He asks. I hate the thought of sending one of my Omegas to him. But I have a couple of people in my cells who I could part with. I have a couple I could send. Holden, Eddie hisses. I nudge him. Good, he looks at Jason. She may go, he glances at me. I will come to your pack in a week or so to collect my new servants, he smirks. I also would like to view your businesses. That will be fine, Dmitry. I would love to have you visit my pack, I reply. Dmitry. I watched Alpha Vaughn's entourage drive away. A cloud of smoke rises from my nostrils as I ponder my next move. I am positive that Alpha Vaughn doesn't know what I know about him. I know that Samantha and my son are in his pack. I know that he is her second chance mate. I turn heel, march back into the house, and head for my office. Jared joins me. Did you do as I asked? I ask him. We installed trackers on the vehicles, Jared responds. And the girl? I ask of the Omega, who turned out to be mates to one of Vaughn's warriors. She agreed to spy for us, Jared says with hesitation. Why do you sound like that? We gave her a deal. Spy or we kill her family. I shrug like it was no big deal. I just hate killing our pack members, Jared mentions. You are just mad I almost killed your sister, I mentioned Cassandra. Jared's expression darkened. Too bad she ran away, he says with near elation. I let out a low growl. Hey, and you are lucky I didn't hang you for helping, I get into his face. Why are you worried about omegas? They are like cockroaches. There are hundreds more for each one we kill. Jared looks away from me. I know he helped his sister and her whelp escape. He should have been hung, but I kept him around. That's what I thought, I mutter and step into my office. Do not disturb me unless there is a dire emergency, I say, slamming the door in his face. I wander over to my desk and sit down. I pull open a drawer and find the photos. I look at the young boy and smile. My son, I say. I have dozens of pictures of my Samantha Cade, I whisper as I puff on my cigar. I pick up the phone and dial. The line trills a few times before it's picked up. This better be good, a gruff voice responds. Did I wake you? I ask. Yes, he huffs. What do you need, Volkov? Do you have any new information for me? I ask. Yes, your mate is here in Eagle Creek, he confirms. She is here with your son. I sigh. I had known that Samantha had left her little cabin on the outskirts of Crimson Crest. Keep an eye on her, Maggart, I instruct the man. I am coming for her and my child soon. That will cost you, Volkov, Maggart grumbles. You know I will always pay, I respond. Yes, or I will suck the life from your whelp, he hisses. I am not afraid of many things, but Maggart is not one to cross. He is a shape-shifting wraith. He can turn into anything, whether a plant, animal, or inanimate object. But he has been instrumental in informing me about Samantha and our child. I will pay, I say in a stern tone. I need new pants, he demands. I will get you pants, I mutter. Anything you need is yours. Good, I will be in touch, Maggart growls and hangs up. I sigh and pick up a photo of Samantha. She is sitting behind that dreadful diner she worked at. Her hair is messy, and her uniform is stained, yet she looks so beautiful smoking her cigarette. I growl as that rogue friend of hers is in the picture, too. My Samantha, I say, I never should have let you go. Fedor makes a noise. He won't forgive me for rejecting Samantha, so he doesn't speak to me much. Do you have something to say? I ask my wolf. He says nothing and retreats into my mind. I thought so. I sigh and stare at her some more. No other woman I have had could compare to her. She made me feel ways I never thought a woman could. I will have you again, my Samantha. I trace my hand over her picture. I rise from the desk and wander over to the bar. I pour a glass of scotch and sit on the sofa. I remember her pleasuring me there. I close my eyes and try to imagine it once more. Fedor whimpers but stays quiet. Before long, it's like she never left, and I can feel her soft lips sucking me dry. Oh, Samantha, I say as I take a long swig of my drink. My sweet Samantha, I am nearly to orgasm when there is a knock on the door. What? I roar loud enough to shake the walls. It's me, my mother's voice responds. With a grunt, I tuck myself back into my pants and stand up. I open the door. Yes, Mother. She wrinkles her nose. I'm sorry to interrupt your play session, she laughs. Why are you here, Mother? I growl. She touches my cheek. My angry boy, she breathes. Arena and I wish for you to see the room. My eyes widened. The room is done? Yes. Would you like to see it? She smiles. Yes, I nod. We get upstairs. Mother takes me down the hall to the room beside mine, and we go in. My sister is waiting for us as we enter. I gasp at the perfect child's room. According to Maggart, my son enjoyed cars of all kinds, so it looks like a little city with toy cars of all sizes everywhere, including a very expensive Lamborghini ride-on replica. Excellent, Mother, I praise her. Cade will love this. I am so glad you approve, Mother nods. Now, I just need to go and get my family back. I grin. Samantha? The pool balls make that satisfying sound as they are hit and fly all over the table. Without words, I make several shots, one after the other, ignoring the stares. I chalk up the tip and shoot again. Why shots, Luna? A familiar female voice says with a whistle. I turn to a fit woman with curly blonde hair. She is wearing tight black pants and a white tank top that shows off her muscles. Janice, right? I say, and she nods. She looks at the table. You like pool? I shrugged. I used to play it a lot with my best friend and our brothers. Cool. Mind if I join you? She asks. Helen is stuck at the hospital, so I have some time to kill. Your mate, right? I grin. Janice nods. Right. You are learning our names, Luna. You can just call me Samantha, I say to her. Luna just rubs me the wrong way, I blurt out, and Janice gives me a strange look. Do you not want to be our Luna? She asks in a way that makes me feel bad. I mean, Holden has waited so long that we thought he would never find his mate. I take a deep breath. You want to play? Sure, Janice eyes me and picks up a cue. I rack up the balls and lift the triangle. You can shoot first, I say. Janice smiles and takes her shot. The balls crack hard and several go in. Stripes, she says and takes another shot. Hey, Jan, a male voice shouts. I turn to two handsome males entering the room. They are both dressed in gray and white fatigues with black shirts. They both eye me as they approach. One is tall with short black hair and brown eyes. He smiles. You must be new. I must be, I respond. Dude, the other one with curly blonde hair like Janice elbows him. That's Alpha Holden's mate, he barks. Don't mind Ray, he's an idiot. Like you aren't, Colin, Ray growls. You are both idiots, Janice mutters. Your turn, she smirks. I turn away from the men and face the pool table. I sank a purple ball and then a green one, but missed the blue one. You are the Luna? Ray asks. I look up at him and see lust in his eyes. I wish I would find my mate, he says and licks his lips. I shudder and say nothing. This is my brother, Colin. Janice slaps the blonde-haired male, and that's his best friend, Ray. Samantha, I reply. Our other brother Jason went to some pack with the Alpha, Colin mutters. He always gets the fun jobs. He has seniority, Colin. Janice laughs and ruffles his hair. She is a few inches taller. Hey, I have worked my ass off, Colin protests. I say nothing and take another shot. I am down to the 8 ball. Left corner. I point and shoot. The ball bounces off and careens across the table. Bastard. So, you like pool, Luna? Ray asks. Sure, I shrug. And you can just call me Samantha. Okay, Samantha, Ray smiles. You are gorgeous. He steps toward me. Dude, Colin grumbles. What? Ray shrugs. She is gorgeous. Alpha will kill you if he catches you staring at his mate, Colin says, and I roll my eyes. Ray can stare, I mutter as Janice sinks the 8 ball. Want to go again? She asks. We want to play? Colin says. Can I be on your team? Ray waggles his eyes at me. Instead of attracting, I feel revulsion. Ray is reasonably attractive, but I feel nothing. Stupid bond, I grumble. It's doing its job, Arya speaks up. Sure, I respond to Ray. Janice leans into him, and I sense them mind-linking. Ray grunts and grabs a cue. What was that all about? I ask out loud. Ray knows what it was about. She glares at him. Ray presses his lips together and says nothing. I sigh, gather the balls, and rack them up. Ladies first, Colin gestures. You can shoot first, Samantha, Janice says. I sigh and take my shot. I sink just 1 ball. Solids, I say, and take another shot that misses. Ray makes a noise, and I ignore it. I lean against the wall as Janice takes her turn. Ray nudges me. So how long have you been here? I heard rumors that Holden had met his mate, but I live far from the pack house, so I don't come here often. I'm a bit out of the loop. I arrived yesterday, I respond. Cool, he looks me up and down. I always liked redheads. He leans in to sniff me. Arya growls in my head, but I ignore her. Really, I say as I take my turn. Janice shoots Ray another look. I manage to sink 3 balls on this turn, and Ray cheers. You are good at this, he cheers. I guess, I mutter. It's just something I used to do with my best friend. He takes his turn and only sinks 1 ball. Colin laughs, and Ray growls. Maybe you should stop ogling someone else's mate and focus on the game, Colin snorts. Shut up, Ray barks. I lean against the wall while waiting for my turn. Janice stands beside me. Do you train? She asks. When I met my first mate, the only training I did was to run until I collapsed so I didn't get fat, I explain. The 3 of them look at me in shock. Alpha Holden isn't your first mate? Colin asks. No, I mumble. Fat? Who thought you were fat? Janice sputters. My mate, my loving, fated mate, I hiss with as much bitterness as I can muster. The mate we all learn about in school, that will love us for our whole lives. That mate, I say and sink the 8 ball. Tears prick at my eyes as the same horrible images cycle through my mind. They stay silent for a moment. Wow, Janice huffs. You aren't fat, Ray speaks up. Any guy who thinks that is an idiot. Well, my first mate was an abusive just like all alphas, I say and set my stick down. Alpha Holden isn't abusive, Janice says. Not yet, I say and shake my head. He will be. The 3 of them just look at each other. I sigh. Sorry, I say, wander over to the couch and plop down. I listen to the 3 of them have a loud whisper argument. Holden isn't going to abuse us, Arya says. I snort, right. Luna, Janice walks up to me. We are sorry. It's not your fault, I stand up. I shouldn't have said what I said. Janice nudges me away from the men. Look, I am here if you need someone to talk to. But we have an excellent therapist here. Her name is Barbara Stanton, she tells me and hands me a card. Also, if you want to start training, let me know, she winks. I have to go meet up with Helen. Thanks, I say and look at the card. Stay strong. She smiles and walks out of the room. Colin follows her, but Ray lingers. I sit back down with a sigh. Can I sit with you? Ray asks. Okay, I say. Ray plops down beside me. He slides close enough for our arms to touch. I shudder from an electric shock, and Ray grunts. Sorry. Arya growls in my head. I don't like this. I say nothing as Ray picks up the remote to the TV. What do you like to watch? He asks as he flips through the channels. I glance at the guide. I don't know. I mostly watch Paw Patrol. Paw Patrol? He scoffs. It's my son's favorite. You have a son? He asks. He's 5. I nod. Wow, Ray mutters. And the alpha is okay with that? He asks. Yeah, I sigh. Cade loves Holden, I say in a low tone. You don't sound so happy about it, Samantha. Ray eyes me. I shrug. I don't really get to have an opinion. I am a woman, and I am supposed to be with whatever man the goddess assigns to me. No one cares what I think. He puts the TV on an old sitcom from the 90s. I gave up the mate thing a long time ago. He sets the remote down. I was paired with a beautiful woman I had known my entire life. She felt she was above me and rejected me for someone else. He folds his arms. I get to watch her with the man she chose. They are so happy and I am... He trails off. Anyways, screw the goddess. I can't help but laugh. Tell me about it. The first one abused you? He asks gently. From day one, I confirm. Ray touches my arm, and again I get a shock. I jump, and he sighs. Sorry, I can't imagine someone abusing the person they are supposed to love. I would have been a good mate to Faith, he shakes his head. I would have given her everything I could. I'm sure you would have, Ray. I look into his brown eyes and feel a twinge of something. He leans towards me. Alpha Holden is lucky to have such a beautiful mate like you. I'm not that great, I shrug. Ray touches my hand and strokes it, leaning closer. I'm sorry, Luna, but I feel something for you. Even my wolf feels something. No, he doesn't, Arya growls. Don't do what you are thinking of doing. I ignore her and keep my attention on Ray. Maybe there is a way home, I wonder to myself. No, Arya barks. Ray touches my cheek. We shouldn't do this. I close my eyes. No, we shouldn't. I anticipate a forbidden kiss, but nothing happens. Samantha! I opened my eyes to see Trisha standing behind the couch, and Ray had scooted to the other side. What are you doing? Trisha asks and glares at Ray. I was just chilling. I shrugged and looked at the TV. Trisha presses her lips together and gives Ray a look, who scrambles off the couch and runs out of the room. Lunch is ready, she mutters before leaving. Samantha. I linger in the recreation room for a moment. My stomach rumbles, and I decide to walk to the dining hall. I keep my head down as I walk through the hall. I nod at the pack members who say hi and wave. The food smells good when I enter the hall. I walk right over to the line and grab a plate. I make a salad for myself and grab a glass of apple juice. I look around the dining hall for a place to sit and see Ray sitting alone. I ponder sitting with him. He grins my way, and Arya growls. Don't go over there, she grumbles. I ignore her and head towards Ray. I am intercepted by Trisha, who drapes her arm on my shoulder. Why don't you come and sit with us? She nods towards a table where Winston is sitting. She steers me in that direction and sits me down. She sits beside her mate, and the two of them regard me. I shudder and focus on my food. So, Trisha starts, do you want to discuss what happened in the recreation room? She coos. Nothing happened, I shrug and take a bite of food. I chew it deliberately slow. So you didn't almost kiss Ray Dwight? Trisha says. I shrug again. I guess, maybe. Why? She asks. I don't know, I mutter. Samantha, we are trying hard here. I know you went through a lot with your previous mate, Trisha says. Went through a lot? I snort. I went through rape and torture, Trisha. I corrected her. I am sorry, dear. Truly sorry, she shakes her head. Our mates aren't supposed to hurt us. Holden would never hurt you. He's an alpha, I mutter. He is bound to hurt me. I have never hurt Trisha, Winston speaks up, and I taught my son to never hurt his mate. I taught him to cherish her, you. I roll my eyes. Right, Cherish me. I am just a female with no say in my life. Samantha, Trisha barks, you have a say in your life. Do I? I was forced to give up the life I had built the last 5 years to come here to be Holden's long-awaited mate, I sneer. All because of the damn goddess. The two of them exchange a look. Second chance mates are rare, Trisha speaks up. I didn't ask for a second chance. I push my food away and fold my arms. I was fine on my own, I say as tears well up. Cade and I were fine. Your son clings to Holden, Trisha tells me. You can see in his eyes that he needed a father. Hyde has accepted Cade as his own pup. As far as he is concerned, Cade is his, Winston explains. Once a wolf accepts a pup as his own, he is bound forever to that pup. I shake my head. Everyone is against me. My son, my family, my wolf, everyone. Tears well up and I sniffle. They aren't against you, dear. Trisha touches my hand and I pull it away. You are meant to be more than just a waitress. I liked my job. I liked my little cabin, I sniffles. I'm sure you did, Winston sighs. But your father and brother told me you weren't safe there. They had tried getting you to move to the pack house. I just wanted to be on my own, I say. But you put you and your son in danger, Winston mentions. Marcus told me he had to hire a witch to put up a barrier to keep your ex from getting to you and your son. I sigh. Your mother told me that you were in school to be a therapist, Trisha says, and I nod. That's a noble profession. We wouldn't stop you from pursuing that. I say nothing as she pauses. What makes you want to be a therapist? She asks. I guess because I know what it's like to go through hell, I start. I stop before saying the name of the pack. I helped the pack members because my ex could care less about them. I made sure they had food and clothing. You felt compelled to help them? Trisha smiles warmly. Yeah, I say. That's because you are a true Luna, Samantha. That's how the goddess made you, Trisha explains. I know you have been hurt, badly, worse than anyone deserves, but you deserve to be happy. I was happy, I say, and now you can be happier and fulfill your goddess-given purpose. Trisha flashes a hopeful smile. I don't trust the goddess. I know, dear, Trisha sighs. Try to trust the path she put you on. Hard to trust a path that included rape and torture, I mutter. I have a hard time trusting anyone. The pack therapist will help you. Trisha pats my arm and I don't pull away this time. She's very good. You can trust my son, Winston adds, and I make a face. You just have to open your heart to him. I don't have a heart, Winston, I grumble and stand up. Aren't you going to eat? Trisha looks at my almost full plate. I'm not hungry, I state. Excuse me, I say and start to walk away. Samantha, Trisha calls to me. I'm going for a walk, I respond and keep walking. My stomach rumbles, but I ignore it as I head outside. The fresh air awakens me as I walk. I keep my head down as I stroll down the sidewalk. Hello, Luna, a woman greets me. Hello, I respond. I wish they would stop calling me that. You are their Luna, Arya says. I don't want to be. Why are you against me? I ask her. You vowed never to accept another mate with me. You promised. Samantha, Arya starts. Why? No wolf can live alone forever, she explains. It's not in our nature. I was hurt too, you know. I was held prisoner by Fedor. He was supposed to love me like Dmitry was supposed to love you, she continued. I thought I was done with mates too, but then she trails off. Hyde showed up. I scoff. They will take care of us, she says. Hyde has accepted Katie and Otto. I know you don't really want to be alone, Samantha. I feel your heart. It aches for a mate. No, I say, You will only hurt yourself the more you deny them. You will never break free of Dmitry's abuse if you remain imprisoned by it forever. We will never forget it, but we must get past it, Arya says. My legs feel weak, and I sit on the grass against a tree. I pull my knees to my chest and sob. I can feel the bond between Holden and me trying to get to affect me. I do my best to resist it. Quit resisting, Arya whispers. I can't do it, I plead. I can't do it. He is just going to hurt me. He won't hurt you, she responds. He is a good man. I sniffle and bury my face. The images of what I went through with Dmitry flash through my mind. I lived through it all again. You lived, Samantha. We lived, Arya reminds me. And out of it all, we got Cade. We must be strong for him. He needs to know his mother is always there for him. But he also needs a father. Holden is his father. The tears flow harder as I sob. Why are you so sad, mate? A deep male voice speaks to me. I know it's Hyde, but I can't bring myself to answer him. Your sadness is breaking me, he says. I say nothing back to him and stand up. Several people are standing on the sidewalk looking at me. Are you all right, Luna? An older man asks. He is thin with gray hair and leaning on a cane. I'm fine, I say and wipe my tears away. The man hands me a handkerchief. Thanks, I say. Keep it, he grins. I pocket the handkerchief. I just needed a moment. I understand that. The man nods. He holds out a gnarled hand. I am Frederick. I used to work in the house. Nice to meet you, Frederick, I respond with a slight smile. I look past him at the others. I am fine. We are just checking on you, Luna, a woman with a pup on her hip says. Are you all fine? I ask. Do you all have everything you need? I'm good, Frederick confirms. But my house could use a new roof. A new roof, I nod. And my house leaks, the woman with the young pup says. Okay, what is your name? I ask her. Ally, she replies. Allie Brown. My mate is a guard. Okay, I say and look at the others. Anyone else? I ask. A few hands go up and I let out a sigh. I need something to write this all down. Here, a younger man wearing a warrior uniform hands me a notepad and pen. He smiles. I'm Jake. Thanks, Jake, I say. I spent almost an hour writing down everyone's concerns and requests. Thank you, everyone. I will get these to Alpha Holden. We are so happy that he finally found his mate, Ally smiles. And it seems you fit right in. I watch them all disperse and then start walking towards the school as it's almost time to pick up Cade. I whistle as I walk along the sidewalk, my feet dancing to a song in my head. Something feels different. Then Arya becomes restless as I hear a car coming down the road. I turn to see the black SUVs moving towards me. They pull up beside me, and my heart beats hard as the door opens and Holden steps out. I have a hard time looking away from him. He is wearing a fine suit with his brown hair styled nicely. His scent bears down on me, and for once, I do my best not to back away as he approaches. Hello, beautiful. He greets me with a brilliant smile. What are you doing out here? I was on my way to pick up Cade from the school. I respond as he reaches to touch my cheek. My body tingles, and I lean into his hand. Something comes over me, and I wrap my arms around him and sink into his chest. Holden freezes for a moment before wrapping his arms around me. I relish the warmth and safety of his arms. He nuzzles his nose down into the crook of my neck and inhales. I inhale and catch a full whiff of his scent, along with something else. I look at him and narrow my eyes. Why do you smell like bourbon? Holden. Why do you smell like bourbon? She asks and backs away from me with her face scrunched up. I don't know, I respond. All I drank was brandy. I hold my hand out to her, and she doesn't move. Samantha, she just stares at me. I honestly don't know why I smell like bourbon. Where did you go? She asks. I don't know if I am ready to divulge the pack's business to her yet. I will eventually, but we need to trust each other first. I was at another pack finalizing an alliance. She turns away from me. Okay, I sigh. It felt so lovely to have her in my arms for that brief moment. Her scent still lingers on my clothes, and I still feel the tingles. Hyde was humming with happiness, but now he is whimpering. She still won't let me in. I want to know why she was so sad, he mentions. Holden? Eddie calls. He and the others are still in the SUVs. I turn to them. Go on, guys, I wave. Are you sure? Eddie asks, and I nod. Go, I say without looking at him. I look at Samantha while they drive away. Why were you crying? I ask her and reach out to touch her cheek again. She backs away again, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. I have to go get Cade from the school, she says, walking down the sidewalk. I follow beside her in silence. Her hand keeps brushing against mine, causing sparks to go up my arm. We can hold hands, I say, and she gives me a side-eyed glance. I touch her hand, and she pulls away. I won't hurt you, Samantha. I will never hurt you. She gives me another glance and then lets me hold her hand. I see her shudder, no doubt from the tingles. It's not so bad, is it? I say with a smile. Samantha looks straight ahead and says nothing. It's something, I mutter to Hyde. Pack members wave and greet us as we approach the school. Good afternoon, Alpha. A plump woman walks up to us with 2 young pups following her. She looks at Samantha and smiles. Luna. Hello, Alice, I greet her. How are the pups? I ask. Oh, lively, she mutters as one runs toward the school playground. Samuel James Harper, she barks. Excuse me, she says, picks up the other pup and runs after the boy. She has 5 pups, I tell Samantha. Can you imagine that many? I nudge her. She eyes me. I'm good with one. Just one, I tease. You know She huffs. Yeah, you need an heir. Well, Hyde sees Cade as my heir, but I wish to have at least one more, I tell her. She pulls her hand away and folds her arms. Well, I don't know how you will achieve that. With you, sweetheart, I laugh. I hate socks, she grumbles and stomps ahead of me. I let out a long sigh as I watched her. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. We reach the front of the school just as the last bell rings and kids flow out to their waiting parents. I nod at everyone we pass. Good afternoon, Alpha Holden. Principal Richardson greets me. It's a pleasure to see you here. Samantha keeps walking away as I stop to talk to the principal. I am here to pick up my son. I smile. Cade, right? She grins. Mrs. Bryceson tells me he did well today. That's great, I say as we walk into the school. Alpha, more pack members greet me. You are looking good today, Holden. A female with whom I had a short relationship walks up to us. I smile at her. Thanks, Ella. I nod at her. She flips her long brown hair back, and I get a whiff of her strong perfume. Do you like my dress? She says while wiggling her breasts that are nearly spilling out. That's not an appropriate dress, Mrs. Scott, Principal Richardson mutters. Oh, hush, Laura, Ella rolls her eyes. She is just jealous. That Laura huffs. It's nice, Ella, I mention, but it's not appropriate here. Sarah frowns. You used to love it when I dressed like this. Daddy, Cade yells down the hall, and I see him running toward me with Samantha just behind him. Hey, buddy, I grin and kneel as he flies into my arms. How was your first day? It was great. He shoves a colorful paper in my face. Look what I drew. Samantha soon joins us. Hello, Luna, the principal greets her. Hello. Samantha responds and eyes Ella. Ella looks Samantha up and down. I turn my attention to Cade's drawing. It looks like a gray blob with legs and a face. Wow, what is it? It's a rhino, Cade replies. It's great. I look at Samantha, right? Samantha smiles at her son. It's wonderful, Cade. Mrs. Bryceson said you were a very good boy today. I had fun, Mommy, Cade announces. I notice that Ella has walked away. She is talking to other parents down the hall while her daughter, Bree, is clinging to her. Who is that? Samantha asks with the edge of jealousy in her tone. Pack member, I respond. I look down at Cade. Are you ready to go home? I ask. Yes, Cade nods. I hold my hand out to him, and he clasps it. Hold my hand, Mommy, he said, waving his other hand at Samantha. Samantha takes his hand and Cade beams. She looks at me with a small smile, and I can't help but return it. Thank you, Principal Richardson, she says. Oh, it was a pleasure, Luna. The principal taps Samantha's upper arm. The 3 of us start walking out of the school. Cade bounces in between us happily. Samantha keeps looking at him and then at me. I know I need to talk to her. Do you want to go to dinner with me tonight? I ask. Don't I already have dinner with you? She mutters. Well, yeah, I shrug. I mean, like to a nice place. There is a nice Italian place on the edge of the territory. Katie looks between the 2 of us. Melinda can watch Cade. I look down at my son. Would that be okay with you? You can play with Levi and the girls? I heard my name. My sister walks up with Shane on her hip and the other 3 following her. I was wondering if you could watch Cade tonight, I tell her. I want to take Samantha to Vincenzo's. Ooh. Melinda waggles her eyebrows and looks at Samantha. Her face falls. Be nice, I mutter through mind link. She is trying. I can watch Cade, Melinda confirms. Do you want to hang out with us tonight, Cade? She asks. We are going to have pizza for dinner. Pizza, Cade yells. I love pizza, Levi says. Thanks, Mindy, I say to her. No problem, brother, she smirked and looked at Samantha. Ed is outside waiting for us. Do you want a ride? No, we are good, I smile. See you later, Melinda waves as she walks away. The 3 of us continue out of the school. More pack members greet us and I watch Samantha's interaction with them. A few seem to know her already. You are going to ask him about the leaks, right? Allie Brown asks her. Of course, Samantha confirms. Thanks, Allie smiles and nods at me. What leaks, I wonder. Oh, I spoke to a few pack members and they had some requests, she mentions. Oh, I laugh. Requests? Samantha nods. Sorry, I shouldn't. We'll discuss them, I tell her. You are my Luna, my equal. A small smile spreads across her face and it warms my heart. Cade giggles and tries to get us to swing him as we walk. Swing me, Cade demands. I look at Samantha and together we pick up and swing Cade, who giggles. You like that? I ask the pup. Again, he screams. We do it a few more times as we walk down the sidewalk. Samantha starts to giggle along with Cade. I like your laugh, I say, and she presses her lips together. We swing Cade a couple more times and he squeals with delight. Okay, that's enough, Samantha says, letting go of his hand. Mommy's arm is tired. Mommy, Cade whines. My arm is tired too, I say, and the pup pouts. Don't get upset, Cade. Samantha pats the top of his head. You get to have pizza and play with your cousins tonight. I can't help but smile when she describes my sister's pups as cousins. That means she is accepting me. That's right, I say. I'm sure Levi and the girls will share their toys with you too. Do they have cars? Cade asks. I believe so, I say, trying to remember the sorts of things that Levi plays with. Cool. Cade smiles and bounces ahead of us on the sidewalk. We finally make it back to the house and Clint is standing outside. Hey, Holden, he says with a serious smile. What's up, Clint? I ask. I need to talk to you. He looks at Samantha and Cade. About something. Oh, I breathe out. Why don't you take Cade upstairs? I'll be up soon, I say to her. Okay, she nods and her eyes linger on me momentarily. I lean towards her and take in her scent. Can I kiss you? I whisper. She blinks at me with a slight smile on her beautiful face. I pull her against me and press my lips to hers. She doesn't pull away and instead leans into me. Samantha. I close my eyes as the sparks spread through my body from the kiss. I lean into Holden and relish the contact. I let a little moan escape and feel myself flush, but Holden doesn't seem to notice. Aria is humming happily in my head, and for a moment I let the bliss take over. Then, without warning, an image of Dmitry forcibly kissing me flashes in my mind, and I struggle to get away from Holden. I yelp, and he releases me. I blink my eyes, and he looks confused. Holden sighs and reaches out to touch me, but I back away. Was it too much? He asks, and I nod slowly. I'm sorry. Holden, Gamma Clint steps towards us. Right, Holden nods while his eyes are still on me. I'll be right up, he says. Do you still wish to go to dinner with me? I can't help but look into his blue eyes. They are like an ocean full of emotions. My lips are still tingling from the kiss. Go to dinner, Aria whispers. I do, I manage a small smile. Holden smiles, reaches his hand out, and I let him touch my cheek this time. Thanks, he says, and then walks away with his Gamma. I clasp Cade's hand. Come on, let's go upstairs. Cade grins. You kissed, Daddy. I swing my arm, causing him to giggle. Did you like that? He shakes his head. No, it was gross. I can't help but giggle along with him. But you liked it? He grins. Daddy Hyde doesn't think you love him. Hyde? You speak to Hyde? I ask. Cade nods. He says that Otto and I are his pups now. I sigh at my son's words. I am taking baby steps towards accepting Holden, but it's hard. Every time I try, images from the past make me back away. I don't want to fall for someone who will hurt me. He won't hurt you, Aria whispers. Cade runs a few paces ahead of me down the hallway. I see the woman from the school. She is wearing a much too short dress with her breasts nearly spilling out. I remember how she was looking at Holden and then at me. She has a young girl by her side. Cade runs up to the little girl and waves. Hi, Cade, I call him as the woman narrows her eyes at me. So, you are the new Luna, she states in a tone dripping with venom. I suppose, I respond as our pups greet each other. She looks me up and down. I was going to be Luna at one time. I sigh as she reminds me of Cassandra, Dmitry's old flame. I'm Samantha. I hold my hand out to her. She sneers. I've heard. I'm Ella, and Holden belongs to me. She looks at her daughter, who is grinning at my son. Come on, Bree, she grumbles and grabs the little girl's arm. But, Mommy, I met a new friend, Bree protests. That's not your friend, Bree, she says, tugging hard on the girl, causing her to scream. I grimace as Bree cries out in pain. Is that really necessary? I ask. Don't tell me how to parent my kid, Ella growls, dragging Bree quickly down the hallway. Cade looks sadly up at me as Bree cries. Why is she so mean, Mommy? I don't know, sweetie, I say, taking his hand. We get to the elevators and head up to the alpha floor. Doors open to Melinda talking to her mother while her pups run around. They both stop talking and look at me. Hi, I say. Cade runs over to Levi and the twins. Hi, he greets them. We are playing tag, one of the girls says. And you are it, the other twin says and runs down the hall. Cade squeals and runs after her. So are you really going to dinner with my brother? Melinda asks in an almost friendly tone. I said I would. I shrug. Did you think I lied? Hard to tell, Melinda sneers. Melinda, Trisha touches her shoulder. Where is Holden taking you? Vincenzo's, Melinda replies. Ooh, Trisha smiles. That's Winston and my favorite place to go. It's our favorite lives, too, Melinda nods. I heard you kissed Holden, Trisha smirks. I look at the ground, slightly embarrassed. Where did you hear that? Word gets around, Trisha laughs. Did you like it? Mom, Melinda protests. It was good, I admit and touch my lips. They still tingle. It's good to see you trying, dear, Trisha touches my arm. Mommy, Cade runs up with the others on his heels. Can we go play in my room? Sure, if it's all right with Melinda, I glance to my left. Of course, Melinda grins. I have lots of cars, Cade says, running toward his room. What are you going to wear for dinner? Melinda asks. I shrugged. I hadn't really thought about it. Let's go see what you have. Melinda grabs my arm and tugs me down the hallway while Trisha follows. We enter the room, and Holden's scent hits me hard. I shudder as it washes over me. The effects still frighten me. My instinct tells me to give in, but I am still reluctant. Are you okay? Trisha whispers. I jump and nod. Yeah, I'm fine. I mutter and follow her and Melinda into the closet. Melinda is already on my side, looking through my clothes. Is this all you got? My side looks meager compared to what I used to have. Through the years, I worked a lot, so I didn't have any need for going out clothes. I had a few nice things for family events, but that was it. We need to take you shopping, Melinda mutters and pulls out a blue dress. I don't need that much, I shake my head. You are the new Luna, Trisha points out. A nice professional wardrobe is needed. I shudder as I remember all the expensive designer things that Dmitry's mother had taken me to buy. I grew to resent stuff like that. I guess I didn't go out much after Cade was born. You need to get out and do stuff without your kid. Ed and I go out all the time. Melinda pulls out another dress. Oh, this is cute. She lays it on a chair. It's a pink cocktail dress that I wore at a birthday party for Beau. I remember him eyeing me despite standing next to his mate. I wore that to a birthday party for King Beau. I pick up the dress. Do you think it's all right to wear to the restaurant? It will be fine, Melinda says. Put it on. Trisha pats my shoulder. Okay, I laugh and step behind a jutting wall to change into the dress. It fits tight as my breasts poke out the top a little, and it comes up high on my thighs. I step out from behind the wall. Wow, Melinda snorts. What? I mutter. You look like... She trails off. That Ella chick? I blurt out. Oh, she met Ella, Mom. Melinda glances at her mother. Oh dear, Trisha shakes her head and steps towards me. Your girls are bursting at the seams. She laughs. I touch my breasts. Yeah, I laugh. I think I'll try the blue one, I say, grabbing it off the rack. I step behind the wall. So, what's Ella's deal? She's the pack slut, Melinda responds. Melinda, Trisha admonishes her. Ella Scott is the daughter of Roger Scott, one of our top warriors. She and Holden had a brief little fling. Fling? Melinda scoffs. She thought they were going to get married. A growl rolls from deep within my throat and comes out of my mouth. Did you just growl? Trisha asks with a giggle. No, I say. That was a burp. She and Melinda both laugh. She is jealous, I hear Melinda whisper. I am not, I argue as I put on the short blue dress. It's a lot less revealing than the pink one. I step out to show them. Oh, that one is lovely, Trisha claps. Holden will like that. I smooth it with my hands. I wasn't jealous, I repeat. We believe you, Melinda says with a smirk. You shouldn't worry about Ella, Trisha starts. She thinks any man she has touched is hers. She doesn't even know who her daughter's father is, Melinda snorts. I nod as they both keep talking about this other female. You have nothing to worry about, Arya speaks up. Holden only has eyes for you. She reminds me of Cassandra, I counter. Arya whimpers. But Holden is nothing like Dmitry. Right, I say out loud. Melinda and Trisha stop talking and look at me. What was that? Trisha asks. Nothing, I shake my head. I was just talking to myself. I step behind the wall again. I think I'll wear this one tonight, I say as I take it off. I throw my other clothes back on. We should go check on the pups, Melinda says. I nod in agreement and we leave the closet and go across the hall. I hear them laughing as we approach Cade's room. Levi and one of the twins play with Cade's cars while the other girl watches TV. The youngest, Shane, is chewing on Billy by the bed. Cade notices and screams. No, he runs over to Shane and rips the stuffed rhino out of the toddler's hands, who starts wailing. Melinda rushes over to Shane and picks him up. Cade, I say to my son. He was hurting Billy. Cade holds up his rhino. I quickly examine the toy and it appears fine. It's okay, Cade. He is a baby and doesn't know. Shane is still crying in his mother's arms and pointing at Billy. I look at Melinda. Cade is very attached to this rhino. Melinda rocks her son. It's all right, she says while soothing Shane. We are going to go down to our suite. We'll see you later when you drop off, Cade. Shane is a little quieter as Melinda gathers the other three and leaves. I feel bad, I say to Tricia. It's okay, Tricia smiles. Kids will have their little squabbles. Right. I smile and look at Cade. Go back to playing, sweetie. Cade keeps a tight grip on Billy and goes over to his cars. I can watch Cade while you get ready for your date. Tricia waggles her eyebrows. Are you sure? I ask. Tricia shrugs. I have nothing else to do right now. Cade, I'm going to shower and get ready for my date with Daddy, all right? I say to my son. Tricia is going to watch you. Call me Nana, Tricia tells Cade. Nana? He grins and returns his attention to his toys. You be good, Cade. I'll be back, I say, but my son doesn't even look up. I sigh. Thanks. I nod at Tricia and leave the room. Holden's woodsy scent is strong as I enter the room. I gasp when I see him standing by the bed wearing only a pair of boxers and my eyes refuse to look anywhere else. Samantha, I keep staring at the bulge in Holden's boxers. I hear him laugh and look away. Sorry, I mumble. A hand touches my arm and I jump. I didn't mean to stare. Holden is right in front of me with a big smile across his stupid, handsome face. You are my mate, Samantha. You can stare. I sigh and pull away from him. I have to shower and get ready for dinner, I say and bolt into the bathroom. I slam the door and lock it. Aria whimpers. What? I huff at her. She says nothing as I start the shower and strip off my clothes. The hot water feels good as it cascades my tense body. I lean my head against the cold tile and close my eyes. Images of Holden's nearly naked body dance in my mind as I imagine what is in those boxers. Stop it, I hiss at Aria. I'm not doing anything, she snickers. Holden is, in my mind, dancing and slowly stripping away his boxers. I open my eyes at the last minute and scream in frustration. No. I shout and shake my head. I can't do this. You are allowed to fall for your mate, Aria says. No, I respond. Samantha? Holden calls into the bathroom. I ignored him at first. Samantha? He calls again. Are you all right? I heard you scream. I'm fine, I mutter. Okay, Holden responds. The door closed and I began to wash myself. My mind again wanders, showing me images of Holden in compromising positions. Aria, I scream at my wolf. I'm not doing anything, Samantha. She grumbles. It's all you. I shake my head to get the images out, but they linger. Samantha? He calls again. This time he is right outside the shower. I'm fine, Holden, I yell. If you say so, he chuckles. I linger under that water until the door closes again and quickly finish my shower. I dry off quickly and wrap the towel around my body. I step into the bedroom, and Holden is sitting on the couch, still only wearing boxers. His eyes are on the TV but flick to me. Why aren't you getting ready? I ask. I need a shower, too. He rises from the couch and approaches me. I back away from him and he sighs. Sorry, I just need a little space. He drops his hand and nods. I understand. I hate hearing the hurt in his voice, but I just can't let him get too close. I quickly go to the closet and close the door. I lean against the wall as my heart is pounding against my chest. You know he saw what you were imagining, right? Aria's voice makes me jump. What? How? I growl. You were projecting them to Holden, she laughs. What? No, I deny. I didn't do it, she snickers. Shut up, I mumble out loud and turn my attention to clothes. I found the dress I had picked out earlier and decided to wear something else. I found my old, casual, faded and stained denim dress. It is long-sleeved and drapes over my body in the most unflattering way. The buttons come up to my throat. I smirk at myself as I put on light makeup and a pair of sneakers. I brush my hair and put it in a ponytail before exiting the closet. I pick up my phone and see some messages from Lydia and my brother. I start with Marcus. I am confused by his message, something about Holden backing out of their business deal. I sigh and tell him that I know nothing about it. Then, I move on to Lydia's messages. Aren't you going to get ready? Holden's voice makes me jump. I look up to see him dressed in a hot black Armani suit. His hair is slicked back, and his eyes are sparkling. My mouth hangs open as I try to figure out the words to say. "I am ready," I say and stand up. Holden frowned as he looked me up and down. "That's it?" I shrug. "It's comfortable." He sighs. "Okay." He shakes his head and holds his arm out. "Let's go, then," he says with an insincere smile. I pocket my phone and take his arm. We exited the room and went over to Cade's room. He is sitting on the couch with Trisha, watching a cartoon. Trisha's mouth drops when she sees me. "What are you wearing?" She stands up. "A dress," I mutter. "What happened to the one you picked out earlier?" Trisha's eyes flick to Holden. "She wants to be comfortable," Holden shrugs. "Daddy!" Cade jumps off the couch and hugs his legs. "Hey, bud." Holden touches the top of my son's head. "What are you watching?" "DuckTales," Cade responds. Trisha grabs my arm and pulls me to the side. "What is going on?" "Nothing," I shrug. "I just felt like wearing this dress." She shakes her head. "I thought you two were getting somewhere." "I'm going to dinner with him," I say. I trail off. "I just needed to wear this dress." "Oh, Samantha," Trisha sighs. "Did something happen?" I nod slowly but offer no further explanation. She touches my shoulder. "Samantha," Holden steps toward us. "Are you ready to go?" He smiles at his mother. "We were just talking," Trisha mutters. "I'll take Cade down to Melinda's suite." "Thank you," I say to her, and she nods with a slight smile. "Cade," I call to my son. My son glances at me. "What?" "You be good for Nana and Auntie Melinda, all right," I say to him, and he nods without taking his eyes off the TV. I touch his shoulder and he pulls away. I sigh and head for the door. Holden grabs my hand and I start to resist but stop. We exit the room together and walk silently down the hall. We get downstairs and walk hand in hand outside, where a dark luxury sedan awaits us. Holden opens the passenger door for me, and I slide in. I sigh and look out the window as we pull away. Holden drums his hand on the steering wheel while humming. He swallows. "Are you going to talk about earlier?" he asks. I glance at him, and there is a mischievous grin on his face. "What are you talking about?" "Oh, I think you know," he nudges me. I look away from him and shrug. I don't. He touches my arm and leans over. "You know I saw everything, right?" I bury my face in the crook of my arm. "It was an accident," I say. "Honey, that was no accident." He laughs. "I'm sorry," I say as tears well up. "Why are you sorry?" he asks. "It's perfectly natural for you to fantasize about me. I fantasize about you." I shudder at the thought as tears fall down my cheeks. It won't happen again. "Samantha," he touches my shoulder, and I yelp. "Honey, you have nothing to be ashamed of." I give him a quick look. He wipes the tears from my cheeks. "Why are you crying?" "I never had thoughts like that before," I sniffle. "It scared me." "Is that why you wore that dress?" he points. I nod and start sobbing. He sighs and stays silent for the rest of the ride. We pull up to the front of a stone building, sitting on the edge of a small lake. The scenery is picturesque to go along with the restaurant. "Samantha," he says in a quiet tone. I sniffle and look at him. Without words, he pulled a napkin from the glove compartment and gently wiped my face. "I'm not mad at you." I nod and sniffle again. He slides his finger down my cheek. "We'll take it one day at a time, okay?" "Okay," I respond. Someone knocks on the door, and I jump again. Holden opens it and hands the valet his keys. He then runs around to my side to open the door and holds out his hand. I clasp it and nearly fall into his arms as I trip, getting out. He holds me up with a soft smile. "I will never let you fall, Samantha." I look at the ground, trying not to let him see my blush. He holds me as we walk to the entrance. The inside of the restaurant reminds me of one that Dmitry used to take me to. Everyone inside is dressed to the nines in suits and fancy dresses. I feel very out of place. A young female hostess in a short cocktail dress greets us. "Hello, Alpha Holden." She grins and eyes me. "Good evening, Harper," Holden replies. "Your table is right this way," Harper mutters, grabbing 2 menus. She led us into the dining room, and I spotted Ella with an older couple. "Right here?" Harper sets the menus on a table with a perfect view of the lake and the setting sun. "Can I get you two started with some wine?" "Sure," I say as I take my seat. "Do you have a rose?" "We have plenty of them," Harper responds with a little bit of attitude. "Bring us a couple of glasses of Belair," Holden tells Harper. "It's the best," he grins at me. Harper nods. "Okay, I'll get those started." Your server tonight is Serena, she states and walks away. I looked at the menu, and a lot of items sounded delicious. What is good here? I ask. Everything, Holden responds. Vincenzo is a culinary genius. Is he a pack member? I wonder. His wife is our head doctor, Holden nods, but he is human. Oh, you let humans live in the pack? I ask, as not all packs allow that. Sure, Holden nods. We even have a family of vampire hybrids living in the woods. They mostly keep to themselves. I am impressed with his answer. Why, there were other species living at Crimson Crest. A lot of packs don't allow that. Dmitry would kill anyone who wasn't a werewolf if he could. That's pretty cool. A black-haired woman carrying a tray walks up to the table and smiles. She glances at me, and her eyes narrow before she turns her attention to Holden. Good evening, Alpha Holden. Hello, Serena, he greets her. Serena sets the drinks on the table. How are you tonight? She turns, so she is only facing him. Holden picks up on it and gestures to me. I am great. I am here with my mate, your Luna Samantha, tonight, he says. Serena turns slightly to look at me again. Oh, sorry, I thought that was your grandma. No, Holden growls lowly, and Serena stiffens. I would appreciate you not disrespecting her. I'm sorry, Holden grins. See, can I get you started with something? Serena mutters. Chef Vincenzo made a lovely oyster Rockefeller tonight. That sounds good. Nah, Holden grins. What do you think? He asks me. Sounds good, I nod. Bring us that and the crostini, he tells Serena. Okay, I guess you need a few minutes to decide on an entree, right? Serena asks. Right, Holden confirms, and Serena walks away. I take a sip of the wine and look at the menu. Would you excuse me? I stand up. I need to use the ladies' room. It's right down there, Holden points. Thanks, I say and scurry away. Eyes are on me, no doubt, staring at my attire. I am feeling bad for dressing like this. I know I should have just worn the dress I had originally picked. I enter the bathroom, and Ella is inside with the hostess, Harper. Well, look, Harper, it's our Luna, Ella says with a sneer, while Harper snickers. Samantha. Excuse me, I mutter as I brush past Ella into a stall. I sit on the toilet and listen to them snicker. It's like they forgot about our werewolf hearing ability. What the hell is she wearing? I hear Ella whisper. Like, is she trying to look like a grandma? Harper snickers. I finish my business and slide out of the stall. The two of them stand and stare as I wash my hands. I whistle a song from Paw Patrol. Are you whistling a song from a kids' show? Harper asks. Yeah, it's my son's favorite, I respond and turn to them. You already have a kid, Harper states, and I nod. Wow, and Alpha Holden is all right with that. Ella covers her mouth and I smirk. Yes, but I know who my son's biological father is, I say, grabbing a paper towel. You Ella curses. Don't let them disrespect you, Arya speaks up. Remind them who you are. I face Ella just as she tries to grab me. I dodge her effort. Why don't you go back to your seat and be a good girl? I say to her in a stronger and deeper tone. Ella's eyes go wide as I see her fighting her wolf. She cranes her neck and bows before rushing out of the bathroom. I flick my eyes to Harper, who is looking at me with wide eyes. And you go back to work. Harper makes a squeak as she rushes out of the bathroom. I dry my hands and saunter out of the room and back to the table. The man I saw with Ella is standing at the table, speaking with Holden. He looks at me, and I see his resemblance to Ella. You must be the new Luna, he says. I am, I say as I sit down. Samantha, this is Harold Scott, one of our best warriors, Holden introduces the man. I wouldn't say best, Harold chuckles. Nice to meet you, I say and shake his hand. Harold looks over at his table where Ella is sitting with who I assume to be her mother. My mate is beckoning me back to the table. Excuse me. He nods to me and bows slightly to Holden before returning to their table. I sigh and pick up my menu. Are you all right? He asks. I shrug. Fine. Holden snorts and looks at his menu. Serena shows up with our appetizers, which smells so good my mouth waters. She sets the dishes down. Do you guys know what you want for your entrees? Samantha? Holden says gently. I peruse the menu quickly and spot clam linguine, one of my favorites. I'll have the clam linguine, I state. Excellent, Serena smiles. That is one of my favorites, she says as she writes it down. Alpha? I would like the mushroom carbonara, he responds. Goody, Serena says and pockets her notepad. I'll get those right in. Holden gestures to the appetizer after Serena walks away. He glances toward Ella's table. You used your Luna tone on her, didn't you? He asks. I stiffen and shudder. I'm sorry. I'm not mad, Holden grins. I'm happy. Really? I sigh. Why? I'm here with my mate, he replies. Yeah, but I'm dressed like this, I say. I think you look cute, he says. I wore this dress when I was pregnant with Cade, I snort. So? He shrugs. You are still cute. I turn my attention to the food and smile as I taste it. This is delicious. We eat and sip wine in silence for a minute. Holden glances toward Ella again. Was she being disrespectful? A little, I nod. But I handled it without resorting to violence. What did you say to her? He wonders. I just told her to return to her seat and be a good girl, I say with a light laugh. Holden presses his lips together and I stiffen. I wish you weren't so afraid of me. I'm sorry, I shrug. Are you waiting for something bad to happen? He says with an air of sadness. I stare into his blue eyes for what feels like minutes and finally nod. Yes. He reaches across the table and touches my arm. The tingles make me tense and I almost pull my arm away but don't. I let him stroke my skin. I felt you tense. I hate the man who did this to you, Samantha. If I ever find out who he is, I will kill him, he says with a slight growl, causing me to pull my arm back, but he keeps a grip on it. I will never hurt you, Samantha. I relax and let him continue. That feels nice, I finally admit, and he flashes me a brilliant smile. Serena shows up with our enters and my mouth waters at the dish. Do you want Parmesan? She asks, and I nod. She does the same for Holden. Enjoy, she grins and hurries away. We dig into our food and eat in silence for a few minutes. I look up to see him smiling at me. You seem to be enjoying that, he mentions. I am. This is delicious, I nod. Good, he laughs and eats a bite of his. So what is your favorite color? I narrow my eyes at him. What? Your favorite color? He repeats. I pause. I guess pink. He laughs. I love blue. He sips his wine. What is your favorite food? Oh, I like everything, I guess, I respond. Though this may be my favorite, I gesture. I love pasta. Me too, he nods. Though I like a good steak. Oh yeah, I laugh. What about TV? He asks. Paw Patrol, I blurt out and he laughs. I mean, I like SVU when I'm allowed to watch adult shows. I get that, he chuckles. Mindy is always singing some kids' show theme. I think every mother has the theme of their kids' favorite shows stuck forever in their head, I say. I start to feel something for Holden as we chat about nothing. My whole body relaxes as I look at my mate. It's okay, Arya assures me. What's wrong? Holden asks. Nothing, I smile. This is good food and good company. I'm so happy to hear you say that, he says in a serious tone. I freeze. Hyde wants to meet Arya, he blurts out. When? I wonder. Tonight, if possible, he responds. Please, Arya pleads. Please, I need to see my mate. I sigh and look at my half-eaten meal. No mating, just running, he says with his hands up. Please say yes, Arya says. Okay, I mutter as my nerves get to me. He touches my hand. It will be okay, he smiles. Cade will be fine with my sister overnight. Okay, I nod. Arya becomes restless in my head as she imagines running with her mate. She never really ran with Fedor. He just kept her trapped and scared. I finally have a mate I can run with. Okay, Arya, I say to her. Thank you, she yips happily. Arya is excited, I tell Holden. Are you kidding? He chuckles. Hyde is going nuts. We finished our meals and headed out of the restaurant. I let him hold my hand as we walked outside. The lake sparkles and I am mesmerized by it. Beautiful, isn't it? Holden puts his arm around me and I tense. I take a deep breath and relax. It's lovely, I say. He leans and inhales. Come on. He takes my hand and leads me through the parking lot towards the woods. Where are we going, I ask. For a run, he smirks. Aren't we outside the territory, I ask. The border is right there, he points. We will be fine. The warriors know where we are, he points out. We get to the edge of the woods and Arya is eager to break free and run. Calm down, I tell her. Holden already has his shirt off and I catch myself staring. You are staring again, he says with a sexy wink. I turn away. Take your time, he says behind me. I start to take my dress off and hear a rustle behind me. I turn to face a giant, solid black wolf with Holden's blue eyes. I tremble as I stare at him. You have nothing to fear from me, mate, Hyde says in my head. I touch his snout and he whimpers. I let him lick my hand and I stroke his soft fur. I want out, Arya whines. I back away from Hyde, pull my dress off, and let Arya take over. We shift quickly, and my light, gray wolf shakes out her fur. The The two wolves circle each other before dashing into the woods. Samantha. The wind blew through their fur as Arya and Hyde chased each other for miles through the woods. Hyde towers over Arya by half a foot. She seems small compared to him, but she has no fear of him. Hyde nips at her heels, and she speeds up. They run over creeks and up and down hills like they are nothing. We ran behind the pack house and by the school, howling and barking the whole way. We near the border again and stop to rest for a moment beside a creek. Arya flops on her side and pants as Hyde lays beside her. He gently licks her snout, and she whimpers. I hate how close the two wolves are. I feel every touch and tingle between them. I'm glad Arya finally has a mate that doesn't seem terrible. And I know that Holden isn't awful, but I am still hesitant about giving in to him. Arya rolls over onto her back and allows Hyde to drape himself over to lick her face. You, I think to myself. She ignores my comment and allows her mate to lick and nibble on her while she whimpers and whines with pleasure. No mating, I remind her. We can still get pregnant, even in wolf form. Arya stands and shakes herself before lapping up some water and taking off again, to Hyde's delight. The male wolf nips at her back legs and she kicks at him. He howls with amusement and kicks his heels, leaping over her and landing in front. He gives her a play bow, and the two wolves start wrestling and tumbling over the ground. The play continues for several minutes until Hyde freezes and releases a low protective growl. Arya whines and cowers as he gets in front of her. A stench hangs in the air as Hyde's hackles raise and he gets into a defensive stance. Arya looks past him to see the glowing orange eyes of a pair of rogues plodding right over the borderline with no care in the world. They lick their dripping wet jaws as Hyde paws the ground. Run, Hyde hisses in our mind. Arya takes off running in the opposite direction and we listen as the fight begins. He's in danger, she cries. My heart aches thinking about Holden getting hurt. Stop, I tell her. She comes to a halt and looks back. All we see is a flash of fur and blood. Hyde. She howls and returns to the fight. Hyde is on the ground as one rogue is on top while the other pulls at his legs. Arya howls loudly, distracting them long enough for Hyde to regain his footing to launch himself at one of the rogues while the other runs after me. Arya stands her ground as the rogue attacks. She slashes at his face and he screams as blood spurts out. Hyde howls to the pack as he is tackled again. The rogue knocks Arya to the ground and a claw slices her side. She howls with pain. The rogue leans over with hunger in his eyes. Arya uses her strength, launches herself off the ground, and tackles the rogue. They tumble over each other, with Arya landing on top. The rogue struggles as she sinks her teeth in the flesh of the rogue's throat and rips it out. The rogue fell limp and she spits the flesh from her mouth. She looks around for Hyde and he and the other rogue have disappeared. She whimpers and walks toward their scent, finding only a pool of blood. Hyde, she calls out to silence and fear. A twig snaps behind us and a large gray wolf that is not a rogue approaches. He has his head low and his eyes locked. The wind shifts and a familiar scent carries itself to me. The wolf shifts into naked human form as another man appears beside him. Shift, Luna, the stranger commands, and Arya cries as we shift into human form. Standing before the two men, I look at the familiar one. Simon? I ask. He was Gamma Curtis's brother back at Shadowwoods. Simon smirks and glances at the strange man with gray skin and glowing eyes. His form is almost transparent as he hovers over the ground without feet. You are hurt, Simon touches my skin. I cry out as I realize there is a deep bleeding wound on my side. Dmitry will be furious to see his mate hurt. Simon's. The rogue is dead, the ghostly man says. Good, Simon says and goes to grab my arm, but a howl pierces the air. Hyde, Arya cries out. Shh, Simon curses and looks at the other man. I'm not the one who failed. Theshturk, the ghost mutters and disappears. Simon curses and runs off. I stagger forward as Eagle Creek warriors run towards me. I hit my knees as I saw Holden running towards me. Samantha, he cries as he reaches me, and I collapse into his arms. What happened? I look up at him, and he is covered in minor wounds and bruises. Simon, I mutter before blacking out. Holden. Simon, she mutters softly before blacking out in my arms. Samantha, I shout and hold her close. It is then that I see the gaping wound on her side. I press my hand to it and she groans. Sorry, I say. I hear footsteps approaching me and look up to see Eddie with some warriors running up. "Holden," he shouts and kneels in front of me. "Shit." He looks down at Samantha, pulls off his shirt and hands it to me. I press the shirt on the wound. "The medics are on their way," Everett Cooper shouts. "What happened?" "Two rogues ambushed us," I say. "I told her to run." I look down at my mate. Tears well up as I try to keep my composure as she is bleeding in my arms. She came back," I sniffle. "What do you mean she came back?" Eddie asks. "She came back," I repeat as I look down at her. "I see two dead rogues," I hear Everett announce. Eddie stands and walks over to where Everett is while I sit on the ground, rocking my bleeding mate. "You came back," I look down at her. "Arya killed the other rogue," Hyde says. "It angers me that she got hurt trying to help." "But she came back," Hyde reminds me. "Alpha," I jump when one medic touches my shoulder. "Are you hurt?" he asks. "No," I shake my head. He and the other one go to reach for Samantha, but Hyde growls viciously, making them both freeze. "Holden," Eddie says, and Hyde growls again. "You have to let them take Samantha," he says. I loosen my grip on my mate as the medics gently take her from my arms and lay her on a stretcher on the back of one of the vehicles. I leap to my feet and run over to where they are working on her. Samantha stirs and opens her eyes as the medic bandages her up. "What?" she mutters and tries to sit up. I gently touch her bare chest to keep her down. "No," Samantha cries weakly. "The medics are working on you, honey," I tell her. "Medics?" she mutters as her eyes flutter. "Stay with us," I whisper. "Simon," she says again before falling unconscious again. "We have to get her back to the hospital, Alpha," the medic tells me. "Hurry," I say. "Holden," Eddie calls as the medics start up the ATVs. "Go," I order them and turn to my beta. "You said there were only two rogues?" he asks. I gulp as the ATVs drive away. Hyde is in my head, yelling for me to follow them. "Yes, two, or that is all I saw." Everett found another set of footprints, yet he gestures and leads me to it. "What is that smell?" I say as I detect a scent that reminds me of decay. Eddie sniffs. "I think that's what Everett and Johnny were trying to figure out." I nod. "I have to go to the hospital," I say as Hyde is howling in my head. "We'll figure out what we can here." Eddie taps my arm. I turn away from him and shift to run after the ATVs. Hyde finds them quickly and runs alongside. Samantha opens her eyes a few times on the way to the hospital. "We are almost there," Hyde tells her. "She will be all right," he tries to assure me. We reach the hospital quickly, and a crew of doctors and nurses were waiting for us. I shift back into human form, and someone hands me some clothes, which I quickly throw on as I run inside after Samantha. "Holden," my father is in the hallway with Mom. "Hey, Dad," I say as I pass him into the operating room. I watch diligently as I work on my mate. Samantha wakes up halfway through and starts screaming. She struggles to get up, and the staff fight to keep her still. "Samantha," I call to her. She keeps screaming for another minute before passing out again. My heart aches for her as my instinct is to push the doctors away and help her myself. I stay steadfast in the corner until Dr. Hollis walks up and peels off his bloody gloves. "She is stable, Alpha," he announces. "I believe she will be fine after a few days of recovery and with you nearby." "Thank you," I say to him. "We will wheel her into a recovery room," he says. I follow the bed down the hall, and my parents are still waiting. "Is she going to be all right?" Mom presses her hands on my arms. "Yes," I nod and sniffle. "You were attacked during your run?" Dad scoffs. "Yes, Dad," I reply. "They came over the border and ambushed us." "How many?" he asks. "Two," I mutter. "I have to go sit with her." "Of course," Mom squeezes my arm. "Just two?" Dad grumbles. I move past him and find the room they put Samantha in. I walk into the room, and she is lying still on the bed with heavy bandages on her side. There are smaller wounds and bruises all over her body. I sit beside the bed and clasp her hand. Samantha stirs and her eyes open. "Cade," she whispers. "Cade is fine," I respond. Her eyes open wider and she tries to get up. "And what happened?" "We were attacked during our run," I tell her. "Attacked?" she mutters. "Yes, darling," I say and stroke her forehead. "You killed a rogue," I say proudly. She flicks her eyes to me. "Rogue, I remember that." She blinks. "I also remember." She pauses and sighs. "Simon?" I ask, and she gives me a strange look and presses her lips together. "Who is Simon?" I ask her. She sighs and closes her eyes. I sigh too. "Are you in any pain?" I ask, trying not to press her harder than I need to. A little bit, she nods. It mostly stings. You received a pretty nasty wound, I tell her. I told you to run. She looks at me. I couldn't leave you there, she says with a slight smile. I'll take whatever punishment that you think is fair. Punishment? I sputter. Why in the world would I punish you? Tears well up in her beautiful eyes, and she pulls her hand out of mine. Because I disobeyed you. Samantha, I say as she starts to sob. Oh, honey, I stroke her forehead. I am not going to punish you. She stopped crying to look at me. You aren't? No, I huff. Samantha, you are my Luna, my mate. I could never raise a hand to hurt you ever. Samantha, I love you. She freezes at my words and stares at the ceiling. Honey, I nudge her. He told me that too, she mutters. He told me that he loved me. I gulp. Your ex? She nods. He said he loved me. I'm not him, Samantha, I sigh. She lies silently for a moment staring at the ceiling. I want to believe that, she sobs. I want to believe that you are different. But what? I plead. What is holding you back? She looks away from me. Samantha, I lean into her. Her scent washes over me, and I tremble. Honey, tell me, please. What is holding you back? Fresh tears wash down her cheeks. I'm afraid. I understand you are afraid. I lean my forehead against hers and look deep into her eyes. It's okay to be afraid. I will always be right here. I brush my lips against hers. I'm afraid, she repeats and sobs. I stroke her cheek and let her cry. It's okay, I whisper. She finally stops. Holden, she whispers. Yes, I pull back a bit. I came back, she whispers. You did. You came back, I repeat. And I will never forget that. I say and kiss her. Samantha. Mommy. Cade calls me as I run through a dark corridor looking for him. Mommy! Cade! I shout as the hall seems only to get longer and darker. Cade! I scream frantically. Mommy! He calls again. My heart is pounding as I am desperate to find my son. Cade! I cry desperately. I look ahead to see a shadow moving towards me. Cade! I call desperately. I am not Cade, the shadow responds. It manifests into a ghostly image. You are the one I saw in the woods. I mutter. He reaches his hand towards me and I scream. I scream myself awake and sit up in bed, waking Holden. He is in a chair beside the bed. Samantha? He asks. My heart pounds hard against my chest. What's wrong? He asks. I shake my head and lie back down. 2 nurses run into the room. Luna? One asks. I had a bad dream, I say. Holden touches my hand. Are you sure you are all right? I nod. I'm fine. I don't need anything, I mutter. Thank you, ladies, Holden tells them. Samantha, he pats my hand. I had a bad dream, I repeat. Do you want to talk about it? He asks and I shake my head. I just want to sleep, I say as my eyes droop and I fall back into the darkness. Mommy? Cade calls to me. I see him ahead of me in a field of daisies playing with another child. Cade, I say as I reach him. The other child looks up at me. He is a perfect blend of both Holden and me. He has my red hair and Holden's soulful eyes. Mommy? He says and hands me some flowers. I stare at the child for a moment. Mommy! Cade calls, and I notice he has disappeared. Cade, I look around. Where are you? I hear my son scream and run towards the sound. Cade! Mommy! He cries, and I see him being held by Dmitry. I stare at my former mate as he laughs while holding my child hostage. I am taking my son, he hisses and disappears. Cade! I cry. Cade! I cry and drop to my knees. Cade! I scream myself awake again. Holden jolts awake and nearly falls out of the chair. Samantha? I lay panting on the bed while staring at the ceiling. He's coming for Cade. Who? Holden asks. I should tell him about Dmitry, but I'm not ready. You need to trust him, Arya speaks up. He will keep Cade safe. My former mate, I sigh. Who is your former mate, Samantha? Holden asks. I stare at him momentarily. I'm not ready to say his name. Holden takes a deep breath. Okay, but I need to know soon. Samantha, I can't protect you if I don't know who I am protecting you from. I nod. I know. I can't say it yet. Give me time. Okay, he clasps my hand. Is his name Simon? I shudder when he says that name. No. Simon was the brother of the Gamma. He was like a tracker. I see. Holden nods. I'm sorry. I look away from him. We still have a lot to work out between us, honey, Holden assures me. We will take it slow. Thank you. Thank you for not pushing me. I sigh. He smiles and strokes my hand. The tingles make me sleepy, and I fall back to sleep. This time, I sleep without nightmares and wake up to a nurse gently shaking me. Wake up, Luna, she whispers. I open my eyes. Good morning, she grins. We have some breakfast for you. I glance to my side and notice that Holden is gone. Alpha Holden had to take care of some business this morning, she tells me. I'm Jean. Alpha asked me to keep a good eye on you. He also said that his sister is bringing your son over soon. Thank you, I tell the nurse as she raises the bed. A food tray sets nearby and my mouth waters as my stomach rumbles. Jean pushes the tray to me and I eagerly pick up a fork and dig into the omelet. You must be starved? Jean laughs. You have no idea, I snicker. The doctor is going to be in shortly to check your wound, she states. It doesn't hurt, I remark. That's good, she pats my arm. I'll be right back in a few minutes. I sip on some orange juice and stare off into space. I continue enjoying my meal, and a strange fog descends on the room, and a chill hangs in the air. I drop my fork and shiver as a ghostly form appears beside the bed. The same face from last night stares at me with cold eyes. Who are you? The eyes blink as an evil grin spreads on his skeletal face. I am a lot of things, little wolf. What do you want? I gulp while trying to sound brave. I want nothing, he cackles. I blink, and he is gone, and everything is back to normal. Mommy, Cade yells, and I jump with a yelp as my son runs into the room with Melinda behind him. Cade freezes and stares at me. Cade, I breathe out, I'm sorry, baby. I reach out to him. He smiles and hops onto the bed. Melinda stops beside the bed. You look good. I feel good, I remark. Cade fingers the food on my plate and takes a bite of sausage. I wrap my arm around him and hug him tight. I missed you. Did you have fun last night? Cade nods. Aunt Mindy said you got hurt. I kiss his cheek. Daddy and I encountered some bad guys in the woods. Did you beat them up? Cade asks. Yes, I grin. But I got a boo-boo. I point to my side. Oh no, Mommy, Cade frowns. I will be okay, I look at Melinda. He was a good boy last night, Melinda tells me. What do you say to Aunt Mindy? Thank you, Cade grins. You are very welcome, Cade. Melinda pats his arm. Thank you for taking care of him, I tell her. She touches my arm. How are you? I'm doing all right, I sigh. Ed told me that you killed a rogue, she beams. Impressive. It's been a long time since I fought like that, I say. Ed says you saved Holden's life. She gives me a direct look. I shrugged. I don't know about that. He told me to run, but you went back, she states. Yes, I confirm. I guess you aren't so bad after all. Melinda snorts. I have my moments, I chuckle. Mommy, I want juice. He points at my orange juice. I pick it up and help him drink. I swear I fed him, Melinda laughs. He always liked his food. I say and poke Cade's belly, causing him to giggle. Mommy, he kicks his feet as I kiss his cheek. I am so relieved to have him in my arms. The nightmares I had were so real. It truly felt like Dmitry had come to take my son away. No one is ever taking you away from me, I whisper. There is a light knock, and a blonde-haired woman steps into the room. Good morning, Luna. She bows. I am Cindy Banks, the doctor. I am here to check up on you. Okay, I smile. Hi. Cade waves at her. Hello. Cindy smiles at Cade. Can I have you slide off for a moment so I can check your mommy? Cade whines. Come on, Cade. Melinda taps his foot. It's okay, sweetie, I tell my son. He whines as he lets Melinda pull him off the bed. Cindy pulls down the covers and I cringe as she peels off the bandage. Well, that looks pretty good. I notice the wound is almost completely healed. Does it hurt? She asks. I shake my head. She gently touches it. I think we can let you go today. That would be great, I say. But I want you to take it easy. All right? She explains. Works for me, I say. Good. She grins and quickly replaces the bandages. I'll get the paperwork started. We should have you out of here within an hour. Cool, I reply and watch the doctor leave the room. Cade hops back up onto the bed and snuggles up to me. I put an arm around him and kiss the top of his head. Hey, I have to go, Melinda gestures. Okay, thanks again, I tell her. Anytime, she touches Cade's shoe. Holden should be back soon. Bye, Cade, she waves as she leaves. I turn on the TV and find one of Cade's shows. We settle in to watch for an hour until Holden returns to the room looking worried. What's wrong? I ask him. We have to talk, he sighs. We found something concerning on the border. Holden. We found something concerning on the border, I state to Samantha. Those green eyes gaze up at me with concern. She has her arms around Cade protectively as he lies contentedly on the bed watching a cartoon. I hate to break up the moment. What did you find? She asks with a tilt of her head. Cade smiles at me. Hi, Daddy. Hi, buddy. I return the smile. I had been woken up by Eddie earlier. He and Everett had been investigating the area where Samantha and I were attacked. They found some strange smells and sights, so I went there to see what they found. "Hey, Holden," Dr. Banks wanders in. "Okay, you are free to go, Luna." She hands Samantha some paperwork and turns to me. "She's free to go. Just make sure she takes it easy. Maybe, but chill at home for a day or so." "I'll make of that." I grin and wink at Samantha. Cindy pats my shoulder and leaves the room. "Are you guys ready to go?" "Come on, Cade," Samantha nudges her son. "We can watch this in your room." "Okay, Mommy," Cade says and slides off the bed. I help Samantha up and she groans. "Does it hurt?" "Only when I move," Samantha mutters. "I'll make you don't have to do any moving today, all right?" I tell her, and she smiles. It warms my heart when she leans on me and doesn't flinch when I touch her. We stroll out of the room. A nurse offers her a wheelchair, but Samantha insists on walking. I help Samantha into the car when we get outside. The ride back to the pack house is short and quiet. Samantha looks out the window like she is deep in thought. "Ask her what she is thinking about," Hyde speaks up. I know I should, but I am still navigating her trauma responses, so I refrain from saying anything. I stop the car in front of the pack house and an Omega helps me get her out of the vehicle. "Are you sure you don't want a wheelchair?" I ask. "I'm fine, Holden," she huffs. Cade runs out in front of us, eliciting stares and smiles from the staff. He waves and greets them. "Hi," he keeps saying. "That's my boy," I say mostly to myself, but Samantha hears it and smiles. We take our time to get up to the room. "Where do you want to sit?" I ask. "The couch," she nods. "Okay," I say and help her sit and then build her a comfortable little nest. Cade runs across the hall to his room. I hand her the remote. "I'm going to go check on Cade really quick," I say and lean down to kiss her. "Okay," she smiles and turns on the TV. I hurry across the hall and find Cade sitting on his bed with his rhino. "Now we will have jelly and cookies," he says as he trots the stuffed animal around and makes little sounds. "What are you doing?" I ask him. "Willie wants cookies," he says. I don't know." I put my hands on my hips. "Has Willie been a good little rhino?" "He's not little, Daddy," Cade says seriously. "He is a mighty rhino." He holds up his toy and roars. "That he is," I chuckle and sit on the bed. I pick up a blue teddy bear sitting on his bed. "What is this bear's name?" I ask. "Blue," he mutters. "Just Blue?" I ask. "Yeah, Mommy hates that one," Cade shrugs. "Why would Mommy hate a teddy bear, I wonder?" Cade shrugs again. "She won't tell me. It used to be in her closet and I found it." "Oh, was it something special?" I ask. She said it was a bad bear. He takes it from me." "Bad bear?" He strikes the toy and drops it on the ground. "But I like it." He picks it back up. "It's a nice bear," I say, stroking the soft toy. Cade slides off the bed and sets the bear down. "I want to play with my cars," he says. He runs over, picks up his police car and starts rolling it around. I watch him for a moment and then I hear screaming coming from my room. "Stay here," I tell Cade, who freezes. I run across the hall. And Samantha is curled on the couch. A strange scent hangs in the air like the one from the woods. "Samantha," I say, kneeling before her and touching her arm. She screams again and kicks out her foot. "Honey," I touch her gently. "It's me." "Holden," she mutters and shakes her head. "Honey, what's wrong? Why were you screaming?" I touch her cheek. I saw." She trails off. "I saw a ghost." "A ghost?" She nods. "I keep seeing him, in my dreams and reality." "A ghost?" I repeat. "Something." She sputters and starts to cry. I sit on the couch and pull her to my chest. She trembles as I hold her. "What did the ghost look like?" "Gray skin but see-through," she describes. "He had a skeletal face and strange glowing eyes." "Did he say anything?" I ask. "He just hovered there for a few moments before disappearing." She shudders and leans more into me. I wrap my arms around her. "Did he say anything the other times you saw him?" "It was all cryptic," she mutters. "Mommy," Cade pops up in front of us. "Are you okay?" he asks. "I'm fine, sweetheart." She reaches for him. "Mommy just got scared." Cade takes her hand and she touches his cheek. "It's okay, Mommy. Daddy will keep you safe." Samantha looks up at me with her sparkling greens. "Yes, he will." I can't help but smile proudly back at her. "I will always keep you both safe," I say and touch Cade's arm. "Can I go back to my room?" Cade asks. "Yes, baby." Samantha nods. Cade grins and runs out of the room. She snuggles into me. "Hold me," she mutters. I tighten my arms around her and she sighs happily. Hyde howls happily in my head. We sit for a moment or so watching TV. Holden, she finally speaks. What were you going to tell me at the hospital? Oh, I sigh as I shudder. We found something concerning. You said that. She looked up at me. What? We found a note, I answer. A note? It was covered in animal blood, I explain. What did it say? She asks. I close my eyes as I picture it. It said, I'm coming for my mate and son. Was it signed? She asks. I shake my head. No, but we sent it to the palace to see if they can analyze the writing. Fuck, she mutters. He knows where I'm at. Who? I wonder, but she clamps her mouth shut. Samantha? I want to sleep. She shifts the conversation. Honey, you have to tell me who it is, I say. I will. She pulls away from me. I just need more time. I don't think we have more time, I argue. Holden, she hisses. I need more time. I sigh out with exasperation. Honey, I am just trying to help. I need to keep you and Cade safe. I know, she sighs. I know, she repeats and breaks down. I try to hold her again, but she pushes me away. Samantha throws her blanket off. I just want to sleep. Fine, I say as she struggles to get off the couch. I help her up and over to the bed. Do you need anything else? I ask. No, I am fine, she states. I lean down and kiss her forehead. I love you, Samantha. She looks at me momentarily like she is about to say it back. Thank you. I touch her cheek before walking out of the room and poke my head into Cade's room. He is lying on his bed, fast asleep. I walk up, put a blanket over him, and kiss his forehead. I make sure his rhino and blue teddy bear are beside him before leaving the room. I head downstairs to my office and enter just as the phone rings. Alpha Vaughn, I answer it. Alpha Vaughn. The distinct accent of Alpha Volkov hisses on the other end. I have been trying to reach you all morning. We need to talk. Samantha. I stared at the door for a few minutes after Holden left. My cheek still tingles from his touch. I sigh as I know I should tell him about Dmitry. He needs to know what he is up against. I know Dmitry is coming for me and Cade. Yes, you need to trust him, Arya speaks up. But I trail off. You don't trust him, she sighs. No, I mutter. I sit up on the bed and look around. You are still here, aren't you? I ask the ghost. He materializes in front of me. He is almost solid and wearing jeans and a battered t-shirt. There is long string hair on his skeletal head. Yes. Why? I ask. Why are you here? Did Dmitry send you? He nods slowly. I sniff the air and there is a vague stench of death. What are you? I am a lot of things, little wolf, he responds. Some call me a wraith, others call me a banshee, he shrugs. But you can call me Maggart. Let me guess, Dmitry wants you to bring me back to him, I snarl. Not at all. Maggart responds. I'm just the fly on the wall, he grins. I press my lips together. You can get rid of me if you wish, Maggart offers. How, I wonder? Pants, he mutters. Give me pants, and I shall go. Pants? Like what kind of pants? I snort. Men's pants, he responds. That's ridiculous, I mutter. Not any more ridiculous than a she-wolf who doesn't trust her own mate, he shrugs. Excuse me? I am many things, little wolf. Maggart shifts into a wolf-like creature and then back into a humanoid. You don't trust your mate. I look at the bed. No, I don't really trust anyone. Maggart stares at me with his soulless eyes. Anyways, pants. He grins. I throw the covers off and slide out of bed. I wander into the closet and stare at Holden's side. I hate to take his pants, but he has so many I doubt he'll miss a pair or two, so I grab 2 pairs. I walk back out and Maggart is waiting. Here, I hand him the pants. He nods as he holds them up and sniffs them. Prada, nice, he grins. I shall go. He folds the pants and tucks them under his bony arm. Word of advice, though. Have been around for a while, he chuckles. Trust your mate. Maggart states and then disappears, leaving his stench behind. I sigh and shake my head. The wraith is right. We need to tell Holden about Dmitry, Arya says. I say nothing to her and wander out of the room across the hall to Cade's room. My son is sprawled out on his bed, sleeping soundly. I cringe at the blue teddy bear that Dmitry had placed in my cabin all those years ago. I pick it up and stare at it. You aren't getting Cade, I mutter, tossing the bear across the room. Cade remains asleep, and I watch him momentarily before returning to the other room. I lie down again and play on my phone before returning to sleep. Samantha, Holden's gentle voice wakes me up. I open my eyes to him sitting on the bed beside me with Cade on his lap. Hi, I mumble sleepily. I was checking on you. Are you hungry? He asks, just as my stomach growls. I take that as a yes. Hi, Mommy, Cade waves. Hi, sweetie, I greet my son. I could eat, I tell Holden. We can have something brought up here, he grins. I just want something light, like a sandwich, I reply. Sandwiches sound delicious, he agrees. Huh, Cade? He says, kissing my son's cheek. Cade squeals and kicks his feet. Daddy, he protests. I laugh, watching my son with Holden. I should trust this man, considering my son trusts him. I tear up a little, and Holden stops. What's wrong? He asks. Nothing. I shake my head and turn away from him. It's dusty in here. Holden laughs. Okay. He sets Cade down and stands. Go watch your cartoons. He points to the couch and Cade runs to it. I'll order our lunch, he says, pulling out his phone. Hello, Kay, he greets the cook. Yes, she is fine, thank you, he smiles. Yes, he looks at me. What kind of sandwich would you like? I sit up with a shrug. I don't know. How about a turkey club? Kay makes a mean club sandwich, he suggests. That will work, I say. Great. Holden nods and takes a few steps away. I get out of bed and wander over to the couch. Cade is happily watching SpongeBob. He giggles and claps his hands as he watches. Okay, lunch should be here shortly, Holden announces and flops on the couch beside Cade. What are you watching? SpongeBob, Cade responds. SpongeBob, Holden repeats. I like that one. The three of us watch the cartoon while waiting for our food. Holden keeps looking over at me, and I blush and look away. My heart is starting to turn. I no longer wish to fight the bond. It's too painful. Deep down, I know that I need Holden. He seems to be a good man with a good heart. His pack loves him, and his allies do too. What are you thinking about so hard? Holden's voice breaks me out of my thoughts. Life, I respond. He snorts. There is a knock on the door, and he springs to his feet to answer it. Thanks, Todd, I hear him say. Tell your mom thanks. The door shuts, and Holden returns to the couch with a bag. He sets it on the coffee table and pulls out the food. He hands me a rolled-up sandwich with a bag of chips. I got Cade a peanut butter and jelly. That's his favorite, I remark as my son slides off the couch to unwrap his sandwich. I unwrap mine, and it smells delicious. This looks good, I say as my mouth waters. I take a bite. Good? Holden asks. Yes, I nod as mayo sticks to my chin. Very. Cade is happily gobbling down his sandwich while watching the cartoon. Do you like your food, Cade? Holden asks. Cade nods without looking. That means yes, I offer. I hope so, Holden chuckles. What do you want to do the rest of the day? Eddie and Clint are keeping an eye on things so I can spend time with you two. You don't have to do that, I tell him. I want to, Samantha. He touches my arm, and the tingles make me shudder. You didn't pull away. The doctor said to take it easy, I point out. That? She did, he laughs. We can just chill, play games, and watch movies, I suggest. Sounds great to me, he grins. We finished our lunch and settled on the couch watching SpongeBob for a while. Then Holden has someone track down some family-friendly games. We play Monopoly Junior, Candyland, and Chutes and Ladders. Cade beats us almost every time. You are so good at these, Holden laughs. I'm smart, Cade declares. Holden has dinner sent up and we eat chicken tenders while watching Lilo and Stitch. Every minute, I feel closer to Holden, and before long I am in his arms on the couch. I feel comfortable with little fear. I have no flashbacks as I open my heart up more to him. Cade falls asleep on the floor during the movie. Should we take him to bed? Holden asks, and I nod. He rises from the couch and gently picks Cade off the floor. My son stirs and opens his eyes. Daddy, he mutters. Shh, Holden whispers. I stand and follow Holden across the hall to Cade's room. Holden gently sets my son on the bed. I take off his shoes and pants, and we tuck Cade in together. Cade opens his eyes again. Good night, baby, I say and kiss his forehead. Good night, Holden says. Cade blinks and falls back to sleep. I tuck Willie next to him, and Holden places the blue bear by Cade. I want to throw it across the room, but I say nothing. We leave the bedroom and stroll back across the hall. I flop on the couch and grab my phone. I text Lydia for a little bit before setting it back down. Holden is watching some Discovery Channel show. I lean against him to watch. He puts his arm around me. I lay my cheek on his chest and let the tingles take over. It's okay, Arya whispers. I look up at Holden, and he flicks his eyes downward. We stare at each other for a long moment before he leans in, and I let him place his lips on mine. My heart beats faster as we let the kiss deepen. My hand slides up and down his chest as I let his tongue explore my mouth. I let out a little moan, and he growls lowly. Arya pants happily in my head. Without thinking, I slide my hand under Holden's shirt to touch his bare skin. He yelps and pushes my hand away. "What are you doing?" he asks. I pull back and shake my head. I huff. "I'm sorry," I say, shuffling quickly into the bathroom. My hands tremble as I lean against the sink and stare at myself in the mirror. I splash cold water on my face. "Samantha?" Holden calls from outside the bathroom. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I just need a minute," I say. I take a quick shower and put on a nightgown. I slink out, and Holden is sitting on the couch. His eyes watch as I stroll to the sofa and sit down, leaving a lot of room between us. A new silence falls between us as we spend another hour watching TV. Holden stands and stretches. I have to take a shower. I nod and watch him walk to the bathroom. I turn off the TV and climb into bed. I play a game on my phone while listening to the shower run. I jump when I notice Holden standing next to the bed. "Can I sleep with you tonight?" he asks and throws his hands up. I promise to keep my hands to myself. I look him up and down. He is wearing shorts and a tank top that leaves little to the imagination. I thirst for him, but know I can't let things get that far. I slowly nod. Yes. "Yes, I can sleep with you?" Holden clarifies and leans down to touch the blanket. "Yes," I repeat. He smiles and slides into bed. "Thank you. That couch isn't great for sleeping." We stare at each other for a long moment before we lean in and kiss. I pull back and stare into his eyes. "Good night, Holden." "Good night, Samantha," he smiles. "I love you." I nod and roll over, facing away from him. I stare into the darkness until I fall asleep. I wake up lying on top of Holden with his arms wrapped around me. I stare at his sleeping form momentarily before falling back to sleep, allowing the bond to take over. Holden. Nothing was better than waking up with Samantha sleeping sprawled out on my chest. I open my eyes to watch her. Her breathing is even and her heartbeat is calm. Hyde is in my head, humming happily. I sigh when I glimpse my clock and realize I must get up and go to training. I have been putting it off for a few days since Samantha and Cade arrived. I try gently sliding Samantha off, and she mutters and opens her beautiful green eyes. "I'm sorry," I whisper. "What?" She mumbles and blinks. "I have to get up," I say as I gently slide my hand down her back. Her eyes widen and she scrambles off me. She curls up a few feet away and buries her face in her pillow. "Sorry." "Oh, honey," I touch her arm. "I'm not mad. You can lay on my anytime you want." She moves so I can see one eye. "I just need to get up and get to training," I explain. Samantha sighs and rolls over. "It's okay," I grin as I slowly get up and stretch. "It was nice having you sleep on me," I say, watching her blush. I move into the closet to put on my workout clothes. I throw on a pair of old shorts and a black tank top with a neon green frog. The scent of mint makes me turn, and Samantha stands in the doorway, staring at me. "Do I have to train?" she asks. "No," I shrug. "I want to train," she stutters. "Okay," I chuckle. "I'm sure Janice wouldn't mind training with you," I suggest. "She is an excellent fighter." "I wasn't allowed to do fight training at," she pauses. "I did fight training once a week at home." "You can do as much or as little fight training as you want, sweetheart," I say and step toward her. I touch the back of my hand to her cheek. "Do you want to come now?" She shakes her head. "No." I lean down and kiss her forehead. "What are you planning to do today?" "Why?" She grumbles and backs away from me. "Just curious," I sigh. "Oh," she bites her thumb. "I hadn't really thought about it." "Well, my mom is eager to teach some of your Luna duties," I tell her. "If you wish, I can ask her." "I miss working at the diner." She sits on the bed. "I had my days planned, and—" She trails off. "Samantha," I say. "I'll figure it out," she mutters and stands. "We'll figure it out together," I say. "I heard you were talking to PAC members the other day. A few people had some requests." She shrugs. "Why don't you bring them by the office later, and we'll go over them together," I suggest. A slight smile forms on her lovely face. "You mean you will actually look at them?" Samantha asks. "Yes," I nod. "I always try to ensure the PAC has everything it needs. And now I have help," I grin. She takes a deep breath. "I'll do that after I take Cade to school." "I look forward to it," I say. I glance at the clock again and sigh. "I am going now. You can go back to sleep if you wish." Samantha nods. "Okay." I lean down and kiss the top of her head. Bye, I say and quickly leave the room. Hyde mutters something incoherent in my head. What? I ask him. She's holding something back, Hyde says. What? I ask. If I knew, I would tell you, he snarks. I shake my head and jog down the hallway. I opt to go down the stairs instead of the elevator. I greet the Omegas as I walk outside. Hey, Lorenzo, I say to the gardener. He has his hands in the dirt, planting some simple white daisies. Those are lovely. I hope Luna likes them, he smiles proudly. She told me she loves daisies. He gestures, and I see the garden is full of daisies of different colors. Wow, I whistle. Great job, I say and pat his shoulder. Thank you, Alpha, Lorenzo bows. I hope things are going well with you and the Luna. Things are going. I respond. He frowns slightly. Ah, I get it. It was a slow road for Anna and me too, but we worked it out, he explains. Take care, Lorenzo, I say, walking towards our training field. A few warriors are sparring when I arrive. Clint is also sparring with his younger brother, Owen. Hey, Holden, Clint waves after tossing his brother on the ground. Damn it, Clint, Owen complains. Clint pulls his brother up and faces me. How is it going, man? It's going, I grin. Oh, Clint waggles his eyes and looks at Owen. It's going. Ooh, Owen snickers. Quit that, I say with a playful growl. Things are progressing. That is all I will say about it, I tell them. I begin my stretches and then do some laps around the track. Clint and Owen are still sparring when I finish. I look around the field and see the warrior Ray, who my mother told me had almost kissed Samantha. Ray is with Colin Turner. I stalk towards them. They are both doing push-ups. Colin pauses and looks up at me. Alpha? He jumps up and stands at attention. Ray looks at me. At ease, Colin. I pat his stomach. I'm looking for a sparring partner or two. I grin. We will spar with you, Colin nods. Ray? I ask the other warrior. I guess, he says and gets to his feet. I clap my hands and get into a stance. Come at me, I say. They both hesitate and look at each other. Come on, I say with a slight growl. Colin launches himself at me and clocks me good in the jaw. He retreats. Sorry, dude. No, that was good, I tell him. Do it again, I say. Colin grins and lunges at me again. We exchange a few blows, and he manages to get me in the gut. I grunt and swing at him, hitting his jaw. He stumbles backward. I glance at Ray, who is standing off to the side. Come on, right? Ray kicks his hip and looks me up and down. What are you doing? I swing at him, purposely missing. Ray licks his lips and then lunges at me. He stumbles, and I catch him before he falls. I push him back, but he comes at me with a fist flying, hitting me in the side. Is that all you got, right? I joke and swing lightly at him. I got to get to patrol, Ray complains. Come on, you can do it, I tease him and swing at him again. Or are you afraid? I'm not afraid, Ray shakes his head. Then let's go, I huff. Fight me. I stare him down, issuing a challenge with my wolf. Hyde growls in my head as he is ready. Ray's wolf lets out a little growl and lunges at me. He swings at me and clocks me in the jaw. I stumble back as he puts his full strength into the barrage. We exchange some blows, and I wound up flipping him onto his back. That was a good effort, Ray, I tell him. He glares at me as I try to help him up. I have to go, he grumbles, gets to his feet, and brushes himself off. Are you upset? I ask. No, Ray mutters. He trails off. Just what? I put my hands on my hips. Ray takes a deep breath. I have to get to my post, Alpha. Okay, I nod. You are dismissed. Thanks, Ray grunts and starts to walk away. And Ray, I call, and he turns to me. Do me a favor and stay away from my mate, all right? I say with a hint of my alpha tone. Ray presses his lips together and nods. Yes, Alpha. Good, I say and turn away from him. Colin is standing nearby. Do you have to be on patrol? I ask. No, sir. Colin shakes his head. Care to spar some more? I ask. Sure, Colin grins. 15 minutes later, Colin and I were panting on the ground after a challenging round. I get to my feet and pull him up. I slap his shoulder. That was a good round, Colin. Thanks, he nods, and we fist bump. Have a good day. I'm going to hit the showers, I say. You too, Alpha, Colin waves. I turn and start walking back to the pack house. I groan as I am a little sore from sparring. I need to work out more, I say to myself. No kidding, Hyde mutters. Okay, asshole, I snort. Whoa, son, my father says suddenly. I look up to see him and Mom walking towards me hand in hand. Going for your morning walk? Yep, Dad nods. Well, have fun. Oh, Holden, Mom touches my arm. I finished clearing out my old office for Samantha, she says. That's great, Mom. I was going to ask if you wanted to try and start teaching her Luna stuff, I explain. I take it that things are going better with her, Mom grins. I can't help but blush a little. Oh, Mom claps her hands. Will I get grandpups soon? Mom, I complain. No, we haven't gotten there yet, and you have grandpups. I know, Mom pouts. But yeah, I'll talk to Samantha about Luna's stuff, she laughs. Thanks, I kiss her cheek. See you guys. Tell her to come find me. I am free all day, Mom says with a wave. I continue into the house and up the stairs. I enter the room, and Samantha is sitting on the bed. I smile at her, and she smiles back. Hello, beautiful. Hi, she responds. Just waking up, I ask, and she nods. I have to take a shower, I gesture. I'm going to get Cade up, she says, sliding off the bed. I jog into the bathroom and turn the water on. Stepping in, I let the hot water cascade down my body and relax. After the shower, I dried off and wrapped the towel around my hips. I hurry to the closet. I look through my clothes, seeking my favorite Prada pants. Damn it, I curse loudly. I just saw them yesterday, I grumble. I toss a few things out of the drawers as I search for the pants. While looking, Samantha walks into the closet and watches me. Is everything all right? She asks. I pause my search and huff, Yeah, I am just looking for my favorite pants. Pants? She mutters. Yes, my Prada pants. They were just here yesterday, and now I can't find them, I state. Samantha. I stare at Holden for a moment, not knowing what to say. Of course, the pants I gave the Wraith were his favorite ones. Sighing, I shrugged. Maybe they are still in the laundry. No, he shakes his head. They were here yesterday. I saw them, he says on the edge of anger. I shrink back from him. Sorry. Holden takes a deep breath. I'm not mad at you, honey. I am just frustrated. He reaches for me. I hesitate and stare at his hand. Samantha, he tries to smile. I step toward him and let him touch my cheek. The tingles make me smile and my wolf whimper. I'm going to go check on Cade. I left him to dress himself, I gesture. Holden nods and continues looking around the closet. All right. I hurry to Cade's room and find my son on the floor playing with his cars while only wearing a pair of swim trunks. Cade, what are you doing? I'm playing, he answers. I see that, I approach him. Why are you wearing your swim trunks? I want to wear them, he shrugs and turns his attention to his cars. Cade, you can't wear swim trunks to school, I huff and plod over to the dresser. I don't want to go to school, he whines. You have to go to school, Cade, I mutter while pulling out a pair of shorts and a t-shirt. Take off your trunks and put those on, I set the clothes on his bed. Mommy, he whines. Do it, Cade, I argue. He whines again and gets to his feet. Mommy, he cries. Quit crying. You like school, I say. Hurry up. I pat the bed. I want you dressed when I get back in here. Mommy, he cries. Cade Elliott, I grumble. I watch him walk over to the clothes and make a face. He starts to put the shorts on over his trunks. Take off your trunks, I order him. I know you know how to put clothes on, I say and walk across the hall. I hear a female voice coming from our room and find Holden talking to an Omega. Are you sure that you didn't move them? He asks her. She turns to me and then back to Holden. No, Alpha, I didn't move your pants, she says in a soft voice. Okay, what about Claire? He asks with his hands on his hips. I don't know, the Omega shrugs. I will recheck the laundry room. Thank you, Isa. He nods at her. Isa smiles at me and bows her head. Luna. Hi, I say to her. I look at Holden, and he is dressed in a nice suit. I like that suit, I point out. A smile spreads onto his face. Thanks. He steps toward me. I wanted to wear my Prada pants, but this will do. I must get downstairs for an early Zoom meeting. Okay, I nod. But you can bring your request by later if you want, he grins. I look forward to working with you. I can't help but smile back at him and stare at his sparkling blue eyes. Have a good day, sweetie. Maybe we can have lunch together, too. He touches my cheek. Can I kiss you? I nod, close my eyes, and let his lips touch mine. A soft moan escapes me as the tingles run through my body. I wrap my arms around Holden, and he pulls me tighter against him. Thoughts run through my mind as we kiss. I pull back and stare into his blue eyes. He whispers. Have a good day, I stutter out. I have to go check on Cade again. Okay, Holden chuckles. I unwind myself from him and hurry out of the room. I enter Cade's and find him on the floor with the cars. Cade, I bark when I notice he is not wearing his shorts. Why aren't you dressed? I am dressed, he protests. You aren't wearing shorts, I point out. I don't want to, he grimaces. You have to wear shorts, I yell. No. Cade, I yell. Why are you yelling at your mother, Cade? Holden says from the doorway. Cade looks up as Holden approaches us. I don't want to wear shorts. You have to wear shorts for school, son, Holden says. But, Cade whines. Put on your shorts, Holden points. Cade huffs, gets to his feet, picks his shorts off the floor and slides them on. There, he makes a face. Now your shoes, I point and glance at Holden. I am a little miffed that my son listens to him better than me. Cade whines again. Thanks, I mutter to Holden. No problem, he kisses my cheek. Cade, you be good. I must go to work now. Bye, Daddy, Cade says as Holden kisses the top of his head. He puts on his shoes, and I grab his new backpack that Tricia had gotten for him. Be sure to thank Nana for your new backpack, I say as I take his hand, and we walk out of the room. Cade is quiet as we walk towards the elevators. Holden's scent is still hanging in the air, and I shudder. Falling in love is nice, isn't it? Arya speaks up. Shut up, I mutter. We get downstairs, and I see Tricia speaking with Melinda. They stop and smile as I walk up to them. Good morning, Samantha and Cade, Tricia greets me. Morning, everyone, I counter. Melinda's 4 pups are running around, and I let Cade go to them. I'm surprised to see you up and moving, she states. I feel great, I shrug. My wound is nearly gone, and there is no pain. I don't like being cooped up too long. That's good, Tricia grins. Holden asked me to teach you some of the Luna duties around here. Would you like to do that today? I suppose, I shrug. How about we start after I return from taking Cade to school? That works for me, dear, Tricia smiles. Melinda and I gather our pups and take them into the dining hall. Cade tugs at my hand to get to the buffet. I want waffles, he demands. You can't have waffles every morning, Cade, I say. But Mommy, he yells. Do not yell at me, Cade, I grumble and pick up a plate. I put some scrambled eggs and sausage on a plate for him. How about a donut? I suggest. I want waffles, he whines. I place a donut on the plate and pour some juice for him. You are getting this, I say dryly. Cade whimpers as I take him to a table and sit him down by Melinda's pups. Eat your breakfast, I say, and head back to the buffet to grab something for myself. Good morning, Samantha. Lila greets me. Hey, I smile at her. I nod at her 2 pups who are standing calmly behind her. I pick up a plate and put some eggs and bacon on it. I get myself an English muffin and some juice. I return to the table and Cade has eaten most of his food. Good job, I say. Lila and her pups sit with us. I guess the guys had some big meeting this morning. Yeah, with the king and some other alphas, Melinda mentions. What other alphas, I wonder? Oh, who knows? Melinda laughs. I don't ask. You don't want to know what the guys are up to? I speak. Eddie will tell me, she shrugs. I mean, there are some things they don't discuss. I nod and look at my food. I'm used to not knowing anything. Well, I am sure once you officially become Luna, Holden will tell you more. I know Dad told Mom everything, Melinda explains. My first mate said it was none of my business, I sigh. Well, Holden isn't your first mate, Melinda huffs. I nod and take a few bites of food. I glance over at Cade, and he is working on his donut. There is chocolate all over his face. Cade, you are making a mess. He sets the donut down and grins at me. Wipe your face, I hand him a napkin. You look funny, Cade, Levi says. You look funny, Cade counters with his tongue out. Levi, Melinda admonishes her son. Don't start. I'm not doing anything, Levi protests. I ate quickly and took Cade to clean him up. Do you want to ride to the school? Melinda asks as I leave the bathroom. Sure, I say. We go outside to the garage. An Omega gets Melinda's van and we all pile in. Cade starts to squabble with Levi. Levi, Melinda yells at her son. Cade. I look at mine. The 2 boys fold their arms and quiet down. The ride to the school is quiet. I have an appointment this morning, Melinda announces. You can come if you want. That's all right, I shake my head. I can walk back. Fine. Melinda nods. We get to the school and drop off the kids. I say my goodbye to Cade and start walking back to the pack house. I walk past the training grounds and several pack members all stop to look at me. Good morning, Luna. A familiar voice greets me. I turn and smile. Good morning, Ray. How are you? I greet the warrior. I am good. He smiles and touches my arm. I have been thinking about you ever since we almost kissed. Samantha. Static shock runs up my arm from where Ray touched me, and I shudder. I look at him in a new light, and a foul smell comes from him. I stare at him for a moment. "Are you all right, Samantha?" Ray asks. "You have been thinking about me?" I ask with mild disgust. Ray shifts his eyes and shrugs. "Yeah. Haven't you been thinking about me?" "Not really," I sigh. Ray wrinkles his nose and sniffs the air. "You have been sleeping with the alpha." "Well, yeah, he is my mate," I say. "But I got the feeling that you wish he weren't." Ray steps closer to me. His foul smell only gets worse as Arya growls in my head. He reaches out to touch my cheek, but I step back. "Don't," I mutter. "Don't touch me." "Samantha," Ray grabs my arm. "Let go." I shout and try to pull my arm away from him. Ray pulls me to his chest and dips his face toward me. I use my free arm to punch him. He screams and he lets me go. I run a few steps only to have him grab me again. I struggle to get away and fall to the ground, scraping my hands. "Get away from me," I scream. Ray pulls me to my feet and tries to kiss me. I punch him again and he growls. "I want you, Samantha," he demands. I scramble away from him as he tries to grab me again. "Ray, right," I hear Eddie bark suddenly. Ray freezes. I wasn't doing anything, Beta." Eddie puts himself between Ray and me. "Are you all right, Samantha?" Eddie asks without taking his eyes off Ray. "I'm fine," I say, looking down at the scrapes on my hands. "Did he hurt you?" Eddie looks at my hands. I shake my head. "No." "I got this," Eddie says with a slight smile. I nod and hurry away. I glance back to see Ray on his knees while 2 warriors flank him. Tears welled up as I ran into the house and straight to Holden's office. I quickly knock on the closed door when I arrive. I can hear Holden talking to someone inside. "Come in," he shouts. I hurry in just as he is hanging up the phone. His blue eyes sparkle as I move toward him. His office resembles my brother's, with a large desk and 2 leather couches. There are filing cabinets and a large shelf full of photos and other decorations. Holden is staring at me with his hands folded in front of him. "Are you all right?" he asks. I look at the scrapes on my hands and sigh. "Come here." He leans back in his chair and gestures for me. I narrow my eyes at him. "Come on." He smiles and keeps gesturing for me. I walk around the desk and Holden pulls me onto his lap. I snuggle against him as he wraps his arms around me. Ever so gently, he takes my hand and looks at it. "Ray Wright did this," he says in a cold and calm tone. I try to pull my hand away, but he keeps a firm grip on it. Yes," I mutter and look away from him. He gently strokes my wounds. "I told him to stay away from you," Holden states coolly. "Now, he has to suffer the consequences of hurting you." I lean my head on Holden's shoulder. "I was just coming here." "It's all right." He strokes my arm. "I'm not mad at you," he says, kissing me. "What did he do?" Tears fall down my cheeks. I didn't mean it." "Honey," Holden looks me in the eyes and strokes my cheek. "Tell me what Ray did." "I thought he was my friend," I sniffle. "He said he has been thinking about me since we almost kite." I pause and look Holden in the eyes. "Kissed." His smile falters and he sighs. "Go on." I felt different about him this time, like he smelled foul to me," I explain while Holden calmly listens. "He touched me," I say, and Holden growls. "It felt like static." Holden keeps stroking my arm while saying nothing. "He grabbed me and pulled me to him. I punched him to get away," I continued, and Holden tightened his hold on me. "He tried to kiss me," I state carefully. Holden's eyes have turned black, and I sense Hyde fighting him for control. "I didn't let him kiss me, I swear." "I am not mad at you, sweetheart." Holden's voice comes out cold and deep. "But I will have to kill Ray." I look at him wide-eyed. Holden shakes his head. "Sorry about that." His voice is softer. "That was Hyde." "Are you really going to kill Ray?" I ask. "He touched you?" Holden strokes my cheek. "He hurt you." I look at my hands. I'm not hurt. "He still touched you and tried to kiss you, his Luna," he says in a calm tone. "He has to be punished." More tears fall. "I'm sorry." I bury my face in his chest and let his scent comfort me. "It's all right. It's not your fault," Holden says while gently rocking me. I let him hold me for a few minutes, with neither saying anything. "Holden," I whisper and reach up to touch his face. He smiles as we lock eyes. "Holden," I repeat. "What, sweetheart?" he whispers. We lean towards each other and press our lips together. The tingles that spread through my body seem to wash away all my fears and hang-ups as I let the bond take over. My heart beats fast as we deepen the kiss. My hands stroke his chest as he places his hand on my chest. Holden, I say, and he pauses. I feel the words I want to say in my mind, but I can't. Whatever you need to say, just say. He whispers against my cheek. Holden, I take a deep breath. I start to say, but am interrupted by a hasty knock on the door. What? Holden shouts angrily. I scramble off his lap as the door opens and Eddie walks in with Gamma Clint. Seriously, Holden growls. We were trying to reach you through MindLink. Eddie steps into the office. But you had your wall up. I was busy, Holden mutters. What is so important? Eddie nods at Clint. The Gamma pulls something from his pocket and sets it on the desk. We found this in Ray Wright's pocket, Clint states. Holden picks up a thin vial I have seen witches use. Inside is a purplish liquid. What is it? We think it's a potion of some sort, Eddie says. Take it to Cindy and have her test it. Holden sets the vial on the desk. He glances at me. Cindy Banks is part witch. She knows a lot about this sort of thing. The doctor? I ask, and he nods. Eddie grabs the vial. I'll take it to her. Did you kill Ray? I ask. Eddie looks at Holden. I will take care of Ray, Holden stands. I sigh. I feel bad. Why? Holden shrugs. Ray made his choice. I just feel bad, I repeat. Holden hooks his finger under my chin and raises my face. Honey, you feel bad because you are a good person. A good Luna cares about her pack. You care about Ray even though he tried to hurt you. I care about him too, but the pack must know there are some things you just don't do. Touching and trying to hurt their Luna is one of them, he explains. It pains me to kill him. His family has lived in this pack for as long as it has existed. I sniffle. I understand, I say, remembering when my father or Marcus had to carry out punishments like this. He leans down and kisses me. My mother has something to show you, he smiles. I watch him walk away. My heart beats for him. Holden. He stops and turns, flashing those sparkling blue eyes. I love you. Samantha, I love you, falls from my lips, and Holden stares at me for a moment, stunned. Do you mean it? He asks, and I slowly nod. Do you truly mean it? Yes, I respond. I love you. The brightest of smiles spreads onto his handsome face as he crosses the office, pulls me into his arms, and places a hot kiss on my lips. I wrap my arms around his neck and moan as his tongue tries to enter my mouth. Holden, Clint mutters. Holden holds a finger up and keeps kissing me. The heat almost becomes too much as my chest heaves. He finally pulls away, and I pant. Holy shit. Yes, he breathes out and kisses me again. Holden, Tricia says, and Holden sighs. He nibbles my lower lip and looks me in the eyes. We really should mark each other soon. We? I ask. Yes, we. He touches the tip of my nose and backs away. He turns to his mother. Hi, Mom. Tricia grins. Hi, Holden. She looks at me, and I blush and look at the ground. I have something to take care of, Holden mutters. She's all yours, he gestures to me. I'll find you. He smiles at me and walks out of the office. I stand for a moment, watching the door while Tricia approaches me. He seemed happy, she finally says. I touch my lips, which are still tingling, and smile. Samantha, Tricia waves her hand in front of me. I said, I love you, I say. Tricia claps her hands and hugs me. I knew you would. She kisses my cheek, and I flinch slightly. Sorry. Anyways, I have something to show you. She took my hand, and I let her pull me out of the office. We go down the hallway and stop at another door. Tricia opens it up, and we go inside a mostly bare but large office. It's all yours. There is only a desk and filing cabinets with a huge window overlooking the back of the pack house. The view is magnificent as I stare out the window. I stripped it so you would have a blank slate to do whatever you want to it, Tricia explains. There is a bathroom. She points and pulls me toward another door. This room can be a study, or I used it as a nursery for Holden and Melinda. I could see you turning it into a playroom for Cade. And, she trails off. I love it, I say. It's great. Tricia grins. I'm glad you love it. If you want, I can give you the numbers of some great interior designers. I would appreciate that. I nod as I look around and run my hand over the desk. It appears older than me. That desk belonged to the first Luna of this pack, Tricia explains. But we can move it if you want. No, I shake my head. It stays. Tricia hugs me. Good, I think it suits you. I look around and imagine a lot of plants and a natural aesthetic. I see a lot of plants, I say. Tricia touches the corner of her mouth with an index finger. I can see it. That window gets a lot of light, she explains. I think I'll keep the paint simple. Something natural. I say as I envision my perfect Luna office. I shake my head. Dmitry never allowed me to have any say in anything. I just had to do as I was told. I open the door to the small room. I see it as a sanctuary for me to meditate. My thoughts are interrupted by a knock on the door. Luna Trisha? A woman with gray hair steps into the office with another young woman behind her. They both appear to have been crying. "What can I do for you, Zelma?" Trisha asks. I turn to them as the older woman eyes me. "Is it true?" she asks. "Is it true that Alpha Holden is going to execute Ray?" She sniffles. My heart drops as I look the two women over. "Is Ray your son?" I ask. "Yes," Zelma responds. "You must be why he is being executed." I look at the ground as I feel the fire of the younger woman. "Ray is being killed over her?" The younger one grumbles. "Lori," Zelma barks. "I don't know the entire story," Trisha confesses. "I did hear about him being taken to the cells," she looks at me. "He got physical with me." I step towards Zelma and Lori. "He put his hands on me in an attempt to kiss me." Zelma starts bawling. "No, Ray," she screams. "I taught him better than that." "It was just a kiss," Lori adds. "It wasn't just a kiss," I say. He is my only son," Zelma says. "His father died many years ago, and it's just been me and my two pups," she nods at Lori. "I can't lose Ray. He is a good boy, I swear." "Ray Wright's father, Henry, was a great warrior," Trisha sighs. "Ray is a great warrior," Lori states. "One mistake shouldn't cost him his life," she glares at me. "He attacked his Luna," Trisha says. "That is a serious offense. But there has to be some mercy," Zelma pleads. "Even if he must be sent to another pack, please, can you talk to your son?" Trisha presses her lips together. "You need to ask your Luna, Zelma." Zelma looks at me with gray years that show decades of wisdom. "Please?" I press my lips together and look at my hands. The scrapes and bruises are nearly gone. I hate to be responsible for the death of a pack member. "I will go talk to Holden," I state. "Oh, thank you." Zelma grabs my arm and drops to her knees. "Thank you, thank you." I gently pick her off the ground and let her fall into my arms. Trisha taps my shoulder. "You better hurry. Winston never took long to execute someone, and neither does Holden." I nod and pass Zelma to her daughter. "I'll show you to the cells," Trisha offers. "Thank you," Zelma cries as she follows us out of the office. Trisha takes me out the back door and we walk down a path into the woods to an unassuming building surrounded by trees and boulders. We walk up to an iron door guarded by two large armed men. They both narrow their eyes at Trisha and me. "Luna Trisha and Luna Samantha," she points, and one of the men puts in a code and opens the door. "Once you become official, you will get your own codes for everything." I nod as we enter the cold building. We are greeted by another guard sitting at a metal desk. The man rises from the desk. "Luna's," he says, pressing a button that produces a loud buzz, and Trisha opens another heavy door. "They just let you in?" I ask. "Let us in," she replies. "The Luna of this pack has the same authority as the Alpha. They don't question Holden, and neither will they question you." I sigh as I remember how little power I had at Shadowwoods. We silently walk down a concrete hallway past heavy doors with small windows. I see a few sets of eyes looking at me as we pass. A cold chill runs up my spine when I hear the dying scream of a man echoing down the hall. I stopped as I knew who it came from. Holden then steps out of a cell with a bloody hand with Eddie and Clint behind him. He freezes when he sees me and his mother. "What are you two doing here?" "We came to plead for mercy for Ray," I state as the smell of fresh blood makes me want to gag. Holden frowns. "The one who will show Ray right mercy is our goddess." I nod slowly. "I understand." "His mother was quite upset," Trisha mutters. "She came to ask us to ask you to spare Ray." "Mom, I know, son," Trisha looks him in the eyes. "Ray committed a serious offense, and who knows if he would have escalated." Holden looks past her at me. "Are you angry?" I shake my head. "No, I just feel bad for Zelma and Lori." "I do too," he sighs. "I feel bad because Ray's father had been such a good warrior. He died defending this pack. I hate seeing his legacy end like this." "We can't have pack members thinking we have gone soft on certain things, Samantha," Eddie speaks up. "I understand," I say quieter. Holden starts to hug me but stops. "Come on," he says, and we all walk back down the hall and into a break room. Holden washes his bloody hands in a sink and then turns to me. He pulls me into his arms. "Do you still love me?" he whispers in my ear. I nod. Yes, I look into his blue eyes. He traces my cheek with his index finger. Are you hungry? I could eat, I reply. Let's have a picnic, he grins. I know a great spot. I nod. Okay, I'll pick Kate up from school, Tricia says, and I jump. Thanks, Mom. Holden chuckles and releases me. I turn to Tricia and blush again. I know where he wants to take you. She leans in to whisper to me. That's where he was conceived. Mom, Holden complains. Tricia shrugs and walks out of the break room. Come on. He takes my hand and we walk out of the cells and back to the pack house. Holden. Samantha leans heavily on me as we leave the cells and head back to the pack house. I feel bad that she wanted me to stop the execution, but I wasted no time. Ray Wright needed to go. What is in the vial, Ray? I ask calmly. Ray is kneeling on the ground with Clint standing beside me. Nothing, he mutters. There is nothing in the vial. Really? I ask. So when Beta Flannery returns, he will say the same thing, that it was nothing? Ray shrugs. Just get this over with. I mutter. Why? Are you guilty of something, Ray? He says nothing as I stare him down. I hear heavy footsteps running down the corridor toward the cell. I know it's Eddie before he enters. He walks in with the vial. Some of a he hands it to me. Cindy says this is a mind control potion. I take the vial from Eddie. Were you going to use this on my mate, your Luna? Ray looks up at me but says nothing. I am giving you a chance to come clean without using my power, I say as I pace. Come on, Ray. I know you are smarter than this. Who were you going to use the vial for? Ray shudders and looks at the ground. Just kill me. He isn't going to say anything, Hyde hisses. Time to let me try. I sigh and let Hyde take control. Ray Wright, Hyde calls to him while exerting my alpha power. Ray whimpers as he looks up. Tears stream out of his eyes. Who was the vial for? Hyde asks. Ray resists, but Hyde draws his wolf bolt forward. Tell me who the vial was for, Hyde growls. It was for Luna Samantha, he cries. Why? Hyde asks. A man gave it to me. He was wearing Prada pants and nothing else, Ray adds with a snort. He told me to give it to Samantha and lead her to the edge of the territory. Who? Who gave you the vial? I retake control, though Hyde is still close to the surface. I don't know who it was, Alpha, Ray whines. Just some guy wearing nice pants. Why would you betray me like that, I ask and stop pacing. It's not like she loves you anyways, he mutters. With a powerful growl, I grab him by the throat and yank him to his feet. I look him in the eyes. She does love me. And I love her, he smirks. Raymond Arvin Wright, for the crime of assault on the Luna of Eagle Creek, I am sentencing you to death, I roar and let him go. Ray falls to his knees and looks up at me. Samantha would not have been too scared to have shocks with me. With a swift movement, I dig my claws in his throat and lift him to his feet. May the goddess have mercy on you, Ray Wright, I say before slitting his throat. I catch Samantha staring up at me. Those emerald-colored eyes sparkle, and everything that just happened washes away. You are cute, I touch the tip of her nose. She sniffles. Are you sure that you are not angry with me? I ask. Yes, I am sure, she responds while looking down. Luna, someone calls as we approach. I see that it is Zelma Wright with her daughter Lori. I sigh heavily and glance back at my mother, who is frowning. Samantha stiffens as Zelma and Lori approach us. Luna, Alpha, Zelma nods at me. Did you, Ray? Samantha looks up at me. I am sorry, Zelma. I mutter. What? No, she screams. You were going to stop it. We didn't get there in time, Samantha replies. I had already performed the execution when Samantha and my mother arrived in the cells. I explain. You could have saved him. Zelma screams and falls to her knees. My brother is dead, Lori screams and joins her mother on the ground. My heart aches as I listen to the two women wail. Please, I touch Zelma's back. The decision was not an easy one, but your son's crime was serious. Ray was a good boy, Zelma sobs. He was a good boy. I am so sorry, Samantha sighs. You promised, Lori screams. She didn't promise anything. Mom speaks up. We said we would try. Ella would have saved Ray, Lori hisses and glares at me before storming away, leaving her mother a sobbing mess on the ground. Lori, Zelma cries out. My mother picks the other woman off the ground. I got this, Mom says. You two go have your picnic. Mom, I say. It's all right, Holden, Mom says while holding Zelma. Okay, I reply quietly. I put my arm around Samantha and steer her toward the house. She looks back a couple of times but says nothing. Are you okay? I ask. I feel like I failed her. she mutters sadly. She pushes me away and walks a few feet ahead of me. Samantha. I reach for her, but she brushes me away. Honey, you didn't fail them. Ray failed them. Ray did this. I know. She hugs herself. I still feel guilty. It's like being back at Shaw. She stops. It's like being back there. All I ever heard was how much of a failure I was as a Luna. I did everything they ever asked of me, and I was still a failure, she sobs. I pull her back into my arms. You aren't a failure. She sobs into my chest, making my shirt wet. It's okay, I say over and over to her while rubbing her back. I'm sorry, she pulls away. It's all right, I attempt to smile. You can cry on my shoulder, or I pause and look down at my wet shirt. Chest anytime. I am always here for you. Samantha. She sniffles. Thanks. Are you hungry? Would you still like to go on that picnic? Mom did say she would pick Kate up from school, I tell her. She shrugs. It sounds nice. It will be. I hook a finger under her chin. I promise. A soft smile spreads on her face. Okay. Why don't you go freshen up and meet me back down here in a few minutes? I suggest. Samantha nods. What about you? She points to my shirt. I have a spare in my office, I smirk. She shakes her head and I kiss her one more time before she walks away. My cell phone vibrates in my pocket and I see that Alpha Volkov is calling. Alpha, I say as I head to my office. Alpha Vaughn, Volkov says with his accented voice. I need to come to your pack sooner than we planned to finalize our deal, he explains. How soon? I ask. The day after tomorrow, he replies. That soon? You said it would take longer to finalize the paperwork, I say. I had it sped up, he chuckles. I have other engagements that take precedence over our little deal. Little deal? I mutter. Well, for me it is, he laughs. I will see you bright and early, Alpha Vaughn, and be sure to have your Luna present. I would love to meet her, he says before hanging up. I sigh heavily and drop my phone back into my pocket. The scent of mint makes my mouth water, and I look up to see Samantha standing in front of me, wearing a lovely white floral sundress. Are you ready? She asks Samantha. Are you ready? I ask Holden, and he appears to be surprised to see me. He blinks and shakes his head. How did you get ready so fast? I shrug. I just threw this on, I say, twirling my dress. His eyes only get wider. Holden? I touch his arm. Are you ready? I say, looking at his shirt, which still smells of blood. One moment, he huffs and walks toward his office. I silently follow him. We enter his office, and he walks over to a door I never noticed and opens it. I see clothes and other articles stacked on a shelf. He grabs a shirt and pants. I turn away as he puts them on. I jump when he taps my shoulder. Sorry, he says as I turn to him. He is wearing a blue denim button-up shirt and a pair of jeans. I bite my lip as I stare and blush. Holden lightly grasps my chin. Are you blushing? He asks in a playful tone. No, I shrug. Holden lets go of my chin and grins. Come on, he says, and we leave the office. We walk hand in hand down the hallway and enter the kitchen. Kay walks up to us. I have your picnic lunch ready. She points to a basket sitting on the counter. Thank you, Kay. Holden lightly touches her arm. Kay grins at me. Don't you two look adorable? Try not to have too much fun up there, she says with a wink. I gulp and look away. Thanks again, Holden says and takes my hand. I tense up and try to pull away. Samantha, what's wrong? I take a deep breath and relax, and nothing. We leave the kitchen and head outside. Holden takes me to the tree line where we take off our clothes to shift. Hyde picks up the basket and bolts into the trees. Arya yips happily and runs after him. We run through the thick trees, up and down hills and over rivers for miles. We go near the border but head back deep into the territory. Finally, Hyde stops beside a cave with a small pool where water cascades down the rocks. Hyde sets the basket down and shifts into a very naked Holden. It's your turn, Arya laughs, and I return to human form. I quickly retrieve my clothes from the basket to put them back on. I look around as Holden sets up the food. The cave itself has sleeping bags and other camping items tucked inside. His mother did say she came here a lot with Winston. The little pool is cobalt blue, which seems to sparkle in the sunlight shining through the trees. Samantha? Holden walks up behind me and touches my back. I jump, but quickly recover and melt into him as he wraps his arms around me and rests his chin on my shoulder. What do you think? He asks. This is one of my father's favorite retreats. It's beautiful, I remark. He turns me to face him, and we momentarily stare into each other's eyes. "Thank you for giving me a chance. Thank you for not pushing me," I say. I wrap my arms around his neck, and he pulls me against his chest. The warmth and tingles from our kiss is too much for me. I pull away and pant. "Sorry," I mutter. Holden frowns but nods. "Are you hungry?" He gestures to the food. He set up the picnic under a tree. I smell delicious food, wander over to the red and white blanket, and sit down. I watch as Holden lovingly makes me a plate of fried chicken, mashed potatoes, and macaroni salad. He hands it to me with a can of Sprite. "Thanks," I grin, waiting for him to make himself a plate before digging in. I take a bite of the chicken. "This is delicious." "Kay makes the best fried chicken," he says. "Is there anything she can't make?" I wonder. "Not that I know of," Holden chuckles. We chat about nothing as we eat. The chicken is filling, and the company is comforting. Holden pulls out 2 delicious-looking brownies and hands me one. "Oh my God!" I moan as I bite into mine. "Yeah," Holden grins. "This is so good," I say. "I used to bake brownies and cookies with Cade." He lifts an eyebrow. "You can still do that," he mentions. "Where?" I wonder. "You are free to use the kitchens anytime, but I can also build you one," he smiles. I shake my head. "That's not necessary." "Mom and Mindy like to bake together," he explains. "So I'm sure the staff won't mind if you and Cade want to." "Cade loves to bake," I say. "Is that wrong for a pup of alpha blood?" "No, of course not," he smiles. I finish the brownie and wash it down with some soda and water. "That was good. Thank you," I say and pull my knees to my chest. Holden scoots closer to me, and I lean against him. He wraps his arms around me and nestles his face next to mine. For a few moments, we relish the closeness. I listen to the breeze rustling the leaves and birds chirping as they flit about. A butterfly flutters in and floats by us, showing off her iridescent colors before moving on. Holden slowly traces his fingers up and down my bare arms, making goosebumps over my whole body. He places tiny kisses on my shoulder and slowly moves up my neck to my lips. He holds my cheek as he rests his forehead on mine. "You know I want all of you, Samantha." I close my eyes as he continues to kiss me. The tingles and sparks make me moan in pleasure. I kick out my knees and let Holden slowly lower me to the ground. He lays beside me and we kiss. I feel him getting hard and I stiffen. "It's okay," he whispers. "I won't push it." We continue kissing and his hands wander down my body. My breathing hitches when he rubs his hand over my breasts. I let out a small yelp. "Sorry," he whispers. "Don't be," I respond. His hand runs back and forth over my breasts as we continue to kiss. "Just relax," Arya whispers. "He won't hurt you." Holden nibbles my neck and I pull away. "I'm sorry," he mutters. I sit up and scoot away from him. "I can't do this, Holden," I say as tears well up. I just, Samantha." He touches my arm. "I'm sorry if I pushed you." I stare at him. I shake my head. "I hate sex." I realize that. He sighs. "I hate the man that did this to you." Tears stream down my cheeks and fall to the ground. I let him wrap his arms around me. "I'm sorry," I mutter and wipe the tears from my face. "It's not your fault," he responds. We sat for a few minutes listening to the waterfall. My mind is a mess as images from my past flash through my mind. "Holden isn't Dmitry," Arya reminds me. I trace my hand up and down his arm and look into his eyes. His eyes are rimmed with tears, and I feel bad. "Are you crying?" He regards me for a moment. What kind of monster could hurt his mate? "I could never do that to you. Do you trust me?" "I'm getting there," I reply. He takes a deep breath. "I'm sorry," I sigh. "It's all right." I touch his cheek and lean in to kiss his salt lips. "I love you, Holden." "I can live with that, Samantha," he responds. We deepen the kiss, and I allow his hands to explore my body again. I want to give in and let him have me. "Can I mark you?" he asks, and I stiffen. "What?" I huff. "I want to mark you. Please?" He looks me in the eyes. I shake my head and pull away from him again. I stand up, move off the blanket, and stand by the pool. "Samantha, please," he pleads. "Tell you what, how about you mark me first?" "Samantha, tell you what, how about you mark me first?" Holden says, and I freeze. Mark him," Arya repeats several times. "Please, mark him." I stare wide-eyed at my mate. We have been making huge strides together, but the thought of marking still frightens me to my core. My first mark was forced on me. "Samantha," Holden touches my arm, and I yelp. "No," and keep backing away as tears well up in my eyes. All my memories from the day I met Dmitry come flooding back. the utter terror I felt. He scared me into not telling my family what was going on. I sit beside the pool, pull my knees to my chest, and sob. A hand on my back makes me jump, but I don't move away as Holden sits beside me. "I'm sorry," he says, while rubbing my back. "I didn't mean to push it." I look at him through tear-filled eyes. "I'm sorry I'm so broken. I wish you just Reject you?" He snorts quietly. "I would die before I reject you, Samantha," he says while running his hand through my hair. "I'm not going to give up on you. I love you, and love isn't always a fairy tale. We are on this journey together now and forever." Fresh tears fall from my eyes, and he pulls me toward him. I lean against him and cry into his chest. "I love you too." He gently strokes me while we listen to the waterfall. I pull back to look him in the eyes and no longer see Dmitry's looking back at me. "Mark him," Arya whispers. I lick my lips as I look at his neck. He seemed to know what I was thinking and softly smiled. He cranes his neck without words. "I'm ready whenever you are." I look down. I stutter. "It will be okay, honey," he says, and I look up again. "Mark him," Arya repeats. "Show the world who I belong to, Samantha. No one else will ever have my heart." His words melt in my mind as I stare at his neck while trembling. Holden wraps his arms around me. I lean in and kiss his lips softly while staring into his blue eyes. We hold the kiss for a moment before it becomes more passionate. Without thinking, I kiss down his cheek to his bristly neck. His scent is overwhelming as I close my eyes and let Arya and instinct take over. I lick the spot I intend to claim and he moans softly. My fangs extend and sink into his flesh. I freeze when Holden grunts in pain, but Arya pushes me to keep going. I see myself through Holden's eyes as his thoughts flood my mind. His salty blood flows into my mouth as I pull my teeth from his neck and clean the wound. I sit back and stare at him. "That was wonderful," he whispers. I nod and instinctively show him my neck in anticipation of his mark. "Are you sure?" he asks while stroking my skin. "I'll be gentle." I close my eyes and nod. "Yes, I am sure." His lips touch mine, and the tingles spread through my body as he holds me tight. My heart thrums hard against my chest as he kisses my cheeks and neck. Arya hums happily as he licks a spot. "It will be okay," she assures me. I cry out when his fangs bite into my flesh. For a moment, fear is all I feel as I see Dmitry again, but it fades into pleasure. I let out a soft moan and open my eyes to look at my mate. His blue eyes sparkle as he pulls his teeth out and licks my neck. "See, that wasn't so bad, was it?" he says in a husky tone that drives me. A low growl comes from deep within my chest as I tackle him to the ground and kiss him. Holden yelps, but soon melts into my kiss. His skin twitches as my hand runs down his body. My hands go under his shirt and pull it off. I stare at his bare chest as he heaves, waiting for my next move. My fingers trace his muscles as I kiss his hot skin. I grind myself against his hardening manhood, and for once, I am not afraid. My fingers run down his body to his shorts. I touch the mound and squeak. He clasps my hand and stops me, "Samantha." I look him in the eyes as my lust slowly wears off. Right. I sit up. "Sorry, it's fine," he shakes his head. "I just don't want you to go too far and trigger yourself." "Thanks," I mutter and hug myself. "Can we go home now?" I ask and stand up. He nods. Sure. I help him clean up the picnic and place everything in the basket. I shed my clothes and shift into my wolf. Arya whines as we take off running without waiting for Holden. "Samantha," Holden mind links me. I glance back and Hyde is right behind us. "I forgot you can do that now," I chuckle. We quickly make our way back to the pack house. Hyde drops the basket as I shift and grab my dress to throw it back on. "Mommy, Daddy," Cade yells, and I look up to see him running to us with Trisha behind him. He has a cookie in one hand and a stuffed snake in the other. "Cade," I say and reach down to pick him up. "What is all this?" "I took him to the street fair," Trisha confesses. "Did you have fun?" I ask my son. "I saw a magician," he squeals. "Oh boy," I smile and nod at Trisha. "Thank you." "It was nothing," she shrugs. "Look at you two," she eyes my mark and waggles her eyebrows. "How does it feel to be marked?" It's fine," I mutter. "Mommy," Cade points at the mark. "I see our wolves," he remarks. I touch my neck. "Yeah." "You too, Daddy?" Cade giggles. Holden takes Cade into his arms. "Hey, buddy." "I missed you, Daddy," Cade says, leaning against Holden's chest. My heart melts watching them together. Dmitry never would have treated Cade so warmly. He would have been a soldier raised without love. We got this, Mom. Holden smiles at Trisha. What do you say to Nana? I ask my son. He looks at Trisha. Thank you. Trisha touches his leg. You are so welcome, Cade. She kisses his cheek and touches Holden's. Good night. We take Cade upstairs to his room. Holden helps me get our son ready for bed. I'm not sleepy, Cade says while yawning. Yes, you are, I say, placing Billy and his new snake beside him. What's the snake's name? Steve, Cade replies. That's a good name for a snake, Holden chuckles. We read Cade's favorite book thrice until he fell asleep. I kiss his forehead, and Holden touches his cheek. We watch him for a moment, and deep down I feel I need to give him a sibling. I shake my head as we wander across the hall to our room. My heart beats fast as I look at Holden. A new feeling rises within me, and a fear I had faded. What are you staring at? Holden grins as he takes off his shirt. I stare at him with a new hunger. Arya is in my head, panting heavily. Do it, she whines. Samantha? Holden touches my shoulder. I want you, I mutter. Okay, he chuckles. I want you too. No, I wrap my arms around his neck. I want you. Want, like. He nods at the bed. Take me, Holden. I breathe out. Are you sure? He is interrupted when I shove him towards the bed. Take me now, Holden, I say with a low, seductive growl. Holden. I stare wide-eyed at Samantha. Did she just say what I thought she said? I mutter to Hyde, who seems to be equally shocked. She did, he responds. Holden? Samantha looks at me. Did you hear me? She says and backs up to the bed and takes off her dress, revealing her ample breasts. Take me, she hisses. Is she serious? I wonder. Is this her or lust from the mark? It's her, Hyde confirms. Samantha's eyes narrowed. You don't want me. Tears flood her eyes, and she walks toward the bathroom. Samantha. I grab her hand, and she pulls it away. You. She hisses and slams the bathroom door in my face. I stand outside and listen to her cry for a moment. Samantha. I knock on the door. Please come out. We need to talk. Go away, Holden, she screams. I can't do that, sweetheart, I sigh. My heart breaks as she continues crying. Sighing heavily, I open the door and step into the bathroom. Samantha is sitting against the clawfoot tub with her face buried in her hands. I walk over and touch her bare shoulder. Honey, go away, she whimpers. I sit beside her. I'm sorry. Why don't you want me? She blubbers. Oh, Samantha, I want you with every fiber of my being, I express. But sweetheart, I say as her tear-filled green eyes stare up at me, I want to make sure it is truly what you want. I didn't know if it was an effect of your mark, or if you were in the right mind. I don't want to hurt you. She sniffles and sighs. I really want you. I ran my hand through her long red hair. Okay, I believe you. She trails off. I hate socks, but right now I really want you. A soft smile spreads on my face. I want you too, honey. I love you. She leans against me and closes her eyes. For a few moments we relish each other's company. Her minty scent overwhelms me as I listen to her heart beating. She strokes my arm, and the tingles spread through my body. I wrap my hand around her throat and kiss her salty cheek. She blinks those eyes, and I place my lips on hers. Please don't cry, my dear Samantha. I only wish to make you happy for the rest of your life, I say, and she melts into me. I love you, she cries, and we deepen the kiss. My hand slides down to touch her breasts, causing her to moan, which only drives me to go harder. Do you truly want this? I whisper. Samantha looks me in the eyes. Yes. Yes, Arya repeats in my head. I rise from the tiled floor and reach down to pick Samantha up. I carry her into the bedroom and lay her on the bed. She smiles up at me as I take off my shorts, revealing my at half-mast. Her eyes widen. It's big, she mutters. Bigger than... She trails off, and I know she means her ex-mate. That's what every man likes to hear, darling. I snicker and crawl onto the bed. She lays against the pillows and looks innocently up at me like it's her first time. I swear this won't hurt. It won't hurt you, she mutters sadly. Without hesitation, I kiss her soft lips, still salty from her tears. It won't hurt you either. I kiss her while my hand slides down her body to her breasts. She moans with her eyes closed as I take an into my mouth. I gently suck and nibble while she moans louder and wiggles. You like that? I ask. Yes, she breathes out. I keep licking and sucking while my hand slides down her body to her panties. I rub my hand over them. Samantha yelps and pulls away. She presses her legs together. Honey, I can stop. No, don't stop, she mutters. I gently rub my hand over her legs as she watches. If at any time you need me to stop, don't stop, she repeats and relaxes her legs. I rub my hand over her panties again and bravely insert my hand. She bucks at the contact. It's okay, I whisper. She nods as tears well up in her eyes. She tenses for a moment but slowly relaxes. Her eyes roll back and she moans. It's okay, I whisper as I rub her. I kiss my way down her body and look up at her while still rubbing her. She whimpers as my tongue goes to work. Holden. She whines and grabs my hair. I can't help but smile as I pleasure her. I lick and suck her for several minutes. I press my hand on her belly to keep her still. Holden. She whimpers again. I am spurred on and insert my tongue. She screams out in pleasure. That's it, I say. This is for you. Another moan from deep within her spurs me to keep going. Her moans turn into little screams that make my twitch. Yeah, baby, I whisper. Holden, she cries and digs her nails into my scalp. Are you going to come? I ask her. She pauses and looks at me with slight confusion. It saddens me that this beautiful woman has never known the true pleasure of having a mate. Let it all out, Samantha, I say to her. The pleasure is yours, I whisper. Holden, she cries out again as her walls tighten around my tongue and her juices flow out. I lick her clean before kissing my way up her body. I kiss her breasts and play with her nuts while she keeps moaning, and she yelps. Are you ready for this? I ask. We can stop. No, she moans. Don't stop, she confirms. I tease her entrance a few times before slowly thrusting into her. More tears well up as I look into her eyes. Are you okay? She nods. I kiss her softly as I slowly thrust into her. She stiffens, and I stop. Her eyes are closed. I keep kissing her as I continue gently thrusting. A soft moan comes from her mouth, and she opens her eyes. Holden, she whimpers. I smile and kiss her as I thrust a little harder. She wraps her legs around my hips, and I go even harder. She moans as I kiss her neck and nibble her mark. Oh my gods, she cries out. That's it, I say as she claws the skin on my back. She continues to moan and cry out as I go harder. Oh gods, she screams. I reposition her legs so I can go deeper. She only moans with pleasure as we are soon moving together. Oh, Samantha, I moan. Goddess, you are wonderful. I thrust a little harder as I am close to orgasm. Do you want all of this? Yes, she cries out. I growl happily as I empty my seed into her, then collapse beside her, panting heavily. Samantha stares at the ceiling as I touch her heaving breasts. Are you all right? She turns to look at me. Yes, she nods. Thank you. I can't help but smile. You are welcome. I pull her into my arms and she snuggles into my chest. Do you still hate sks? No, she mutters. Are you sure? I chuckle. With a low growl, she kisses me and climbs onto my stomach. Can I be on top this time? She smirks. We go almost the whole night making love over and over. As the sun prepares to rise, we collapse onto the bed together and fall asleep in each other's arms. The next morning, I open my eyes and Samantha lies on my chest. Her red hair fell all over, and I ran my hand through it. Her eyes open and she smiles. Good morning, beautiful, I whisper. Hi, she responds. I hadn't noticed that the door was slightly open until Cade popped his head up. Hi, he squeals. Cade, Samantha mutters. I heard you two playing all night. He grins. Can I play next time? Samantha. Cade, I huff at my curious son. You don't just barge into people's rooms, I yell. Cade shrinks back with a frown. Tears well up in his little eyes. But, Mommy, he whines. Go wait in your room, Cade, I harshly order him. He sniffles and looks at the ground. Okay, he mutters and hurries out of our room. Holden is looking at me. What? I grumble as I roll off the bed and put on my robe. I don't want him to think it's all right to just... I know, Holden interrupts me. Do you think I was too harsh? I ask. Holden shrugs and gets out of bed. His full manhood is on display, and I blush thinking about last night. I had let him fully take me and own my body. He walks over and wraps his arms around me. I'll go talk to our little one. He kisses my cheek and releases me. But it's okay. He smiles as he pulls on a pair of shorts. I sigh. Fine. I wander into the bathroom to start the day. As I turn on the shower, my mind wanders to Holden's hands all over my body, making me feel like a queen. I hated sex, but he showed me that it's something to love. I step into the shower and close my eyes as the water cascades down my body. I rub my hands up and down my wet skin. Holden, I whisper. Yes, he answers, and I yelp. I open my eyes to him standing in front of me with a look of lust in his blue eyes. You know I saw everything you were imagining, right? He smirks and wraps his arms around me. He plants his lips on mine and heats up the passion. Holden, I whisper again. He turns me around so I am facing away from him. His hand lightly grasps my breasts and I lean into him. Holden lightly kisses my neck. You didn't get enough last night? He whispers against my ear. No, oh baby, he groans. Within minutes, I am bent over with my legs spread while he is slamming hard into me. I moan and scream as he goes harder. Holden, I cry as I orgasm. Holden growls as he empties his seed into me. My legs feel like jelly, and I nearly fall, but he holds me up. You will never fall. We finish the shower, emerge into a steam-filled bathroom, and take turns drying each other off. Where is Cade? I ask as we slink into the closet. I told him to get ready for school and then wait for us. Holden responds. I also told him that if he needs to come into our room, he must knock first. That's good, I say as I pick a pair of dark jeans and a white blouse to put on. Holden looks me up and down as I put on the blouse. I like that. You would like me in a burlap sack, I joke. True, he laughs. I watch as he puts on a dark blue casual suit with a white shirt. You don't look half bad yourself, I say. Thanks, he says while playing with the collar of his jacket. His phone is ringing as we step out of the closet. I'm going to go check on Cade, I say as he answers it. When I enter his room, Cade is sitting on the floor playing with his cars. He looks up with a smile. Hi, Mommy. I am sorry I came into your room. I kneel beside him, touching his shoulder. It's all right, sweetie. I noticed he was wearing red shorts and a bright green shirt with cartoon frogs. I'm so proud that you got dressed all by yourself. He grins. Daddy told me to be a big boy and get dressed. You did a very good job. Now let's get your shoes on, all right? I speak. He nods and looks past me. You look handsome, Daddy. I turn to see Holden entering the room. Thanks, buddy, Holden grins. I like your clothes. Very Christmassy. Cade looks down and shrugs. I'm hungry. Let's go get breakfast. Holden holds a hand out to Cade. Cade takes the hand and looks at me. Come on, Mommy. I grab his backpack and Holden's other hand. All right, Cade? We get downstairs to the dining hall. Holden's parents are right outside with Melinda and her family. Good morning. Trisha walks up to us with a huge grin. You two look happy, she says as she looks at our interlocked hands. They wrestled all night, Cade blurts out, and Trisha giggles. Really? Trisha smirks. Will I be expecting another grandchild soon? Mom, Holden huffs. Melinda eyes me while wrangling her pups. We all file into the dining hall, and I take my son to the buffet line. Can I have waffles, Mommy? He asks. Yes, I respond and see Kay stirring some gravy. I heard someone wanting waffles. Kay grins at Cade. Yes, please, Cade squeals. I will make you waffles. Kay ruffles his hair. And you, Luna? Oh, I'll just get some eggs here. I point to the buffet. All right, I'll bring his waffles out shortly. Kay nods and walks away. I pile some eggs and bacon onto a plate with some toast. I get Cade some juice and coffee for myself. I set it at an empty table. Melinda joins me with Eddie and their pups shortly after. I look around and don't see Holden. He had to go take a phone call in his office. Eddie answers my silent question. So you and Holden, Melinda starts. I look up at her. Yeah. She snorts. Trisha sits beside me. So can we talk about your Luna ceremony today? I think it should be soon. Okay, I nod. Kay walks over with a steaming plate of waffles and sets them in front of Cade. There you go, sweetheart. Thanks, Cade says. I help him butter and pour syrup onto them. Eat up, I say and turn my attention to Trisha. When should we have the ceremony? I think as soon as possible. Trisha answers. You are already clearly the Luna here, she smiles. The pack loves you? I look around the room and see Zelma and Lori Wright glaring at me. Most of them, I say. Trisha frowns. I have my detractors too, dear. I think you should have the ceremony on Saturday, Melinda suggests. Today is already Wednesday, Melinda. Trisha scoffs. Next Saturday? I counter. Trisha ponders for a second. It's still soon, but I think it will work. Does it have to be elaborate? I ask, remembering my last Luna ceremony. I would like something like my sister-in-law had. I remember Charlene's ceremony. It was beautiful yet simple and elegant. It was simple but elegant in the woods. It can be as fancy or not fancy as you want, dear, Trisha says. Mine was rather simple. Okay, I grin. After I take Cade to school, we can discuss it in my office. Trisha claps her hands. Awesome. Do you want to help too, Mindy? I look at Melinda. I don't mind. I helped plan my sister-in-law's ceremony. Sure, Melinda smiles. I would love that. Can I bring Shane? You can bring Shane, I grin at her youngest. As we continued eating and chatting, I felt something buzzing in my head. I cringe as it hurts. Holden is trying to contact you, Arya speaks up. Lower your wall. It takes me a moment to remember how to lower my mental wall. Holden? I mind link him. Sorry for dipping at breakfast. I had to take an important call, he says. It's all right. Your mother and I were just talking about my Luna ceremony, I say. Oh, he chuckles. Anyways, I will be a little busy with some Zoom meetings, but you can come by later. Okay, I say to him. I'll miss you. I'll miss you too, my Luna, he answers. After breakfast, Melinda drives us all over to the school. You be a good pup, Cade, I tell my son. Daddy is sorry that he couldn't come say bye this morning, but he is very busy. Because he is the alpha, Cade nods. That's right. I kiss the top of his head. Bye, Mommy, Cade waves as he runs to greet one of his friends. Melinda takes me back to the pack house. We went to my office where Trisha was waiting. Hey, girls, she points to a laptop sitting on the desk. It's a spare one I had. You can use it until you get one for yourself. Thanks, I say as I sit behind the desk. I look around the still bare office. It fits you, Trisha remarks. Luna, I smile as I am finally embracing my title. The three of us get down to work to plan my ceremony. Trisha and Melinda help me plan something elegant but simple. It will be held in the park beside the pond. We will have a comfort food buffet with dancing and games for the pups. I am happy with it, truly happy. I have to go take care of some things, Melinda announces after a few hours. Thank you for your help, Melinda. I smile at her. You are welcome, she winked and picked up Shane, who had been playing happily on the floor. I have to go too, Trisha says. Maybe tomorrow we'll go shopping for office decor. That sounds like a plan to me. I laugh. After they leave, I decide to visit Holden and wander down to his office. I lightly knock on the door. Come in, he responds. I open it to him, hanging up the phone. Hi, I greet him. Hello, gorgeous. He beckons me to him. How did the planning go? Great, I reply as I sit on his lap. His woodsy scent comforts me as I lean into him. What was so important this morning? I ask. I am expecting a visit from another alpha tomorrow, he responds. He's going to be our new ally, Samantha. New ally? I ask, and he nods. I should have asked more questions about it, but right now I have my mind on other things. I guess you need me to ensure the guest rooms are ready? Yes, Holden nods. My mom will help you if you need it. I remember doing things like that when Dmitry had visitors, though his mother Tatiana did much of the work. My job was to be skinny and look pretty on Dmitry's arm. Are you hungry? He asks, and I kiss him. Yes. I whisper and slide my hands up and down his hard chest. I enjoy feeling the definition of his muscles as I begin to unbutton his shirt. Holden smirked. Don't start something you aren't going to finish, sweetheart. He wrapped his arms around me and held me tight against him. We kiss passionately with our tongues exploring each other's mouths. I grind myself against him, feeling him harden. He slips his hand up my shirt to massage my breasts. I pull my shirt off, and he unhooks my bra. I lay my head in the crook between his neck and shoulder while he massages and licks my breasts. I slide my hand down his body and touch the growing mound in his pants. I unzip them and slip my hand in to feel the soft skin, causing him to moan. Oh, goddess, he groans. You are my goddess, he whispers as we kiss. I grasp his shaft and slide my hand up and down. He lightly thrusts upwards while also massaging my breasts. Minutes later, I am bent over the desk while Holden is thrusting hard into me. Holden, I yell, driving him harder. He pulls out, turns me around, and sets me on the desk to thrust into me again. I love you, he breathes out. I can't believe how much I love this. I never thought that would happen. I had been so scared, but I haven't even had any flashbacks. My horrid past with Dmitry has finally disappeared from my mind. Holden, I cry as I have an orgasm. Samantha, he moans and empties his seed into me. He sits back in his chair and pants. That was great, he mutters. I slide off the desk and sit on his lap. There is a knock on the door. Put your clothes back on, he says while his eyes glaze over. It's Eddie. I nod as I pick my clothes up and throw them back on. The door opens as I am smoothing my shirt. Eddie walks in with Clint. They both sniff the air and give each other knowing looks. Good to see your relationship is moving forward, Eddie says while Clint snickers. Grow up, Holden mutters. It's all right, bro, I understand. Mindy and I did it all the time when we first got together, Eddie says while Holden cringes. Dude, Holden scoffs. What? Eddie shrugs. That's my sister, Holden mumbles. I guess I'll go find your mom so we can get everything set up for tomorrow, I gesture. Holden frowned. Sorry, we didn't get to eat lunch. Oh, I'm satisfied, I say, causing Eddie and Clint to giggle. I smile at them as I kiss Holden. See ya, fellas. I wave as I walk past them. I shut the door and lean against the wall for a moment. I shut my eyes and place my hand on my chest to feel my heart still pounding. See, Arya speaks up. Told you it wasn't going to be like last time. Samantha, Trisha's voice startles me. Sorry, she says when I open my eyes. Are you all right? I nod and smile. Yeah, I am fine. She grins. You and Holden have been getting quite close, huh? Yes, I say. See? She places a hand on my arm. He said we are expecting visitors tomorrow. I change the subject. Trisha takes a deep breath. Of course. I'll show you what I used to do to prepare, she says, leading me down the hall. My stomach growls as we walk. Are you hungry? A little, I respond. Trisha smiles. I roll my eyes and she laughs. She led me to the kitchen, and we were greeted by the Omegas working inside. Hello, Luna, Trisha and Luna Samantha? Kay nods to us. What can I do for you, ladies? We are expecting visitors tomorrow, Kay, Trisha says. Kay nods. So you want something special? Yes, I reply. We normally do like a prime rib and lobster or something like that, Trisha tells me. I look at Kay. That sounds okay. We can do that, Kay nods. Or I have some lovely duck breasts. Oh, I smile. That sounds good too. Duck breasts with asparagus and polenta, Kay rattles off a menu. That sounds lovely, dear. Trisha grins. My stomach growls again and they both look at me. Have you had lunch, Luna? Kay laughs. I shake my head. No. Sit, she gestures to a pair of stools by a counter. I'll get you both something to eat. Trisha and I sit while Kay sets some sandwiches and chips in front of us. Can I get some tea? Trisha asks. Kay bows and looks at me. I'll just have Coke, I mutter, pick up a turkey sandwich and bite into it. I say. Kay sets our drinks down, so I ordered the food for your ceremony. Oh, I can't wait, Trisha smiles. What about you? I'm excited too, I respond. We are so happy to have you as our Luna, Kay touches my arm. You are a breath of fresh air. Excuse me? Trisha snorts and puts her hands on her hips. Kay winks at her. Out with the old and in with the new. You old bat, Trisha nudges Kay. Takes one to know one. Kay snickers. I smile at their banter. I like that Trisha treats Kay as a friend and not just an Omega. We are old friends, Samantha, Kay says. We go way back. Way, way back, Trisha jokes and they laugh. I have to get back to work, Kay sighs. Thank you. I smile at her. Kay touches my arm before walking away. I like how you are with the pack, I tell Trisha. Kay may be an Omega, but that doesn't mean we can't be friends. I was raised to treat the Omegas the same as ranked members, Trisha explains. My parents were the same, I agree. I sort of got that vibe from them, Trisha retorts. It's a good thing. Omegas are the foundation of a pack. Without them, what would we do? Cook our own food, I laugh. Can you cook? Trisha asks me. I shrug. I can a little bit. When I lived alone, I had to cook for Kate and me. I'm no gourmet, though, that I burn water, Trisha laughs. After we finished eating, Trisha showed me where the guest rooms were. She flags down a male Omega with long brown hair. Jeffrey, have you met Samantha? Jeffrey looks me up and down with deep blue eyes. No, Luna. He grins at me. I'm Jeffrey. Hi, Jeffrey. I shake his hand. Jeffrey, we are expecting a visiting Alpha and his party tomorrow. We need the guest rooms to look their best, Trisha explains to him. Jeffrey bows to her. I will do that. Luna, he looks at me. Luna's. Thank you, Trisha grins. Thank you, I say as we leave. We then go to the meeting room and make sure it's in order, Trisha says. Then we instruct the Omegas to ensure the pack house and the grounds are tidy and clean. Okay, I nod. Thank you. Do you know who the Alpha visiting is? Trisha asks. No, I shake my head. Holden just said he is a new ally. She sighs. Winston hasn't said anything about a new ally, but then he likes reading his newspaper nowadays. My dad took up fishing, I mention. He loved taking Cade. Oh, she snorts. I couldn't see Winston fishing. He isn't patient enough for that. But he's patient enough for reading newspapers. I laugh. Good point, Tricia counters. After getting everything ready for tomorrow, we go our separate ways. I spend some time working in my office, then get Cade from school. Daddy, Cade squeals as we enter the pack house, and Holden is standing in the hall with Eddie and Clint. Hey, buddy, Holden grins and picks up. How was school? It was great, Cade grins. We made slime. I hold a plastic bag full of glittery green slime. Yep. Oh, awesome, Holden laughs. He sets Cade down. I'll be done here in a bit. But I thought we could all chill and watch cartoons tonight. Cartoons, Cade squeals. Sounds like a plan, I agree. We can order pizza. Pizza, Cade jumps up and down. I like that. Holden kisses my cheek. I like that a lot. Your mom and I got everything set up for tomorrow, I say. That's great. The visiting alpha should be here around 8 a.m. tomorrow. He is really interested in meeting you, Holden shrugs. Why? I wonder. I don't know. He says he knows you, Holden responds. I narrow my eyes. Okay. Holden. Eddie speaks up. We are going to go check the perimeter, Holden says. Okay, be safe, I smile as we kiss. Ooh, Cade says. Yeah, ooh, Eddie adds. Shut up, Edward, Holden growls. I'll see you. He smiles at me, you too. I take Cade upstairs and sit on the couch in his room while he plays with his cars. Holden eventually joins us, and we have a lovely evening together, eating pizza and watching cartoons. Once Cade is asleep, we return to our room and make love for half the night before falling asleep. I woke up the following day with a strange feeling in my belly. Arya seems nervous and paces in my head. What's up with you? I ask. She doesn't answer but keeps pacing. Are you all right? Holden asks as I am getting dressed. I'm fine, I lie. I put on a lovely gray dress suit and braid my hair. You look lovely, Holden says, wearing one of his best suits. You look hot, I say. We get Cade ready for school, and Melinda takes him while we gather in front of the pack house to await the visitors. I fidget nervously as Arya becomes more and more worked up. Why are you so nervous? Holden asks. I shrug and watch as a black limo pulls up to the house, followed by several dark SUVs with a familiar crest on the doors. My heart starts to race as an Omega opens the limo door and the scent of bourbon fills the air. No, I mutter as a very familiar person steps out. He looks right at me with his usual evil grin. Alpha Volkov, Holden holds his hand out. I am honored to have you in my home. He turns to me. This is... Hello, Samantha. Dmitry looks right at me. It's good to see you again, Samantha. Everything shattered in an instant. Arya howls sadly in my head as I slowly back away from the men. Dmitry is still smiling right at me while Holden just stands there. Samantha? Holden says, breaking me out of my trance. Samantha? He calls again. That's your new ally? I mutter. Holden narrows his eyes and nods. Yeah? I shake my head as Dmitry chuckles, sending cold chills down my spine. Why? I gasp at Holden. Why him? I say as there is a flood of memories in my mind. Every strike, every rape comes back to me. I want to collapse and cry on the floor, but I will not give Dmitry the satisfaction of seeing that. What's wrong? Holden asks as I keep staring at Dmitry. How is my son? Dmitry asks. What? Holden huffs and then looks at me and then at Dmitry again. He's your ex? I say nothing as Holden turns to Dmitry. My pace quickens and I run into the house. Samantha, Holden yells. Tears run down my cheeks as I run towards the stairs. I must get away. I must leave. I can no longer stay in Eagle Creek. Samantha, Holden grabs me, and I scream. Let go of me. You son of a... I reject you. I scream and repeatedly punch his chest. How could you? I didn't know, Holden yells back. Alpha Vaughn, Dmitry's voice echoes down the hall. Holden lets go of me, and I use that to get away. I don't stay to listen to their conversation and run up the stairs to our room, his room. I slam the door open, enter the closet, and grab a bag. I threw some things in it and then ran to Cade's room. You can't leave, Arya pleads. I can't stay here, Arya, I cry. I can't stay, I cry as I throw some of Cade's clothes into the bag and grab his rhino. Arya howls sadly in my head, for even she knows there is no going back. I touch the mark on my neck, and fresh tears make me sob. But I keep going. I run downstairs and no one is in the hall, so I go to the garage. Samantha, Holden calls through the mind link, so I block him. My chest hurts from the pain. I rejected him, but not really. I can't believe I allowed myself to fall for another alpha. I had vowed to never accept another mate. I won't let that happen again, I mutter. I go out to the garage and an Omega approaches me. I need a car, I demand. What? Get a car for me right now, I say in a harsh tone. I hate getting tough with Omegas, but I need to get far away from this place. The Omega nods and grabs a key from a hook. He disappears for a few moments. I feel Holden trying to mind-link me while Arya whimpers. Do not talk to him, my wolf whimpers. A white sedan pulls up beside me, and the Omega gets out. Is this all right, Luna? He asks. Great, I mutter and hand him a $5 bill. I toss my bag into the passenger seat and sit down. I feel Holden trying to contact me as I speed out of the garage. I wipe the tears away as I need to see. I come to a screeching halt in front of the school and march inside. Good morning, Luna. Principal Richardson greets me. I say nothing to her as I head straight for Cade's class. Is there something I can help you with? She asks. No, I say as I enter the class. The pups are gathered on the floor singing a song as I enter. They all look at me as I spot Cade beside Bree Scott. Mommy, he grins and runs over to me. Come on, I say and grab his hand. Where are we going? He asks. We need to go, I say. Luna? Ms. Bryceson walks over to me. Is everything all right? No, I say and look down at Cade. Mommy, I want to stay, he protests. I don't care, I say and pick him up. I carry him towards the door and he starts to cry. Luna, Miss Bryceson says, don't call me that. I bark and exit the class with my crying son. Samantha, Holden calls to me. How did he do that? I ask out loud. He can override your block, Arya says. Shh, I say as I get outside and open the car. Mommy, Cade cries. Where are we going? Home, I say as I buckle him in. He sobs as I pull away from the school. I hand Billy to him and watch him through the rearview mirror. I feel bad for making him cry, but we aren't staying here. I see the gate just ahead. The guards wave at me as I pull up. Alpha says we can't let you leave, the guard says. Let me out, I growl in a deep tone. We can't do that, Luna, the guard says. I look him in the eyes. Let me out now, I growl. He stiffens and looks at the other guards. One of them pushes a button and the gate goes up. I press the accelerator and speed out of Eagle Creek. Samantha, Hyde howls in my head as I leave. Mommy, Cade whines. Where is Daddy? You don't have a daddy, Cade. Just forget about him. It's just you and me, I tell my son, who sobs in the back seat. Daddy, Cade cries. My heart breaks for my son, but I have to do what is best. I am going home to Crimson Crest for a few days. Then I will leave for the human city and never return to a werewolf pack again. I will give up my wolf if it means I can live peacefully. Don't say that, Arya cries. It's for the best, Arya, I respond. I drive for hours, putting as much distance between us as possible. I stop at a roadside diner to get Cade and me some food. My son sits staring at his chicken tenders, not eating. Cade, you have to eat, I say. He shakes his head. I want Daddy. You don't have a daddy, Cade, I say. But Holden Vaughn is not your daddy, I tell him. It's just you and me. I reach across to clasp his little hand. He looks up at me with the same dark eyes as Dmitry. But Mommy, he whines. It will be all right, baby. You and I got this, I say with a smile, not fully believing it myself. Cade sighs and picks up a French fry. I look across the room and see the wraith that took Holden's pants sitting at a table drinking a shake. He grins at me. I turn away from him and take a deep breath. He saunters over to us with the shake in hand. Ran away from home, huh? Are you going to report me to Dmitry? I ask. The wraith shrugs. I no longer work with him. Oh, I say. You really should talk to your mate, the wraith mutters. I don't have a mate, I say. The wraith sighs. Pity, he mumbles and disappears. After finishing our food, I get us back on the road. I am determined to make it to Crimson Crest to plan my next move. When we reach the gate, it is dark and Cade is fast asleep in the back seat. Samantha? My friend James greets me. Hi, James, I respond. James looks in the back seat. Are you all right? I shake my head. No. Do you want to talk about it? James offers. I just want to go to bed, I huff. James nods and opens the gate. Good night. I drive straight to the pack house. My brother is outside waiting as I pull up. Samantha, he says as I get out of the car. Is everything all right? Holden keeps calling me. Can I stay here for a few days? I ask. Of course, Marcus nods. Did he hurt you? I nod. I'll kill him, Marcus growls. Samantha. My mother ran out of the house, followed by my father. What happened? I need to crash in my old room for a bit, I say as I get Cade out of the back seat. Tell me what happened with Holden, Marcus demands. He entered into an alliance with Dmitry Volkov, I mutter, carrying Cade into the house. Holden. Alpha Vaughn, Dmitry Volkov's voice echoes down the hall as I try calming Samantha down. I let go of her to face the other Alpha. Alpha Volkov, I respond as he marches towards me. I look back and see that Samantha is gone. I sigh as I must face who I now know is her ex. My anger boils over as I realize this is the man responsible for her trauma. Samantha was your mate? Not was, is, he mutters, and I would like her and my son back. My blood runs cold when he mentions his son. That means Cade. He is not your son, I say. My blood flows through his veins, Alpha, Dmitry growls. He ceased to be your son the moment you rejected Samantha. I get into his face. You are the reason why she refused to look at me when we met. Dmitry snorts. What are you talking about? She was so traumatized she wanted nothing to do with me. It should have been clear to me, I growl. Traumatized? He laughs. You beat and raped her. You starved her, I yell. A cold laugh rolls out of Dmitry. Raped? She is my mate. I have the right to do with her as I please. She disobeyed, so I disciplined her. She was fat, so she needed to eat less. That is bullshit, I scream. I am not doing any deals with you, Alpha Volkov. I need you to leave my territory. Dmitry shrugs nonchalantly. Fine. I just need you to bring me my mate and my son. Samantha is my mate, I growl. Mine! I saw with help from Hyde. And so is Cade. My wolf has claimed him. I don't care if your wolf claims him. Cade is my flesh and blood. If you don't give me what is mine, you will regret it. He growls, shaking the hall. I stare him down as my warriors gather. I have more warriors than you, I say. Eddie and Clint are behind me as I stare down the other Alpha. Dmitry grunts and nods at his warriors, who back off. Fine, I will leave, he says coldly. His warriors, who I assume to be either his beta or gamma, turn and head for the door. Dmitry lingers. I will be back. Try it, I threaten. Dmitry smirked, and I followed him out of the house. Make sure they leave, I order Eddie. I need to find Samantha, I say. I tried calling her through the mind link, but she blocked me. Holden, my mother calls as she and my father run up to me. What happened? Turns out that my new ally is Samantha's ex-mate, I respond as I head to the elevators. And Cade's father. You are Cade's father, Mom assures me. Dmitry Volkov was Samantha's mate? Dad asks. Yeah, I mutter. We get onto the elevator. Samantha, I keep trying to call. You can override the block, Hyde says. I don't want to do that, I reply. I know, but sometimes it's necessary. I can help, Hyde informs me. The elevator door opens and I run down to my room. Samantha? I yell. I run into the closet and see some of her things gone. I mutter. Where is she? Mom asks. I think she left, I say, and run past her into Cade's room. Some of his things, including his rhino, are gone. Guards, do not let Luna Samantha leave the territory, I order. Samantha, I call again. She won't answer me, I say as panic comes over me. Does she have you blocked? Dad asks, and I nod. Then you have to use your wolf to break through. Dad, I complain. Son, he huffs. Hide, I say. Try it, he responds. Samantha, I call. I hear Arya, Hyde says. She's not answering either. Samantha, I call again to no answer. Holden, Eddie mind links me. Dmitry and his entourage are gone. You are sure, I say to my beta. Yes, he replies. I sigh. I need to find Samantha, I mutter. Alpha, Luna just left the school with your son, Principal Richardson says. I open my mind to address my guards. I had already told them not to let her out, but I wanted to ensure they heard me. Do not let Luna Samantha leave the territory, I order them, and run down the stairs. I get outside, shift, and run towards the gate. Hyde lets loose a dominant howl as we run. I look back to see my parents right behind me. We get to the gate, and a guilty-looking guard looks at me as I shift back into human form. Alpha, we are sorry, he says. Where is she? I growl. She is gone, he says. I told you not to let her out. I roar. She used her Luna tone on us, another guard adds. I told you not to let her out, I bellow. Holden, Dad touches my shoulder. She's gone, I say through gritted teeth. Son, use your head, he huffs. Where do you think she went? I don't know, Dad, I yell. Holden Scott Vaughn, Dad growls. Use your goddamn head for once. Where do you think your mate went? He glares at me. I take a deep breath. I don't know. He rolls his eyes. I love you, but you are a goddamn sometimes, he grumbles as my mother walks up wearing a t-shirt and shorts. I don't know where she is, Dad, I whine. Goddess help me, Dad shakes his head. I'm pretty sure Samantha went to Crimson Crest. I take another deep breath. Of course, I sigh. Get me a car, I order the guards. Yes, Alpha, they respond. I'm coming with you. Eddie shows up with Melinda and Clint. No, I need to do this alone, I grunt. Holden, you are in no condition to drive. I am coming with you whether you want me to or not, Eddie growls. Why would she just leave like that without talking? Melinda huffs. I thought we were getting somewhere with her. She saw her ex-mate, Mom chimes in. So she should have talked to him, Melinda argues. Gods. We both f***ed up that part, I mention. I didn't tell her that Dmitry was going to be our new ally, and she didn't tell me he was her former mate. We are both at fault. Was, Dad asks. We are not going to ally with his pack, I state. I don't know why you thought it was a good idea in the first place, Dad mumbles. Not now, Dad, I groan. A black SUV pulls up beside us, and the driver's window rolls down, revealing Everett. Thanks, Everett, I say. I'm coming with? Everett says. No, I growl. Holden, just get in the damn car, Eddie snarls. Dmitry is going to be on the defense, and there is a chance he may try to attack us, so Everett and I are coming. I am coming too, Dad joins in. Winston, Mom huffs. It will be all right, Trish, he touches her cheek. Dad, I protest. Get in the damn car, Holden, he growls. I sigh, walk around the vehicle and get in. Clint walks over to the window. Keep an eye on things, Clint, I tell him. You know I will, he pats my arm. Bring our Luna home. I smile at him as Dad and Eddie get into the back. Let's go, Everett. Everett nods and presses the accelerator. We all settle in, as it will be a long ride to Crimson Crest. All sorts of scenarios go through my head as I wonder what to say to Samantha. It will be all right, Hyde mumbles. We stop one time to piss and eat. Eddie takes over, driving the rest of the way. Holden, Eddie shakes me awake. It's dark outside, but the sun is just coming up. Everett and Dad are asleep in the back as we approach the Crimson Crest gate. The guard stops us. Alpha Vaughn, he mutters. Yeah, I lean over Eddie. We are here for my mate and son. The guard steps away and Marcus walks up to the car. Marcus, I say, you know why I am here. Yep, of course, he smirks, which is why I can't let you in. Marcus, I huff. I have to talk to her. He shakes his head, no. Marcus, I growl and get out of the car. He stands in front of the SUV with his arms folded. You hurt her. I should be ripping you apart. I need to talk to my mate, Marcus, I demand. You are allied with Dmitry Volkov. I don't want you on my land. He growls and gets in my face. I am not allied with Dmitry, I growl back. Marcus backs off. I'm still not letting you in. Do I have to challenge you? I ask. Maybe. Marcus smirks. Marcus, her voice says from the shadows. My heart leaps when Samantha steps into the lights. She looks so beautiful that I want to pull her into my arms and kiss her all over. Samantha? I sigh. She looks at me with no emotion on her face. Holden, she mutters. I just need to talk to you, I say, reaching for her, but she backs away. Hyde cries out in my head. I'm done talking, Holden Vaughn, she states. I, Samantha Arlene Wheeler, reject you, Holden Scott Vaughn, as my mate. Samantha. I, Samantha Arlene Wheeler, reject you, Holden Scott Vaughn, as my mate. The words leave my lips, and I fall to my knees as Aria cries out in my head. Holden falls to his knees as well. Don't do this, Samantha, he pleads. I look at him through tears and pain. I can't. I do not, nor will I ever accept your rejection. I do not accept, he says. I am lifted off the ground by my brother. Come on, Samantha, Marcus sighs. We need to talk this through, Samantha. Holden shouts. I swear I had no idea that Dmitry Volkov was your former mate. If I had known, I would have killed him, not forged an alliance. I turn to Holden. My heart beats for him. I want him with every inch of my body and soul, but I can't trust him. But you did. You did forge an alliance despite knowing he was expelled from the kingdom. I made a mistake, Holden cries. Please, Samantha, I love you. I turn away as he cries for me. Aria is in my head, trying to convince me to turn back. I can't do it, Aria. Marcus takes my hand and steps back over the border into the shadows of the trees. Holden's cries for me are almost too much. I want to run back to him, but I must be strong. He betrayed me. He didn't know, Aria whimpers, but he's sorry, she whines. Aria, I say, and she howls. As I start my long walk back to the pack house, something runs by me, and I watch as my son runs to Holden. Daddy! He shouts to my mate, who is still on his knees. Cade, Holden breathes out as Cade runs into his arms. You are my daddy, Cade cries. I don't want another daddy. Oh, Cade, Holden cradles him. Shh, I mutter and turn back. Come on, Cade, I say to my son as I approach them. No, Cade cries and buries his face in Holden's chest. I love my daddy. Please don't reject him. My heart hurts. How does he know about rejection at this age? It's ingrained in us, Arya speaks up. Cade, I say, please don't take him from me, Holden pleads. I love Cade. I would give my life for him. I don't need him to be my flesh and blood to feel a real connection. He is my heir, my son, Holden says as he stands up with my sobbing pup in his arms. I will do whatever it takes, Samantha. Cade looks at me and my heart breaks. I hate hurting my son. Mommy, he mutters. I take a deep breath and look at Marcus, who has his arms folded. It's up to you, Sam, he sighs, though I would like to have a go at him. And you can, Marcus, Holden mutters and glances at me. Let's at least talk. Mommy, Cade whimpers and wraps his arms and legs around Holden. Cade, I touch him and he growls. Cade, I sigh. Talk to me, Samantha. If you still feel the need to reject me after we talk, then I will accept it and never bother you again, Holden says. I groan and look up at the half moon. I hate you, I mutter and look at Holden. Fine, we can talk. Do you remember where Deb's diner is? Yes, Holden nods. Meet me there, I say. Cade, he tries to set my son down, but Cade refuses to let go. Mommy and I need to talk, so why don't you go with your Uncle Marcus, all right? No, Cade cries. Come on, Cade, Marcus says as he holds his hand to my son. Let's go see what Grandpa is doing. Cade hugs Holden. Don't leave, Daddy. It will be okay, Cade. Holden kisses his cheek. My son reluctantly takes my brother's hand. I love you, Daddy. Cade sniffles and looks at me as Marcus walks him away from Holden. Winston, you and the beta can come to the pack house if you wish, Marcus says. And Holden, my brother glances at me. You can come too if you and my sister make up. He gives me another look. Be good for Uncle Marcus and Grandpa, I touch my son's cheek. I'll be back soon. And Daddy? Cade looks up at me with her dark brown eyes that look so much like Dmitry's. Yes, and Daddy, I mutter. He smiles and looks at Marcus. Okay, Uncle Marcus. Do you want to ride to the diner? Holden offers. We will walk to the pack house, I guess, Eddie says while giving Holden a dirty look. Holden's father sighs and looks at him. We'll wait for you, son. Samantha? Holden holds his hand out to me. I brush it away and walk towards the car. Thanks, Dad, I hear him say. I slip into the SUV and fold my arms while looking out the window. Holden gets in seconds later. His scent overwhelms me, making Arya cry. We say nothing as he starts the vehicle and drives away from the gate. He keeps glancing at me every few seconds. I try not to let it affect me, even though Arya is soaking it all up. After 10 minutes, we arrive at the diner. I say nothing as we exit the car and head for the door. Samantha, Deb squeals as we enter. Oh my word, she runs over and hugs me. Hello, Deb, I say to her. She releases me and looks me over. You are glowing, dear. She looks past me at Holden. Is this just a visit? I glance at Holden, who grins. I don't want to bring down her mood, so I nod. Yeah, just a visit. Do you need any menus? She asks. I look at Holden, who shakes his head. I just want coffee. Me too, Holden responds. Okay, Deb squeezes my shoulders. Find you a table. Holden and I sit at one of the tables in the back of the restaurant. There are only a few other patrons. I spot Ray, the old trucker, staring right at me. I look out the window until Deb arrives with coffee for Holden and me. She sets the coffee and some cookies on the table. Ralph just baked these, she smiles. On the house. Thank you, Deb, I say. So what brings you two here? How are things? Deb says and looks between Holden and me. I sigh. I don't want to tell her the truth. Everything is great, Deb, I mutter. Really great. She glances at Holden, who smiles. Really? I nod. Yes. Deb presses her lips together. Okay, enjoy your cookies, kids. She touches my hand and walks away. You lied to her, Holden mumbles. I didn't want to be a downer. I took a sip of the coffee and added some sugar. You care about people, Samantha, he says. You always seem to put others before yourself. I have been told I am selfish, I sigh. Not from what I have observed. He wraps his hand around his mug but doesn't drink. You are an excellent Luna. I sip some coffee and pick up a cookie. Ralph always made great cookies. I can't tell you how sorry I am. I never should have taken the deal with Dmitry. I was stupid, he starts. Everyone told me that Dmitry was bad news. I cringe every time he says his name. Pictures of my years with Dmitry flash in my head. Even Hyde said he was bad news, he continues. I went to his pack. You went to Shadow Woods? I gasp. Yes, and that should have been my sign to back out. His people are starving, he says, and I feel a twinge of guilt. While there, I did what I could to help them. He has 4 daughters or more, Holden explains. His Luna was pregnant, but he kept mentioning how he needed an heir. He pauses. I guess that's Cade. Cade is your heir, I blurt out. Holden smiles. That he is. Tears well up in my eyes. I should have told you about Dmitry. We both messed up, Samantha. Holden touches my hand. I just want you to know I am not mad at you. You aren't? I sniffle. I ran away. He sips his coffee. My mother said you must have slipped into fight or flight mode. You saw Dmitry and went into autopilot, and I cannot get at you for that. I should have told you about Dmitry. I repeat. But you didn't trust me, Holden frowns. I get it, he sighs. Everyone made you pack up your life and move to my pack. You thought the whole world was against you. I nod. Yeah, I had my life together. Or so I thought. Do you trust me now? He asks, looking me in the eye. I close my eyes for a second. Yes, I whisper. I trust you, Holden. He clasps my hand and I look him in the eyes again. I love you, Samantha. Please take back your rejection. We will work through this. If we both must go to therapy, we will. Tears well up in my eyes. I, Samantha Arlene Wheeler, take back my rejection. I say as he strokes my cheek. I am so sorry. It's all right, he whispers. Deb walks over. Are you kids all right? Yes, Deb. I smile and wipe the tears away. Thanks for the cookies. Holden pulls out his wallet and hands Deb some money. Yes, thank you. It was good to see you, dear. She smiled and walked away. Let's go, I say, sliding out of the booth. Where? Holden rises from his seat. My cabin, I smirk Samantha. My cabin, I smirk at Holden. I don't know why I felt so amorous after making up with him. We can talk some more. I waggle my eyebrows, and he smiles. He hooks a finger under my chin. Is that all you want to do? I shrug. Maybe. Holden leans down to kiss my lips. I let out a small moan, and he growls, We better get going, or Hyde may take you in the middle of this diner, he whispers. I blush and away from him. I clasp his hand and head towards the door. Hey, Sam, the old trucker Ray flags me down and approaches us. Oh, hi, Ray. I smile while Holden tenses. Are you back in town? He mutters and looks at Holden. Just for a day or so. I came to visit my family, I reply. Ray stands from his stool. You won't make time for me? Sorry, I sigh. This young lad enough for you? I mean, I could. She is spoken for. Holden growls and nudges him backward. Ray narrows his eyes and goes to swing on Holden, but Chewie stops him. You don't want to go there, Senor, Chewie says to Ray and nods at us. I got him. Thanks, Chewie, I grin. It's good to see you again. Don't be a stranger, Sam, Chewie says. Alpha, he smirks at Holden. Holden grabs my hand and practically drags me out of the diner. We get into the SUV and I direct him to my cabin. This is your cabin? He asks. I nod as I slip out of the vehicle and trot to the front door. My flowers have all withered and died. I sigh as I find the spare key and unlock the door. Marcus said he would keep it as I left it. It smells like dust when I step inside and turn on the lights. I look around, feeling nostalgic and homesick. This is nice, Holden mutters while looking down. I walk over to him. It's home. He raises an eyebrow. Well, it was. I sigh. Holden frowns. I'm sorry, just being here brought back memories, I say. I understand. He pulls me toward him. He leans down to kiss me, but I stop him. I have to call Marcus and let him know we are staying here for the night, I say, pulling out my phone. Holden releases me as I dial my brother's number. Hey, Sam. Marcus answers after 2 rings. I can hear Cade in the background. How is Cade? I ask. He's playing tag with Finley, he responds. That's good. I just wanted to let you know that Holden and I are staying in my cabin tonight, I tell him. That's all good, Marcus says. Just make sure you come here for breakfast. Mom's orders, he chuckles. Still taking orders from Mom? I laugh. I'm not dumb, my brother responds with a snort. See you in the morning, sis. Tell Cade that I pause. That Mommy and Daddy love him. Will do, Marcus says. Good night, love you. Love you too, I say, and Holden growls. I glare at him as I hang up the phone. Did you just growl? It was Hyde, he shrugs. Really? I stand with my hip You said, love you to another male. He tries to sound nonchalant. Yeah, to my brother, you I groan. Holden chuckles, wraps his arms around my waist, and pulls me toward him. I'm sorry, he whispers, then kisses me. You should be, I say, wrapping my arms around his neck. We deepen the kiss, and I feel the sudden need to have all of him right now. I place my hand on his chest and give him a hard shove towards the couch. He moans. I like forceful, Sam, he smirks and starts unbuttoning his shirt. Do you? I say and pull my shirt off. Yes, he mutters. I gently shove him again, and he sits down. Come here, he wraps his arms around my hips. I lean down and we keep kissing. Oh, Samantha. Holden, I breathe out. I love you. The sweetest words in the world, baby, he grins. I straddle his legs. Days ago I hated socks, and now it's all I want. I place my hands on his chest and kiss him passionately. I take the lead, which he seems to love. I slide my hands down. I say as he moans. Yes, he mutters. That, he huffs. I giggle and wrap my hand around him and move it up and down. They seem to be more sensitive as I moan loudly. Yeah, he groans. That's my girl. I slide off his lap and lay on the couch. Holden smirks and pulls my pants and underwear off. Oh, going right for me, huh? Damn right. Oh, already wet, he smirks. Right there. My eyes lull into the back of my head. I need you, I say in a lustful tone. I'm here, baby, he answers. No, I need you. He leans in to kiss me. I got you, he says and teases my entrance. I cry out when he thrusts hard into me. Holden, I moan. Holden, I say repeatedly as he thrusts harder and harder into me. I wrap my legs around his hip and dig my nails into the skin on his back. Holden buries his nose in the crook of my neck and inhales. You feel so good, he mutters. You smell good, too. What do I smell like, I ask. Mint, he replies with a chuckle. He pulls out and repositions my legs, then slams back into me. I grip the cushion of the couch as it feels so good. I need more and more like a drug. My body tenses as I am close to orgasm. Holden, I shout. Samantha, he cries as he empties his seed into me and collapses on top of me. Wow, he pants. I wrap my arms around him. Wow, I repeat. We lay for a few moments, relishing the contact. I trace my hand up and down his sweaty back, regretting everything I thought of him when we met. I'm sorry, I whisper. For what? Holden strokes my cheeks while looking me in the eyes. For how I acted when we met, I say. He pecks my lips. It's in the past, Samantha. But he kisses me again. You came from a place of pain and trauma. I understand. I sigh. Thank you for giving me a chance. He grins and kisses me again. Do you want to go to the bedroom? I say. We get to the bedroom and make love for hours until it's almost time for breakfast. He collapses beside me, panting. Oh, man, he laughs. I have never done that all night. You weren't with your mate. I lightly slap his chest. Right, he snorts and turns his head to me. Maybe we should try to get a little sleep. Maybe. I smile and lay my cheek against his chest. I love you, he says. I love you too, I respond and close my eyes. Moments later, I feel someone trying to mind-link me. I try to ignore it, but then Arya becomes restless, asking, What is it? I say to whoever. Samantha, my mother responds, sounding upset. Mom, what's wrong? I say, getting a bad feeling. Kate is missing, she blurts out. Dmitry. Smoke rises from my lips as I stand in this cold forest, waiting for that wraith. A few of my warriors stand poised nearby as we are just over the border of Crimson Crest. My hunch was correct when I saw Samantha at Eagle Creek. She looked right at me and melted down, but damn, did she smell good. I wanted to watch as Holden cried for her as she ran. That disobedient I thought. I will have her under my thumb again. She will bow down before me once again, for she was made to obey me. Alpha Vaughn then asked me to leave, so I left. Fedor makes a low growl as there is a rustle in the bushes. I hear whining and look through the low light. Come on, I mutter and puff on my cigar. Moments later, the wraith Maggart appears with a bundle in his arms. The bundle makes a mewling noise as he approaches me. I reach for the bundle. Not without my payment, Maggart hisses. I growl and snap my fingers. Jared and a warrior step forward with 2 large boxes. Your pants? I mutter. And there is cash and jewels as you requested. Maggart hands me the bundle to examine the boxes. Now, how am I supposed to get this home? We have a car ready to take you wherever you wish, Jared states. Good, Maggart nods. Have someone put this crap in the car and we are done here. He smirked, turned into a bat and fluttered off. What the hell? Jared scoffs. Just put his crap in the car, I mutter and look down at the bundle. I pull back a blanket to look at the sleeping child. Hello, Vladimir, I say, carrying him back to my limo. Dmitry, Mother steps out of the car. You got him, she says. Shh, I hush her. Get back into the car, I say. The child squirms and makes a crying noise. Hush, I mutter as I get into the limo. Drive, I bark at the driver. Warriors move out, I order through MindLink as the limo drives away. Let me see him. Mother reaches for the bundle and I hold tighter to it. No, I mutter. You bring me all the way out here and I don't get to see my grandson. She folds her arms. I say nothing and stare at him. It takes a few hours to get home. I am relieved as my sun begins to stir with the morning sun coming up. We are almost home, Vladimir. Are you sure that's the name you want? Mother asks. Yes, Mother, I scoff. It was great-grandfather's name, and he commanded all of the Russian packs and some of Europe. Okay, darling, she mutters. The limo stops in front of the pack house, and I get out as soon as an Omega bothers opening the door. Can you be any slower? I bark. I rush into the house and carry the bundle up the stairs. Father and Irina are waiting when I get to my floor. You found him. I say nothing as I take him to the room Mother and Irina had set up. I lay him on the bed and unwrap the bundle to get a good look. He has dark brown hair, sort of like mine. Oh, Dmitry, Mother coos. I nudge her back as the child opens his eyes. My eyes, I mention. He looks just like you, Mother states. He is definitely yours, Father pokes his head forward. The child's eyes widened and he scrambled away from us on the bed, tears well up. Stop crying, I grunt. You are home. Where's Mommy and Daddy? He whimpers and grabs a teddy bear sitting on the bed. Cade, I say, the name his mother gave him. Who are you? Cade cries. I am your father, I say. No, Cade whines. You aren't my father. I am your father, I growl. No, he whines again. Cade, I grunt. Such a weak name, I mutter. From now on, your name is Vladimir Stanislav Volkov, I say. Vlad for short, it means power. My name is Cade, he argues. I am your father, I roar, and the child starts crying. Dmitry, you are scaring him. Mother steps towards Vladimir. Vladimir narrows his eyes and curls up against the wall. My name is Cade, he cries. I want my mommy and daddy. This is your daddy, Mother points to me, and I am your babushka. Vladimir glares at her and says nothing. Do not be rude, I say to him. You live here now. You will learn respect and your true role as Alpha of Russia. I want mommy and daddy. My son curls up. My frustration boils. You will never see your so-called daddy again, I growl. Tears well up in his eyes, and I smack his arm. Do not cry, I bark. Volkov men do not cry. I will teach you to be a man. He keeps crying and hugging the teddy bear, so I grab it from him and rip its head off, causing him to scream out. Quit crying! I roar and toss the teddy bear and its head across the room. Dmitry, Mother grabs my shoulder. I will be back, Vladimir. And I better not see you crying, understand? I say with a low growl. My son glares at me with hatred. Do you understand? I repeat. No crying. I hate you, he hisses. You are not my father. I hate to admit I like his fire, but I must redirect it into becoming a strong alpha and leader. No crying, I shout. I will be back, and there better be no crying, Vladimir, I say to him before storming out of the room. Samantha. What do you mean Cade is missing? I respond while sitting up on the bed. Holden lifts his head. What's going on? We can't find him, Samantha, Mom responds. Cade is missing, I say, sliding out of bed and heading downstairs. Samantha, Holden calls after me. Cade is missing, I repeat louder as my motherly instincts kick in. We need to find our pup, I say to Arya, who is raring to go in my head. So I leap off the porch, shifting before I hit the ground. Arya takes off, running through the woods towards the pack house. A howl rings out behind me, and seconds later, Hyde is running beside us. Where are you going? Holden asks. I'm going to look for my pup, I respond. It's still dark in the forest as the sun is starting to make its presence known. A low fog hangs just above the ground, making it harder to see my surroundings, but Arya has little trouble navigating towards the house. I hear a growl and see Hyde being stopped by 2 warrior wolves. I stop and turn back. The warriors are growling at Hyde, and I step in between them. Back off, guys. He's my mate, I tell them. Samantha? One of them is my friend James. Yeah, this is Holden, I nod at Hyde. Oh, sorry, James says, nodding at the other warrior. I hear something coming from the woods and look in that direction. I swear I see a child run past a tree that looks a lot like Cade. Cade, I call out and run after him. Mommy! I swear I hear my child calling to me, so I follow the sound. Mommy, he calls again. Arya howled in frustration as she tried to reach our pup, but he seemed to be evading us. Samantha, Holden mind links me as I hear Hyde howl. I know I should respond, but I'm focused on getting to my pup. Cade, I call out through mind link while Arya is calling to Otto. Mommy, he calls again. Cade! I cry out in vain as I watch Cade move in and out of the fog ahead. Arya, I say to my wolf. I see and smell him, but I can't get to him. She whimpers as the fog only gets thicker. I am then abundantly aware that I just left the Crimson Crest territory. We stop and look around. Arya whimpers as she sees what we think is Cade and tries to go towards him, but the wraith blocks us. Hello, he grins and tilts his head, then turns into a phantom version of my son. Cade. I cry as a net is thrown over me, and I am paralyzed. Arya thrashes and howls, trying to escape the net as the wraith returns to his ghostly form. Two men, one I recognize as Simon, step towards me. Simon kneels with a wicked grin. Shift, he says. It will make things much easier. Arya snaps her jaws at him and almost catches his hand. Simon stands and backs away. Okay, we'll do it the hard way. Several large men grab Arya. She howls and growls as she struggles to get away, but the net seems to be weakening her. We are thrown into a van and a blanket is thrown over us. I have to rest, she says, and we shift back into human form. Samantha, Holden calls faintly in the mind link, but I can't seem to answer him. Arya, I say to my wolf. Can you call Hyde? I am scared when my wolf doesn't answer. The blanket is lifted and Simon stares at me momentarily. Comfortable? He mutters. It won't be long now before we are home. I glare at him. Oh, in case you are wondering what's wrong with your wolf. He pats the blanket. Special gift from a witch. It blocks your wolf. He drops the blanket, and I just lay there defeated. I can't believe I was so stupid to run after a phantom. I should have known it wasn't Cade. What good am I to my son now? I close my eyes and accept my inevitable fate. It's lonely in my head without Arya. I can hear her breathing, but she can't seem to talk or do anything else. I feel bad for Holden. He must be going crazy wondering what happened to me. My heart hurts thinking about it. He will never forgive me. I close my eyes and hug myself. Wake up, Simon shouts as the blanket is ripped off my naked body. I open my eyes as the back of the van is opened, and a familiar scent rouses Arya. Hello, Samantha. Dmitry's deep, accented voice greets me as I am pulled out of the van. I hug myself as I glare at my former mate. I should have known, I mutter. It's so good to see you again, he smirks and looks me up and down. Give her clothes, he orders someone, and I am handed a dress. I stand there with it in my hand as I stare at him. Where is Cade? I demand. Cade, Dmitry shrugs. I don't know a Cade. My son, I say through gritted teeth. Where is my son? A low chuckle rumbles out of him as he takes a long puff off a cigar. My son is fine. He growls. You know the son you took from me. You rejected me, asshole, I spat. Oh, look who grew some balls, he blows smoke in my face. I rejected you, not my heir, he hisses. Vladimir is getting acquainted with his grandparents, and you, my mate. I am not your mate, I growl. He taps my mark, and it tingles. This mark does not make you any less my mate. I am Holden Vaughn's mate, I hiss, causing Dmitry to laugh again. Holden Vaughn, a key of a man, he smirks. Now, Samantha, welcome home. This is not my home, I growl. He grabs my chin roughly and gets into my face. Those dark eyes seem to be burning my soul. You will die here. He grins and releases me. A cold chill runs up my spine as I stare at him. I must find a way to get out of here with Cade. Take her upstairs, Dmitry orders, and I am grabbed. Wait, he says. Let go of her. The hands release me. Put on the dress, Samantha. I drop it on the ground. No, I say defiantly. His expression turns from amusement to anger. There he is, I mutter as all the memories come flooding back. That man I remember. Put the dress on, he says in an ice-cold tone. I am not playing games, Samantha. I reluctantly put the dress on, and two hands grabbed me and pulled me away from Dmitry. I sigh as I am forced into the house I dreaded ever seeing again. A few familiar faces watch as I am marched towards the elevator. Look who's back. Dmitry's sister Irina greets me. You still look like a slut. Takes one to know one, I grin at her. She moves her hand to slap me but is stopped by her mother, Tatiana. No, Irina, Tatiana barks. She drops her daughter's hand and looks me over. You got fat again. So did you, I remark. Tatiana snorts. The warriors drag me into the elevator. Tatiana follows and stands silently beside me. Your boy is feisty, she interrupted the silence. Where is he? I demand. Vladimir is learning how to be a man, she replies. His name is Cade, I growl. That is no name for an alpha, she snorts. The elevator doors open, and I am dragged down the hall. Arya perks up when we can smell Cade. I know he is nearby. Cade, I call out. Cade, I shout. The warriors struggle to drag me, and I resist them. Cade, I shout again. They manage to get me into a room and shove me in. The doors slam, and I listen as a lock is engaged. I look around and know I'm in Dmitry's room. Fuck! I hiss and kick the door, hurting my foot. Fuck! I grumble. Cade! I scream as I slide down the door to the floor. I bury my face to sob into my hands. Holden. The two warriors remain in front of me. They are probably calling for Marcus or another ranked member. I look around and notice that Samantha was gone. Samantha? I call. Hyde whimpers and sniffs the air. They went this way, he insists, and we take off running. I hear a howl and know the two warriors are right behind us. I ignore them as I am looking for my mate. The fog thickens the further we go until we can't see anything. Samantha, I call, and there seems to be an echo. Hyde, why can't we call them? I don't know, he answers with a whimper. The two warriors catch up and growl at me. I wish I could explain what is going on without having to shift. A louder howl echoes off the trees, and I howl back, knowing it's probably Marcus. A black wolf appears in the loom of the fog. He lowers his head to me, and we shift into human form. What's going on, Holden? He asks and looks at the two warriors. They back off and disappear into the fog. I'm looking for Samantha, I sigh. We were on our way to the pack house when she heard the Cade was missing, I explain. Marcus frowned. Did she find him? I don't think so, I say, sniffing the air. She's still here, Hyde barks. Hyde says she's still here, I say, and look through the fog. Let's go then, Marcus says, shifting back into his large black wolf. I follow suit and take off in the direction that Hyde insists upon. Samantha? I call to the echo. Her scent carries Marcus and me out of the territory where the fog has slightly lifted. I see tire tracks in the mud and shift back into human form. Shh, I say. Are those tire tracks? Marcus asks. I think so, I say and sniff the air. Samantha's minty scent seems to have ended. We aren't in my territory, he says and points. Two more wolves join us and transform into our fathers. Holden, my father approaches me. Dad, I mutter and look in the direction that the tire tracks go. I take off running and stop at the highway, almost getting hit by a speeding car. Holden, Marcus runs up to me. She was taken, I mutter. Taken, John asks. My heart thrums against my chest as I let out a frustrated howl. I know who took her. Dmitry, I mutter. Dmitry took her? Marcus asks. Who else? I growl, and I'm pretty sure he took Cade. I don't see how that is possible, Marcus mumbles. I would have known if Dmitry got any of his pack into my territory. I took the kid, a raspy voice says behind us. We turned, and there was a strange man wearing pants that looked much like the ones I had lost. He has gray skin over a rail-thin body. Who the f*** are you? Marcus growls. Easy there, the stranger mutters. Who are you? I ask, a little calmer. I have a lot of names, he steps towards us, but you can call me Maggart. You took my son? I blurt out. Yeah, he smirks. Hyde roars in my head, and I charge the creature. He disappears, and I stumble over a rock and hit the ground. Maggart stands over me with an amused grin on his haggard face. He's probably fine. Did you take my mate too? I ask. No, that was Simon, Maggart responds nonchalantly. Simon? I ask. Some warrior dude, the stranger shrugs. Were you paid? I ask. Yep, Maggart, I wouldn't have done it otherwise, he snorts. What the hell are you? My father sputters. Nice to meet you too, buddy, Maggart scoffs. I am called a lot of things, but lately people call me a wraith. Is that how you got into my territory to take my nephew? Marcus speaks up. No, Maggart shakes his head. I just walked right in, picked the kid up, and walked out. You son of a, I yell. And you handed him off to Dmitry? Marcus adds. Yeah, Maggart confirms, and I got me some new pants. These are starting to wear out. And my mate? I ask as I must keep Hyde from tearing this creature apart. It won't do you any good, Maggart smirks. Huh? I huff. Tearing me apart, he points out. I'm somewhat immortal. You can tear me apart all you want, but I'll reform and come right back. You have to ask me to leave, and I'll leave. That's what your mate did. Where is my mate, I ask. Probably halfway to wherever Danny or whatever his name is, Maggart shrugs. I don't remember names well, except for Samantha. I like her. A low, menacing growl rumbles out of me. She is mine. I don't like her like that, he rolls his eyes. Wraiths don't do love, but sometimes we just like others. Why would you help Dmitry? John asks. I help whoever asks and makes me the right offer. I have nothing else better to do, he responds. I like pants. I'll do anything for pants, like these that Samantha gave me. Those are my pants, I scoff. We need to get back to the house and make a plan to get Samantha and Cade back from Dmitry, Marcus announces. You can go now, he says to Maggart. We all turn to go back to the territory. Wait, Maggart speaks up. He appears in front of us. I can help you. You are working for Dmitry, I scowl. I don't work for anyone, he grumbles. I work for whoever pays me. But for Samantha, I would work for free. He grins. I must suppress a growl. How can you help us? I can keep an eye on her, he mentions, and I'll let you know anything I hear. Marcus looks back at me. I don't know about this. I'll give you all of the pants I own if you keep my family safe, I say. I can't keep safe, he frowns, but I can keep an eye on them. And how will you let me know anything? I ask. Maggart pulls a flip phone from a pocket. I have a cell phone. Of course it has a phone, Dad grumbles. Fine, I turn to him and give him my number. Maggart enters my number and grins. I'll be in contact. He nods and disappears, leaving a smelly cloud behind. Ugh, did it fart? Marcus groans. In the meantime, we need to make a plan to get Samantha and Cade away from Dmitry. I say before shifting and running back to the Crimson Crest territory, Samantha. I don't know how long I sobbed on the floor, feeling sorry for myself. I finally stopped crying and stood up. Looking around the cursed room, I wanted to vomit. It had changed very little, with the same dark vibe to go along with Dmitry's ugly soul. I hear crying from outside the room and know it's Cade. Cade, I call out. I tried mind-linking him, but Cade and my wolf are blocked. I can sense them both, but can't communicate with them. I try opening the door, but of course, it's locked. Sighing, I plop myself back on the floor with my face buried again. Hearing my child crying and being unable to get to him is the worst feeling in the world. What is that asshole doing to him? I mutter. I sit on the floor, staring at the door until it opens. I scramble to my feet as he strolls in, looking smug. He looks right at me. Here, he points. I shake my head. Go fuck yourself, I say, and he laughs. Do you think you have freedom here? He grunts. Here, he points again. I don't give a fuck anymore, Dmitry, I growl. He storms over to me and grabs my arm. You have grown bold in your years away from me, he hisses. I try pulling my arm from his grip, but he tightens it. You rejected me, I say. Not that I was all that hurt, he smirked. Oh, don't tell me you fell for the sorry alpha, Vaughn. He is weak, Dmitry says. He isn't an abusive asshole, I mutter. Dmitry gets into my face, though his scent brings back all the memories I was trying to forget. Abusive? I did not abuse you. You are delusion, I yell. You are my mate. I had a right to do as I pleased with you, he says. You don't have the right to beat and rape your mate, I spat in his face. A low, threatening growl rumbles out of him. He grabs my chin and glares into my eyes. You are my mate. You rejected me, I shout, and manage to get my arm free from him. You rejected me and banished me. With a roar of anger, he shoves me hard against the wall. His face looms inches from mine, filling the air with his scent, a scent that no longer arouses me. You are mine, he growls. You can make this easy or hard, he says, pressing his nose in the crook of my neck and inhaling. Damn, he mutters. I narrow my eyes at him, trying to keep from falling apart. The memories are too much as he holds me against the wall. We will have to get rid of it, he snorts and releases me. I slide to the floor as he stands over me. Clean yourself up and get dressed. It's almost time for dinner, he says. The servants went to a lot of trouble to make it special for my family's return. I look up at him. I hope to see Cade, so I have to play his game. I rise to my feet as he smirks. That a girl, he touches my cheek. I will be back. Be dressed or you will be sorry. I watch as he stomps out of the room, For a moment, I am tempted to run as the door closes, but I listen as the lock is engaged. I scream. For a moment, I just stand there. Then I slink into the bathroom and take a shower. Get rid of it, he had said to me. I wonder what he means. And then Arya makes a tiny noise. I wish you could speak. I hear whispers coming from deep within my mind, but I can't make them out. I finish the shower, wrap a towel around my body, and then head to the closet. It looks the same. The same clothes are hanging up. I find something to wear and throw it on. It's a long reddish dress. I brush my hair and pull it into a tight ponytail. Samantha, Dmitry calls, and I shudder. He pokes his head into the closet. You have gotten fat again, he smirks. Mama was right. I roll my eyes and say nothing. He holds his arm out to me with an almost charming look on his ugly face. Come now. I reluctantly take his arm and feel sparks rather than tingles. I want to throw up and run. He led me out of the room, and I looked up and down the hallway, hoping to see Cade. We walk in silence to the elevators. You look nice, he mutters. I ignore him and stare at the doors. Are you not going to compliment me? He huffs. Why would I do that? I grumble. I am your mate, he states. You are the most loathsome person on earth, I sputter. The doors opened, and we stepped into the hallway. Dmitry's parents and sister are down the hall. Then I see Tatiana holding Katie's hand. My child is looking at the ground until he hears us coming. He looks up. Mommy, he squeals and struggles to get away from Tatiana. She struggles to hold him back, but he bites her arm and runs up to me. I collapse to the ground as he runs into my arms. Mommy, he cries and shakes, and I hold him. Oh, Cade, I say as the tears fall. Mommy, I want to go home. I miss Daddy, he blubbers. I know, baby, I know. I am so sorry, I cry. Hey, what did we say about crying? Dmitry growls and yanks Cade away from me. I now notice an ugly hand-shaped bruise on my pup's face. You hit him? Vladimir must learn, Dmitry growls. He must learn to be a man. Cade sniffles and tries everything to avoid Dmitry's gaze. Look at me, Vladimir, he growls. I hate you, Cade mutters. I am your father, Dmitry says, then looks at me. He does not know who I am, but he will learn. He will learn who I am and learn to be a man. He's 5, I point out. Cade reaches for me, but Dmitry pulls him away from me. My son cries out, Mommy! Tatiana walks over and takes his hand. I must refrain from smiling when I see the bite mark on her wrist. You must find this amusing. She glares at me. Very. I smirked and looked down at Cade. Be strong, baby, I say. Cade sniffles and looks up at Dmitry. I wish I knew what he was thinking. Come along, Vladimir. Tatiana grunts and pulls him away. Be strong, Cade, I say and watch my son being dragged away. His name is Vladimir. Cade is not a name for an alpha. Dmitry grabs my arm and pulls me down the hall. We enter the dining hall and Cade's sitting at the table with 3 little girls. They all look like him. I look out at the pack and see familiar faces. Kara is sitting with Jared and their pups. Good evening, Shadow Woods, Dmitry's voice booms. Today is a good day as your Luna has returned, he says like I disappeared on my own accord. Not only is my Luna home, but so is my heir, he gestures to Cade. My son, my heir, Vladimir Stanislav Volkov. I roll my eyes at the name. His name is Cade, I mutter. Tonight we will celebrate the return of my family, he grins and claps his hands. Eat, he says and sits down. I must sit beside him. I stare at Cade, who looks at me with pleading eyes as the Omegas come out with food. Those are my daughters, Dmitry mentions. Vladimir will get to know his sisters. I say nothing as a plate with a tiny salad and a sliver of fish is set before me. Oh, I see you went all out, no expenses spared. You are fat, Dmitry mutters as a roast squab is set before him. I look down the table to see Cade staring at his plate. I can't tell what is on it, but he is not eating. Eat your food, Vladimir, Tatiana says to him. Katie says nothing as one of the girls takes something off his plate. Tatiana smacks her hand. Galina, no, she barks. The little girl's lip quivers as she drops the food. Sorry, babushka, Galina mutters. I don't mind, Kade says, pushing the food to his little sister. He glances at me and I smile. Even in this trying place, my son is being kind to his sister. That is Galina, the piggy, Dmitry sneers. Then there is Katya, Misha, and the baby Lara is with her nanny. 4, I snort. What happened to Cassandra? She gave me a girl, so I had to kill her, he states, but she escaped. All the others did not. I shudder to think of what happened to the mothers of these little girls. But you will give me another boy, he smiles, but I have to get rid of Alpha Vaughn's spawn growing in your womb first. That realization hit like a ton of bricks. I glanced downwards. That was what Arya was trying to say. I must get out of here. I must find a way to get Cade and myself out of this pack. We finish eating, and I am dragged out of the dining hall without being able to talk to Cade. Mommy, I hear him yell, and it breaks my heart. You will see him one more time before he leaves, Dmitry mentions. Excuse me? I say. Vladimir is going to where I grew up in Russia, Dmitry smiles. He will learn how to be a man and a proper alpha there. Samantha. What? I shout at Dmitry. He just told me that he is planning on sending Cade to Russia. Did I stutter? He smirks. You are not sending my son to Russia, I yell. It's his birthright to see his homeland, Dmitry shrugs. Come along, dear. He grabs my arm, and I reel back and slug him in the side of his head with my other fist. He roars with rage and backhands me hard enough to knock me out cold. I wake up sometime later, lying in Dmitry's bed. His scent is all around me, and I want to vomit. I sit up and discover my arms are chained to the bed. With a roar of frustration, I yank on the chains to no avail. Of course, Arya is no help, as she seems to have been blocked from me. I close my eyes, wanting to cry, but my tears won't come. So I just lay there feeling like a pathetic fool. The moon goddess is responsible for all of this. Had she never paired me with Dmitry, none of this would have happened. I could have had a mate like Lydia and lived a happy life, but for some reason I am meant to live a shitty one. I hear movement and open my eyes. The room is mostly dark, and I see something moving in the shadows. The scent tells me it's that damn wraith. Show yourself, I mutter. He steps into the tiny bit of light in the room. For a moment, he just stares with his dead eyes. Pity, he mutters. Come to stare? Gloat? I scoff. You captured my son and me. What more do you want? I want to help, the wraith answers, but wraiths don't help. So why are you here? I grumble. Your mate told me to keep an eye on you, the wraith mutters. What? Fuck him, I shout. He isn't my mate. Really? He sure seemed rather upset about you being taken, the wraith frowned. Wait, Holden? I sigh. I don't know his name, he shrugs. Holden sent you? I wonder. Sure, he shrugs again. He just told me to keep an eye on you. Is he coming here? I ask. I believe so. The wraith nods. Tell him to hurry. Dmitry is going to take Cade to Russia, I plead. Russia, the wraith mouths. I shall tell him that. Why are you helping, I ask. I like you. The wraith almost smiles and disappears. I am left with his stench and frustration. I close my eyes and fall into the darkness of my lonely mind. The door slams open and the scent of bourbon fills the air. I refuse to open my eyes even though I know he is standing there. Open your eyes, Samantha, Dmitry growls. I ignore him. He grabs my chin with a vicious growl. His nails dig into my skin. Open your eyes, he hisses. I open my eyes. He is inches from my face with a wicked grin. Ah, my beautiful mate, you will be mine again soon. He slides the back of his hand down my cheek. I will never be yours. I belong to Holden Vaughn. I crane my neck. Dmitry laughs. Holden Vaughn. He laughs again. That man is a fool, a weak fool, he says while stroking my cheek. His days are limited. When I was in his pack, I had some of my men plant some devices. You are lying. Holden and my brother will be here to take you down, I hiss. He leans and places his lips on my ear. His hot breath is fanning my skin. They will be dead, he says and holds up his phone. I stare as he speaks Russian into the phone. Boom! He bellows. I have to fight back the tears. I refuse to give him the satisfaction. Now once the medicine rids you of Vaughn's spawn, he pauses. Vaughn's spawn, that's funny. Once you are rid of it, he emphasizes it. I will put another pup in you. You, I spit in his face. I will die before I let you do that. He slides his hand down my naked body and jams his hand between my legs. Open. I say nothing and resist, but he manages to get my legs apart. I try to kick him, but he dodges and grabs one. You belong to me, Samantha. I resist the feeling it's giving me. It's somewhere between pleasure and disgust. My body seems just as confused about how to feel as my mind. I try to pull away. He removes his hand from between my legs and licks his fingers. You still taste like mine. I hate you, I growl. He stands up. I shall be back later. The medicine should start working soon, or so the witch said. I watch the devil walk towards the door. If you are a good girl, I will let you sleep without the chains, he says before exiting the room. Sighing, I slam my head against the headboard again. I growl. Holden, I call out. There is a sharp pain in my belly, and I scream out. No, I cry as the pain grows, and I feel a trickle between my legs. I look up to see blood pooling. No, I cry again as the pain only increases until I black out. Holden, I don't think that will work, Holden, Marcus yells at me. We need to just go in and strike. You don't know Dmitry's territory, I argue. We have been in his office for hours, developing a plan to get Samantha and Cade out of Dmitry Volkov's territory. King Bo has promised warriors to help. King Bo has maps, Holden, Marcus growls. Both of you need to calm down, John steps in. We all want Samantha and Cade back, but you two getting too hot under the collar isn't going to help. I sigh. Your dad is right. I sit with a huff in a chair. I am exhausted and starving, but I haven't wanted sleep or food since Samantha and Cade were taken. I rub my face and sigh. Maybe you should get something to eat, Holden, my father says. I can't eat, Dad, I mutter. I know, son, but you need to try. He pats my shoulder. There are some sandwiches over there, John points out. I stand and wander over to a table with sandwiches and other food. Nothing looked appetizing, but I grabbed some apple slices and shoved them into my mouth. I chew slowly, but it's like eating ash. I rinse the apples down with some water and wander back to the maps that Marcus is staring at. We should sneak in there. I point to where the Omega houses are. From what I observed, the Omegas are not loyal to Dmitry, so I doubt they will sound an alarm to us stepping into the territory. That's a start, Marcus concedes. I sit again as my head feels light. The smell of decay fills the air as the light flickers. Then that wraith, Maggart, is standing against the wall. What the hell? My father grunts. Please tell me you have good news, I tell the wraith. He shrugs. I don't know what is good or bad. Do you have news? I snort. I suppose. Maggart tilts his head. Samantha, he smiles. She said that Dmitry is taking the kid to Russia. What? I nearly yell. My heart races to think we may have to search Russia for Cade. When? Maggart shrugs and wanders to the food table. May I have some? You can eat food? Marcus scoffs. I like fruit, Maggart mutters. Eat all you want, I say. The wraith picks up some grapes and shoves them into his face. We all cringe as we see the food being chewed and then swallowed. That was just weird, John mumbles. Delicious, Maggart groans. Do you know when my son is being taken to Russia? I nearly yell. No, Maggart responds. Find out, I order. I need more pants, Maggart responds. Fine, you can have more damn pants, I say with a growl. Holden, my father grabs my arm. Maggart eyes me for a second. I will be back, he says before disappearing and leaving his stench behind. My phone then rings and I see it's Clint calling. What's up, Clint? I ask and hear the alarms going off. Holden, it's terrible, Clint says. There have been explosions all over the pack, he says, and I hear a loud noise. Clint, I yell as the phone goes dead. Shh! What's going on? My dad asks. Eagle Creek is under attack, I say as the Crimson Crest's alarms suddenly go off. We are under attack, Marcus announces. Samantha, I floated in the darkness for who knows how long. I came to a couple of times to people talking around me. Dmitry was among them, with whom I assumed to be a doctor. Are you sure it's done? Dmitry demands. It is done, the doctor responds. I close my eyes and fall into the darkness again. I don't know how long I was there this time before I was woken up again. Wake up! Tatiana's sharp voice and a slap on my bare arm jolts me awake. I open my eyes, and she hovers over me. My eyes blink from the bright sun streaming through the windows. I am lying naked on the bed, but no longer chained up. You lazy slug, get up, she orders me. I sit up, and the room spins. What? I mutter. You need to get out of bed and into the shower now. She grabs my arm and pulls me from the bed. I nearly hit the floor, but Tatiana and Irina caught me. They walk me to the bathroom and shove me in. Hurry up, we have a lot to do today. She grumbles and shuts the door. I linger momentarily, holding onto the counter trying to get my bearings. My head is in a fog as I try to remember what happened and where I am. The pup is not gone, Arya speaks up. Huh? I mutter out loud. The pup, he is not gone, she repeats. Pup? I mumble. I don't hear the shower. Tatiana's voice startles me. I wander over to the shower and turn it on. I step in, and the hot water feels good, cascading down my sore body. Pup, I repeat. Pup, I say again. You are carrying Holden's pup, Arya mutters. Holden, I say out loud as the fog lifts, and everything comes crashing back to me. Holden, Cade, I say as the tears threaten to fall. We are getting out of here, Arya declares. We are no longer damsels. I stare at the fancy tile of the shower as I quickly wash away the blood and grime on my body. I feel a renewed strength and know today is going to be different. I will find a way to get Cade and myself out of this hellhole. Are you done? Tatiana shouts into the bathroom. I finish washing myself and turn off the shower. Yeah, I mutter and grab a towel to dry off. I open the door and Tatiana was right there with Irina. She grabs my arm and pulls me out of the bathroom and into the closet. Sit, she points to a chair. I do as she says. For now, I will let her believe I am with the program. 2 Omegas scurry into the closet to do my hair and makeup. I sit quietly while Tatiana stands nearby, glaring at me. You aren't as fat as I thought, she mutters. Same goes for you, I smirk. You have grown bold, she remarks. It won't last. I say nothing as the Omegas pull my hair into a tight bun and paint my face to look like a clown. I say nothing as they drape a red dress over my body. What's with the clown get up? I ask Tatiana. It is what Dmitry wants, she states. When the Omegas are done, Tatiana grabs my arm and pulls me out of the room. I look up and down the hall, hoping to see Cade. Vladimir is downstairs with the nannies, she says. I cringe when she calls my son Vladimir. His name is Cade, I grumble. Not anymore, she smiles. My grandson will be a great alpha. We get downstairs and I notice that Dmitry is nowhere to be seen. The air seems tense as warriors are running around. Tatiana pauses and then starts walking me in a different direction. Where is dumbass? I mutter, and she slaps me. Shut up. She barks and shoves me into a room. Sit, she says. I roll my eyes and sit on a velvet couch. Do not move until I return, she says, and rushes out of the room. I stare at the door as more warriors go running by. Curious, I stand and poke my head out the door. Tatiana's gone as it Irina. Samantha, Kara's voice startles me, and I turn to see her sneaking up to me. The pack is under attack, she whispers. Jared has gone to the border with Dmitry. Where is Cade? I ask. Cade? My son, I demand. Where is my son? I ask as this is the break I need to get away. I'll take you to him. She grabbed my arm, and we ran from the room. The warriors don't notice us as we run down the hall. I told you to stay. Tatiana runs up to me. What are you doing, Kara? You're supposed to be in the safe room. I look at Tatiana. I am done being told what to do by you. I ball up my fist and punch her hard. She falls to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Kara and I keep running. We stop at a room with a heavy iron door. I can hear children crying inside. I have to go make sure my pups are safe, she says. I got this, I say, and open the door. Cade and his sisters are hunkered down while a half-dozen nannies surround them. Mommy, Katie pops up. Vladimir, sit. One of the nannies barks. Cade, I beckon him towards me, and 2 of the girls try to follow. I feel guilty for having to leave them. No, you girls stay, I say as Cade runs into my arms. Are we going home, Mommy? He says as I pick him up. Keep them safe, I tell the nannies, and run out of the room with Cade. 2 of the nannies ran after me, but I kept going. The alarms are going off, and the warriors have all left the pack house. I run outside, and there is an eerie silence all around. I set Cade down. I am going to shift, and you need to climb onto my wolf and hold on tight until she tells you to get down. Okay? Cade nods. Yes, Mommy. I rip the dress off and quickly shift into my large wolf. Arya kneels so Cade can climb onto her back. Hold on tight, pup, Arya says to him as we take off running. There is howling and growls coming from all around us as we run. But Arya is determined to get out of the territory before worrying. Her claws dig deep into the earth as Cade holds her fur tightly. We are almost at the border when I catch the alluring scent of firewood, stopping Arya in her tracks. Holden steps out of the shadows at the edge of the territory. Daddy! Cade yells, slides off Arya, and runs toward Holden. I quickly shift back into human form and start running towards Holden, who has Cade in his arms. I don't think so. Dimitri's voice comes from behind, and I am grabbed. Mommy! Cade yells. Dmitry pulls me against his naked form as he stares at Holden. Hello, Alpha Vaughn, he greets Holden and kisses my neck. I see you found my son. He is my son, and I will fight to the death for him. Holden states as he sets Cade down and steps in front of him. Very well, Dmitry laughs as I see a flash of silver. Too late, I notice it's a gun, and he aims it at Holden and takes a shot. Holden, you are under attack, I yell at Marcus. My brother-in-law turns to me. Yeah, my beta just told me rogues are pouring in. I sigh and shake my head. I'll help. No, go take care of your pack, Holden. We got this, Marcus says. But we have to get home, Holden, Eddie says. I can't reach Mindy. My heart thrums against my chest. So much is happening all at once. Sam will be okay, Marcus sighs. I know it. Godspeed, Marcus, I say, looking at Eddie and my father. What? We have to get home. We ran out of the pack house and found our vehicle in the garage. Crimson Crest warriors are running everywhere as we drive out of the territory. I wish I could stay to help, but I need to get home. Eddie and my dad are both on their phones, trying desperately to get a hold of anyone at Eagle Creek. I can only pray that everything will be all right. Mindy? Eddie mutters. Oh, God, baby, he cries out. Yeah, he sighs. Shh. He looks at me. Mindy says the pack house exploded. They are still digging everyone out, but your mom and the pups are all right. I nod at my beta, and other buildings blew too, he sighs. But Mindy is all right? I confirm and glance at my father, who is also on the phone. Yes, Eddie sighs, and so are my children. But they don't know how many were lost. My heart hurts knowing members of my pack died while I was away. I need to get home as soon as I can. I also need to find Samantha. Son, I know you are worried about Samantha, Dad says from the back seat, but you have to understand that she is probably okay. She is with Dmitry, I growl. I realize that, Dad huffs, but you have to remember that Dmitry is probably not going to kill her. He is going to rape and abuse her, I argue. Let's hope he doesn't, Dad adds. I shake my head and press the accelerator. It will take a few hours to get home. We stopped once to switch drivers but reached Eagle Creek before dark. Smoke rises over the trees as we approach. There are no guards at the gate, and I tell Everett to hurry up. I gulp when I see the state of the pack house as we drive up. Half of it is rubble. I am out of the car before it even stops. My mother and Melinda are outside directing the medics. I watch as body bags are pulled from the wreckage. Holden, Mom runs up to me. How many? I ask. We don't know yet. Melinda responds with tears in her eyes. Melinda. Eddie runs up and picks her off the ground. Oh, goddess, he cries. I'm fine, Ed, my sister huffs. Who is dead? I ask. I see my Gamma Clint carrying a body covered in a sheet and run over to him. Clint, I say, and he looks at me through tears. Oh, goddess, no, that's not. Layla, he mutters, my mate. No, I am sorry, Clint, I say. No, this shouldn't have happened, he says dryly. What about your sons? I ask. They are with my parents, Clint responds. I sigh with relief, but also feel his pain. I can't imagine losing my mate. She may not be here, but I know she is alive. You should have been here, Holden, Clint mutters. I had to get my mate back, I say. Right, Clint sucks in his cheeks. Excuse me. He brushes past me. I say nothing and turn my attention to helping. Where is Samantha? Melinda asks. Dmitry took her, I respond sadly, causing Hyde to cry. Right, she shakes her head. I had high hopes for her. What is that supposed to mean, Mindy? I growl. Oh, you know what it means, Holden, Melinda grunts. She was trouble from day one. She was traumatized, I argue. Dmitry had put her through hell. And, Melinda shrugs, I can't talk about this right now, I say, and turn my attention to my warriors who are dragging the dead out of the rubble of the pack house. The cleanup goes well into the night, and by the time midnight rolls around, 50 bodies have been pulled from the wreckage. They are mostly Omegas, as the blast occurred near the kitchen. I feel the pain of losing every one of them. The hospital was also bombed, but the damage was not severe, and luckily, no one was hurt. The pack house itself is too unstable for anyone to occupy, so I had to work with Eddie and Mindy to ensure everyone had a place to stay tonight. I will be spending the night at my parents' house. It's packed as Mindy, Eddie, and their pups are also here. I let them have the spare bedrooms while I take the couch. I stare into the dark, trying to get some rest. I need to find Samantha, even though my pack is the priority. Hyde is in my head, howling and crying for his mate. They will be all right, I tell him. I miss them, he whimpers. I know, I mutter and close my eyes. Holden, Dad shakes me awake the next morning. Son, he smacks my arm. Dad, I groan as I am pulled from a dark dream. King Beau is here, he announces. What? I rise from the couch too fast, causing my legs to buckle. Why? I don't know, but Eddie just told me. Dad gestures to my beta, who is standing near the couch with a mug of coffee. What time is it? I glance at the clock. 8 o'clock. Why did you let me sleep so late? We all slept late, son, Dad mutters. I sigh, pull my shoes on, and head for the door. Eddie and Dad are right behind me. We get outside and pile into Dad's truck. King Bo will meet us in front of the pack house, Eddie announces. Thanks, I mutter. How did he know? I ask. I don't know, Eddie shrugs. Maybe Marcus said something, Dad suggests. He was under attack, I snort. As we drive up, the royal limo is parked in front of what's left of the pack house. King Bo is standing with another man I believe is his royal beta. Alpha Vaughn, the king's voice booms as I approach him. What happened here? He gestures. You don't know? I ask. No, Alpha. He shakes his head. I came here to help you get your mate back. Really? I say. Yeah, Samantha is my friend. He turns to the house. What happened? It blew up, I grunt. Was it Dmitry Volkov? Here, the king asks. Probably, I shrug. Alpha Wheeler told me that you had made a deal with Volkov, King Bo mentions. I rescinded it as soon as I found out that he is Samantha's ex, I say. But you still made a deal, Alpha Vaughn. King Bo sighs. I'm going to have to punish you for that. Really? I nearly yell. Can you see what I am dealing with? I see it, Holden, the king nods. I will hold off on punishment until we get Samantha and her son back. My son, I growl. Cade is also my son. Good. King Bo smiles. Let's get going then. He gestures to his limo. Going where? I growl. To Dmitry Pack. I already have warriors on the way to Shadow Woods, he explains. Get in the limo, he repeats. I look at my father and Eddie. Go on, Holden, Eddie says. We have things covered here. But it will be fine, son, Dad nods. I take a deep breath and get into the limo. I don't like leaving my pack in the middle of a crisis. What about my pack? I have warriors on the way to help out, Bo says as he enters the vehicle. The other man gets into the limo and nods at me. I don't think you have met my royal beta, Adam Shannon, King Bo says. I nod at Beta Adam. Hello. Alpha, the royal beta acknowledges me. Our warriors will have Alpha Volkov's pack surrounded when we arrive. Will Dmitry know? I wonder. He won't until we hit him, Beta Adam states. I sigh. I hope you are right. Just do as we say. And I swear Samantha and Cade will be all right, Bo mentions. Holden. I fidget as I sit in the limo. I didn't bring my phone or anything else with me. I just got into the limo like King Bo told me to. My leg taps against the door, and I keep sighing. You can take a nap, the king suggests. It'll take a few hours to get there. I give him a look and close my eyes. I have a hard time sleeping, as I am far too anxious. Samantha, I whisper to myself, and Hyde whimpers. We'll get them back, Hyde declares. I finally settled down enough to get some sleep. I dreamed about seeing my family together. Samantha is playing with Cade while another child sits nearby. It's a beautiful little girl with Samantha's red hair and my blue eyes. She looks right at me and smiles. Holden, King Bo says while giving me a hard shake. I let out an annoyed growl and he chuckles. Dude, I mutter. Sorry, Bo sighs. We are right outside of Alpha Volkov's territory. Okay, I say. We are going to meet up with my troops to go over the plan again, he says as the limo stops. It's late afternoon as we trudge through the woods. The trees create dark shadows, creating an eerie atmosphere. We stop in a clearing where dozens of royal warriors are moving about preparing for battle. King Bo strides up to two large men in gray camouflage. Your Majesty, one of them salutes the king. Holden, this is Mars Ambrose, one of my generals, Bo tells me. Mars, this is Holden Vaughn. Holden, Mars nods at me. He is a burly man with dark, almost black eyes that I find unnerving. What have you got so far, General? Bo asks. We have the pack surrounded, sir, Mars states. Is Imelda here? Bo asks and turns to me. She is a witch. I figured, I mutter. She is keeping our troops from being detected by Volkov's pack, he explains. Good, I say. They are preparing a ceremony and we intend to strike right when they begin. Zah, Mars states. What kind of ceremony? I ask, and the other man clears his throat. A Luna ceremony, he responds. My blood boils. She is mine, I snarl. We know, Holden. Bo places a hand on my shoulder. We will get her before the ceremony, I promise. Holden, you will be with me, Mars says, pointing to the man beside him. Reggie's squad will go in first. Then we will head towards the pack house under the cover of the fight. I sigh with a nod, if you think that's best. Get some rest. We're going in soon, Mars says, turning his attention away from me. I wander a few feet away, lean on a tree, and stare into the dark woods. I swear I smell her. That minty scent wafts on the breeze, driving Hyde nuts. A shimmery apparition appears with the smell of sulfur, and I walk towards it. The apparition manifests itself into Maggart. Tell me you have news, I say to the wraith. He looks past me at the troops. Quite the party in the woods, he says. I glance back. You aren't going to snitch, are you? Maggart shrugs. Not right now, he mutters. They are getting your mate ready for some ceremony. The Luna ceremony, I hiss. I suppose, he says. So what's the plan? I guess the king's troops will go in to create a distraction so I can get Samantha and Cade, I explain. That's it, huh? He tilts his head. Don't tell Dmitry, please. I plead with the wraith. I will buy you all the pants you can ever need. I don't need any more pants right now, Maggart mutters. Anything then, I say. What else does a wraith want? He ponders for a moment. I'll let you know. Okay, it's yours, I say to him. I won't tell Dmitry. Maggart gives me a toothy grin and disappears. Holden, King Bo calls to me. I turn to see him looking around for me, so I head back to the camp. I'm right here. Where did you go? The king wonders. I had to take a leak, I respond. Oh, that's probably a good idea, he chuckles. I sit on a log beside another man to wait. I hate waiting. Hi, I'm Jeff. The man holds a hand out to me. Holden, I say. 20 minutes later, I am following Mars and Beta Adam through the woods towards Dmitry's territory. My heart is pounding as I am anxious. I just want my mate and son back. I get a whiff of Samantha's scent on the wind, and Hyde goes nuts. We stop for a moment. I then hear howls break out some distance away. The attack has begun, Mars whispers. My spy says the warriors are on their way to the fight. I nod. You have a spy? Mars doesn't say anything and stares. I shake my head and look around. The scent grows stronger, driving my wolf even crazier. Hyde, we have to be patient. No, he growls. We have to go, he whimpers and takes control. I fight to regain control, but we are already walking away from the squad. Before long, we shift and start running. Holden, King Bo mind links me, but I ignore him. Holden, come back, the king orders, but for some reason I am able to ignore his order. Samantha's scent gets stronger as we run. She's coming, Hyde states. I can hear fighting coming from nearby, but that doesn't worry me. I just need to see her. Hyde stops suddenly and shifts back into human form. What? I mutter and inhale. The mint scent is strong, and I hear rustling coming from the trees. I tense up, ready for a fight, but then I see her in wolf form with Cade on her back. I step out of the shadows and she stops. Daddy! Cade yells, slides off Arya, and runs towards me. I scoop him up into my arms. Cade, I say. Samantha is running towards me. I don't think so. Dmitry suddenly grabs her and pulls her against his naked body. He has something in his other hand behind his back. Mommy, Cade yells. Hello, Alpha Vaughn, Dmitry greets me in his Russian accent. I see you found my son. He is my son, and I will fight to the death for him, I say, setting Cade down. I step in front of Cade. Hide, I whisper to the pup. Very well, Dmitry says and raises his hand, and too late, I see it's a gun. He points it right at me and shoots. I dive out of the way as the bullet ricochets off a tree. Son of a I say and leap onto my feet. Holden, Samantha yells. I'm all right, baby, I say to her. You Dmitry yells as Samantha bites his arm. He releases her, and she runs towards me. He tries to grab her, but I shift and lunge at him. Samantha. I dive out of the way as Hyde rams Dmitry, sending him flying. It takes everything I have not to laugh at my ex flying naked through the air and hitting a tree like a rag doll. Hyde glances back at me. Then, with a growl, Dmitry shifts into Fedor and lunges at Hyde. I scramble to my feet and back away while they are locked in a vicious one-on-one fight. Mommy, a tiny voice whispers, and I look around. Mommy, I hear it again and spot my son. Cade. I find him crouching in a tree hollow. Are you okay? I'm fine, Mommy, he says. I turn to the fight, and both wolves are covered in blood. I can't tell which wounds are worse, but Hyde appears to be faltering. He stumbles as Fedor clamps down on his shoulder and shakes his head. I sigh and look at Cade. I need you to stay here. Don't come out until I or Daddy say so. Okay, Mommy. Cade looks at me with those big brown eyes. I'm going to help Daddy, I say. standing up and shifting. "Let's get him," Arya snarls as we run into the fight. Hyde falls to the ground as Fedor prepares to bite into his neck. Arya puts on speed, and we forcefully ram into the alpha wolf. Fedor is thrown a few feet away. "It's about time I fought back," she hisses. Fedor's distraction is enough for Hyde to re-enter the fight. Together, Arya and Hyde are able to get the upper hand against Fedor. He tries his best not to hurt Arya, but she doesn't feel the same and tears out chunks of his flesh. Fedor falls to his side and pants heavily while bleeding from all his wounds. There is a loud howl, and dozens of warriors appear out of the trees. One wolf runs right up to us and shifts into my friend, Bo. "Shift," the king orders. Holden and I comply and are handed clothes. I see that Dmitry has returned to human form but doesn't appear to be breathing. "Is he dead?" I ask as a large man kneels beside him. "I think so," he sighs. "You were supposed to stick with the group," the man says to Holden. "I followed my instinct to find my mate and son," Holden responds. "Cade," I yell. "Cade, come out!" My son runs out of his hiding spot over to us. "Mommy, Daddy!" He leaps into my arms, and I pick him up. Holden touches Cade's arm. "Daddy, you are hurt," Cade points, and I notice the bleeding wounds all over Holden. "I'm fine, buddy," Holden says and collapses. "Holden," I yell and set Cade down. I kneel beside my mate and touch his cheek. "Baby, please," I say as tears well up. "Medic," Bo yells. "Shadow Woods is under kingdom control," he states. I nod and stare at my mate, hoping he wakes up. "Wake up, Daddy," Cade touches Holden's cheek. Two men with a stretcher run up to Holden and start caring for him immediately. I stand and back away to allow them to work. "Where did the mean man go?" Cade points us. I turn to see that Dmitry is gone. "Shit." I walk over and see the blood pool, but no Dmitry. "Dmitry is gone," I yell. "Mars, find him," Bo orders. "On it, sir," the man who yelled at Holden says and gestures to several men before taking off into the woods. I shake my head and hug myself as I watch Holden being cared for. "Samantha," Holden shouts suddenly and sits up. I run over to him. "Holden," I say, taking his hand. "Stay still, sir," one of the medics says. "I'm fine." Holden growls. "Let the man work," I tell my mate, and he rolls his eyes. "Let's get him to the pack hospital," Bo states. "I don't need a hospital," Holden argues. "You are bleeding heavily," Bo points out. Holden huffs. "Daddy," Cade speaks up. "Don't die." Holden frowns and lets the medics put him on a stretcher and carry him to an ATV. "I'll be fine, son." Cade sniffles as we watch the ATV drive away. I touch the top of his head. "Daddy will be all right, sweetheart," I say. I walk with Bo as we walk out of the woods. "Are you okay?" Bo asks. "Yeah," I nod. "Thanks for coming to rescue me." "Anytime," he smiles. "Did Dmitry hurt you this time?" "Not like he did before," I say. "Good." Bo touches my arm. We make it to the pack hospital, and a crowd of pack members surround the building and clap as we walk up. "Thank you for freeing us, King Bo," a woman tells him. "We are now free of Dmitry's tyranny," another says. "What is going to happen to them?" I ask. "I will ensure everyone here has a home," Bo confirms. "Send some to Eagle Creek," I say with a smile. "You may want to see Eagle Creek first," Bo frowns. "I have it under control here. Why don't you go on in?" He gestures to the hospital. I nod and enter the hospital. My old friend Kara is waiting for me. "We are free," she says. "King Bo freed us. You can come live with us in Eagle Creek." I smile and walk up to the desk. "Where did they take Holden?" I ask a nurse. "Who?" She looks at me with narrowed eyes. "The man they just brought in," I state. "Oh, down there," she points down the hall. "I can watch your pup," Kara offers. "Cade, wait with my friend Kara here, okay?" I say. "I want to see Daddy," he whines. "I know, sweetheart. You will stay here for a few minutes, okay?" I say. Cade nods and looks at the ground. "Do you want a candy bar?" Kara asks as I walk down the hall. I follow Holden's scent to the room he is being worked on and step inside. "I don't need all of this," Holden protests. He looks right at me and smiles. "Are you giving the doctors a hard time?" I fold my arm and smirk at him. Dr. Shu turns to me. "Ah, Luna," he smiles. "I'm not the Luna," I say. "You are my Luna," Holden adds. "Your mate will be fine," Dr. Shu grins. "Thank you," I say and look at my mate. "I look worse than I feel," Holden states. "You don't have to be all alpha in front of me," I say, pressing my lips to his. Holden chuckles and kisses me back. "Excuse me, Luna," Dr. Shu laughs. "I'm almost done here." 10 minutes later, Holden is wheeled into a recovery room. His torso is covered in bandages, but he is stable and awake. Kara brings Cade into the room, and my pup immediately runs to his father. "Daddy," Cade yells, "you are all right." "Of course I am, buddy," Holden smiles. I pick up Cade and set him on the bed beside Holden. My son lays against Holden and points to his bandages. "Does that hurt?" Cade wonders. "A little," Holden nods. "You are hurt because of me and Mommy," Cade says and glances at me. "Yes," Holden responds, "but it was worth it. A good father and mate will fight for their family," Holden explains. "I love you and Mommy so much. You are my world." "I love you too, Daddy." Cade snuggles into Holden, and I sit beside the bed. "How are you?" Holden looks at me. "Did he hurt you?" I shake my head. Not like he did before. I didn't give him a chance." "That's good," Holden sighs. "Mommy is having a baby," Cade blurts out. My mouth falls open, and Holden looks at Cade in shock. "Excuse me?" Holden looks at our son. "The Moon Lady said Mommy is having a baby, and I have to be brave," he says. "Moon Lady?" I look at Holden. "You mean the Moon Goddess?" Cade nods. "She is pretty." "When did you talk to her?" Holden wonders. "When I was hiding. I was crying, and she told me I needed to be brave, so I stopped crying," Cade explained. "She said I needed to be strong for my baby brother or sister." Holden looks at me. "Did you know you are pregnant?" I look at him with my mouth agape for a moment. "Yes." "And you weren't going to tell me?" He says with the edge of anger. "I wasn't going to tell you while you were fighting Dmitry, that's for sure," I snort. "No, I was going to tell you. I just needed to know you would be all right." Holden smiles and reaches for me. "I can't believe this." "I can," I scoff. "The way we have been going at it." "Well, okay," Holden laughs. "Are you happy?" I ask. "Are you kidding me?" He shakes his head. "I am ecstatic. I not only get you two back, but find out that you are having my baby." Mwah, I smile and kiss him. "I love you, Holden. I love you so much, Samantha." Our celebration is short-lived as Beau walks into the room with his beta Adam. "I see you are doing all right, Alpha Holden," Beau states. "I have been worse, Your Majesty," Holden shrugs. "Did you find Dmitry?" I ask. Beau looks at Adam, then shakes his head. "No, we didn't find Dmitry. His parents and sister are missing as well." Holden. "What?" I say with an air of anger. "What do you mean you couldn't find Dmitry?" "I sent my best trackers to find him, and they didn't find a trace," King Beau responds. "I should have ripped his throat out," I roar. "Why didn't I do that?" I say, pounding my fist on the bed, disturbing Cade, who sits up. "I'm sorry, son." He looks at me with tears in his eyes. I hate to think of what Dmitry may have put him through. "We seized all of his assets and money, so he's not going far," the king remarks. "He probably went to Russia," Samantha adds. "He was going to take Cade there." I look at my son, who is looking at his hand. "He said he was my real daddy," Cade mutters. I take a deep breath. "I'm your real daddy, Cade." "No, but my real daddy," Cade sighs. I pat the top of his head. "You never have to see him again." Cade nods and lays against me again. "What about his daughters?" Samantha asks. "Did you find Dmitry's daughters?" "He has daughters," I ask. "4 that I know of." Samantha looks sad as she answers. "He killed their mothers but kept the daughters to use as currency." I can't help but be angry. "We have to find that monster." "I want to go home," Samantha huffs. It's my turn to sigh sadly. "About that," I shake my head. "The pack house is gone." "I'll go look for Dmitry's daughters," King Beau adds. "I'll be back." "Thanks, Beau." Samantha smiles at him. She turns to me. "What about the pack house being gone?" "Dmitry had one of his men plant bombs in our pack while he was there," I explain. "Crimson Crest was attacked at the same time, but I had to return to Eagle Creek." "Oh my God," Samantha puts her hand over her mouth. "It's gone? Gone?" "Well, half it," I shrug. "We'll probably have to demolish it." She frowns. "That's horrible. Did anyone die?" The guilt weighs on me like a ton of bricks as I nod. "Yes." "No," Samantha cries. "This is all my fault." "This isn't your fault, Samantha," I say. She shakes her head and sobs. I pull her to my chest. "Don't cry, Mommy," Cade says, touching her arm. "You're a good mommy." "Thank you, baby," Samantha touches his cheek. I hold them both against my chest despite the wounds. It seems to help the healing to have the 2 most important people in my life right here. Samantha shoots up. "I have to call my brother." She looks around the room for a phone. "I'll be right back," she says, leaving the room. I say nothing and stare while holding Cade, who has fallen asleep. I lean down and kiss the top of his head with a smile. I smell sulfur and look around. "Show yourself, Maggart," I grumble at the wraith. He appears in front of me and looks at Cade. "He's pretty cute," he mutters. "Is that the right word?" "Yes," I nod. "What are you doing here? Did you help Dmitry escape?" "No," Maggart shakes his skeletal head. "I did not." "Do you know who did?" I wonder. "No," Maggart replies. "I just came to say goodbye." "Goodbye?" I narrow my eyes. "I am moving on," Maggart states. "Why?" I ask. "I have other places to go," he responds. "I shall be back, though." "Okay," I say. "Try not to miss me too much," he says with a toothy grin before disappearing. Moments later, Samantha re-enters the room looking relieved. She flops in the chair beside the bed and sniffs the air. "Was Maggart here?" "He was," I say. "He said goodbye." "Goodbye?" She frowns. "He's moving on, apparently," I snort. She sighs. "Okay," she shakes her head. "How is your family?" "I talked to my dad and then Marcus. They are fine. Thankfully, they didn't lose any warriors," she says while stroking Cade's back. "That's good," I sigh. "That's a relief." "Yeah," she sniffles. "I didn't tell them I was pregnant. I am going to wait for that." "Okay," I nod. "I guess I'll wait to tell my family." "Sorry," she cringes. "Don't be sorry." I touch her cheek. She looks at Cade. "I can't believe I want to reject you. Your last mate abused you. I understand. You didn't want anyone messing up the life you built," I say. "I felt like the goddess just needed to keep punishing me. Why did I have to have someone else?" she says. "But now I know why. You are my strength. You showed me real love. I mean, I had real love growing up, but not from a mate." I can't help but smile at that. "I'm sorry I was such a she sighs. I touch her arm. "I kind of liked it," I confess. What? Samantha chuckles. "You like me being a "Well, not entirely," I say, "but I liked your strength and your resolve to be independent. I never wanted a mate that was entirely dependent on me. You are the woman of my dreams." "Holden," Samantha giggles. I try to lean over to kiss her but can't without disturbing Cade. Samantha stands and kisses me. She strokes Cade's head. "And we are having another one," I say. She nods. "I kind of want a little girl." "A girl would be great," I smile. "I already have my heir," I touch Cade. "He may not be my blood, but he is my son and my legacy." "Why didn't the goddess let meet you first?" she sniffles. "Why did I have to go through torture for 3 years?" "She has her reasons," I say. "She's a Samantha spats. "Don't say that," I sigh. "I have a hard time believing in her." Samantha sits back down. "Sorry, I guess I am still bitter sometimes." "It's all right," I respond. There is a knock on the door, and King Bo steps into the room. "I found the girls." "Are they all right?" Samantha asks. "They were hiding with their nannies," Bo replies. Samantha looks at me. "Can they come to Eagle Creek?" "What?" I narrow my eyes. "Can we take them in?" "4 girls?" I snort. "Yeah, they are sweethearts, and Cade seems to like them. They are his sister, after all." She looks at me with big doe eyes. I ponder for a second. 4 more pups of Dmitry Volkov's blood. "Okay," I concede. "We will take them in." Samantha claps her hands, waking Cade. He blinks his little eyes and looks around. "Did you hear that, Cade? Your sisters are going to come live with us." Cade smiles. "Really?" "Yeah, is that all right with you?" I ask. "Yeah," Cade smiles. "I like them." "Okay," I shake my head and look at the king. "Did you hear that?" "I heard it," Bo laughs. "We'll help you make the arrangements." Samantha. "We are almost there, Alpha," the driver tells Holden. We are sitting in a royal vehicle, returning to Eagle Creek. Cade is sleeping between Holden and me. The closer we get to home, the more anxious I get. Holden had told me that the pack house and other buildings had been destroyed. Pack members, including Lila, had died. My heart aches for them. I know there is going to be a lot of anger as well. I am preparing myself to handle all of it. "It's okay," Holden touches my arm. I smile, looking into his blue eyes. We've come such a long way in a short time. I touch my belly to sense the tiny life growing within. Holden places his hand over mine and smiles. The SUV stops at the gate and is waved inside. I chew on my thumb as we drive through the territory. We pass 2 of the destroyed buildings. I want to cry, but right now we have work to do. The vehicle comes to a stop, and I take a deep breath before sliding out of the vehicle, waking Cade. My son opens his little eyes and yawns with an annoyed expression on his little face. "Mommy," he whines. "We are home, Cade," Holden says. Cade smiles, leaps out of the car, and stops dead when he sees the pack house. What happened? He looks at us. I want to cry as I look at the destruction and cover my mouth. Eddie approaches us with Melinda and Holden's parents right behind him. Eddie, Holden shakes his best friend's hand. We just finished the last of the search efforts, Eddie says softly. Did you find any more? Holden asks. Just one. That brings the total up to 55, Eddie responds. Oh, goddess, I say as the tears prick the back of my eyes. I'm surprised you care, Melinda snarks at me. Melinda, Tricia chastises her. Of course Samantha cares, don't she? Looks at me. Yes, I care, I say. I am the Luna of this pack. Hard to tell. Melinda folds her arms. Mindy, it's Holden's turn to give her a look. I care about this pack, Melinda, I say. Melinda rolls her eyes. I care, I say to Tricia as the tears start. I should have been here looking through the rubble. Holden puts his arm around my shoulders. It's all right. No, it's not all right, I shake my head. I hurt for the pack members lost. It's about time you got back. Gamma Clint walks up with other pack members. Layla is dead, he nearly shouts. I know, I say as I hurt for my friend. I am so sorry, Clint. All of this because you had to run away, Clint yells. Clinton, Holden growls. This is not Samantha's fault. Dmitry Volkov did this, he growls. Yeah, because of her, Clint points. I want to run away, but I need to face my pack. I look at the solemn faces of the ones standing behind Clint. I am not going to stand here and shift blame. I take full responsibility for this. I should have been here. I shouldn't have let my anger with the Alpha come in the way of my duties as Luna of Eagle Creek. You aren't even the Luna, a familiar voice shouts from the crowd. I must maintain my composure as Ella Scott saunters toward me. I am the Luna, I argue. Then act like it, Ella folds her arms. I don't let my annoyance at her break my resolve. I turn away from her to face the rest of the pack. Does everyone have a place to sleep tonight? You might. We set up a temporary shelter in the high school gym, Tricia says. That's a start. Does anyone need anything at all? I ask. We don't need anything from you, Ella sneers. We need a Luna who will actually do her job and not run away. Ella, Holden growls. Samantha is the Luna of this pack. Well, what if we don't want her? Ella folds her arms. Wouldn't all agree that she didn't do her job to protect us? Look at our pack house, she gestures. It's in ruins. She shouts while others seem to agree with her. Is this the Luna we deserve? She doesn't even like the Alpha. I glare at her. That's enough, Ella. Holden steps in. Stand down. No, Holden, Ella whines. I loved you. I will be the Luna this pack deserves, not this wiki. Ella, Holden roars. Show them who the true Luna of this pack is, Arya speaks up. I should be the Luna, Ella declares. Is everyone with me? No, I say, and face the pack as more members have gathered. I glance back at Holden. Kate is leaning against him, looking right at me. Should we put it to a vote? Ella demands. Who wants me instead of her as the Luna? Ella says, and a few hands go up. The majority, though, are looking at me. Come on, Ella shouts. Raise your hands. Perhaps you should challenge me, Ella, I state. Samantha, no, Holden whispers loudly. I glance at him, but say nothing. I look at my son and see the 4 little girls clinging to their nannies. Farthak, I promise to take care of them all. Just like the children, I desire to care for the members of this pack. Challenge me, Ella, I repeat. Show the pack who the true Luna is. Ella's lip quivers as she looks back and forth between me and the pack. Do you not wish to challenge me? I ask as I step towards her. I turn to the pack. Should Ella challenge me? Challenge her, someone shouts. I smile. I will fight to be your Luna, Eagle Creek. If that's what I must do, if I say and look at Ella, I cannot challenge you. You must challenge me. Ella looks toward Holden. Holden? Holden has his arms folded. If you wish to become Luna instead of Samantha, then you must challenge her, he explains with great effort. I don't like this, he mind links me. You are pregnant. I'm aware, I respond while keeping my eyes on Ella. Challenge me, Ella, I say again. Tears well up in Ella's eyes. This isn't right. A true Luna fights for her pack, Ella. Are you saying you can't fight or you won't fight? I say to her with a direct gaze. Ella backs away from me with her eyes wide. I sense her wolf hiding in the back of her mind. Her wolf is submitting, Arya tells me. Are you going to submit? I say as I stand a mere foot from her. What is it going to be, Ella? The pack is waiting. Are you going to challenge me? She presses her lips together and suddenly lunges at me. You She screams, but I dodge her attack. I feel bad when she falls flat on her face, and the pack laughs at her. I step toward her with my hand down. "Come on," I say gently, but she slaps my hand away. "You are a buck, a useless buck," she cries. "I am the rightful Luna of this pack. Holden loves me." She slowly gets to her feet. "This pack will see. I am the rightful Luna of this pack," she cries and swings her fist at me. I grab her arm and twist it behind her back, causing her to scream. "Do you yield?" I say in a deep tone. Arya surges forward, exerting our collective power. "Alice is submitting," Arya whispers. "Ella Scott, do you submit?" I say again. She looks up at me, and I can sense her resolve, but she finally relaxes and nods. "I submit." "Good." I release her arm and look at the pack. "Now that we have that sorted, there is a lot of work to do," I say as the pack cheers. I glance at Holden, who has a big smile on his handsome face. He wraps his arm around me. "I am so proud of how you handled that, Luna," he says with a smile before planting his lips on mine. "Samantha." "Mommy, Galena has to go potty," Cade's voice interrupts our kiss. I pull away from Holden, who frowns slightly, and turn to the girls huddled together with their nannies. "I'm sorry about all that," I tell the nannies. "It is good, ma'am," Olga, the older one, says. "I need to pee." Galena dances around, looking at me with deep brown eyes. All 4 girls inherited Dmitry's brown eyes, just like Cade. I sigh and look around. "Who are the little girls?" I hear Trisha ask. "These are Cade's half-sisters," I say. "They are Dmitry's?" Trisha gasps, and I nod. "Where are their mothers?" "Most likely dead," I say low under my breath. "What are you going to do with them?" Trisha presses. "Raise them," I state. "All of them?" Trisha looks at the girls. I hear a whine and look at Galena as she dances with her legs crossed. I look around before taking her hand and walking her to the porta-potty nearby. "Go in there, sweetie," I say. "It smells," Galena complains. "I know," I say. "I'm scared," she says. I sigh and step right inside with her. "Come on," I say. Galena resists at first before finally going. Once she is done, we walk back over to everyone. "There are a few pack members that may be able to take them off your hands," I hear Trisha telling Holden. "Mom, we can handle this," he says. "Holden, I'm just trying to help," Trisha turns to me. "We don't want to separate them," I say. "They'll be in the same pack," Trisha counters. The 2 oldest girls look at us as we discuss them. "Can we talk about this later?" I say. "We need to take them somewhere to decompress. There is a vacant house by ours," Trisha says. "Right, Winston?" "Yeah," Holden's father speaks up. "I'll take you there," Winston says. "I'll stay here to take care of things." Holden touches my arm. "Can I stay with you, Daddy?" Kate asks. Holden looks at me and I nod. "Sure, buddy." He grins at our son. Winston takes me to a van and helps me get the girls and their nannies situated. I sit in the front seat with him. "I think it's noble that you want to raise these girls." He glances back. "But I seriously think you should consider adopting them out." "Winston," I mutter. He grunts but says nothing else until we arrive at the house. "It's not much, but it will do for now." "It's fine," I say as we step out of the van. The house is a simple 3-bedroom cottage with all the basics. I help the nannies settle the girls. "I'll send an Omega out to get you guys some food," I say. "Thank you, miss," Anya, the younger nanny, says. "And some toys." I smile as the girls only have a couple of dolls on them. "Yes," Olga nods. "There is a TV over here," Winston says, pointing and picking up the remote. "The girls like the Sponge Show," Olga says in her thick Russian accent. Winston chuckles as he flips through the show and leaves it on Nickelodeon. The girls immediately turn their attention to the TV and sit down. "There you go, kiddos," he grins. "Thank you," Olga says. "I'm going to go help my mate, but I'll be back to check on you guys later," I say. "That is good, miss," Anya responds. "I'll see you later, girls," I say. But they are all transfixed on the TV, so I follow Winston out of the house. "They are pretty cute," he remarks, which is unusual for Holden's usually distant father. I smile as we get into the car and head back to the fallen pack house with him. When we arrive, Holden is talking to Eddie, while Cade is nearby playing in some dirt with a stick. "Hey," I say as Holden turns to me. Holden grins. "How are the girls?" "We left them with cartoons," I say. "What can I help you with?" "Alpha," a male warrior runs up to us. "What is it, Frankie?" Holden asks him. "There is a woman at the front gate asking for Luna Samantha," Frankie responds. I take a deep breath. "Who?" "She won't say," he shrugs. But she has a kid with her. My eyes go wide. Shh, I think I know who that is, I say and head back to the car. Winston, I'm taking your car, I say, getting into it without waiting for a response. Samantha, Holden calls. Mom, can you watch Cade for a few minutes? Sure, Tricia nods. She is standing nearby with Melinda. Cade, you stay with Nana, Holden points before getting into the car with me. You can't just take off. I am the Luna, I argue. You were busy, so I'm taking charge and seeing who is at the gate. He opens his mouth to protest but stops himself. Sorry, I guess with you being pregnant, I am just paranoid. I understand, I pat his leg. We get to the gate and I see a familiar face arguing with the guards. She stops as I walk up to them. Well, 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 she sneers. Hello, Cassandra, I say, looking her up and down. I know it's her, but she looks very different from how I remember her. You look, I pause, different. Fuck you, Cassandra sneers. I notice a little girl holding tight to her leg. What are you doing here? My brother called me to say that the king invaded Shadow Woods and that Dmitry ran off, she states. That's true. He had taken me and my son, I say. So you did have a boy, she says. I look at the little girl. She has the same eyes as Cade and his sisters. I take it you had a girl, I gesture. Cassandra puts her arm around her. Yes, and Dmitry went ballistic and tried to have us killed. But my brother and parents wouldn't stand for it, so they got me out of the pack. I wish someone had gotten me out of the pack all of those years I was being tortured, I say with a bitter edge. Cassandra rolls her eyes. Whatever. So again, what are you doing here? I ask. My brother says he knows where Dmitry is, Cassandra says. I know. He is in Russia, I snort. Not according to Jared, Cassandra argues. He is keeping in communication with Dmitry. Where is her, I wonder. Jared wouldn't say, Cassandra sighs. Well, maybe call the king or something, I say. I came here to warn you, Cassandra huffs. I never liked you. Well, you hid that well, I counter with a snort. But I thought it would be a nice gesture, considering our pups are siblings. Also, I just want Dmitry gone, she says with sadness. He has had people and ghouls tracking me since I left. I want to rest and raise Kyla in a stable environment. Well, you can come in and stay here for a while, Holden offers. Our pack house was destroyed, but we can still find a place for you to stay. Cassandra looks at me with doubt. Holden is right. You can come in and rest for a while, I say without hesitation. God, thank you, Cassandra whines. I just want Kyla to be safe. And if you can help us track Dmitry, then all the better, I say. I'll do whatever it takes to kill that fucker, she snorts. Holden, Eddie says as the door behind him slams shut. Damn, I hate that door, he says, approaching my desk. I am in a portable office trailer while the pack house is being rebuilt. It smells of old carpeting and mildew, and the air conditioner barely works on most days, so it's not the most pleasant place to work. It's been 3 months since several bombs blew up the pack house that had stood for nearly 200 years. After careful consideration by engineers, it was decided to bulldoze the old one and start over again. The progress is going well, but it will still take several months before we can move back in. I am sitting at a cheap desk trying to get some work done. My back is sweating as it's a relatively humid day and the building is not the best ventilated. What is it, Eddie? I ask, and he sets another ripped piece of paper on the desk. I sigh. Another one? Yeah, he huffs, pulls a chair to the front of the desk, and plops down. Clint found it. I nod. My Gamma has been keeping his distance from me since his mate was killed in the explosion. He blames my mate and Luna for what happened. Samantha has taken the death of her friend hard as she blames herself. I stare at the note, knowing it is from one of Dmitry's minions. We still haven't been able to track down Dmitry Volkov despite leads from his former beta, who now resides in our territory. Dmitry seems to be 3 steps ahead of us each time. I suspect he has a spy in my pack, and though I suspected his old mate, everyone assures me that Cassandra isn't the spy. How is Samantha? Eddie asks. I sigh as I think about it. She is 3 months into her pregnancy, and it has been rough. Right now she is on bed rest and unable to do much of anything. My mother and sister have been helping her. Melinda has been a great help despite her differences with Samantha. She's okay this morning, I say. Mindy said she was trying to work on her laptop, Eddie tells me. She just wants to help, I say. Mindy was the same way, Eddie nods. The 4 little girls we brought back have been wonderful, but taking on all 4 proved too much for Samantha and me to handle, so we adopted them out to 2 families. They are able to be around each other and Cade, but still have stable families. Cade has become incredibly possessive of his mother and rarely leaves her side. Not even for school. We had to start him on therapy to work out some of his trauma from being taken by Dmitry. He often wakes up in the middle of the night screaming. I wish she would realize that just relaxing so our pup is safe is all the help I need right now, I say. She's a strong-willed woman, Eddie laughs. Tell me about it, I say, glancing at the note. It smells of cheap whiskey and tobacco. Where did Clint find this? I wonder. By the gate, Eddie responds. And no one saw who left it, I ask. Apparently not, Eddie shrugs. Well, go talk to the gate guards, I demand. Eddie sighs and stands up. Yes, sir. He half salutes. I shake my head as I turn my attention back to the papers I was signing. I hum for a few minutes until the next interruption as my sister walks into the office. It's hot in here, she mutters and leans on the desk. Mindy, I look up at her. How can you work in here, she snorts. I would be miserable. What's up, I ask as I drop the pen I was using. Is Samantha all right? Yeah, she is fine, Mindy responds. She and Kate are sleeping. Okay, I sigh. Anything else? Can't I just visit my big brother for no reason? She smirks. Mindy, I pinch the bridge of my nose. Sorry, she sighs. Mom had me on duty all morning with your mate, and I needed a break. You two didn't get into another fight, did you? I huff. You know she isn't supposed to be stressed. I know, Holden. Mindy snarls. Samantha and I have mostly made amends. Mostly? I lift an eyebrow. We still have our differences, she states. What did you argue about this time? I wonder. I suggested to Cade that he go to school, but he threw a tantrum, and that upset Samantha, Mindy explains. Mindy, I sigh, why would you do that? He looked so lonely playing with his cars, she sighs. I felt bad. School would be better than sitting by himself all of the time. Mindy, we are working on it, all right? I say, I know it seems daunting, but right now having him beside his mother is for the best. Holden, you know that's not for the best, Mindy complains. It is for now, I say. Fine, she huffs. I was just trying to help. I appreciate everything you've been doing for us. Really, I do. I look her in the eye, and I'm sure Samantha does too. Sure, Mindy rolls her eyes. Anyways, I'm going to go to lunch. My stomach rumbles the moment she mentions lunch. You should too, she points out with a snicker. I will, I mutter and pick up my pen. I have a few more things to sign and fill out. Okay, Melinda touches my arm and kisses my cheek. Love you too, I mutter as she leaves the trailer, slamming the door behind her. I hate that door, I mumble. You should eat something, Hyde speaks up. I'm fine, I argue. I'm hungry, he counters. We'll get something in a few minutes. I say. I'm still hungry, he whines. Hyde, I say, and he huffs. I pinch the bridge of my nose again as I try to concentrate on the papers. Holden, Eddie mind-links me. You need to come to the gate. What is it, Ed? I growl. I am both hungry and stressed at this moment. Clint and I think you should see something, he responds. I let out an annoyed growl and stood up. I'll be right there. I step outside and take a deep breath before quickly taking my clothes off and shifting into wolf form. I take off, running through the woods towards the gate. I could have driven, but I feel that Hyde needed to go for a run, even a brief one. Eddie and Clint are standing outside the guardhouse, smoking as I trot up to them. It was nice of you to get here so fast, he says, taking a drag on a cigarette. I return to human form and grab a pair of shorts from a bin beside the guardhouse. What did you need to show me? I ask without acknowledging Clint. This way, Eddie says, then drops his cigarette to stamp it out. I follow him into the guardhouse. There is a desk with a large bank of monitors showing footage from the numerous cameras around the territory. The guard sitting at the desk looks up at me. Alpha. Reggie, I nod at him. Show me what you wanted to show me, Edward, I tell my beta. Eddie nods, and Reggie leans forward to type on the keyboard. I watch as the central screen shows the area a few feet from the house. A ghostly figure is seen walking up to a tree. I narrow my eyes as I can't quite see who or what the figure is. Maggart, I say under my breath. Who? Reggie asks. He is some ghost guy, Eddie replies. A wraith, I mention. But that doesn't quite look like him. I continue to watch the footage as the wraith, or whatever it is, places the note on a tree. It looks right at the camera before disappearing. I need to check out that spot, I say while exiting the building. Holden, Eddie calls to me. Clint remains beside the gatehouse as Eddie follows me. I sniff the air and catch a whiff of sulfur as I look for the spot the camera was pointed at. Maggart? I shout. Maggart, I know you are here. I am not Maggart, a disembodied voice says from above. I look up into the trees and see a pair of glowing eyes staring back at me. Who are you? The eyes float down and a body forms around them. A skeleton with loose flaps of skin hanging off his bones stands before me. I am Buggart, a scratchy voice says. And why are you here? To warn you, Holden Vaughn, Buggart replies. Samantha. Cade? I shout as I move through a dark warehouse. Why am I here and searching for my pup? Cade? I shout again. Come to Mommy, I say. A loud laughter echoes off the brick walls, and I stop. The room is filled with stacks of boxes and other debris. I can barely see around the stacks. The laughter continues, sending chills down my spine. Cade, I shout again. I'm here, Mother. A deep voice cackles nearby. Cade, I say as a shadow moves slowly towards me. I watch as my son appears in the only light of the warehouse. Only he is no longer a boy. Cade? Hello, Mother, he hisses in a cold tone similar to Dmitry's. He reaches out to me. I scream and jolt awake when I feel something touch me. Holden is standing over me with a concerned look on his face. God damn, I mutter as I place my hand over my racing heart. Did I scare you? He frowns and looks to my side. Cade is in the bed beside me, fast asleep. Thankfully, he doesn't wake up. Yes, you scared me, I scowl at him. Sorry, he sighs and sits on the bed. I lay my head on the pillow and looked up. We are in a temporary trailer house while the pack house is being rebuilt. It's not the fanciest place, but it works for our needs. Is everything okay? I ask once my heart slows its beat. Yeah, everything is fine, Holden nods. I just thought you and Cade would want some lunch. My stomach growls right at that moment. Cade stirs beside me, opens his eyes, sits up, and rubs his eyes. Hey, buddy, Holden greets him. Daddy, Cade mutters. Do you want some pizza? Holden asks, and Cade shakes his head. No, Cade sniffles, and I notice tears in his eyes. What's wrong, babe? I touch his leg. I don't want to leave you, Mommy, he says. You don't have to leave me, I say. Please don't make me go. He cries and clings to me. Cade, we aren't making you go anywhere. I pat his back. Son. Holden leans toward him. It's okay. Are you hungry? I ask my pup, and he shrugs. I'll order a pizza. Holden stands up and pulls his phone from his pocket. I sigh and look down at Cade. Did you have a bad dream? He looks up at me. I don't want to leave, but he is coming for me. Who? I ask. Him. He looks away from me, and I guess. He won't ever take you again, I state. Cade looks away from me and says nothing else. Is pepperoni all right? Holden asks. It's fine, I say as I pat my growing belly. It's been a rough 3 months since everything happened. I have been put on bed rest as I have been having complications with this pregnancy. The baby will be fine as long as I stay in bed. I can move to the bathroom and the porch, but that's it. I hate feeling so useless. I am the Luna. I need to be out, helping my pack. After the destruction of the pack house, I need to ensure everyone has what they need. Trisha and Melinda have stepped up to do my job until the baby is born, but I hate not doing anything. I try to work on my laptop, but the doctor says that is too much stress. Pizza should be here soon. He sighs and flops on the bed. Oof, you smell, I say, noting his sweaty shirt. I need a new air conditioner in the trailer, he mutters and buries his face in the pillow. I see. I wrinkle my nose. Cade slides off the bed and wanders over to his little toy corner. I hate that he refuses to leave my side. I want him to go back to school and be with his friends, but he just screams. We are working with a therapist, and there has been progress, but it's been slow. Holden and I remain quietly on the bed until the pizza arrives. I'll get it, he says, popping off the bed and leaving the room. Cade is whispering to his rhino. I don't want to leave, Billy. I sit and watch him. Come on. Holden enters the room with my wheelchair. I sigh as I hate being pushed around. I can walk, I protest as I slide myself to the edge of the bed. I know, Holden patronizes me. I get into the wheelchair. Come on, Cade, I call to my pup, who leaps to his feet and drops Billy. You can bring Billy, I say. Cade grabs his toy and runs to catch up with us. Don't leave me, Daddy, I'm right here, son, Holden says. He wheels me to the dining room, which is just one big room with the kitchen and living room. The pizza is sitting on the table with some other boxes. I got wings, too. Good, I say and grab the box. The smell of the pizza is making my mouth water. Cade sits on a chair beside me as Holden gets plates from the kitchen. Here, Holden sets some paper plates down. I put a thin slice of pizza and 2 wings on a plate for Cade. Eat up, I tell him. Cade stares at the food for a moment. Are you hungry? I ask my son. He shrugs. What's wrong, Cade? Holden sets the jug of homemade cider on the table. He pours us all a glass. I don't want to leave. He pokes at his pizza. You aren't going anywhere, I say, biting into a slice. I say to the hot, greasy food. Tony is the best, I say. He is. Holden nods and looks at Cade. No one is making you leave, Cade. Aunt Mindy was just trying to help. Not her, he argues. Him, he sighs. I glance at Holden, who presses his lips together. He won't get you, son, Holden says with authority. Yes, he will. Cade looks right at Holden. He told me. When? I say. In my sleep, Cade replies. Did you dream about Dmitry? I blurt out. Cade looks up at me. He's coming for me. Holden shifts uncomfortably in his chair. I glance at my mate. I can tell he is holding something back. It will be okay, son, Holden tries to assure our pup. You are safe here. No, Cade whimpers and picks at his pizza. I sigh as I hate that my poor pup is suffering from so much trauma. Can I play with my rhino? He asks. Sure, I say. Cade slides off his chair and takes Billy to the living room. Don't leave me. We will be right here, Cade, I tell him. I look at Holden, who is staring into nothing. What? He asks without looking at me. Is everything all right? I wonder. Everything is fine, he shrugs. In the pack? I ask. Everything is fine, he repeats. It was just another day. Nothing unusual? I say. Nope, he shakes his head. I know about the notes, Holden, I blurt out. He lets out an annoyed huff. Mindy? I nod. Your mother has mentioned them as well. Damn, he grumbles. Did you get another one today? I ask. Yes, he huffs. What did it say? The same they always say, he sighs. And what? He shrugs. What are we doing about it? I ask. Samantha, everything is under control. I swear, King Bo is still searching for Dmitry, Holden explains. I know that. I also remember what Cassandra told us, I counter. We will get him, Holden declares. Between our pack, your brother's pack, and the king, we will get Dmitry. I sigh and take another bite of pizza. What did the wraith say? Holden freezes and glances at me. There was no wraith. Don't lie to me, Holden, I grumble. I can smell it on you. Besides, Hyde told Arya and well, damn wolf, he snorts. What did he say? I ask again. He came to warn us, Holden replies. About what? I push. Holden states, there is a war coming and we will lose everything. Samantha. It's a sunny fall morning as I get ready for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. I am nearly 6 months pregnant, and this pup feels ready to escape. I have been able to move more in the last few weeks. A swift kick to my ribs makes me hiss. What's wrong, Mommy? Cade asks. Little sister just kicked hard, I say, grabbing my clothes. I'm going to be in the bathroom getting ready, all right? Cade has gotten better about his separation anxiety. He still hasn't been able to go to school, but I can leave the room as long as he can hear my voice. Okay, he says while playing with his new cars. Samantha, my mother calls as I step into the bathroom. She came to help me in the last few weeks of my pregnancy. Mommy is in the bathroom, Cade says. Mom steps into the bathroom. I see you aren't ready yet. I have time, I huff as I start to take off my nightgown. Let me help, Mom steps toward me. Minutes later, I'm wearing a lovely denim skirt with a pink blouse. I hate that I look like a whale and frown. Ugh, I mutter. What? Mom says as she brushes my hair. I look so huge, I say. You look fine, she leans forward. Samantha. Holden's voice rings out. We are still living in a trailer with just 2 rooms. The pack house is finally finished and we will move in today after the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Hey, Holden pokes his head into the small bathroom. We are almost done. Mom mentions. Thank you, Natalie, he grins at her. How are my girls? He asks, glancing at my belly. She is quite active today. I touch my belly. Like her mother, Holden smirks. Mom laughs. Sounds like Samantha. I can't help but stare at Holden in his casual blue suit with his hair slicked back. Are you staring at me? He asks with a smirk on his face. I just shrug, a little. He chuckles. Well, let's get going. He holds his hand out to me. I take his hand. Come on, Cade, I say to my pup. He runs to my side while my mother follows us out of the trailer. Holden's truck is sitting outside. He and Mom help me into it, and we head to the pack house. I nearly cry when I see it. The new one isn't nearly as grand as the original, but it's still beautiful. It sparkles as a beacon of renewal. As we arrive, the pack is gathered in front. Holden's parents and sister are waiting with my father. You look lovely, my dad says as he helps me out of the truck. I wish Marcus could have come. I say, your brother wishes that too, but things have been hectic at home, Dad mentions. I sigh as I sit in a wheelchair. I groan as my whole body aches. Are you okay? Holden asks. I'm fine, I mutter as he pushes me towards the front of the crowd with Cade holding onto my hand. I smile and wave at my pack members. Cade's sisters look healthy and happy with their new adopted families. I wave at them. Holden's family follows us, and Eddie and Clint wait by the stage. Melinda and Eddie's pup sit in the front row with Clint's. Why don't you go sit with your cousins, I tell Cade. No, Mommy, he whines. Come sit with me, Cade. Mom tries to take his hand. Cade pulls away from her. It's okay, Cade, I say. Go with Grandma. Mommy and Daddy will be right here. I point at the podium. Cade whimpers as he takes my mother's hand. He keeps his eyes on me as she sits down and pulls him onto her lap. Holden climbs onto the small stage. Good morning, Eagle Creek, he says. Such a beautiful fall day, wouldn't you agree? He says to light applause. We are gathered here to dedicate the new pack house. He gestures. They did a good job of building it over the long summer. It stands atop a foundation of our collective history. We will never forget those lost that day, and their names will remain forever memorialized in the bricks and walls of this new house. I tear up as my mate speaks. Today we celebrate, Holden says as he turns to the house. I stand and hobble slowly towards the ribbon set up in front of the house. I, Luna Samantha Vaughn, dedicate this new pack house in honor of those who were lost, I say as Holden hands me a pair of golden scissors. I feel pain as I cut the ribbon. The scissors fall from my hands as I scream from a contraction. Samantha, Holden gasps, what's going on? Your daughter is coming, I cry out. There is a moment of silence as everyone appears stunned before I cry out more. Get her to the hospital, Holden, my father says. Right, Holden breathes out. The rest of you have fun, he laughs. The pack all claps and cheers. Good luck, Alpha, someone shouts. I got things handled here, Eddie leans in. Holden helps me back into the wheelchair and rushes me to the truck. 10 minutes later, I am being wheeled into the hospital. I am screaming through another contraction as Holden is holding Cade. Mommy, Cade cries out. Come on, Dr. Wallace, the new pack doctor, directs us. The room is crowded with Holden, both sets of parents, and a frantic young pup. We need room to work, Dr. Wallace announces. Come on, Cade, my father tells my son, who screams. No, don't take me. He struggles. Go with Grandpa, Cade, I say. I'll go with him, Holden says. Everyone but my mother leaves the room. I become stressed hearing my pup screaming for me. He will be okay, Mom tries to assure me. I feel like this may set him back, I say. Your father and Holden's father will stay with him, Mom points out. That's not enough, I say as the contraction subsides. We are moving right along, Dr. Wallace announces. This little girl should be here soon. I sigh heavily as my head hits the pillow. My eyes close briefly until the scent of firewood fills the air. I open an eye, and Holden stands in the doorway with Cade. See, Mommy is fine, Holden says. Cade, I reach for him. Mommy, Cade struggles out of Holden's arms and runs over to the bed. I'm fine, baby, I say as he leaps onto the bed. Little sister is just coming. I don't want to leave you, he cries. You need to stay with your grandparents. I will be right here in this room, I swear, I explain to him. I am not going anywhere. My body tenses as I feel another contraction coming. Holden, I whisper, go have fun with your grandparents. You will get to meet your new sister in a few hours. I say as the contraction hits. I do my best not to scream out, but tense from the pain. Does it hurt, Mommy? Cade asks. Yes, baby. I need you to be brave, I say through gritted teeth. Mommy needs her brave boy, I breathe out. Can you be brave for me? Yes, Mommy, Cade states. I'll take him out to the waiting room. My mother takes his hand and leads him out. I let out a little scream as Holden takes my hand. Damn, I sigh. I know it hurts, he pats my hand. Do you? I shout. No, he squeaks. The contraction passes and I pant heavily as I relax. It's going to be a long few hours, but I cannot wait to meet my daughter. A few hours pass with Holden at my side. His mom and my mom take turns coming in to help me through this labor. Cade is sitting calmly with his sisters watching TV, Tricia tells me. It's good that Keith and Laura brought them over, Holden says of the couple who adopted Galina and Katia. Dr. Wallace wanders into the room. Okay, let's see where we are at. He does a quick exam. Looks like we are ready to greet this little girl. I sigh as my body already knows it's time to push. I am exhausted despite strength from Arya and Hyde. My mom runs into the room to take Tricia's place. She is pushing, Tricia says. Do you want to stay? I offer to my mother-in-law. Please? Tricia grins. I nod as the contraction hits. The pain makes my vision blur as I begin to push. Push, Luna, Dr. Wallace mutters. I want to kick him in the face, but resist the urge. Goddamn. I scream while squeezing the life out of Holden's hand. He is beside me with a red face, and I must refrain from laughing. I see a head, the doctor announces. Oh, I can't wait, Mom claps. The contraction passes, and I let myself relax ever so briefly. You can do this, Holden strokes my forehead. I did it once before, I sigh, feeling like it hurts more this time. Why does it hurt more? Girls do that to their mothers, my mom smirks. Thanks, I roll my eyes. The next contraction hits, and I push hard. Oh my God, I cry while squeezing Holden's hand. You got this, Samantha, Holden shouts. The pain almost makes me pass out, but I can feel my daughter entering the world, and with one big pop, she slides out with a big cry, and Dr. Wallace holds her up for us to see. Oh my gosh, she's beautiful, Mom claps. She is, Tricia remarks. Do you want to cut the cord, Alpha? The doctor asks Holden. I collapse against the bed and stare at the ceiling while listening to my newborn scream. Holden takes my hand. She's beautiful just like her mother, Holden smiles down at me. I wait anxiously to hold my daughter, and a nurse walks her over to me. I am in love the moment I set my eyes on her. Hello, I say to her. Holden leans down to touch her cheek. I look at him. Thank you. For what? He chuckles. For this little girl, I smile. He kisses my forehead. No, thank you. We take a few minutes to bond with our daughter before the family enters the room. Cade runs right over to the bed, and Holden helps him get onto it. Meet your new sister, Cade, Holden says. Cade leans over and smiles. She's cute. What is her name? Yeah, what is her name? My mother asks. I smile as I stare at my beautiful newborn. Welcome to the world, Ruby Liliana Vaughn. Shh, I hear Eddie mutter from the back of the room. He is standing with Melinda and their pups. What's wrong, Ed? Holden asks as the pack alarms start to go off. We are under attack, Eddie mutters. Holden, my heart sinks as reality sets in. We are under attack right as my daughter enters the world. I look at Eddie, who nods before running out of the room. Mom, Mindy, get everyone into the safe rooms. I look down at Samantha holding our daughter. I love you, I say and kiss her. Keep our pups safe. I want to go, Samantha complains. No, I say firmly and look at Cade. Stay with Mommy and little sister, I tell him. Keep them safe. I take one last look at my family before leaving the hospital room. Get into the safe rooms, I roar as I run down the hallway. I get outside and listen to the chaos around me as warriors run by to join the fight. I let loose a dominating alpha howl while shifting and running after the warriors. The fight is mostly to the north, Hyde tells me as our claws dig into the earth. Holden, Eddie calls to me. The fighting is mostly in the northeast. Clint, send your unit northeast, I order, but there is no answer. Clint, I yell, but get nothing. Everett, send your unit northeast. Yes, Alpha, Everett answers within seconds. I hear fighting just ahead and barrel into a pair of enemy wolves scrapping with one of my younger warriors. We latch onto a tiny wolf who whimpers as I render him unable to move. I look around the fight and see him standing near the border with arms folded. A crooked smile crosses his wicked face. I run right over to him, and he cackles while my gamma walks up to his side. I shift into human form. Clint, what the hell? Alpha Vaughn, Dmitry hisses. I look away from my traitor of a gamma to glare at Dmitry. I hear you have a new daughter, Dmitry grins. I wonder how you heard that. I look at Clint, who looks at the ground. After everything we have gone through, I lost my mate because of you, Clint mutters. The same mate you cheated on twice, I remind him. Wasn't I there for you when Lila wanted to leave? Clint presses his lips together but says nothing. I don't care about drama. Dmitry steps towards me. I want my mate and children. I don't have your mate, Dmitry, I say. In case you have forgotten, you rejected her. She is still my mate, he frowns, and my children are my flesh. You mean the ones you abandoned, I say, the ones you were going to sell? It is not your business what I do with my children, but I'll let you keep the girls. I just want my heir, he argues. Cade is not your son. He may have your blood, but his heart and soul belong to me. My wolf even sees him as his son, I growl, and I will fight to the death for them. Very well, Dmitry snaps his fingers. I watch in horror as more warriors spill over the border, more men than my pack can fight. You see, I have many allies around the world. Your king is not well liked among them. They support me. I must find a way to defeat this piece of without losing everything. I can't let him win and take my son. Tell you what, I'll let you keep Samantha too. She is no longer useful to me. I just want my heir, he hisses. Never, I growl. I can kill him, Hyde roars in my head. Let me get him. Are you sure? Do you want your entire pack to be eradicated? Dmitry threatens. We will not be leaving any survivors. My blood boils as he pushes my buttons. I had to fight Hyde from taking control. I will kill him, Hyde hisses, and without warning, I shift and run right for Dmitry. Attack! He roars as Hyde tackles him to the ground and rips flesh from his body. Dmitry shrieks as red blood spills out of his cheek. You asshole, he says as the fighting resumes around us. Your pack is going to die. He pushes me off him and shifts, shredding his expensive suit. His wolf is a little taller than Hyde, but less muscular. With a howl, the wolf lunges, and we engage in a vicious one-on-one fight. I glance to see Eddie's wolf fighting Clint's. Seeing them at odds like that shatters me, but Clint betrayed us. The fight rages viciously until another howl and more wolves join us. A large black wolf runs in, and I recognize it as King Bo. We are here, Bo mind links me. I say nothing as I concentrate on killing Dmitry Volkov once and for all. His wolf slashes his claws across my shoulder, causing Hyde to falter. Hyde roars with anger and tackles the other wolf, ripping out more flesh. Blood spills to the ground from both wolves as we fight. The battle rages for what feels like hours, and neither wolf shows signs of giving up. The fight around us has quieted, and I don't have time to assess the damage. I just need to kill Dmitry. A hard blow to my side sends me to the ground, and I have a hard time getting back up. Dmitry's wolf latches onto my ear and starts ripping. Hyde cries in pain and tries to shake the other wolf. Flesh rips as fresh blood pours out. Hyde growls, gets Dmitry's wolf off, and tackles him again. We have the upper hand this time, but something hits me in the side, and I roll off. The pain is searing as I realize I have just been shot. I look to see Clint holding a smoking gun as I shift back into human form. Clint, I hiss as Dmitry laughs. You are dead? Holden Vaughn. I will take my children and mate back to Russia while you rot. He cackles and stands over me as I bleed. My vision blurs as I stare upwards. Samantha, I'm sorry. We aren't down yet, Hyde mutters. I hear a high-pitched noise and watch in horror as my now 6-year-old son runs screaming towards Dmitry. I barely notice he has a knife in his little hand. Vladimir, Dmitry says as Cade runs up and stabs him in the chest. What? Dmitry says as he drops to the ground with a silver knife sticking out of his chest. You aren't my daddy, Cade whimpers and looks at me. Dmitry is breathing heavily on the ground as he tries to get the knife out. I manage to get to my feet and pull Cade back. Perhaps you are the one that is dead, I say as I kneel and dig my claws into his neck and with one swift movement rip his head off. Cade stares at the headless corpse for a moment before looking up at me. Daddy. Yes, Cade, I am your father, I say as I drop the head and collapse to the ground. Samantha. Sitting in the safe room was worse than torture for me. My instincts were telling me to go fight beside Holden, but I knew that I couldn't. I was still bleeding and in pain from just giving birth to my daughter. I look at her as she sleeps in a little bassinet beside me. It will be okay, Mom tells me. She is beside me on the cot. The nurses and other hospital workers are huddled a few feet away. They all look weary as we wait. And Tricia and Melinda went to do what I should be doing, gathering pack members and ensuring everyone was in the safe houses. Mom pats my knee. I hate this, I mutter. I should be out there doing what Tricia and Melinda are doing. I know, sweetheart, Mom sighed. Your whole body is telling you, right? She says, and I nod. It's hard, but sometimes you have to step back and let the beta female and former Luna step in. I fold my arms and look at my daughter. Then, look around for Cade. He had been sitting in a corner playing with some blocks. Cade? I call out. Cade? I say louder. Has anyone seen Cade? I ask. The nurses all look around and shake their heads. I rise from the cot and begin looking around the bunker while calling my pup's name. Cade? I shout as my heart rate goes up. I then see a vent leading out of the bunker with the grating removed. Cade! I yell as tears well up. Samantha? Mom walks up and gasps. Cade! I shout through the mind link. I glimpse him running through the forest, but there is no answer. Katie, come back, I try to order him. There is no stopping him, Arya speaks up. His life is in the goddess's hands now. I let out a frustrated growl and turned away from the grate. What? Mom touches my back. He's running through the woods. I sit on the cot and look at my daughter. What? Mom huffs. Arya said his life is in the goddess's hands now. I say with an eye roll. Oh dear, Mom puts a hand over her mouth. He's going to kill Dmitry. He's only 6, Mom, I snort. Your father gave him a silver knife the other day, Mom mentions. What? I snort. When? The other day, Mom shrugs like it's no big deal. It has been in our family for generations. Why would Dad do that? I feel my frustrations welling up as I feel pain. I get brief glimpses of battle. They are fighting, I say as I see Dmitry's face. I can only pray that Holden will win. Mom touches my knee. Ruby begins to whimper and then cries. I pick her up and hold her close. You should try feeding her, Luna, one of the nurses says. It will comfort both of you. I nod as my mom helps me slip the gown off my shoulder. Ruby almost immediately latches onto my breast. I can't help but smile at her. She is so beautiful. Mom lightly strokes her bare leg. I gently rock while my mind is on Cade and Holden. I should be praying to the goddess for the safety of my men. I still have some resentment towards her. Still, I say a little prayer of hope. Arya whimpers as a wave of pain hits me, causing me to scream. Ruby screams too as I almost drop her. Mom takes her from my arms as I drop to the floor. Samantha? Mom says over my newborn's cries. I get glimpses of Dmitry standing over Holden. I feel searing pain and know it's Holden's. I feel his life waning, and then, through his vision, I see something that shocks me. Cade comes running up with a knife and everything goes dark. Cade! Cade! I scream before passing out. Samantha, Mom shakes me awake, and I lie on the cot in the bunker. I look up at her with mild confusion. Mom? You have been out for 10 minutes, she says. I try sitting up, but the room spins, and I stay down. What happened? When I ask as the bunker door swings open. My father walks in with Holden's father. John, Mom stands to embrace Dad. Samantha, Winston walks up to me. He is wearing only shorts and has wounds on his body. I am worried even though I know Holden isn't dead. What is it? I say and sit up while holding onto the bed. Holden is in surgery, Winston mutters. He was shot. Cade? I ask. He won't leave Holden's side, Dad responds. But Cade is fine? I ask. He's fine, Dad confirms. Cade killed Dmitry, Winston mutters. What? I huff. With this, Dad shows me a silver knife I remember seeing as a child. That's the one you gave him. I look at my father and he nods. Where is Holden? I demand and try to stand, but my legs are like jelly. Why am I so weak? I gave Holden some strength. We didn't have much, Arya mentions. We'll be fine. I sigh as my mother helps me up. I glance at the bassinet to see Ruby sleeping. She's fine, and Mom says and helps me out of the bunker to the main hospital. Nurses and doctors are rushing around frantically. How many died, I ask. Only 3, Winston answers. King Bo showed up at the right moment. How did he know, I ask. You'll have to ask him, Winston answers. I see Melinda sitting on a bench with her mother. Melinda's eyes are full of tears as Trisha comforts her. Melinda's pups are coloring on the floor. Melinda? Eddie is in surgery, she mentions. Clint, she trails off. Is dead, Winston growls. That traitor is dead. Clint? I ask. He betrayed us, Winston explains. So I killed him. You killed him? I ask. I helped, Dad adds. He was fighting Eddie. Is Eddie all right? I ask and look at Melinda. He isn't dead, Melinda mutters. I sigh. I pray he will be okay. She gives me a look. I'm being honest, Melinda. I don't want you to lose your mate, I tell her. Melinda manages a small smile. Thank you. Luna, Dr. Wallace walks up to me, looking exhausted. Alpha Holden is stable. Is he going to be all right? I ask, already knowing the answer. I would know if he was dying. He was shot with a wolfsbane-laced silver bullet, Dr. Wallace explains. But we managed to slow the progression of the poison, and I believe he will be fine in a few days. I put my hand on my chest. Thank you. Can I see him? Yes, Dr. Wallace nods. I glance at my mother, who is holding my daughter. I'll take Ruby, I say. I rush down the hall, following Holden's scent. I find him and step into the room. Kate is sleeping beside him on the bed. Holden's bare chest is covered in bandages. I cringe at the wounds as I sit beside him. Holden, I take his hand. He stirs but stays asleep. I'm here, I say to him. I love you. Cade opens his eyes to look at me. Hi, Mommy. I narrow my eyes at my pup. You had me very scared, Cade Elliott, I scold him. Why did you do that? I had to, Cade responds. I had to kill him. Did someone tell you to kill him? I ask. The Moon Lady, he responds. She told me it was up to me to save my father. The man you killed was your father, I say. No, Cade shakes his head and looks at Holden. He is my father. I smile as Holden stirs and opens his eyes. I stroke his cheek as a tear falls down mine. Holden, I say. Samantha, Holden reaches up and I take his hand. I'm alive. Yes, you are, I sob. I love you, he mumbles and closes his eyes. Seconds later, he is snoring again. A nurse brings a bassinet into the room and I lay Ruby in it. I roll her closer as I lay my head on the bed. She's beautiful, a familiar voice says, followed by the scent of sulfur. I sit up to see Maggart hovering over my daughter. What are you doing here? The Wraith looks at Holden and tilts his skeletal head. I came to see you all. Really? He nods. I came back for something. He turns to look at Ruby again. What? I say as a chill runs down my spine. He smiles and touches my tiny pup with a crooked finger. I want her. What? I growl and pull her closer to me. I want her, he points at Ruby. I will be back for her. When? I ask. I will be back. Maggart cackles and disappears. Samantha, it has been 6 months since Ruby was born. She is growing into a beautiful little girl with tuft of my red hair. Right now she has blue eyes, but I suspect they will turn green like mine. Holden thinks she looks mostly like me, but I swear she has his smile and nose. Hi, sweetheart, I say as I look over at her. I am sitting in my newly decorated office, working on some paperwork. Life at Eagle Creek has mostly gotten back to normal. We have a new gamma that Bo sent to us. So far, he is working out well, and I think Holden quite likes him. They spend their free time playing video games with Eddie. A little babble comes from the bassinet, and I look over to see Ruby chewing on her toes with grin on her cute face. Look at you, I giggle. Did you find your toes? I tickle her. You smile like your daddy. She coos and looks up at me. My beautiful Ruby, I say. The prospect of Maggart coming back for her hangs over my head. Holden exploded when I told him what the Wraith said. Over my dead body is that thing getting my daughter, Holden yelled. I do wonder when Maggart will be back. We haven't seen him for months. I even hired a witch to find him, but she keeps coming up empty, so now I wait. What does a Wraith need a werewolf for anyways? I sigh and try to concentrate on work. Thankfully, Cade has been able to go back to school and so far is doing well. He still wakes up from nightmares, and he doesn't talk about killing Dmitry. The therapist says he may never talk about that. There is a light knock on the door, and Holden pokes his head into the office. He steps in wearing a casual gray suit with his hair slicked back. How are my girls? He grins and walks over to look at Ruby. Toes. He laughs as he tickles Ruby, causing her to giggle. What are you up to, Alpha? I set my pen down. Oh, it's lunchtime, he mentions. My stomach growls right as he mentions lunch. I could eat, I say and rise from the desk. Your place or mine? I thought we would eat outside today, he waggles his eyebrows. Tricia steps into the office and grins at Holden. It's all ready. She looks at me. I'll watch Ruby. She grins at her granddaughter. Hello, precious. What is going on, I ask. Holden shrugs and takes my hand. I just want to celebrate the woman I love the most in the world. Your mom? I say, and Tricia laughs. Well, her too. Holden glances at his mother. Come on. He pulls me to his chest and plants kiss on my lips. I wave at Tricia as Holden pulls me from the office. We head for the back door and enter the new garden. Lorenzo and his team have worked hard to restore it. It looks beautiful, I say as we pass the gardener. Lorenzo bows. Thank you, Luna. Holden says nothing as we walk down the winding path to the gazebo. I smile when I see it decorated with a single table in the middle. Our cook Kay stands by the table and gestures as we walk up. "It looks lovely, Kay," Holden tells her. "Thank you." "You are so welcome, Alpha." Kay bows and looks at me. "Today we have nice meal of salmon with wild rice and veggies." I smile as we sit. That sounds delicious. Kay sets 2 plates in front of us with a smile. She then pours us some iced tea. "Enjoy," she bows and walks away. I look at Holden, who is just staring at me. "What?" "You know it's been a year." He mentions, "A year?" I ask. "Yes, a year since we first met," he nods. "Right," I shake my head. "I lost track of time." "A lot has happened," he explains. "You went from hating me to giving me a daughter?" I smile as I take a small bite of food. "I don't think I ever hated you." "Had me convinced," he chuckles. "Though I understand why you were so resistant. You had your life figured and I came along and—" "I didn't have life that figured out, Holden," I snort. "I thought I did. But now I know I needed you. Cade needed you." "Cade is certainly something else," he says in between sips of tea. "I knew the moment I saw him that he was mine. He may not be my blood, but I would die for him." "I know," I say, "and he nearly died for you." Holden smiles. We sit for a moment in silence eating our lunch. I keep glancing up at Holden and he back at me. "You are so cute," he giggles. "You are cuter," I grin. "No, you are," he counters. "Weirdo," I mutter. We finish our lunch and decide to go for a run in the woods. Harvey and Eddie have everything under control. He mentions the new Gamma. After the fight, Eddie made it a full recovery and is doing just fine. He and Melinda are also expecting a 5th pup. "Harvey is good, isn't he?" I say. "He's awesome," Holden mentions. "Let's go." He takes his clothes off and shifts. I do the same. Arya play bows to hide before running off into the woods. Epilogue. Cade Vaughn sits up on his bed with a scream from another nightmare. He looks around in the darkness as his heart pounds against his chest. His inner wolf hums with comfort as he throws back the covers and stands up. He paces his room for a few minutes before going outside for fresh air. Cade pulls on a pair of shorts and a t-shirt. He knows he's not supposed to go out alone after midnight, but that isn't stopping him. "What are you doing, Cade?" His 6-year-old sister Ruby asks as he steps into the hallway. "Go back to bed, Ruby." Cade snorts as their little brother Noah crawls out of his room. "Seriously?" he huffs. "Both of you go to bed," he yells and moves down the hall. Getting outside, Cade wishes he could shift, but he still had 2 more years when he turned 13 for that. Right now, he was only able to talk to his wolf Otto. A twig snaps behind him, and he looks— "Damn it, Ruby," he hisses at his sister. "You are going to get me in trouble again." "Mom and Dad don't like it when you leave the house," Ruby complains. "I know," Cade growls. "Just mind your own business," he growls and takes off running. The cool night air feels good on his tense body. Every night, the same scene plays in his head. He ran through the woods with a silver knife and stabbed his biological father in the chest. The scene plays over and over, even though he was just 6. He stops at the edge of the territory, looking beyond the trees at the highway. Cade sits down on a rock and buries his face in his hands. His whole feels like it's crashing around him. He wants to feel normal, but the nightmares keep him up. Trying to distract himself with video games and his friends hardly ever works. The smell of sulfur makes him cringe as an apparition appears before him. Its golden eyes peer down at him as a skeletal body forms before him. "Sorry, I need new pants," a scratchy voice rumbles out of the creature. Cade backs off the rock away from the thing. "What the f***? That's strong language from such a young lad," the apparition mutters. "You don't remember me, do you?" "No," Cade shakes his head. "I am a friend of your mother and father," he grins. "Maggart," he says. "Right," Cade prepares to run. Maggart cackles. A twig snaps behind Cade, and he groans when Ruby approaches him. Maggart smiles broadly. "Ah, you have grown lovely, Ruby," he smirks. "I shall be back for you later." "But for now, I need your brother," Maggart says. "Go home, Ruby," Cade hisses. "But Cade," Ruby whines. "Best do as your brother says," Maggart snorts and looks behind him as several men walk into the moonlight. "Run, Ruby." Cade shouts and tries to take off, but he is thrown to the ground. "Careful. Don't harm the kid," Maggart orders. Cade tries to scream, but a dirty hand with a smelly cloth is placed over his mouth. He gasps as he blacks out. Vladimir, a deep voice with a Russian accent calls him from the darkness. Cade opens his eyes to a man standing over him that looks vaguely familiar. What? He tries to sit up, but his head pounds. Rest, boy, the man says. You need it, for the real work begins tomorrow. Who are you? Cade asks. I am Kostya Volkov, he replies. Your grandfather. My grandfather? Cade sneers. Yes. Kostya leans in. I am the father of your real father, not one you call father. Where am I? Cade asks. On your way to your homeland, Russia, Kostya grins. There, you will train to take down the ones who killed my son and become who you truly are, Vladimir. Yes.